For the sake of his cherished white moonlight, he cruelly forced her newborn back into her womb, resulting in her death alongside her child. Feng Zhaoge, a chief battlefield doctor from the 21st century, traversed time and space, wielding a scalpel to perform a cesarean section on herself. The warlord expressed his utmost disdain, exclaiming, "Monster. You can't compare to Qi even a fraction." Feng Zhaoge retaliated with a swift kick, declaring, "Then I shall grant you your wish, wishing you a perfect union with your whore." Embracing her infant, she departed with elegance, captivating the world. She became the renowned ghostly healer. She was the foremost wealthy merchant. The enigmatic musician was none other than her. The formidable female warrior was also her. The warlord regretted his decision, pleading, "Return, be my princess." Feng Zhaoge smirked coldly, "Apologies, but now I am the Empress." Just then, the emperor appeared, cradling the adorable child, commanding, "Shouldn't you bow to your sister-in-law?" Chapter 1. An Unwanted Presence. It hurts. Feng Qingqing lay on the intricately carved bed, drenched in sweat and agony, clutching the sheets with all her might. This was her child with D. Hemming. After 7 years of marriage, D. Hemming had never acknowledged her due to her freckled, unattractive visage. With the arrival of their child, she hoped he might finally see her in a new light. Suddenly, the door swung open with a loud crash. "Put her back," a cold, harsh voice commanded. Several midwives stormed in, pushing aside the birthing branches and raising their hands to act. Feng Qingqing looked towards the man in splendid attire entering the room, her heart sinking in disbelief.
The Hemming.
Her husband of 7 years. He dared to intrude at the moment of her labor. Protecting her belly, she trembled and asked, "My lord,
What are you saying?
what do you intend to do?" D. Hemming's eyes held no warmth as he uttered, "She is returning." Feng Qingqing's body stiffened.
She?
His cherished pet, his white moonlight. She was aware that D. Hemming had long kept another woman hidden. Yet that woman had preferred to remain anonymous, refusing to enter the royal household. On their wedding day, D. Hemming had proclaimed, "Feng Qingqing, I shall never love you. The moment she agrees to marry into the royal family is when you and I shall part." But, "My lord, we have been married for 7 years, and the baby in my womb is your blood and flesh. Look at her, she is struggling to come out, and one day she will call you father." D. Hemming merely glanced at her belly, his expression unyielding, replaced by disgust. "Only Qi has the right to bear my child. You and your unborn child are nothing but superfluous." Feng Qingqing's body jolted. Throughout their 7 years of marriage, he had rarely returned home, bestowing all his affection and companionship upon that woman. Yet she had never uttered a complaint, diligently managing the entire royal residence and caring for his elderly parents. Every meal was prepared by her hands, and every garment washed by her. She believed that by putting in more effort, one day she would earn even a sliver of his affection. But in the end, her 7 years of unwavering devotion were met with the mere label of superfluous. Just because that woman wished to enter the royal household, both she and her unborn child must perish? At that moment, a soft, pained voice echoed, "Sister, you can rest assured. I will take good care of Ming in your stead." Accompanying the voice, a delicate figure stepped in, clad in a flowing white gown, her hair styled akin to Lin Daiyu, radiating purity and grace. Feng Qingqing's pupils constricted. Qi. Feng Qi. The sister she had rescued from the snow at the age of 3, whom she had treated like family. Yet now, she held D. Hemming's hand, uttering such words. Realization struck, and her lips trembled. How could it be? How could it possibly be you? She never fathomed that the cherished pet her husband had kept hidden, the woman who had left her alone for 7 years, was her own sister. Why can't it be me? Ming and I share mutual affection. All these 7 years, while Ming was absent from the royal residence, he was with me. Moreover, Feng Qi approached her gracefully, leaning in to whisper, "This is what you, Feng Qingqing, owe me. You rescued me from the snow and should have provided me with a life of luxury. Instead, you let me live in poverty, bearing the titles of a foster child, an orphan, a bastard for 19 years. Everyone says I should be grateful for your rescue, but I would rather have perished in that snow than live to be ridiculed." Feng Qingqing felt a sharp pain in her chest. How could Feng Qi harbor such thoughts? The little girl she had nurtured for 19 years, who had called her sister, now bore such hatred. Chapter 2. The Return of the Phoenix. Feng Qi offered no chance for her to respond, her beautiful face twisted with malice. I made you endure 7 years of solitude to let you experience the agony of living. It is enough now. Only with your death will the world forget I was saved by you. Di Hemming will have only me." With that, Feng Qingqing straightened, looking at Di Hemming, returning to her usual gentle demeanor. "Ah Ming, please, grant my sister a swift end. Relieve her of her suffering. Look at her pain. Even if she survives, she will be but a discarded wife. She will endure the agony of separation, mocked by the world. Her child will grow up without a father, branded as an orphan. I cannot bear to witness my sister live such a life." Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, her heart filled with sorrow. Seeing her tears, Di Hemming's usually cold demeanor softened. "Very well, I shall grant your wish." He cast a commanding glance at the midwives. They lifted their hands, ready to act against the infant. Feng Qingqing, in a panic, shielded her belly, her voice hoarse with desperation. "No, please. Feng Qingqing, you have made me suffer for 7 long years. Is that not enough? Even if you despise me, this child is your niece, innocent. I will relinquish my position as princess. I will give you Di Hemming. I will ask for nothing. Please spare the innocent child." Her voice was filled with pleading and profound humility. But Feng Qingqing stood tall, turning her head aside, seemingly crying uncontrollably. Di Hemming shot a frigid glance at Feng Qingqing. "Feng Qingqing, Qingqing does this for your own good. It is to free you. On the road to the underworld, may you wish her peace and happiness." With that, he raised his hand. The midwives fiercely moved in, pressing down towards the emerging infant.
Ah!
A chilling scream shattered the night sky. The child, barely emerging, was brutally forced back into the womb, suffocating in silence. Feng Qingqing felt a searing pain, her eyes bloodshot with rage. Her child, her beloved child after 10 months of pregnancy.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
She threw her head back in laughter, tears of blood streaming down her face, appearing almost mad. What a relief it was. What peace and happiness. The sister she had nurtured for 19 years had used such a flimsy excuse to kill her. The husband she had served for 7 years, waiting for his affection, had shown such favoritism towards his concubine. She had once believed that one day she could warm his heart, but all that awaited her was the devastating loss of 2 lives. In the end, it was she who was consumed by the flames of desire. A tempest suddenly erupted, rain pouring down in torrents, wind howling, and thunder rumbling. Di Hemming, with an emotionless countenance, took Feng Qingqing's hand and exited the room, coldly commanding, proclaimed throughout, "The princess has died in childbirth, along with her child." The rain lashed against the intricately carved windows, creating a cacophony as the entire Yongning royal residence descended into chaos. The woman lying on the bed trembled her fingers slightly, desperately pleading, "Pain relief. Ibuprofen." Yet, no one responded to her. The entire room was enveloped in a deathly silence, the heavy scent of blood lingering in the air. Feng Zhaoge weakly opened her eyes, only to find herself in an ornately carved antique bed, lying amidst a pool of blood. Her abdomen was prominently distended, her skin stretched to near transparency, revealing the intricate network of veins, while an agonizing pain coursed through her legs. Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow. She, Feng Zhaoge, was a citizen of the Eastern Empire of Dixie in the year 2050. At the age of 15, she had gained admission to the prestigious medical institution of Dixie, becoming a postdoctoral fellow at the remarkably young age of 18, and at 20, she was bestowed the title of an unparalleled medical luminary. At 22, she served as the chief military doctor on the Eastern Front during the Third World War. Just moments ago, she had been on the battlefield tending to an infant. How had she ended up here? For the sake of the beloved in his heart, he cruelly forced the fetus she was carrying back into her womb, resulting in her tragic demise. Feng Zhaoge, the foremost battlefield physician of the 21st century, traversed through time, wielding a scalpel to perform a cesarean section on herself. The warlord expressed his utmost disdain. "Monster. You are not even worthy of a fraction of Qi. Feng Zhaoge retaliated with a swift kick. "Then I shall grant you your wish, and wish you a lasting union with your wretched companion." She departed with the infant in her arms, leaving a trail of astonishment in her wake. She was the renowned ghost hand divine doctor, the wealthiest merchant, the enigmatic musician, the formidable female warrior. The warlord lamented in regret. "Return and be my consort." Feng Zhaoge coldly retorted, "Apologies, but I am now the Empress." No sooner had the words left her lips than the Emperor appeared, cradling the cherubic child. "Aren't you going to bow to your sister-in-law?" Chapter 1. Simply extraneous.
Ah.
It hurts. Feng Qingqing lay on the intricately carved bed, her pregnancy weighing heavily upon her, drenched in sweat and agony. Yet, she clutched the sheets, summoning every ounce of strength. This was her child with D. Hemming. After 7 years of marriage, during which her freckled and unremarkable appearance had earned her his disdain, she believed that the arrival of their child would change his perception of her. Suddenly, the door swung open with a resounding crash.
Put her inside,
Came a cold, harsh voice. A group of midwives barged in, pushing aside the attending nurse, their hands poised to act. Feng Qingqing gazed in disbelief at the man in splendid robes striding towards her. D. Hemming, the husband she had devoted herself to for 7 years, had intruded upon her moment of labor. Protectively cradling her belly, she trembled as she asked, "My lord, what are you saying? What do you intend to do?" D. Hemming's eyes held not an ounce of warmth as he spoke, his thin lips parting. "She is returning." Feng Qingqing's body stiffened violently.
She?
The beloved songbird he had cherished in secret, his white moonlight. She knew well that D. Hemming had been nurturing another woman outside their marriage. Yet, that woman had refused to enter the royal household. On their wedding day, D. Hemming had declared, "Feng Qingqing, I shall never love you. The moment she agrees to marry into the royal family, that shall be the end of us." But, "My lord, we have been married for 7 years, and the baby in my womb is your flesh and blood. Look at her, she is struggling to come forth, and one day she will call you fathered." D. Hemming cast a glance at her belly, his expression unmoved, only to be replaced by disgust. "Only Chi-Chi is worthy of bearing my offspring. You, and the child within you, are simply superfluous." Feng Qingqing felt her body go rigid. Throughout their marriage, though he seldom returned home and lavished his affection solely upon that woman, she had never uttered a complaint, tirelessly managing the royal household and caring for his elderly parents. She prepared their meals daily, washed his garments with her own hands. She had believed that her efforts would one day elicit a flicker of warmth from him. Yet, after 7 years of unyielding devotion, all she received in return was the label of superfluous. Just because that woman wished to enter the royal household, she and her unborn child were to perish? At that moment, a soft, pained voice echoed, "Sister, you can rest easy. I will surely take good care of Ming." With those words, a delicate figure stepped into view. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her hair styled like Lin Daiyu, she appeared ethereal and enchanting. Feng Qingqing's pupils constricted. Chi-Chi. Feng Chi-Chi. The sister she had rescued from the snow at the tender age of 3, whom she had cherished as her own. Yet now, she stood beside D. Hemming, uttering such words. Feng Qingqing's lips trembled as realization dawned. How could it? How could it be you? She had never imagined that the songbird her husband had kept hidden for 7 years, the one who had made her endure solitude, was her own sister. Why can't it be me? Ming and I are in love. In the 7 years that Ming was absent from the royal household, he was with me. Moreover, Feng Chi-Chi approached her gracefully, bending down to whisper in her ear, in a voice only they could hear, "This is what you owe me, Feng Qingqing. You rescued me from the snow, and therefore, you should have provided me with a life of luxury. Yet you allowed me to live in poverty, bearing the stigma of being an adopted daughter, an orphan, a bastard for 19 years. Everyone says I should be grateful to you for saving me, but I would rather have died in that snow than live to be ridiculed." Feng Qingqing felt a crushing pain in her chest. How could Feng Chi-Chi harbor such resentment? The little girl she had nurtured for 19 years, who had once called her sister, now harbored such hatred. Chapter 2. Rebirth. Feng Chi-Chi denied her a chance to respond, her lovely face contorted with malice. "I allowed you to remain a widow for 7 years to let you experience the agony of living. It has been sufficient. Only when you are dead will the world forget that I was saved by you. D. Hemming will have me as his sole woman." With that, Feng Chi-Chi straightened, turning to D. Hemming, her demeanor reverting to one of innocent charm. "Ming, please end my sister's suffering, grant her a swift release. Look at her in such torment. Even if she survives, she will be a discarded wife. She will endure the pain of separation and be scorned by the world. Her child will grow up without a father, branded an orphan. I cannot bear to witness my sister live such a life." Her words dripped with sorrow, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Seeing her weep, D. Hemming's usually impassive face softened with concern. "Very well, I shall grant your wish." He cast a murderous glance at the midwives. They raised their hands, poised to act against the infant. Feng Qingqing, in a panic, shielded her belly, her voice hoarse with desperation. No, please don't. Feng Qingqing, you have made me suffer for 7 long years. Is that not enough? Even if you hate me, this child is your own niece. She is innocent. I will no longer be the consort. I will relinquish the position of consort to you. Hemming, I will give you everything. I ask only for mercy for the innocent child. Her voice was fraught with supplication, suffused with profound humility. Yet, Feng Qingqing stood tall, turning her head away, seemingly weeping uncontrollably. Hemming's gaze turned icy as he directed his words to Feng Qingqing. Feng Qingqing, Qi is doing this for your own good. It is to free you. On the road to the afterlife, may you bless her with peace and joy. With that, he raised his hand. The midwives ruthlessly lifted their hands, forcefully pressing down on the infant that had just begun to emerge.
Ah!
A piercing scream shattered the night. The child, barely peeking out, was cruelly forced back into her womb, silenced forever. Feng Qingqing felt as though her eyes would burst with anguish, her vision tinted with rage. Her child, the one she had carried for 10 months.
Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha.
She laughed, tears of blood streaming down her face, her laughter teetering on the edge of madness. What a release she had been granted, what peace and joy. Her sister, whom she had nurtured for 19 years, had used such a flimsy excuse to kill her. Her husband, whom she had served devotedly for 7 years, had so mercilessly favored his concubine over her. She had once believed that one day she could warm his heart, but all that awaited her was the grim fate of 2 lives extinguished. In the end, she was but a moth drawn to the flame, scorched in the process. Feng Qingqing would not die in peace. Suddenly, a torrential downpour erupted, accompanied by fierce winds and thunderous lightning. Hemming, his expression devoid of compassion, swept Feng Qingqing into his embrace as they exited the chamber, coldly commanding, "Send word that the consort has died in childbirth. 2 lives lost." The rain poured relentlessly, beating against the ornate windows, as the entire Yongning royal mansion descended into chaos. A woman lying on the bed trembled her fingers and pleaded for help, pain relief, ibuprofen. Yet, no one answered her. The room was enveloped in a deathly silence, suffused with a thick scent of blood. Feng Zhaoge weakly opened her eyes to behold an antique, intricately carved bed, while she lay amidst a pool of blood. Her abdomen was prominently distended, the skin stretched to near translucence, revealing prominent veins, and a searing pain radiated from between her legs as if flesh were being torn apart. Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow in distress. She, Feng Zhaoge, hailed from the Eastern Empire of Duxia in the year 2050. At the tender age of 15, she gained admission to the esteemed Medical Academy of Duxia, and by 18, she had become the youngest postdoctoral researcher in the world, ultimately being awarded the title of unparalleled medical luminary at 20. At the age of 22, she served as the chief military medic on the Eastern Front during the Third World War. Just moments ago, she had been on the battlefield, tending to an infant. How had she found herself in this predicament? Chapter 3. The Princess's Resurrection. The matron entered with a white cloth, only to find Feng Qingqing sitting up, causing her to scream in terror. "Ah! Help! It's a resurrection! The princess has come back to life." As she shouted frantically, she dashed out in a panic. Outside, a torrential storm raged, with rain pouring down relentlessly. The door was wide open, and the fierce wind swept the rain inside. Feng Zhaoge felt a chill that sharpened her senses, a flood of foreign memories crashing into her mind. Feng Qingqing, the daughter of the gatekeeper, had been promised in marriage since childhood to the formidable Prince Himing of Yongning. Yet, with her freckled face and unattractive features, Himing had never cast a glance her way, falling instead for her own younger sister, whom she had raised with her own hands. For this sister, she had endured 7 long years of waiting in solitude. The day of childbirth, which should have been a joyous occasion, had inexplicably turned into a funeral. A complex mix of emotions churned within Feng Zhaoge. 7 years of devotion had been overshadowed by a mere canary, a scheming vixen. How could the proud military doctor of the entire empire of Xia, Feng Zhaoge, have been transmogrified into such a pitiful and tragic figure as Feng Qingqing?
Now.
Her situation was dire. She was suffering from severe internal tearing and bore a stillborn child within her. The pain was excruciating, a torment that felt like a 12-fold agony torturing every nerve in her being. She required anesthetics for relief and surgical instruments to extract the fetus. But in this ancient time, how could she perform such a procedure? Where would she find the tools for a cesarean? Lost in thought, a pile of cold, gleaming instruments suddenly appeared beside her. A scalpel, anesthetics, curved clamps, hemostatic forceps, needle holders, blades, and scissors. Feng Zhaoge's pupils constricted. These were precisely what she had envisioned moments ago. How could they have manifested out of thin air? There was no time to ponder. The pain in her abdomen intensified, blood continuing to flow. She had to act. With great difficulty, Feng Zhaoge propped herself up, grasping the anesthetic needle to adjust the dosage. For the surgery, she could only use a regional anesthetic and reduce the amount. Then, she took up the scalpel and with swift determination, she made the incision. The skin split open. Blood gushed forth. She gasped in pain but dared not pause. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. From the skin to the sheath of the rectus abdominis. Then to the peritoneum. With the final layer of the endometrium breached, a tiny fetus was revealed, curled up within, no larger than a kitten, its body frail and purplish. Feng Zhaoge felt a surge of compassion. Such a small infant should have been cherished by parents, yet now just as she contemplated, the fragile fetus began to move. Its tiny hand reached out instinctively, peeling back the layers of skin, as if it were a chick breaking free from its shell. The effort was remarkable, resilient, and tenacious. Once free, that wrinkled, kitten-like hand grasped Feng Zhaoge's finger. Feng Zhaoge was astounded. After enduring such torment, the infant was alive? What astonishing willpower! What a miracle of medicine! She gently cradled the small baby, severing the umbilical cord. The infant did not cry. Its bright, curious eyes blinked as it surveyed Feng Zhaoge. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed from outside. Feng Qingqing, who permitted you to live? Feng Zhaoge raised her gaze to see a group of figures emerging from the downpour. Each wielding dark umbrellas, exuding an aura of coldness and ruthlessness. The guards brandished gleaming swords, their blades reflecting a sharp, menacing light in the rain. Leading them was a man clad in black brocade, his long hair tied with a jade crown, radiating an imposing chill and an air of forbidding authority. It was He Ming, the war god of Dongxia, the husband of her body. Chapter 4. I want you dead since the age of 15. He Ming had fought across the land, conquering vast territories, undefeated in battle, and was bestowed the title of Prince of Yongning. How formidable a presence he was. With him, the Dongxia Empire could remain forever secure. Loved and revered by all, the former Feng Qingqing had once regarded him as a deity. Yet, at this moment, Feng Zhaoge merely cast a glance, her tone detached and frigid. This is a critical surgery. Outsiders must not disturb. Her voice was icy and businesslike. Everyone present was taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. Was this the once submissive and meek princess? In the past, she had clung to the prince, showering him with affection, but now she spoke to him so boldly. Moreover, upon closer inspection, she was suturing her own abdomen. The gaping wound, a gory sight exposing her intestines, was shocking. Yet she was still alive, still able to speak, still stitching herself. Feng Zhaoge ignored the astonished gazes surrounding her and focused on the surgical tweezers, deftly stitching her abdomen from the inside out. Though her frame appeared frail, her spirit was resolute. With each stitch, the once gaping wound began to close. Everyone looked on in awe, unable to fathom the sight. Could such a large wound truly be stitched up? Was she some sort of miraculous healer? He Ming could not help but glance at her again, tonight. She was undeniably different. What was she attempting to achieve? Suddenly, the infant's cries pierced the air, its tiny hands reaching out to Feng Zhaoge. As if trying to convey something, He Ming snapped back to reality, realizing he had unwittingly gazed at the ugly princess. The sensation made him feel ill. His attention shifted to the baby, his eyes turning cold and merciless. Feng Qingqing, who permitted you to bear my child? He demanded. Chi-Chi must return. Both she and her child must die. With that, he swiftly moved toward the bed, his powerful hand grasping the infant's arm, preparing to throw it out the window. Yet, Feng Zhaoge seized his wrist in a flash, her piercing gaze locked onto his. Your child?
Ha!
Where were you when I endured morning sickness, unable to taste food? Where were you when I fainted and nearly miscarried after falling down the stairs? What were you doing when I was in agony during childbirth? Each word was a pointed accusation, her icy eyes fixed on him. From the beginning, you have done nothing for this child, except contribute a filthy seed.
And now,
that child has been killed by your negligence. As of now, She is mine, solely mine, Feng Qingqing's child. Her melodious voice rang with a resolute declaration. He Ming's expression darkened, incredulous that she dared to speak to him in such a manner. Feng Qingqing, you are courting death. He struck her sharply across the face, the sound echoing in the air. Feng Zhaoge's slender body was sent tumbling from the bed, crashing to the ground. The freshly stitched wound split open, blood gushing from the torn seams. Her cheek burned with pain, and her abdomen felt as though it were being sliced open. Struggling to prop herself up, her thumb brushed against her mouth, leaving it stained with glaring red. Her lip had split. A defiant smirk crossed Feng Zhaoge's lips. She would remember this slap. When she recovered, she would repay it in kind. He Ming, observing the resolve and hatred in her eyes, was momentarily taken aback. But it was only for an instant. He looked down at her with disdain. Do not feign innocence. The Yongning Prince's residence has treated you well these past 7 years. You have occupied Qiqi's position as princess for a full 7 years. You should be grateful. Now, I want you dead, and you should obediently acquiesce. Having said this, He Ming lost interest in further debate and reached once more for the infant. Feng Zhaoge's cold laughter rang out. Treated well? From her memories, she learned that Feng Qingqing had endured scorn alone for 7 years, serving the elderly matriarch and the old lord like a slave, even being oppressed by servants. Was this what he called treating her well? Moreover, Feng Qingqing and Di Heming were wed at the emperor's behest. It is evident that Di Heming, during the term of his engagement, developed affections for another woman and strayed from their marital commitment. How, then, could she be accused of usurping him? As he prepared to abandon the child, Feng Zhaoge's eyes turned icy. Suddenly, a syringe appeared in her hand, which she forcefully plunged into Di Heming's thigh. With her delicate fingers, she pressed the plunger, allowing the transparent liquid to course through his veins via the sharp needle. Chapter 5. Initial display of skills. Di Heming felt his entire body weaken, the strength in his hands dissipating entirely. The infant he held fell uncontrollably, wailing loudly. Quick as a flash, Feng Zhaoge caught the child, cradling it while swiftly assessing its condition. The arm was intact, not dislocated, though the delicate skin bore numerous bruises inflicted by a man's grip. This girl was remarkably resilient. The infant's cries abruptly ceased. Its clear eyes filled with concern as they darted over Feng Zhaoge. Upon realizing Feng Zhaoge was unharmed, the infant's rosy lips curled into a sweet smile. Di Heming found the scene particularly irksome. They were challenging his authority, defying his commands. He attempted to summon his strength, but even his internal energy eluded him, leaving him to angrily demand, Feng Qingqing, what have you done to me? None of your business. Feng Zhaoge retorted coldly, noting the infant's injured arm. She harbored a profound disdain for those prone to violence and bullying the weak. Di Heming's expression darkened with fury. He wanted to strike out, but as he lifted his hand, his body swayed unsteadily. Feng Qiqi stood quietly outside the intricately carved window, observing the entire scene with a frown. Feng Qingqing had caused her suffering for 19 long years, and now she had survived to harm Di Heming? How could he still be entangled with her for so long? She stepped inside, supporting Di Heming, saying, Ah Ming, cease your actions. Look at how much pain your sister is in. Though I urged you to kill her, I do not desire for you to torment her. Let the shadow guards give her a swift end, allowing her to be liberated quickly. Her gentle voice was laden with sincere entreaty. After speaking, she gazed at him with concern, adding, And your health is of utmost importance. What if she has administered a deadly poison? Shall we seek a doctor? Upon hearing this, Di Heming's icy demeanor intensified. I shall see a doctor. As for her, his gaze turned frigidly towards Feng Qingqing. Allowing her to die swiftly would be too merciful. Previously, he had shown leniency due to her 7 years of relative obedience. But now, he ordered Mama Xia coldly, confine them to a room. Without my permission, no one is to open the door for them. Let them starve to death. A flicker of delight crossed Feng Qiqi's eyes. If she desired a quick death, she was welcome to endure torment. It was her fate. Yet, she feigned urgency, interjecting, Ah Ming, this is too cruel. After all, she is your lawful wife. My only wife is you. That Feng Qingqing is merely a dog raised by the Yongning Prince's residence. His voice was ruthless and resolute. After uttering these words, he embraced Feng Qiqi and strode away. Inside, Feng Zhaoge felt a sharp pang in her heart. It was not her own pain, but rather the ache of her very being. Since their engagement at a young age and their 7 years of marriage, she had been diligent, if not rewarded, at least endured suffering. Yet to Hemming, she was merely a dog. How tragically lamentable. Those who are humble in love have lost from the very beginning, utterly defeated. As the two departed, Mama Xia swiftly approached to close and lock the door, scolding, after clinging to the prince's residence for 7 years. You dare lay hands on the prince? Deserving of such fate. You think with your ugly appearance, you can become Yongning's princess? You don't even measure up to 1/10 of Miss Chi-Chi. Wait here to die. Starve to death. Inside, Feng Zhaoge sat on the cold floor, gazing at the closed ornate door, her expression grave. Had they truly imprisoned her? Her wounds remained untreated. The child just born, and they intended to keep her confined, both she and the child destined to perish. Yet, the more they wished for her demise, the more resolute she became in her desire to survive. Feng Zhaoge had arrived, and unless she chose to abandon life, no one would dictate her fate. She resolved to calm herself, placing the child on the bed as she tended to her wounds. Due to the fall, the incision in her abdomen had torn severely, blood flowing profusely. She would need to stitch it once more. The rain continued to pour outside, the flickering candlelight casting shadows in the dimly lit room. With no assistant, she grasped the tweezers and maneuvered the surgical needle, stitching painstakingly. Each piercing of the needle brought excruciating pain, causing her to sweat profusely, her complexion turning pale. But she could not cry out in pain. Since her arrival in this unfamiliar realm, she had lacked companions, colleagues. She had forfeited the right to voice her suffering. At the break of dawn, the rain finally ceased. Feng Zhaoge had completed her sutures, yet her body felt utterly drained. Lacking a pain relief pump, the pain from her lacerated abdomen was unbearable. She lacked the strength to climb onto the bed, resorting to sitting on the frigid floor, her back resting against the intricately carved bedpost for a brief respite. The infant suddenly stirred, making soft sounds. Feng Zhaoge turned to see the tiny infant lying on the bed, pallid and weak. Its once bright eyes now appeared dull and listless, as if it might faint at any moment. A damp wad of grass paper was stuck to the infant's mouth. Chapter 6. The only path to salvation. Feng Zhaoge's heart sank. The infant desperately wished to survive, even resorting to nibbling on the grass paper at the edge of the bed. From birth until now, an entire night had passed without any nourishment. Coupled with its prior suffocation, the infant's constitution was exceedingly fragile. If this continued, the child would weaken to the point of collapse, perhaps even lose consciousness. Is there anyone? Her voice was feeble, barely a whisper, as she sought to procure some sustenance for the infant. Outside, Mama Xia's irritated voice rang out. What are you shouting for? Calling for spirits? A mere discarded concubine. If you're to die, do so quickly and do not waste my time. Her tone was rife with impatience. Feng Zhaoge could not help but let out a cold laugh. Though Feng Qingqing was of mediocre appearance and had been neglected upon entering the Yongning prince's residence, she had maintained a humble and kind heart over the past 7 years. Not only did she care for Hemming, but she also assisted the servants with numerous tasks, including Mama Xia herself. Mama Xia, having been Hemming's wet nurse for years, held a significant position and managed many chores daily. Feng Qingqing had helped her with everything, even washing her intimate garments. Yet, after 7 years, Mama Xia had grown so heartless. Throughout the prince's residence, Feng Qingqing was met with hostility, her unattractive visage inciting disdain, as they deemed her unworthy of the Yongning prince. They were all like stones that could not warm, loathing her regardless of her actions, viewing her as an unwelcome presence. Feng Qingqing, oh, how tragically foolish your life has been. Feng Zhaoge ceased her cries for help. She understood that no one would come to her aid, nor would anyone show compassion for the child. At this moment, her only salvation lay in herself. Calmly surveying the room, she discerned a few items and addressed the infant. Hold on, I shall procure some food. The little one seemed to comprehend her words. Weakly blinking its eyes, lying feebly, Feng Zhaoge painstakingly reached for the decorative vase on the bedside table and stretched to grasp a nearby candle. Her sutured wound throbbed painfully with even the slightest movement. To prevent it from splitting, she had to minimize her actions as much as possible. What once felt like a simple task now took her half an hour to gather the necessary items. A ceramic vase, a few candles, and a roll of grass paper. The vase was of a generous shape, and Feng Zhaoge used a dagger to carve off the top, transforming it into a round vessel. She discarded several sheets of grass paper inside and added water. Subsequently, the vase was placed atop a low stool, beneath which candles were lit. The candles flickered, their flames dancing. The grass paper was simmered for an hour, resulting in a bowl of light pulp water within the ceramic dish. Feng Zhaoge, with great effort, cradled the infant and used a surgical spoon as a ladle, scooping a spoonful of pulp water to gently blow on it before bringing it to the baby's lips. After confirming it was not too hot, she presented it to the child. Yet, the infant refused to open its mouth, its frail eyes gazing at her with a hint of skepticism. Could this pulp water be consumed? Feng Zhaoge declared sternly, "If you wish to survive, you must drink. Remember, you are not a delicate little princess, but my child." Feng Zhaoge. The infant seemed to be taken aback by her severity and finally opened its mouth. However, the baby's mouth was so small, delicate like a cherry, and it was too weak to swallow properly. The surgical spoon was somewhat oversized, causing some of the water to spill out. Feng Zhaoge had to slow her movements, gently lifting the baby's chin as she fed it. Fortunately, the infant was quite cooperative, quickly adapting to the spoon, making slurping sounds as it drank. Watching the baby's adorable demeanor, Feng Zhaoge felt a rush of complex emotions. Having traversed through time, she unexpectedly found herself a mother, acquiring a child in such a manner. Yet, what was done. She must accept it. Patiently, she continued to feed. Only after ensuring the baby was satiated did she raise the ceramic dish to drink deeply from it herself. The pulp water was exceedingly bitter, nearly unbearable. However, she needed to survive. She had to drink. How absurd it was. Typically, women after childbirth consume nourishing food. Yet she and her child were reduced to this pulp water. But what did it matter? In her past as a battlefield medic, she often subsisted on grass, tree roots, and even dirt and centipedes. In comparison, this pulp water could be considered a gift from the heavens. After gulping down several mouthfuls, she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, her gaze icy.
The Feng Qingqing.
The suffering she and her child endured today would be repaid in blood once she regained her strength. Chapter 7. The Hidden Ones. After finishing the pulp water, Feng Zhaoge gritted her teeth, expending considerable effort to crawl into bed with the infant, lying down to rest. She understood that only by swiftly recovering and regaining her strength could she alter their dire circumstances. The baby lay beside her, small as a kitten. Together, they rested on the blood-soaked bed, uncared for and unnoticed. Time passed, and in a haze, she felt a breeze as the back window opened slightly. Weakly squinting her eyes, she caught sight of a figure standing not far outside. The man was tall and imposing, standing against the dark night, exuding an air of noble aloofness, utterly unattainable. He wore a pitch-black mask, rendering his features inscrutable. With her professional training, Feng Zhaoge's vision and perception were remarkably acute. Even from several meters away, she could distinctly see the man's gaze fixed upon her and the baby, a mix of nobility and complexity evident in his expression.
Who was he?
Why was he watching her and the child from outside? Moreover, his figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Di Hemming. Just as she contemplated further, the man seemed to sense her scrutiny and vanished in an instant. Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow. The man was clearly evading her. Was he afraid she would discover something? He resembled Di Hemming, yet Di Hemming had repeatedly sought to harm the child. How could this be? What was truly happening? For the first time, she felt her intellect insufficient. As she pondered, fatigue overtook her, and she fell asleep. When the baby cried from hunger, she awoke to prepare more pulp water, drinking some herself. When the baby cried, she curled up with it on the bed, finding solace in their mutual warmth. In the dimly lit room, they survived on pulp water for a full 5 days. Yet, this was not enough. In her stupor, Feng Zhaoge saw a graceful figure standing outside the door, accompanied by a soft yet venomous voice. "You're still alive? How long will this drag on? Add more fuel to the fire." At that moment, the door swung open, and the haughty figure of the maid, Suiyu, strode in, igniting the remaining grass paper. The little bit of grass paper left was instantly consumed by flames, reduced to ashes. Two even smashed the vase to the ground, destroying the vessel. Furthermore, she seized a basin and violently splashed the remaining water towards them. With a splash, Feng Zhaoge and the infant were drenched, resembling two drowned rats. The baby whimpered in fear, its frail voice filled with endless weakness. Feng Zhaoge's cesarean wound had yet to heal, and after days of starvation, the sudden dousing made her feel cold, cold as if plunged into an icy abyss, her teeth chattering, unable to utter a word. Her body trembled uncontrollably, utterly weak and disheveled. In contrast, Feng Qingqing stood elegantly in the night, like a snow lotus on Tianshan, pure and immaculate. After observing Sui's actions, she finally stepped into the room. Looking down upon Feng Zhaoge with disdain, "Do not blame my heartlessness. Blame yourself for saving me all those years ago, allowing me to endure 19 years of scorn as an orphaned wild child. It is you, Feng Qingqing, who owes me. Now that I wish to become the Princess of Yongning, you must make way for me. Do you understand?" As she spoke, her delicate fingers grasped Feng Zhaoge's chin. Leaning slightly closer, "Do not keep me waiting too long. My patience is limited. Hurry and die." With that, she released her chin, turning away with an air of nobility, disdainfully wiping her hands with a silk handkerchief as if she had touched something filthy. Feng Zhaoge felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her thoughts becoming increasingly chaotic. Hurry and die? Was this her fate as the chief battlefield doctor of the 21st century? She refused to accept it, wishing to act, but she was powerless now. 5 days of pulp water barely sustained her life. Even opening her eyes was a monumental effort. All she could do was watch Feng Qingqing depart, allowing the endless night and cold to envelop her and her child gradually. For the next 4 days, no one came to see them. She and the baby lay in their wet garments, without even a drop of water to drink, starving endlessly, their faces as pale as snow. Though her abdominal wound had begun to heal, any slight movement sent waves of dizziness through her, her vision clouding. The lack of nutrition had resulted in severe anemia. After a cesarean section, she should have been recuperating, yet they had endured such cruelty for 9 days and nights. The little baby lacked even the strength to cry, lying there, lifeless and devoid of spirit, as if it might perish at any moment. If this continued, they would truly die. Chapter 8. Settling accounts on the morning of the 10th day, Feng Zhaoge, barely clinging to life, suddenly sensed someone approaching. A wave of warmth enveloped her body, as if someone were infusing her with strength, reviving her depleted form. A man's low voice resonated beside her. "Feng Qingqing, survive. Do not let me down." Feng Zhaoge abruptly opened her eyes to find a man standing at the foot of her bed, clad in black night attire and wearing a matte black mask. His features remained hidden, but he exuded an air of coldness, authority, and unattainable nobility. Upon noticing her awakening, he immediately turned and leapt through the back window, disappearing without a trace. Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow again. From such proximity, she could sense the man's aura of lethality, a trait developed from years on the battlefield. The air of nobility about him, too, spoke of a privileged upbringing. His height was nearly identical to D. Hemming's. So, could this man truly be D. Hemming? Yet, D. Hemming had wished her dead. Nothing about this made sense. Her stomach growled, as if the gastric mucosa were on the verge of tearing, causing her immense pain. Feng Zhaoge had no choice but to temporarily set aside her thoughts and noticed a brocade box on the table in the outer hall. The box was uncovered, revealing exquisite bird's nest within, accompanied by a whole lotus leaf chicken and a bowl of goat's milk. The aroma wafted through the room, irresistibly enticing. Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow, incredulous that the man had sent them food. Yet, the child was already weak and barely alive. With great difficulty, she rose and approached, testing the goat's milk. Only after confirming it was free of poison did she lift the infant, spooning the milk into the baby's mouth, feeding her sip by sip. The baby, perhaps starved for 9 days and nights, eagerly consumed the nourishment, and the pallor of her face began to show a flicker of vitality. After satiating her hunger, the little one pushed the bowl of goat's milk toward Feng Zhaoge and offered pieces of chicken to her lips. Seeing the tiny hands of the infant, so small they seemed fragile, stirred something deep within her. Though she was merely 10 days old, the child showed concern for her, providing a warmth in this strange world. A warmth that, aside from the enigmatic man, came from a child. Overwhelmed, she opened her mouth, and the infant joyfully stuffed the meat inside, her rosy lips curling into a smile, eagerly reaching for more. In the dimly lit room, the mother and child shared a moment of mutual warmth. Eventually, mindful of the baby's delicate fingers, which could easily fracture, Feng Zhaoge gently laid her down on the bed. "Rest easy, I will eat. You simply lie there," she reassured. The infant babbled in response, playing contentedly in bed, neither crying nor fussing, obedient as ever. Feng Zhaoge returned to the table to continue eating. The lotus leaf chicken was somewhat disheveled, but the outer layer had been stripped of fat, leaving it light and tender, perfect for her long-starved stomach. As she savored the succulent chicken breast, the hunger that had plagued her for days finally began to wane. A sip of warm bird's nest soup warmed her stomach further, reviving her weary body as if she were coming back to life. Suddenly, a mechanical alert sounded in her mind, signaling that her medical kit had activated, filling her with a renewed sense of vitality. Her eyes brightened. This was her medical kit. It contained the most advanced medical supplies in the world, compressed into a chip and implanted in her brain, operable through mental power. To her astonishment, it had traversed with her. The tools for her cesarean section 9 days ago must have emerged from this very kit. It seemed her prolonged weakness had kept it dormant, but now, with the medical kit, a satisfied smile graced Feng Zhaoge's lips. It appeared it was time to consider how to settle the score with them. Just then, the door burst open with a loud bang. Granny Xia, humming a tune, entered with an exuberant demeanor, exclaiming, "Time to collect the corpse. The ugly princess has finally perished." But her words faltered as her eyes widened in shock.
How could this be?
She had come to retrieve Feng Qingqing's body, but after 9 days and nights, both Feng Qingqing and the child were still alive. Moreover, where had that chicken come from? Upon seeing the open back window, Granny Xia understood immediately. Feng Qingqing must have sneaked out through the window to steal food. Enraged, she scolded, "Who permitted you to do this? What right do you have to eat? Stop this at once." As she berated, she strode angrily toward the table and swiped at it. The lotus leaf chicken tumbled to the floor, gathering dust, while the unfinished bird's nest soup splattered and shattered. Feng Zhaoge's expression darkened, her fist clenched tightly on her knee. She fixed her gaze on Granny Xia, chewing deliberately on the chicken breast in her mouth, each bite slow and forceful, reminiscent of a lion devouring its prey, exuding a chilling and bloodthirsty aura. Granny Xia trembled at the sight, instinctively afraid, yet she straightened her posture. What could a once meek and unremarkable princess, who had been overlooked for 7 years, possibly do to intimidate her? Raising her voice, she shouted, "What are you staring at? I'm speaking to you. Didn't you hear me tell you to stop eating? The prince decreed you must starve to death. You are defying his will, deserving a beating." In the heat of the moment, she slapped Feng Zhaoge's hand, causing the remaining chicken breast to fall to the ground. A perfectly good lotus leaf chicken was ruined. Feng Zhaoge's gaze turned frigid, time and again. "Do you truly believe I am but a soft persimmon for you to bully? You have tormented me enough these days. Now it is my turn." With that, she raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to Granny Xia's face. The force was enough to send Granny Xia's corpulent body flying, crashing to the ground. Pain surged through her cheek, and as she covered her face, blood trickled from her mouth, revealing a lost tooth. Her tooth. Granny Xia, clutching her face, glared furiously at Feng Qingqing. You, how dare you strike me? I am the wet nurse of the Prince of Yongning, the overseer of the entire manor. How can you hit me? And I hit you precisely. Feng Zhaoge retorted, looking down at her. You are but a wet nurse, a lifelong servant, while I, despite my misfortunes, am the princess bestowed by the late emperor. As long as I am not divorced from Di Hemming, I am the rightful princess of Yongning. I am the master. You are the servant. What right do you have to shout at me and act defiant? Her voice was cold and authoritative. Granny Xia stood stunned, unable to believe her ears. Was this truly the meek and timid princess she once knew? Never had the princess been so bold and proud, nor had she dared to claim such superiority. In her attempts to win the prince's favor, the princess had always sought to please her and everyone in the manor. But now, she felt blind to her past kindness. I have treated each of you as family, with sincerity, yet what have I received in return for 7 years of goodwill? Only scorn and disdain, and even your cruelty has escalated. Feng Zhaoge's eyes darkened with a bloodthirsty glint, feeling indignant on behalf of Feng Qingqing. Since kindness goes unreturned, I shall embrace wickedness, combating evil with evil. Today is merely a slap. Should there be a next time, I will show no mercy. Her voice was cold and resolute. Granny Xia was momentarily taken aback. She had never witnessed Feng Qingqing's ferocity. Moreover, losing a tooth and still asking for leniency? It was outrageous. You just wait. She spat, rising, clutching her face, and stumbled toward the door.
Wait.
Feng Zhaoge suddenly called out, summoning a willow leaf knife with her mind and sweeping her wrist. With a whoosh, the knife flew directly toward Granny Xia's head, scattering her hairpin and causing it to fall and shatter into several pieces. Granny Xia's face turned ashen, realizing that this was her most cherished hairpin. Although she was a wet nurse, a first-class matron, she was still just a servant with limited income. This hairpin had cost her years of savings, more precious than her own life. Her eyes reddened with rage. How dare you be so cruel? How could you destroy my most treasured possession? That chicken was my most precious possession now. One thing for another. Consider it even. Now leave. Granny Xia's face blanched with fury, nearly spitting blood. Feng Qingqing, you will regret this. I will go find the prince and have him kill you. The ugly and fierce princess. With that, she picked up the shattered hairpin and stormed off toward the prince's main courtyard. Feng Zhaoge, however, felt no fear. Rising slowly, she coldly declared, "There is no need for you to go. I shall personally seek him out." The indignities endured over 9 days and nights, subsisting on pulp and blood, faced with hunger and cold, must come to an end. With that, she entered the bedroom to gather her child, preparing for what lay ahead. Granny Xia stood momentarily stunned. Feng Qingqing intended to seek out the prince personally? What could she possibly want from him? Regardless of the circumstances, she must not allow Feng Qingqing to be the first to accuse her. The main courtyard, Chengshao Courtyard, is the most magnificent part of the entire royal residence, with the study alone covering hundreds of square meters. D. Hemming, with his imposing stature, stands before the bookshelf, perusing ancient medical texts, exuding an air of aloofness that forbids approach. Feng Qingqing stands beside the desk pouring tea for him, her exquisite features radiating elegance and grace. Particularly striking is her skin, as pure and white as snow, possessing an ethereal quality reminiscent of jade. Simply standing there, silent and unassuming, she eclipses all other women. Her voice as melodious as a celestial melody. Ming, you've been engrossed for several days. It is time to take a rest.
No worries, the Eming replies.
His focus unwavering on the medical tome, his brows slightly furrowed. Over the past few days, he has summoned every physician from the Eastern Xia Kingdom, including the imperial doctors, as well as the renowned healer Jiang Yunji, yet none have been able to diagnose the poison that afflicted him that day. Doubts linger in his heart. How could the cowardly and inept Feng Qingqing have concocted a method that left him incapacitated for a full 6 hours? If she were still alive, he would surely demand answers. However, after 9 days and nights, a woman who has just given birth, neglected and unattended, may well have perished. Just as he mused, a frantic weeping erupted from outside. "Woe, my lord, please, grant this old servant justice. The princess has gone mad. She is utterly insane." D. Hemming furrowed his brow and turned towards the door, seeing Mama Xia rush in, tears streaming down her face, her hair disheveled, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. A tooth had been knocked out, causing her speech to be slightly slurred. "What is the matter? Is Feng Qingqing mad? Was she not supposed to be dead?" Woo-woo. Mama Xia wiped her tears, her voice hoarse. This old servant thought she was dead too. "I went in today to prepare for the body, but both she and the child are alive, and they are eating chicken." Feng Qingqing defied your command, my lord, sneaking out through the back window to steal food, eating with such audacity. When I merely scolded her, she retaliated with punches and kicks, even breaking my hairpin. D. Hemming narrowed his dark eyes in astonishment and intrigue. Feng Qingqing is alive, and she has gained some audacity? Beside him, Feng Qingqing's eyes flickered with a subtle chill that went unnoticed. How could Feng Qingqing still be alive? What a wretched life she leads. D. Hemming had declared that only after Feng Qingqing's death would he bring her into the residence as his legitimate princess. She averted her gaze, quickly placing the teapot down and stepping forward. "Mama Xia, are you saying that your injuries were inflicted by my sister?"
Impossible.
"My sister is timid and meek. She would never resort to violence. Instead of slandering her, you would do better to accuse me. Miss Qiqi, this old servant speaks no lies. Feng Qingqing has completely changed. She has become arrogant and overbearing, spouting wild claims, even declaring she has grievances with the Lord." Mama Xia grew increasingly agitated as she recounted the events. Embellishing her narrative, she claimed it was only because she was blinded that she fell for the Lord and intends to confront you personally. D. Hemming's handsome face darkened at her words. Did she truly say that? Indeed. She asserted that over the past 7 years, She has devoted herself to you. Yet you have only grown more unreasonable and ungrateful. Henceforth, she intends to become the villain and demand retribution for the past 7 years. With a swift motion, Hemming crumpled the hefty ancient text in his grasp, radiating a chilling aura. Feng Qingqing felt a surge of satisfaction within, yet outwardly, she clutched Hemming's arm, saying, Ming, do not be too angry. Please do not harm your own health. Surely, my sister's thoughts stem from the torment you have inflicted upon her. Perhaps it would be best to arrange for the shadow guards to grant her a swift release. Hemming, however, narrowed his eyes, his expression deep and frosty. To insult this lord so brazenly, and yet wish for release? Qingqing, you are far too benevolent. Feng Qingqing pressed her lips together, concealing her scheming thoughts. Hemming's tone suggested he intended to keep Feng Qingqing alive. Did he wish to torment her? Or did he simply find it difficult to kill her? An unsettling feeling washed over her. After pondering for a moment, she tentatively proposed. Then, Ming, why not issue her a divorce decree, granting her freedom? Please do not harm her. Mama Xia immediately chimed in, yes. To conspire against the Lord, repeatedly uttering vile words, is utterly disgraceful and morally corrupt. The Lord should divorce her and expel her from the royal residence, lest she further taint its sanctity.
Empress gase deepened.
And after a moment's consideration, he coldly commanded, prepare paper and ink. Mama Xia quickly procured the materials, laying out the rice paper and inkstone. Hemming grasped the brush, his strokes powerful and commanding as he inscribed a decree. He lifted the divorce paper and handed it to his personal bodyguard, Fei Mu, instructing, deliver this decree to Feng Qingqing and expel her from the royal residence. Understood. Fei Mu stepped forward to accept the decree, striding towards the exit. Feng Qingqing was filled with joy. Feng Qingqing was finally leaving. Even if she did not die, as a divorced princess burdened with a child, she would never enjoy a good life. From then on, she would be the esteemed Princess Yongning, while Feng Qingqing would merely be a discarded and wretched woman. Suddenly, a chilling voice interjected, who is being expelled from the royal residence? The room's occupants turned in astonishment, their eyes widening in disbelief. There stood Feng Zhaoge, cradling an infant in one arm, striding confidently into the room. Clad in a white brocade garment, her long hair elegantly pinned up with a wooden hairpin, she appeared clean and composed. Once frail and haggard, her face now bore a renewed vitality, despite still being speckled with freckles. No longer did she bow her head in humility. Instead, she held her head high, radiating confidence. A beauty mark at the corner of her eye added an air of defiance. Holding the child, her back remained naturally straight, exuding the aura of a general. Her presence both cool and commanding. The adorable infant gazed curiously at the world with bright eyes. The sight of this mother and child was striking, captivating all who beheld it. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, incredulous. Who is this? Is this truly the former princess, Feng Qingqing? Mama Xia was equally taken aback. When she had last seen Feng Qingqing, she had been bloodied and disheveled. How could she have transformed so dramatically in such a short time? Feng Qingqing's eyelids twitched violently. How could Feng Qingqing have changed so much? The once plain and timid woman had undergone such a transformation. Only Hemming remained as aloof and cold as ever. Casting a dispassionate glance at Feng Qingqing before coldly stating, "You have arrived just in time. Take this divorce decree and immediately leave the royal residence." Fei Mu stepped forward, disgust evident on his face as he presented the decree. Although Feng Qingqing's demeanor and appearance had transformed, she still bore the scars of her past. Her skin was aged and freckled, nowhere near the beauty of Feng Qingqing. Such a figure was unworthy of being the Princess Yongning. Feng Zhaoge glanced at the divorce decree handed to her by Fei Mu, noting the bold and vigorous calligraphy that read, "Feng Qingqing is rude and overbearing, mistreating her servants and defying her husband, a person of notorious misdeeds. Thus, this decree is issued to expel her from the Yongning royal residence." Feng Zhaoge let out a cold laugh. What a rude and overbearing individual, what notorious misdeeds. After 7 years of diligent service, this is the treatment I receive? Moreover, in the Eastern Xia Kingdom, a divorce decree is publicly announced, particularly one issued by the royal family. Should she leave with this decree, her reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and she would be subjected to scorn wherever she went. Her eyes turned cold as she reached for the decree. Then, before everyone present, she tore the decree into shreds, crumpling it into a ball and disdainfully tossing it towards Di Hemming. If you wish to divorce me, so be it. But the decree must state, I, Feng Qingqing, have diligently managed the royal residence for 7 years, wholeheartedly devoted to my lord, yet you, Di Hemming, are heartless and unyielding, cruelly slaying wife and child. It was only after your failure to murder with the help of the treacherous Feng Qingqing that you decided to abandon your wife. It is not I, Feng Qingqing, who has turned away from you. You cannot simply kick me aside, as if I were a dog. The clear and powerful voice resonated, exuding an air of unyielding authority. The onlookers stared in astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief. How dare Feng Qingqing speak to the prince in such a manner, daring to challenge him so audaciously? Feng Zhaoge added, moreover, the brutal acts of abuse over the past 9 days have nearly led to Feng Qingqing's demise, leaving her internal organs chilled and her stomach afflicted with illness, a condition that would take a decade to recuperate from. You owe her a compensation of 150,000 taels of silver. In the Eastern Xia Kingdom, that amount equates to approximately 30 million yuan in modern currency. Di Hemming's expression froze, his demeanor turning icy. The usually timid Feng Qingqing had the audacity to demand 150,000 taels? To even instruct him to write a divorce decree? He scoffed derisively. Feng Qingqing, do not forget that I once offered you a chance to withdraw from our engagement, yet you insisted on marrying into the royal family. This predicament is entirely of your own making. You have reaped what you have sown. Feng Zhaoge suddenly let out a cold, mocking laugh. Indeed, you urged me to withdraw from the engagement, but that was solely because you feared public opinion would label you as disdainful of the Feng family's decline, compelling me to petition the emperor for a cancellation. However, the Feng family has long lost its former glory. Should we propose an engagement, the world would accuse us of being ungrateful, daring to defy the imperial family. Should we offend the emperor, the entire Feng clan would face annihilation. Feng Zhaoge was aware of this backstory from memory. Feng Qingqing was inherently meek and cowardly, lacking the courage to approach the emperor about the engagement, let alone gamble with the lives of her family. Nevertheless, she harbored a faint glimmer of hope that, once married, she might gradually warm Di Hemming's cold heart. In the end, she had paid a heavy price for that slender hope. Yet, Feng Qingqing had committed no heinous acts, nor had she ever harmed anyone. What right did Di Hemming have to seek her and their child's demise? Chapter 12. The Arrival of the Pesticide. The mere thought of these injustices ignited a fierce flame within Feng Zhaoge, a soldier of noble character. She fixed her gaze upon Di Hemming, asserting, You continually blame Feng Qingqing for refusing to withdraw from the engagement, yet you lack the courage to do so yourself. What right do you have to place all the blame on a woman? Furthermore, in the Eastern Xia Kingdom, marriage is bound by parental decree and imperial edict. I am not a third party, nor have I ever disrupted your relationship. Rather, I have endured 7 years of torment due to your infidelity. What gives you the authority to accuse me or threaten my life? Even concerning this child. Feng Zhaoge glanced at the infant she held, a cold smile gracing her lips. You claim this child is superfluous. That night, you were under the influence of a drug, coerced into my bed. But in such a vast royal residence, am I the only woman? As a prince, do you not have the means to solve your own problems? Her chilling inquiries rang out one by one. The crowd fell into an eerie silence, all rendered speechless. How could Feng Qingqing, a mere woman, dare utter such words? Feng Zhaoge continued to stare at Di Hemming, asserting, Ultimately, it is you who defied the imperial decree and abandoned our engagement. It was you who, under the influence of drugs, intruded into my room, resulting in this child. You have an obligation to take responsibility for this matter and for this child. You have no right to cast me out of the palace. Her voice was resolute and resonant. Di Hemming's fist clenched tightly in anger, his expression dark as a chasm. How had Feng Qingqing become so articulate? It seemed he had been too lenient. Today, he would see her dead. With that, he raised his hand, channeling his inner strength, and struck fiercely toward Feng Zhaoge, filled with murderous intent. Yet Feng Zhaoge, cradling the child, nimbly dodged to the side. No one witnessed how she evaded the blow. In the blink of an eye, she was several meters away from her original position. The vase at the point of impact shattered into fragments, standing amidst the dust with the tender infant in her arms. She remained unharmed, her posture straight, neither humble nor arrogant. The onlookers gaped in disbelief. struggling to comprehend how Feng Zhaoge had evaded the attack of the Eastern Xia Kingdom's foremost warrior. When had she acquired such agility and reflexes? Feng Qingqing, perplexed, furrowed her brow. Having grown up alongside Feng Qingqing, she had never witnessed such swiftness. A sense of unease began to swell within her, fueling her desire to eliminate Feng Qingqing immediately. She cast a pleading glance toward the hidden shadow guards. Trained by Di Hemming, these elite bodyguards typically operated in secrecy. Upon witnessing Feng Qingqing's defiance of the prince, 10 shadow guards emerged swiftly, brandishing their cold swords and lunging toward her. The glinting blades closed in on Feng Qingqing from all directions. Just as they were about to pierce her, Feng Zhaoge suddenly produced a small green pesticide bottle, spinning around and splashing its contents onto everyone present. Instantly, a colorless, oily substance coated the shadow guards. Some had their hair soaked, others wetting their hands, while some had their faces smeared. Within moments, they experienced dizziness, their bodies collapsing uncontrollably, muscles spasming violently. Their pupils shrank rapidly, transforming into slits. While they foamed at the mouth, the servants and maids gasped in utter shock, bewildered by the sight. The once timid Feng Qingqing had resorted to poison? What kind of toxin was this? How could it incapacitate the invulnerable shadow guards? Moreover, what language was inscribed on the small bottle she held? Why could they not understand a single word, nor recognize any symbol? Only Feng Zhaoge knew that the Chinese characters inscribed read, "Didaway," a highly toxic pesticide. It was a super-concentrated version she had concocted. Just a single drop on the skin, and even the greatest physician would be powerless to help. Chapter 13. The New Me. Standing amidst the crowd, Feng Zhaoge's cold gaze swept over everyone as she declared, "Remember, I am no longer the Feng Qingqing you once abused and tormented. That version of me perished in the delivery room. The woman before you now is a demon risen from the depths of hell. Unless I choose death, none of you shall lay a finger on me." Her voice rang clear and resolute, her fragile frame and freckled visage contrasting starkly with the undeniable aura of power she exuded, unwavering and proud.
The Hemming's countenance darkened.
How had Feng Qingqing become so audacious? She appeared utterly transformed from the woman he once knew. Feng Zhaoge met his probing gaze, tossing the pesticide bottle at his feet. "You will either write the divorce decree I just requested and allow me to leave, or you will grant me the respect due to the Princess of Yongning. As long as you refuse to compromise, I shall not retreat in shame. Should you dare to insult me further, I cannot guarantee how many more will perish in your household." After her proclamation, she fixed Di Hemming with a deep stare, then turned to leave, cradling the child. As she reached the door, a thought struck her, and she glanced back at Feng Qingqing, her lips curling into a sly smile as she warned, "Persuade him wisely, otherwise. As long as he has not written my divorce decree, I shall remain the Princess of Yongning, while you will forever be just a lowly mistress, unworthy of the stage. The burdens you have inflicted upon me will one day be repaid 100-fold. With her chilling words laced with both disdain and a hint of frost, she finally walked away without looking back. Clad in pristine white, the sun's radiant rays illuminated her figure, transforming her into a warrior stepping into the light, akin to a resilient poplar in the vast desert. In her arms, the little infant beamed with an extraordinary radiance, even humming at them with an air of pride. Feng Qingqing's face turned pale, completely overwhelmed by the palpable pressure emanating from Feng Zhaoge. It was bewildering. Feng Qingqing, who had always been timid and an unloved, unattractive consort, now exuded such an imposing aura. How could she, a mere concubine, dare to be so brazen? After all, she was her sister. Di Hemming also found himself momentarily entranced, feeling as though her presence was blindingly brilliant, almost to the point of wanting to crush her. After a while, Feng Qingqing regained her composure and noticed Di Hemming fixated on Feng Qingqing's retreating figure, causing her grip on his arm to tighten. He had never before acknowledged Feng Qingqing openly, yet now he seemed captivated. That ugly wretch, that seductress. Suppressing her loathing, she grasped Di Hemming's arm and pleaded, "Ah Ming, please heed my sister's advice. I am genuinely concerned she may harm more innocent souls. I do not desire the title of consort. I have never cared for such trivial accolades. All I wish for is to be by your side." Her words were laced with understanding and earnestness. Di Hemming diverted his gaze to her, softening slightly as he replied, "Do not worry. The position of consort is rightfully yours. As for her..." A flicker of malevolence crossed his eyes as he commanded Feimu, "Issue a decree. Do not provoke her in the coming days. But she must not be treated as a consort by anyone in the estate. Employ further measures to ensure she leaves of her own accord." Even without direct confrontation, he possessed ample means to make her life unbearable. Moreover, Feng Qingqing's refusal to be cast aside clearly indicated her lingering affection for him, albeit masked by new schemes to capture his attention. If he remained indifferent, deprived of his affection, she would inevitably come crawling back, begging for his favor. A profound glimmer passed through Feng Qingqing's eyes. Since Di Hemming had taken action, she could only observe quietly for now. Should he remain unable to act decisively, then she would intervene. Feimu promptly mobilized personnel to orchestrate matters and clean up the scene. Alas, even with imperial physicians present, the lives of the 10 individuals could not be preserved. That day, the entire palace echoed with whispers of the ugly consort Feng Qingqing possessing a lethal poison, capable of claiming lives with a single drop, capable of ending dozens of lives with a mere touch. Coupled with the knowledge that she had survived a previous abdominal incision, the populace regarded her as a demon, shunning her in fear. Some speculated, no wonder the old general named her Feng Zhaoge. Her display of such formidable prowess indeed embodies the spirit of relentless advancement. Feng Zhaoge, cradling the infant, was fortunate enough to overhear the servants' gossip. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. When Feng Qingqing was born, her parents from the military had named her Feng Zhaoge, a name symbolizing vitality and the spirit of triumphant progress. They had hoped she would embody the grace of a commander, thriving in victory. Yet, Feng Qingqing had always been frail and timid, forsaking her true name for the diminutive Feng Qingqing, and had, for a man, rejected her family's counsel, living a life of subservience. To think she shared such a connection with Feng Qingqing. Perhaps her arrival as Feng Zhaoge in this era was fate, a serendipitous intertwining of destinies. Henceforth, she would be Feng Zhaoge, shedding the frail identity of Feng Qingqing. After enduring torment, subsisting on scraps, and sleeping on a bed of blood, she would settle the score with those who had wronged her. Chapter 14. Diverging lives. As Feng Zhaoge traversed the narrow path, a maid suddenly appeared, her eyes wide with excitement. "Consort, you are alive. You truly are alive. What a relief." Feng Zhaoge regarded her with curiosity. The maid was covered in dust and cobwebs, her body marked with numerous whip scars. This was Jimon, the original owner's personal maid, who had devoted 20 years to serving Feng Qingqing. On the day of her delivery, she had been dragged off to the woodshed and must have suffered greatly. From her memories, it was clear that for 2 decades, Jimon had selflessly dedicated herself to Feng Qingqing, repeatedly advising her that clinging to the prince was unworthy and that she should prioritize herself. Yet, Feng Qingqing had dismissed her, insisting that Jimon did not understand, forbidding her from broaching the subject. Instead, she had instructed Jimon to be diligent and to perform good deeds within the palace. Even when beaten and humiliated, she urged Jimon to remain forgiving, swallowing her grievances. For 7 years, Jimon had been treated as a mere servant, forced to endure indignities, even compelled to kneel as a horse to curry favor with those in the estate. A swell of indignation rose within Feng Zhaoge, and it seemed fortuitous that she had someone to care for. She turned to Jimon and said, "It is good that you have emerged. There is no need to endure anymore. Whatever hardships you have faced, you may share with me. Together, we shall forge a different life." Jimon's eyes instantly welled with tears, disbelief written across her face. What did the consort say? In the past, did she not teach me to bear and endure? Yet today, the consort spoke of offering her a different life? What? Do you not wish for it? Feng Zhaoge retorted. Jimon quickly shook her head vigorously. Of course I wish for it. I am entirely willing. I will do whatever you ask. Feng Zhaoge smiled, embracing the babe as she led Jimon back to the Xinghan courtyard. Their figures moved sequentially, not as if traversing a secluded path, but rather as if stepping toward a splendid life. Upon returning to the Xinghan courtyard, Jimon stepped forward to push open the courtyard door. Suddenly, with a crash, the wooden door collapsed, hanging askew. Moreover, the yard had been drenched in water, rendering the already barren space a muddy quagmire, utterly unwalkable. The only tree, a solitary ginkgo, shed its withered yellow leaves, amplifying the desolation. Jimon stood frozen, suddenly overwhelmed with the urge to weep. The consort, who was supposed to enjoy the finest treatment, had been relegated to this desolate corner of the palace for 7 long years. It took a full quarter of an hour to traverse from the main courtyard here. She had resided in this forsaken place for 7 years, and now her only humble abode had been reduced to such a state. Clearly, this was a deliberate act of malice. They were being bullied mercilessly. Jimon's voice quivered with emotion. Feng Zhaoge observed with an impassive expression. It was evident that this was Di Hemming's doing, an attempt to drive her away through such means. But why should the original owner, who had devoted herself for 7 years, be forced to depart in such disgrace? Why should she bear the burden of a tarnished reputation? No woman who has been wronged should be cast out with nothing, allowing a scoundrel to trample upon her dignity. Even should she leave, she ought to reclaim what is rightfully hers, departing with her head held high. Having just traversed into this ancient era, she was on unstable ground but had ample time to see who would ultimately prevail. Firmly resolved, Feng Zhaoge stepped into the room, rummaged through a scroll of edicts, and handed it to Jimon, instructing, "Go to the storeroom and claim all necessary provisions to enhance the courtyard and improve our living conditions. All food and supplies must meet the standards of a consort. Should anyone object, use this edict against them." Upon seeing the edict, Jimon's countenance brightened once more. This was a decree from the late emperor, granting marriage. With this edict, all would bow in respect. The edict served as the most direct proof that Feng Zhaoge was indeed the rightful consort. In the past, whenever they had been bullied, she had urged Feng Qingqing to present it, yet Feng Qingqing had always refused to assert her authority, enduring the indignities alone. "This is wonderful, consort. You have finally seen reason. I shall go at once." Chapter 15. The return of the man on that very day, armed with the authority of the edict. Jimon procured firewood, rice, oil, salt, food, clothing, new bedding, and furniture from the palace storeroom. She discarded the filthy bedding and supplies, replacing them with pristine new linens and original wooden furniture. She cleared the overgrown grass from the kitchen, ensuring that all pots, pans, and utensils were adequately stocked. The entire day transformed the once filthy courtyard into a refreshing haven. The kitchen was ablaze with renewed fire, and wisps of smoke gracefully ascended, infusing the previously desolate and dilapidated courtyard with a semblance of life. Feng Zhaoge tended to the infant within the house. In recent days, the baby's lips had become chapped, and her delicate cheeks were dry and taut, her hair appearing particularly parched and yellow. Drawing from her medical kit with mental intent, Feng Zhaoge retrieved an assortment of items: infant formula, multivitamins for young children, lip balm, and moisturizing cream, all of which she had gathered from the modern world. That realm had succumbed to chaos, engulfed in warfare and turmoil. Shopping malls, supermarkets, and large shopping centers lay abandoned, disordered, and neglected. Many had perished in their daily ventures, leaving behind countless items hoarded at home, now useless. During her missions, she had diligently collected anything of potential value she encountered, resulting in a medley of miscellaneous items accumulating within her medical kit over time. Applying lip balm and moisturizing cream to the infant, the dry skin quickly regained a semblance of softness. She prepared the formula and fed it to the baby's cherubic mouth. The little one, with her tiny paws, eagerly grasped the bottle, suckling contentedly, a sight utterly adorable. A wave of sentiment washed over Feng Zhaoge. Perhaps her crossing into this realm was not such a misfortune. At least she could escape the ravages of war and indulge in the leisurely life of nurturing a child. She cherished the tranquility of this world, beneath the azure sky and fluffy, white clouds. After lulling the baby to sleep, she dedicated herself to transforming the courtyard. The yard was expansive, composed entirely of muddy earth, rendered a quagmire by deliberate splashing of water. She erected fences to demarcate areas and laid a stone path down the center. As she contemplated what to plant, she recalled the memories of her predecessor. Di Hemming loathed cacti above all else, and coincidentally, her medical kit contained a vast expanse of them. Seizing the opportunity while Branch was in the kitchen preparing a meal, she telepathically relocated all the cacti to the courtyard. The more than 100-square-meter yard now brimmed with cacti, standing tall like cylindrical swords, adorned with sharp thorns, exuding a formidable presence. When Branch emerged with the meal, her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of so many cacti. "Where did you acquire all these, Your Highness?" Feng Zhaoge casually fabricated an excuse. "From the back mountain." Branch furrowed her brow. While it was true that a desolate mountain lay behind the courtyard, she could not recall any cacti. However, that mattered little. "Your Highness, the prince despises cacti. With so many here, he'll likely never return to Xinghan courtyard." "That would be for the best. It would be peaceful." Feng Zhaoge remained unfazed, her tone imbued with nonchalance. Branch was taken aback. The young lady, who once adored the prince to the point of despair, now seemed indifferent. She felt that the current Feng Zhaoge was a stark contrast to the former, though her visage remained unchanged. Yet, she found herself fond of the present version of her mistress and cheerfully returned to her task of making soup. Feng Zhaoge continued her work with the cactus nutrient solution. She remained oblivious to the fact that within the crib, the little girl had opened her eyes, her sparkling gaze exploring with curiosity. A shadow flitted from the window, landing gracefully beside the crib. Concealed behind an ebony mask, only his profound eyes were visible. As his gaze fell upon the infant, the previously icy depths of his eyes were tinged with complexity. The baby, upon seeing him, seemed overjoyed, lifting her tiny hand to grasp his. The man, typically aloof, allowed her to seize his large hand. His hands bore the marks of battle, yet their elegance was undeniable. Though he was not a gentle soul, he exerted effort to suppress the imposing aura of nobility that surrounded him. The infant was unperturbed, playing joyfully with his fingers. Her sparkling eyes filled with delight. Outside, the sun began its descent, casting a gentle golden hue over the world. After distributing the nutrient solution to each cactus, Feng Zhaoge entered the room to check on the child. Upon entering, she acutely sensed the lingering essence of a man in the air, an essence identical to that of the man who had previously bestowed inner strength upon her. Had he visited again? Why did he always depart stealthily after each visit? What secrets compelled him to conceal himself? "Your Highness, the meal is ready," Branch called out. Feng Zhaoge returned to the present, placing the infant in the stroller and wheeling it outside. The simple wooden table was laden with chicken soup, stewed pig's trotters, and fragrant mushroom porridge, all nourishing dishes. She settled at the stone table, and the trio sat beneath the golden ginkgo tree, dining together. Surrounded by the verdant cacti, the atmosphere was exceedingly tranquil and comfortable. Chapter 16. Her father is dead. Dressed in a black cloak, Hemming passed by and beheld this scene. He perched upon a distant tree, his brows knitted in confusion. Today, Feimu had specifically altered the entrance and courtyard of Xinghan courtyard. He had anticipated that Feng Zhaoge would be enduring a wretched existence, yet he was astonished to find her living so leisurely. Moreover, the courtyard was teeming with cacti. Feng Qingqing was well aware of his aversion to cacti and had meticulously ensured that over the past 7 years, any such plants sent or purchased were promptly discarded. Yet now, she had planted so many? Was she truly intent on keeping him at bay? He felt an inkling of disbelief, continuing to scrutinize Feng Zhaoge, hoping to uncover a flaw. Yet, she savored her meal, engaging in light-hearted conversation with Branch, even toasting with tea to celebrate their survival and the demise of his guards. Her smile radiated genuine delight and composure, entirely lacking any semblance of pretense. After the meal, Feng Zhaoge retired early with the child, securing the door from within. Hemming heard the creak of the door, and his brows furrowed deeper, his gaze darkening. Feng Zhaoge had retired so soon? At this hour, she typically awaited him at the courtyard entrance, longing for his favor day after day. But now, had she truly changed, or was it a ruse to capture his attention? Hemming suspected the latter. Everything was merely her ploy. How amusing. He was eager to see how long she could maintain this facade. Eventually, the truth would reveal itself. As he took flight, he remained unaware that he was mistaken. In the following days, Feng Zhaoge busied herself either with the baby or engaging in healthful exercises within the courtyard, or further enhancing the yard. She even utilized the imperial decree to procure everything she was entitled to, living life to the fullest, carefree and untroubled. At no point did she think of him, not even for a second, on a particularly sunny day. Feng Zhaoge retrieved a large pane of glass from her medical kit to fashion a bronze vanity mirror. However, when she sat before the transparent mirror and beheld her reflection, she was taken aback. It was her first time seeing herself so clearly since her arrival in this world. The face that stared back was nearly identical to the one she had in the modern era, yet entirely different. Despite her efforts to care for her skin over the past few days, it remained dull and sagging, with pronounced nasolabial folds and dark circles under her eyes. Most alarmingly, her cheeks were speckled with numerous freckles, dense and unsightly, rendering her appearance far from flattering. though in her early 20s. She resembled a woman in her 30s or 40s, a frumpy, unattractive housewife. Feng Zhaoge suddenly comprehended why others deemed her ugly, why they loathed her as the ugly consort, and why Di Hemming regarded her with disdain. For 7 long years, Feng Qingqing had sought to please everyone around her, neglecting to care for herself. If she did not love herself, how could she expect others to? With a resolute gaze, she focused on the reflection in the mirror. From that moment forth, she would no longer be Feng Qingqing, but rather the self-loving Feng Zhaoge. She prepared some medical-grade blemish removal products in her medical kit, only to discover that she needed superior pearls as a catalyst. Unfortunately, the natural pearls in her kit had been depleted. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Zhaoge recalled that the treasury in the royal residence contained numerous pearls. She rose and pushed a simple baby carriage outside. Ji Man hurriedly followed, anxiously advising, "Your Highness, if you need something, let me go instead." She was concerned that Feng Qingqing, who had recently taken residence in the royal palace, might encounter her and cause distress or ridicule. Feng Zhaoge merely scoffed. "What is there to fear? As long as Di Hemming does not fulfill my request for a divorce, I remain the rightful princess consort bestowed by the late emperor. If anyone should be fearful, it is the third party. She would live her life as she wished." After declaring this, Feng Zhaoge pushed the baby carriage directly out of the Xinghan courtyard. Ji Man found her reasoning quite persuasive and quickly caught up to assist with the carriage. Over the past few days, she had grown accustomed to Feng Zhaoge's peculiar items and was particularly familiar with the baby carriage. As Feng Zhaoge strode ahead, Ji Man followed closely behind, maneuvering the black baby carriage, creating an idyllic scene. Along the way, countless servants cast puzzled glances at the carriage, wondering what it was, a contraption capable of transporting a baby with a sunshade? Such an item was entirely foreign to them, yet no one dared to inquire. Recalling how Feng Zhaoge single-handedly eliminated 10 of the prince's hidden guards, everyone kept their distance, afraid to approach. Feng Zhaoge was unperturbed, walking her path with calm and composure. Bored, Ji Man suddenly recalled something. "Your Highness, it seems you have yet to name the little princess. What do you think we should call her?" This reminded Feng Zhaoge of the matter, and after a brief frown, she thoughtfully pondered for 3 seconds before uttering 3 words, Feng Jingwa. Her daughter must learn self-reliance from a young age, needing no man, embodying the spirit of a strong woman. Ji Man's brows furrowed slightly. "But Your Highness, the little princess is a girl, and she should take the prince's surname." Feng Zhaoge retorted, "Who says a girl cannot be called Feng Jingwa? There is no law stipulating that children must inherit their father's surname." Her expression was cool yet earnest. She instructed Ji Man, "Remember, Feng Jingwa has nothing to do with any man. She is solely my child, Feng Zhaoge. Her father is already dead, having perished on the battlefield." Just then, a man's cough interrupted her. Chapter 17. How long can one endure? Feng Zhaoge turned towards the sound to see Di Hemming and Feng Qingqing seated beneath a cluster of blooming white plum trees in the nearby plum grove. Di Hemming, dressed in exquisite black brocade, with his long hair tied up, exuded a noble and imposing aura. His handsome face bore a frosty demeanor, radiating the fierce spirit of a warrior king. Beside him, Feng Qingqing leaned against him, gently patting his chest while offering him a cup of hot tea. Her skin was as delicate as congealed fat, her figure as graceful as a willow, stunningly beautiful, outshining all. It was a picturesque scene of love and tenderness. Simultaneously, Di Hemming and Feng Qingqing observed Feng Zhaoge from the grove. They had seen her approach from a distance. What a sight it was! Feng Zhaoge donned white brocade, with her sleeves tied back, her long hair simply styled in a high bun. Her gait was relaxed yet dignified, her back naturally straight, exuding an innate confidence and competence. Though her face was still dotted with freckles, it was no longer synonymous with the term wronged woman. She strode ahead, with Ji Man pushing the baby carriage behind her, embodying a sense of responsibility and poise that was rare among ordinary women. The mole at the corner of her eye added to her proud demeanor. The baby in the carriage had a chubby, fair face, appearing like a little pet, irresistibly pinchable. The entire tableau was exceedingly pleasing to the eye and refreshing. Feng Qingqing's nails dug into her palms in frustration. Hadn't Di Hemming ordered that Feng Qingqing should no longer have a good life? Why then was she thriving? Her appearance seemed more radiant than ever. Di Hemming was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated Feng Qingqing would only endure more misery due to Fei Mu's troubles. But to his surprise, she appeared more vibrant than before. Typically, whenever he was present, she would behave like a moth drawn to the flame. Yet today, she seemed entirely oblivious to him, even claiming he had perished on the battlefield. Di Hemming's gaze turned icy as he fixated on her. Feng Qingqing. Do you understand the consequences of cursing the current war king? Feng Zhaoge met his gaze without fear, retorting, and do you know the sin of unjustly killing a wife and children? Di Hemming's expression darkened. How dare she speak to him in such a manner? Before he could respond, Feng Zhaoge continued, let us go our separate ways. I will not hold you accountable, so do not seek trouble with me. It would only mar my mood. Furthermore, from now on, please address me as Feng Zhaoge. The Feng Qingqing who once loved you is dead. Since the original owner's name was also Feng Zhaoge, she could boldly declare it. After stating her piece, she ignored the pair and walked away. Her aura calm yet assertive. Once she had distanced herself, she remarked to Ji Man, next time, choose a more secluded path to avoid encountering scoundrels. It's bad luck. Di Hemming's eyes turned cold. Previously, she would only seek his favor, clinging to him. Yet now she had spoken so harshly. If this was a facade, how long would she continue to maintain it? Feng Qingqing clutched the silk handkerchief tightly. She sensed a change in Feng Zhaoge, a complete transformation. Like a withered flower suddenly blooming with audacious brilliance. But how could a discarded, unattractive concubine rise again? She could not allow this. Concealing her murderous intent, she clutched Di Hemming's arm and suggested, Ming, why not give her double the silver to leave the palace? With her here, she is always opposing you. And I worry for your health. No need. I want to see how long she can endure. Di Hemming replied, comforting her, be patient. There will come a day when she will leave the palace on her own. A discarded concubine has no right to take anything from the palace. Feng Qingqing frowned. While that may be the case, she was about to speak when Di Hemming, disturbed by the commotion, lost his interest in appreciating the flowers. He told Feng Qingqing, I have an appointment. I will meet someone tomorrow at Shuayan Pavilion. You continue to enjoy the flowers. Sueju, take good care of Qingqing, he instructed before departing. Watching his retreating figure, Feng Qingqing's gaze darkened. Di Hemming was willing to wait, but she could not. Previously, he had never paid Feng Zhaoge any mind, yet recently, he had glanced her way several times. Her unease intensified, and she whispered to Sueju, make arrangements for me. Find the oldest, ugliest, fattest, most repulsive man. Sueju frowned at her request, but the princess has just given birth and endured a tear. She may not have fully recovered. What's that to me? I want her to suffer. The more she is ruined, the better. Feng Qingqing's eyes glinted with malicious calculation. She was determined to destroy Feng Zhaoge swiftly. She would give Di Hemming a legitimate reason to divorce Feng Zhaoge and ensure he would never again harbor feelings for that vixen. Chapter 18. Unknown toxin. Meanwhile, after Feng Zhaoge and Ji Man had walked a considerable distance, Ji Man remarked, Your Highness, your retort earlier was simply magnificent. However, this time, the path chosen by the servant was indeed secluded. Yet, unexpectedly, the prince, who was typically indifferent to the frivolities of romance, brought the second young lady here. Feng Zhaoge's lips curved into a faint smirk as she solemnly advised, Ji Man, remember, in this world, there is no man who is entirely oblivious to the charms of romance. Rather, it is simply that he finds such pursuits unworthy of his attention, unlike you. Ji Man furrowed her brows, finding the statement somewhat profound. Nevertheless, she understood the intention behind it. She had no desire to marry, wishing only to remain by her mistress's side. Content with the pearls she had selected, Feng Zhaoge deliberately took a different route back to Xinghan Courtyard. Upon her return, she began preparing facial masks, even making one for Ji Man, diligently caring for their skin. She also took out a skin-tightening device from her medical kit to enhance her complexion. After a meticulous session, their skin exhibited noticeable improvements. Ji Man was filled with curiosity. When did the princess acquire such medical skills? During this period, the princess had been producing an increasingly bizarre array of items, including baby formula, strollers, diapers, and facial masks. At that moment, Sueyu entered, her demeanor neither warm nor cold, stating, The prince and Miss Qingqing have requested your presence at the Shuayan tea house tomorrow at noon to discuss the divorce. Feng Zhaoge frowned. Did they already feel compelled to discuss the divorce so soon? Had her presence today been an eyesore? She did not dwell on it further and replied, all right. What she truly desired was to obtain the compensation rightfully belonging to Feng Qingqing, severing ties with that scoundrel. The following day, Shuiyun Tea House was an upscale establishment within Chongling City, frequented by nobility and affluent merchants. To avoid unnecessary attention, Feng Zhaoge dressed very simply.
Siman.
Cradling a small infant, followed closely behind, whispering, "Mistress, you could wear a veil." Although no one seemed to recognize Feng Zhaoge as the princess, Jiman still worried about her complexion, especially with how beautiful Feng Qingqing was. She did not want Feng Zhaoge to be at a disadvantage during their negotiation. However, Feng Zhaoge dismissed the concern, stating, "I do not rely on my looks for sustenance. There is no shame in an unremarkable appearance, and there is no need for concealment. You go with Feng Jingwa to purchase some clothing and await my news."
No.
Jiman immediately objected. "Princess, let me accompany you. What if they bully you alone?" Feng Zhaoge regarded Jiman, scanning her from head to toe. "Are you certain that accompanying me will be of assistance, rather than a hindrance?"
Siman coughed softly.
"Well then, be cautious, my lady." She could only offer her worried reminder. The infant, watching Feng Zhaoge's retreating figure, clapped with unrestrained delight, seemingly aware that a spectacle was about to unfold. Jiman frowned. Was this child truly hers? Why was there not a hint of concern? On the upper floor of Shuiyun, Feng Zhaoge was searching for a private room when she caught sight of a shadowy figure passing around the corner. The figure exuded an air of nobility and mystery. Reacting swiftly, she hurried after it, only to find the corridor empty. Could have been her imagination? Lost in thought, a greasy voice called out, "Finally, you've arrived, ugly girl. I've been waiting for you." Feng Zhaoge turned to see a man seated in the private room. He was grotesquely rotund, with a shiny, repulsive face. The air was thick with an overpowering scent of incense. Feng Zhaoge turned to leave, but the man grasped her arm, pulling her closer. "Don't leave, little girl. Though your face is indeed ugly, your figure is quite appealing," he leered, his hand reaching toward her. Feng Zhaoge glanced at his repulsive hand, raising her own to swat it away, but was suddenly overcome by a wave of dizziness. Her medical kit emitted a series of alarming beeps. Unknown toxin detected. Immediate treatment required. Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow. Unknown toxin? It must have been a rare ancient toxin, unrecognized by her kit, which lacked the necessary antidote. As she pondered, the man had already pushed her into a nearby chair, his eyes burning with desire. Predictably, he had also been poisoned, and they had both been afflicted by the most vile of toxins. Indeed, her body began to heat up, discomfort rippling through her. A chill of realization washed over Feng Zhaoge. This was the true intention of Feng Qingqing and Di Himing. They had summoned her under the pretense of negotiation. But in reality, they sought to ruin her, aiming to tarnish her reputation and expel her from the royal residence disgracefully. And here, in this tea house, where the foot traffic was abundant, should this be discovered, the entire capital would learn of the scandal, that the esteemed princess of Yongning was engaged in an affair with a rogue. Her reputation would be irreparably shattered, leaving her forever unable to hold her head high, perhaps even subjecting her to a fate worse than death. How despicable, how malicious. As Feng Zhaoge contemplated, the man, driven by the effects of the toxin, eagerly tore open her collar. An icy glint flickered in her eyes as a silver needle appeared in her hand. With a swift motion, she thrust the needle into his Bai Hui acupoint. The man, who had been so aggressive, suddenly fell limp, collapsing to the ground. From the shadows, Feng Qingqing observed, her brow furrowed in confusion. How could this be? How did Feng Zhaoge know how to use silver needles? And how could one needle incapacitate such a robust man? At that moment, Feng Zhaoge kicked the corpulent man aside, rising from her seat. Her gaze fell coldly upon Feng Qingqing, who was nestled in the far corner. The look in her eyes, a mix of drug-induced daze and chilling resolve, resembled that of a vengeful spirit rising from the depths of hell. Feng Qingqing felt a cold sweat trickle down her back, panic and shock overtaking her. How did Feng Zhaoge know she was there? She had chosen the most secluded corner, only revealing a narrow gap. It was supposed to be well concealed. With no trace left behind, how could Feng Zhaoge possibly have discovered her? Unbeknownst to her, Feng Zhaoge, as a military doctor, had undergone specialized training and possessed remarkable counter-surveillance skills. If someone were watching her from the shadows, she could accurately pinpoint their location through instinct alone. Feng Qingqing had assumed Feng Zhaoge would take some action, but to her surprise, Feng Zhaoge strode toward another private room. the one where Di Himing was located. A shiver ran down her spine. What could Feng Zhaoge possibly want with Di Himing at this moment, if she revealed today's events? Moreover, the toxin within Feng Zhaoge had yet to be neutralized. Although her body grew increasingly uncomfortable, she gritted her teeth and made her way to the private room. Flinging open the curtain, there sat Di Himing, leisurely sipping tea at a jade table, seemingly awaiting someone. She scoffed, "What a refined taste you have." Di Himing looked up, surprised to see Feng Zhaoge burst in. Her meticulously arranged hair was slightly disheveled, and her clothing was a tad undone. Her complexion appeared even fairer and firmer than the previous day, concealing her freckles more effectively. A faint flush adorned her cheeks, almost rendering her mesmerizing. He frowned. "What brings you here, and in such a state?" Feng Zhaoge smirked icily. "Not only am I here, but I also bring you a gift." With that, she produced a blue pill from her hand, flicking it toward Di Himing. Caught off guard by her sudden fury, he had no time to react as the pill flew straight into his mouth, dissolving instantly without chance for expulsion. He stared at Feng Zhaoge, demanding, "What have you made me ingest?" "Rest assured, it's merely tit for tat," Feng Zhaoge replied, her lips curling with cold determination. The pill contained hydroxyl butyrate among other components, commonly known as party water. It acted swiftly, and within mere moments, Di Himing began to feel waves of heat surging through his body, accompanied by an uncontrollable sense of euphoria and impulsiveness. Feng Zhaoge curved her lips slightly, seizing the moment when the poison was still in its nascent stage, and turned to leave. In Di Heming's hazy vision, all he could perceive was her tall silhouette departing, her disheveled hair adding an alluring femininity to her presence. Particularly striking was the inherent chill within her, evoking an irresistible desire to conquer. Setting aside the freckles adorning her face, her figure was undeniably exquisite. Suddenly, he rose and approached, wrapping his arm around Feng Zhaoge's waist, forcefully drawing her into his embrace. "Feng Qingqing, your recent tactics of feigned retreat are commendable, as you wish." With that, he pressed her against the wall, his powerful hand imprisoning her waist, granting her no chance to escape. Lowering his head, he leaned in to kiss her. From a distance, Feng Qingqing watched with narrowed pupils. How could Di Himing wish to kiss Feng Zhaoge? How could he be willing to engage in such acts with her? Absolutely not. She immediately stepped forward. With her back against the wall and his imposing figure before her, Feng Zhaoge felt her space severely restricted. As he drew nearer, the thick scent of masculinity filled her nostrils. The toxins within her surged and boiled, yet this did not imply that she would succumb indiscriminately. The proximity of a scoundrel like Di Himing made her feel nauseated. Just as Di Himing was about to close the distance, Feng Zhaoge raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap across his face. The force was so great that he was taken aback, his head snapping to the side, a fiery pain igniting on his cheek. His back stiffened, a mixture of anger and astonishment rising within him. Feng Zhaoge actually struck him? In the past, she had pleaded for his affection, and now she was resisting him, and even hitting him? In that fleeting moment of distraction, Feng Zhaoge pushed him away and coldly declared, "Scoundrels deserve to be matched with harlots, so they can be as inseparable as glue. Just wait." With that, she stepped outside, coincidentally spotting Feng Qingqing approaching the corridor. Without granting Feng Qingqing a chance to speak, Feng Zhaoge swiftly shoved a happiness pill into her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, leaving no time for any reaction. Panic-stricken, Feng Qingqing furrowed her brows and asked, "What have you fed me? What are you planning?" Feng Zhaoge's red lips curled into a stunning smile. "Do you not wish to be the rightful woman of Di Himing? I shall fulfill your wish." With that, she dragged Feng Qingqing towards the elegant chamber where Di Himing resided. In an instant, Feng Qingqing grasped her intent, her expression changing dramatically. Feng Zhaoge intended for her to engage in indiscretions with Di Himing at the tea house. But how could this be? She was the third beauty of the capital, a paragon of grace and propriety in everyone's eyes. How could she tarnish her reputation in such a manner? Moreover, she had yet to publicly acknowledge her relationship with Di Himing, and he was still her brother-in-law. If the entire city were to find out, her reputation would be irreparably destroyed. Feng Qingqing attempted to struggle, but her body had become strangely unresponsive, utterly beyond her control. As she wrestled, she cried out, "Feng Zhaoge. No, sister, you cannot treat me this way. You are my sister. When you plotted against me, harmed my child, and doused me with cold water, Did you ever consider that I am your sister? Now, calling me sister is too late. Feng Zhaoge retorted, forcefully pushing her into Di Heming's elegant chamber and directly into his embrace. Under the influence of the happiness pill, Di Heming's rationality was gradually consumed. His forehead throbbed with veins, exuding the brutal ferocity characteristic of a man. Upon being pushed towards him, Feng Qingqing could feel the heat radiating from his skin through their clothing. She struggled desperately, Ming, no. We cannot fall into my sister's trap here. Di Heming paid no heed to her words, his gaze fixated on her, and in his hazy state, he seemed to see the icy, proud visage of Feng Zhaoge. Parting his thin lips, he declared, "You are my woman. You have no right to resist." With that, he pinned her against the wall. As he caressed Feng Qingqing, his mind conjured the image of Feng Zhaoge's proud and cold demeanor. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Zhaoge elegantly smiled. "I wish you both a delightful time." Having bestowed her heartless blessing, she turned and descended the stairs. Downstairs, numerous young masters were leisurely sipping tea and engaging in conversation, none paying any mind to her ordinary appearance. Feng Zhaoge casually found a secluded spot to sit. The poison within her continued to boil, her body growing increasingly uncomfortable, akin to being trapped in a blazing furnace. With no antidote in her medical kit, she could only retrieve a silver needle and drive it forcefully into the tip of her middle finger. The sharp pain from the needle was excruciating, yet she persevered, inserting it a full half-inch. Soon, black blood began to flow from the vacuum of the needle, dripping onto the ground drop by drop. As the black blood oozed forth, the toxins within her body were finally being expelled. Gazing at the pool of black blood, her eyes deepened with resolve. They sought to ruin her reputation? Then she would ensure that they became infamous, notorious. Feng Qingqing and Di Heming owed her, as well as Feng Qingqing, a debt that was due to be repaid. Before long, a cacophony of intense sounds erupted from upstairs, accompanied by the cries of women. The raucous noise caused many to blush and leave, while others with thicker skin jeered, "Who dares to engage in such acts in broad daylight at a tea-house? Such audacity is astounding. That woman's voice is far too lascivious. Could she be some courtesan? Let's go see." Many murmured, banding together to ascend the stairs. Feng Zhaoge, having purchased a box of pastries, rose and followed, discreetly blending into the crowd. Upon reaching the upper floor, they found the door to the elegant chamber ajar, revealing a man seated in a chair, his clothing slightly disheveled, while a woman sat atop him. Perhaps alerted by the commotion, both turned to look. In that instant, everyone beheld their faces. The man's visage was noble and cold, chiseled as if sculpted, revealing him to be none other than the esteemed Prince Yongning. The woman's beauty was breathtaking, captivating all. Renowned as the third beauty of the capital, Feng Qingqing. A hushed uproar filled the room. Feng Qingqing. Had she not vanished 7 years ago? Was she not the rumored beloved of the War King kept hidden away? The legendary canary raised by the War King was actually Feng Qingqing? But wait. The War King had married the eldest daughter of the Feng family, Feng Qingqing. Feng Qingqing was but a sister taken in and raised by her. How could Feng Qingqing entangle herself with the War King? Was her very existence not a gift from Feng Qingqing? This was utterly treacherous. The crowd whispered cautiously, their conversations revolving solely around Feng Qingqing, constrained by the presence of Prince Yongning. Under the influence of the drug, Feng Qingqing was completely oblivious, still in a daze. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the crowd. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound, revealing a woman in white brocade standing amidst the throng, her box of pastries strewn across the ground. It was Feng Qingqing, the princess of Yongning. Before her lay a mess of pastries, notably the rose cakes that Feng Qingqing adored. Feng Zhaoge fixed her gaze on Feng Qingqing, shock and disbelief washing over her face. "Feng Qingqing? How could it be you?" Her voice was laden with astonishment as she continued, "When you were 3, I rescued you from the snow, and from that day forth, I vowed you were my own sister. Henceforth, I shared all good food and comforts with you. When others bullied you, I stood in front of you as a shield. Even the sole opportunity to learn music and arts from the Feng family, I relinquished for you. 1/3 of the family fortune was directly bequeathed to you. For 19 years, I treated you as my own sister, with heart and soul, yet how could you be with my husband? How could you lead my husband into hiding you away while I, your sister, have waited in anguish for 7 long years?" Her voice resonated with a profound pain that seemed to echo from the depths of her very being. Feng Zhaoge could feel her heart being torn asunder, as though a piece of her flesh had been mercilessly excised. After a moment of restraint, she continued, Feng Qingqing, from this day forth, you shall no longer be my sister. Our bond is severed. We are enemies from now on. With those words, Feng Zhaoge turned and departed. Her figure bore a trace of anguish, yet exuded an air of defiance. Henceforth, she would no longer need to feign sisterly affection towards Feng Qingqing. They could confront matters directly. Chapter 22. A grim fate. D. Hemming had regained some awareness. Upon seeing Feng Zhaoge's departing silhouette, his gaze grew cold and dark. What a cunning Feng Zhaoge! She had spurned such a favorable opportunity and orchestrated a scheme involving him and Feng Qingqing, all while feigning such sorrow. How could he ever have harbored feelings for such a woman? The thought made him nauseous. He would not let this scheming woman escape unscathed. With a wave of his hand, garments nearby flew up, enveloping him and Feng Qingqing. His voice turned icy as he barked at those present, leave. Anyone who dares to discuss this shall face dire consequences. His chilling words were laced with an aura of impending violence, causing everyone to flee in terror. Yet, unbeknownst to them, news spread throughout the entire capital that day. Everyone learned that the golden canary D. Hemming had been nurturing was none other than Feng Qingqing. They also discovered that Feng Qingqing had entangled herself with her own brother-in-law, usurping her sister's man. And this sister, the very one who had rescued her, raised her, and protected her throughout her life. Though Feng Qingqing was not conventionally beautiful, her genuine care for Feng Qingqing was well known. Consequently, Feng Qingqing became synonymous with moral corruption, a lack of virtue, and a heart devoid of gratitude. In Xinghanuan, Feng Zhaoge cradled a baby while Ji-man carried back some children's garments and pastries. After placing everything down, Ji-man exclaimed joyfully, how wonderful! Feng Qingqing has finally received her comeuppance, revealing her true colors to many. This is the price she must pay for bullying the young miss for 7 long years. Do not rejoice too soon. With D. Hemming's temperament, this matter will not easily be resolved, Feng Zhaoge replied, handing the baby to Ji-man. Ji-man, clutching the infant, asked with confusion, Miss, what do you mean? Before she could finish, a cold voice from outside interrupted. Wang Fei, the Wangye requests your presence. The tone was frigid, laced with an ominous air. Ji-man's complexion changed dramatically as realization dawned. She understood Feng Zhaoge's implication. In a panic, she looked at Feng Zhaoge and said, Wang Fei, the Wangye seeks to settle the score. What shall we do? He surely won't let you off easily. Perhaps you should escape through the back window with the little princess. And I will take the blame, telling the Wangye that everything is unrelated to you. No need. The word escape has never existed in my vocabulary, Feng Zhaoge declared resolutely. Just take good care of Feng Jingwa. As she spoke, she stepped forward with a dignified demeanor, unafraid. Fei Mu, upon seeing her, furrowed his brows. He had anticipated having to exert effort to capture her, yet here she was, willingly stepping forth. When had she become so bold? Did she truly fear the Wangye not at all? He would wait and see if she could maintain such confidence. He followed her with guards in tow, presenting the appearance of escorting a criminal. Ji-man watched them leave, fretting and pacing in distress. How could she protect the Wang Fei after causing such public disgrace? The infant Feng Jingwa furrowed her brow, her eyes glistening with concern. Spotting Feng Zhaoge's usual medical kit, she grasped a pain relief pill in her chubby little hand, persistently pointing toward the door. Ji-man frowned. Little princess, do you mean for me to go with you? The baby nodded vigorously, her small head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. The usually unflappable child now bore a look of worry. For this time, Feng Zhaoge's fate was indeed perilous. Chapter 23. The War King's intervention in Chengxiayuan. A massive wisteria tree bloomed in layers, casting shadows that obscured the sun. Beneath this tree, at a glass table, Feng Qingqing leaned against D. Hemming's shoulder, tears staining her red eyes as her shoulders trembled. Though she had endured a life of hardship, often labeled as an unwanted orphan, she was beautiful, having crafted an image of a graceful lady. Yet today, countless voices whispered behind her back, denouncing her as morally bankrupt and shameless. Never had she felt such humiliation. It was all Feng Zhaoge's fault. As her sister, how could Feng Zhaoge be so malicious? She vowed that Feng Zhaoge would pay dearly. Clenching her fists, tears streamed down her face even more profusely. With a hoarse voice, she implored, Ming, it does not matter. Even if I am disgraced and infamous, I do not mind. Please do not harm my sister. She surely did not mean it. D. Hemming gazed at her tear-streaked face, his heart swelling with anger. You needn't plead for her. I shall not let her off. He wiped her tears away, his voice carrying an undercurrent of menace. Upon entering, Feng Zhaoge witnessed this tender scene, unable to restrain herself. If you are so affectionate, why not marry her, Wang Ye? Although her reputation prevents her from becoming a Wang Fei, she could serve as a concubine, at least silencing the gossip. D. Hemming's expression darkened. Feng Zhaoge. The name was nearly spat from his lips. He had indulged her too much recently, allowing her to become so arrogant and uncontrollable. With a sweeping motion, he sent forth dozens of flying daggers from his sleeve, whistling through the air toward Feng Zhaoge. The daggers, slender and sharp, glimmered ominously. A multitude flew toward her head, heart, and legs, leaving no room for escape. Feng Zhaoge narrowed her eyes. Though she had anticipated D. Hemming's aggression, she did not expect such ferocity. Fortunately, everything was part of her plan. As the daggers approached, she swiftly crouched to evade them, executing flips and agile turns, her lithe form weaving through the barrage. Most of the daggers sailed past her, though some grazed her clothing, leaving behind crimson streaks. One particularly sharp dagger pierced through her earlobe as she turned, leaving a small hole and blood flowing profusely. The pain caused her to furrow her brow. Amidst her injuries, D. Hemming sat with Feng Qingqing, coldly observing the spectacle. A woman had managed to evade so many daggers? Only when one struck her ear did his expression soften slightly. He raised his sleeve to shield Feng Qingqing's eyes, fearing she would be frightened. As Feng Zhaoge stood resiliently, despite her wounds, she caught sight of this moment. Enduring the pain, she curled her lips into a sardonic smile. The illustrious war king resorts to violence upon their first meeting, yet has he sought to understand the truth of the matter? Is he aware of the true nature of the person he is protecting? Her voice was cool, infused with a sense of irony that pierced the soul. If only he knew the truth. Chapter 24. No more yet. D. Hemming merely glanced at Feng Qingqing in his arms. She appeared so delicate and small, her eyes red and filled with distress. She, who should have been a celestial being, had never endured such indignities. His gaze turned icy as it settled on Feng Zhaoge. What Feng Qingqing is not something you can comment on. As for you, D. Hemming's eyes coldly scrutinized her. Though her attire was tattered and disheveled, she stood tall, unyielding and dignified. The bloodstains and the crimson at her ear only accentuated her fierce resolve. This proud demeanor of hers was nothing short of an eyesore. Lunglungda Shengyin Shangqi, you conspired against Qi and this king, yet show no remorse and attempt to argue. This king will not tolerate you. With that, he raised his hand again. An invisible force suddenly struck Feng Zhaoge. She did not evade, and with a loud thud, her body was sent flying, crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground. A sharp pain pierced her chest, and with a cough, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, a fleeting glimmer of darkness flitted across her eyes. D. Hemming observed with satisfaction as that rebellious figure finally fell. It was as it should be. Before him, no one could maintain their obstinacy. He embraced Feng Qingqing and strode forward, looking down at her from his elevated position. His haughty demeanor resembled that of a master surveying a dog. If you dare to harm Qingqing again, it will not be so simple. I will ensure your demise. His icy voice brimmed with murderous intent, as if addressing an implacable foe. A cold smile flickered in Feng Zhaoge's eyes. To injure her ear and strike her until she bled, and he dares to call it simple?
Ha!
Unfortunately, there will be no next time. D. Hemming failed to perceive the chill within her gaze as he departed with Feng Qingqing in tow. Feng Qingqing, still sobbing, implored, my lord, will my sister die from losing so much blood? Either grant her a swift end, or take care of her properly. Qingqing, do not be overly kind. This king will never treat her well, for she is but a vile dog. The man's voice was frigid and filled with disdain. Feng Qingqing glanced back at Feng Zhaoge, her eyes gleaming with triumph. Huh. This is the price of plotting against her. Did you hear that? Even if Feng Qingqing's reputation is ruined, in D. Hemming's eyes, Feng Zhaoge will always be a dog. Once they departed, the servants in the courtyard cast scornful glances at her, deservedly so. Although Miss Qingqing is with the king behind her back, how could she employ such malicious means to ruin the king and Miss Qingqing's reputations? After raising her for so many years, she is nothing but an ingrate with a heart of a serpent. If only she were a bit more attractive. Would she not have won the king's favor? Is she not allowed to feel jealousy over their love simply because she is ugly? Ugly people are often troublemakers. She deserves it. Everyone chattered disdainfully before departing, unwilling to cast another glance at Feng Zhaoge. Lying coldly on the ground, her frail body resembled that of a beggar on the street, ignored by all. When Jiwan rushed over with Feng Qingqing, she chanced upon this disheartening scene. Feng Zhaoge's clothes were tattered, blood-stained, and her ears bled profusely. Fear gripped her, rendering her voice hoarse as she hurried to lift Feng Zhaoge from the ground. "My lady, what has happened to you? Why is your ear bleeding?" The little child, seeing her mother injured, felt tears welling in her eyes, rolling down her cheeks. She flailed her tiny hands, desperately trying to reach Feng Zhaoge. Chapter 25. The plan unfolds. Feng Zhaoge promptly extended her hand, instinctively catching the child. Before she could speak, the little one began smearing her finger on Feng Zhaoge's ear, sobbing as she did so, causing her small, rosy hand to tremble uncontrollably. Feng Zhaoge was taken aback. The little girl's finger bore ointment. Was she applying medicine to her? The ointment was a potent topical anesthetic. A mere dab would swiftly numb the pain. How could such a young child possess such knowledge? Feng Zhaoge scrutinized the little girl, who appeared exceptionally adorable and soft, her eyes filled with innocence. Solely focused on her mother's injury, oblivious to everything else. It seemed that human infants always exuded more warmth than adults. The child continuously applied the medicine, gradually ceasing her cries, gently blowing on her mother as if to ease her pain. Jiwan watched from the side, her heart heavy. Originally, the lady was a princess, and the little girl was also of noble birth. They should be living lives of luxury. But now, the lady was gravely injured, and the little princess, still so young, had to witness her mother in such a state, applying medicine to an adult. How heartbreaking this must be for such a small child. Only Feng Zhaoge remained relatively calm. Regaining her composure, she reassured them, "It's merely a superficial wound. It doesn't hurt. Let us return and avoid being a laughingstock." She struggled to rise from the ground, with Jiwan supporting her, suppressing her tears. Upon returning to the Xinghan courtyard, Jiwan finally burst into tears, exclaiming, "How could the king be so cruel? After all, my lady is his princess. It must hurt terribly to lose a piece of flesh like that." Feng Zhaoge gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Her garments were torn in multiple places, revealing several centimeters of gaping wounds. One of her earlobes bore a hole the size of a bean, and unless repaired, it would remain a lifelong blemish. Yet, a cold smile curled her red lips. No one knew that all of this was merely a step in her scheme. Ruining their reputations was just the beginning. The true reckoning was yet to come. Feng Zhaoge expertly concealed her pain, not revealing any discomfort. She handed the child to Jiwan, calmly assuring her, "There is no need to be upset. I have my preparations. You both should rest, and from today on, should anyone inquire, simply say I am bedridden due to a severe infection in my wounds." Jiwan furrowed her brows, questioning what preparations could warrant such severe injuries. Yet, as Feng Zhaoge had stated, she dared not ask further, only cradling the child as she exited. After they left, Feng Zhaoge entered the medical treatment room. Her injuries were excruciating, and she could not stitch her ear herself. Only able to apply anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving medication to prevent infection. She shed her garments, seated herself on the sofa, and painstakingly applied the ointment to her wounds. The moment the medication touched her skin, she inhaled sharply. However, she gritted her teeth, suppressing any sound. In that moment, she was no longer the chief physician but a mother and a master's daughter. She could not allow them to worry or panic. Moreover, her plan had already commenced. Soon, she would ensure that Di Hemming and Feng Qingqing paid in blood for their transgressions. The grand performance was about to unfold. The scoundrel and the harlot better be prepared. No one noticed as she skillfully operated the medical kit and silently left the Xinghan courtyard. Chapter 26. The Linglong Pavilion Master. On that day, Di Hemming pondered over Feng Zhaoge's words. The only viable solution was indeed to marry Feng Qingqing into the palace. While Feng Zhaoge recuperated from her injuries, he proclaimed to the world he had been poisoned by treacherous individuals, which led to his transgressions against Feng Qingqing. Feng Qingqing had been too kind, sacrificing their sisterly friendship for 7 years by not revealing her identity. Now, he felt responsible for Feng Qingqing. 5 days later, He would welcome Feng Qingqing into the royal residence, making her the legitimate side consort of the Prince of Yongning. This was still not enough. To comfort and make amends to Feng Qingqing, Di Hemming ordered a grand wedding celebration, ensuring the highest standards for attire, venue, and more. He sought rare treasures from across the realm, sparing no expense to bring joy to Feng Qingqing. When someone offered a bottle of daughter red aged for decades, Di Hemming purchased the entire wine cellar for 50,000 taels. When another presented a pair of natural butterfly jade pendants to the Princess of Yongning, Di Hemming spent a staggering 100,000 taels to acquire them. Furthermore, just 2 days later, coincidentally, a Linglong pavilion opened in Longling City. It featured garments and jewelry that were extraordinarily rare, breaking conventional standards. The Linglong pavilion also introduced wedding designs, including never-before-seen hot air balloons, dreamy bubbles, and extravagant cakes. All items were unprecedented. Every visitor praised it, and word of mouth spread rapidly. Moreover, the prices were steep, with items uniformly priced at 99,900 taels of silver. To undertake a complete wedding ceremony, the bidding reached an astonishing 990,000 taels of silver. Such a sum is beyond the reach of many, a fortune that most would spend a lifetime trying to amass. Even a warlord like Emperor He-Ming receives an annual stipend of merely 50,000 taels. Thus, Linglong Pavilion has become an unattainable presence in the hearts of many. The most mysterious establishment in the Dongxia Kingdom. Upon learning of this, Emperor He-Ming was riding back to his residence at dusk and inquired of Fei Mu, Linglong Pavilion? When did it open? It astonished him that there were matters in Chongling City of which he was unaware. Fei Mu, riding closely behind, respectfully replied, "Your Highness. It opened just yesterday. Although it has only been a short time, the items within are indeed novel, said to be unseen by human eyes. The most enigmatic aspect is that no one has ever seen the proprietor of Linglong Pavilion, leaving us to wonder who could create such exquisite items." Furrowing his brow, He-Ming turned his horse towards the location of Linglong Pavilion. Though his annual salary was but 50,000 taels, he possessed other assets.
To him,
990,000 was merely a figure. His wedding must be unparalleled, grand and magnificent, to compensate for Qi-Qi's inability to enter as the legitimate princess. Linglong Pavilion was tucked away in a secluded corner of a deserted alley in Chongling City, surrounded by abandoned shops. Yet, at its end, the pavilion was adorned with colorful decorations and radiated a lavish ambience. Upon entering, one was greeted by a row of lilies serving as an entryway, accentuated by white drapes and greenery. Among the decorations were peculiar items known as balloons, floating from the ceiling or standing on the ground, arranged in a unique manner. In the right front corner stood a wooden mannequin dressed in a distinctive white, sheer gown with a flowing train, captivating in its elegance. As Emperor He-Ming stepped inside and glanced around, he immediately recognized that the items within were indeed rare and unprecedented. Even after traveling through numerous countries, he had never encountered such wonders. A curious thought arose in his mind. Who could possibly create these marvels? Recently, it seemed that Feng Zhaoge had also acquired numerous extraordinary items. The steward of Linglong Pavilion, Jing approached him respectfully, saying, "I pay my respects to the Prince of Yongning. I was unaware of your visit. How may I assist you? Where is your proprietor?" He-Ming asked directly. Jing Zhentian's official demeanor became serious. "Our proprietor does not meet guests. Your Highness, if you have any requests, you may simply instruct me." Just then, a faint sound emanated from the upper floor. He-Ming looked up to see a shadow moving behind the railing on the second floor. With a swift motion, he leaped and effortlessly ascended to the second floor. Chapter 27. Mysterious and unfathomable, the second floor resembled an antiquated loft, adorned with white drapes and beaded curtains, exuding an air of cool elegance. A bamboo screen stood at the forefront, behind which a woman could be faintly discerned, engrossed in organizing accounts, clad in a pure white garment. Although her face remained obscured, an extraordinary aura of grace and poise enveloped her, one not commonly found in ordinary women. For some reason, He-Ming felt a sense of familiarity in her silhouette and found himself stealing glances. The woman did not lift her gaze but coolly remarked, "Is the Prince of Yongning truly so lacking in decorum?" Her voice was icy, tinged with a languid indifference. He-Ming snapped back to reality, realizing he had been staring at her for quite some time. "This pertains to a sum of 1,000,000 taels of silver. I must approach this matter with due caution," he replied. She casually inquired, That amount represents your 20-year salary. I recall that the Prince of Yongning has already married. Is such an extravagant ceremony truly necessary? The woman I am to marry now is the true princess of this kingdom, He Ming stated, his voice deepening as he grew reluctant to mention Feng Zhaoge, a name that stirred his distaste. Since that day he had encountered her, he knew only of her hearing impairment and her disheveled state, unworthy of a second glance. Particularly, her scheming nature regarding his and Qi-Qi's relationship revolted him. From his sleeve, he produced a stack of banknotes, using his inner strength to send them sailing across the screen to rest upon the woman's desk. Money is not the issue. As long as I can elicit a smile from Qi-Qi, I shall offer you additional rewards. The woman glanced at the pile of notes, a faint, ambiguous smile gracing her lips, devoid of any discernible emotion. He Ming found her smile peculiar. Before he could inquire, a piece of paper floated out from among the notes. This is the policy of Linglong Pavilion. Are you certain you can accept it? Her tone remained cold and detached. He Ming caught the paper and read its contents. Items arranged by Linglong Pavilion are solely for use on the day of the wedding and will be reclaimed the following day, with no gifts bestowed. Moreover, Linglong Pavilion's mission is to honor sacred unions, should any indecorous acts occur at the venue, such as public outbursts or unsightly behavior. We reserve the right to reclaim all items immediately. He Ming furrowed his brow at this excessive clause. Such behaviors could never transpire within his residence. Pressing his hand to the paper, he replied gravely, I have no objections. However, he stepped forward, peering through the screen's crevice in an attempt to glimpse the figure within. As he advanced, he continued, such a substantial sum warrants a personal discussion with your proprietor. As he uttered the final word, he abruptly thrust the screen aside with force, the suddenness and vigor of his action catching the air. Yet in that fleeting moment, the woman in white nimbly leaped from the window into the dimming twilight, her garment as light as gossamer, trailing behind her. The room fell silent, devoid of any presence, save for the lingering cool fragrance. Her nonchalant voice echoed, Linglong Pavilion has received the payment. We shall take care of the arrangements. Your Highness may await the results. He Ming strode to the window, gazing down at the desolate street below, where only a single red lantern flickered, absent of any figures. She had vanished. His brows knitted in perplexity. Who was the mastermind behind Linglong Pavilion, so shrouded in mystery and unwilling to reveal herself? He failed to notice a needle had fallen to the ground, identical to the one that had pierced his leg 2 weeks prior. Chapter 28. He appears again that evening. News of Emperor He Ming's expenditure of 1 million taels of silver for the first order from Linglong Pavilion spread throughout the imperial capital. Have you heard? The Prince of Yongning spent 1 million taels to provide Feng Qingqing with a grand wedding. 1 million taels, which is the entirety of the prince's salary for 20 years. No woman has ever received such treatment. Feng Qingqing is clearly heartless and morally bankrupt. How does she still possess such fortune? Her beauty ranks third in the capital, and she excels in the arts. If I were a man, I would also be enamored with her. How pitiful for Feng Zhaoge. It is said she has been in the royal residence for a decade without favor. Who can blame her for her unattractiveness? She cannot even dress herself and is covered in freckles. She deserves her fate. She must be hiding in the cold palace, weeping until her eyes are swollen. Everyone assumed Feng Zhaoge was secretly crying in despair. Little did they know, she had just left the bustling market and was now walking along a secluded path back to her residence under the cool moonlight. Her expression bore no trace of sorrow. Instead, she exuded calmness and composure, a string of candied hawthorns in hand, her mood quite cheerful. No one knew that she had orchestrated the exposure of Feng Qingqing's relationship with Emperor He Ming, aiming to hasten their marriage. She intended for Feng Qingqing to endure the same hardships that Feng Qingqing had once faced, hastening her acquisition of a divorce and her departure from the royal residence. As for Linglong Pavilion, a grand spectacle was sure to unfold on the day of the wedding. As Feng Zhaoge contemplated, she suddenly spotted a rare herb at the edge of a cliff. As a physician, she had a habit of collecting medicinal plants. She stepped forward, preparing to gather herbs for the medical kit. Yet, as she approached the precipice, suddenly a vine coiled around her waist, slithering upward like a serpent, entangling her upper body. Her form was abruptly yanked backward, her feet skidding across the ground, producing a rustling sound. The vine's grip was formidable, leaving her no room for resistance. Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow, swiftly retrieving a scalpel from the medical kit, ready to sever the vine. However, before she could act, the force ceased, causing no harm to her whatsoever. In the distance, a cold and aristocratic voice resonated. Is this all the prowess of the esteemed Princess Yongning? If you take your own life, how will your child survive? The voice was imbued with displeasure, reproach, and an air of aloofness. Feng Zhaoge turned her gaze toward the source and beheld a man clad in dark attire standing beneath a distant poplar tree. Bathed in the pale, dim light of the moon, he appeared like a masterfully sculpted ice statue, exuding an imposing and unapproachable demeanor. So it is he again. Feng Zhaoge narrowed her brows, fixing her gaze on him and inquiring, "Do you presume I would take my own life?" As she spoke, she scrutinized the man, attempting to glean some insight. His noble gaze fell upon her. The Prince of Yongning is making grand preparations to wed the side consort. It is only natural for you to feel despondent to the point of contemplating self-harm. Feng Zhaoge could not suppress a scoff. Take my own life for him? Does Di Hemming even deserve such a sacrifice? Her voice was laced with a frosty pride, as if Di Hemming were utterly insignificant in her eyes. She continued to regard the man intently, resolutely adding, "Not every woman will seek death for love. There is yet to be anyone in this world for whom I, Feng Zhaoge, would relinquish my life." Each word was pronounced with clarity and strength. A flicker of intrigue crossed the depths of his dark eyes. There is yet to be anything in this world worthy of your life? Such a remarkable statement. He had never encountered a woman radiating such independent elegance. The man gazed at her, his lips parting slightly. "Yet he is ultimately your husband. He will be dismissed sooner or later." Feng Zhaoge's tone remained indifferent and composed, devoid of any emotion. The man's expression darkened. To dismiss him so casually? Such arrogance from a woman? Was she feigning or deliberately speaking for his ears? He averted his gaze momentarily, then spoke gravely. "Regardless of your choice, live well. When you feel despondent, gaze upon this." With that, he elegantly gestured, and a small object fell from above. Feng Zhaoge reached out to catch it, revealing a jade pendant. The pendant depicted a woman reclining on a pillow, a tiny infant nestled in her embrace. The craftsmanship was exquisite, rendering the scene vividly warm, evoking a sense of the infant's dependence on the woman. Feng Zhaoge felt an inexplicable connection, as if this carving represented her and little Feng Qingqing. Was this man attempting to use the child to ignite her will to live? Who exactly was so concerned about her and the child? Feng Zhaoge's eyes narrowed, and she suddenly declared, "Knowing so much about me, it is time you reveal your face." With that, she swiftly launched a silver needle toward the man. The speed was astonishing. By the time he reacted, the needle had already zipped past the tips of his hair, severing the mask strap, which fell unexpectedly to the ground. Feng Zhaoge focused intently on the man's face, hoping to discern a clue. Yet, in the instant the mask fell, he lightly sprang and vanished into the dark woods, leaving no trace. His chilling voice echoed through the trees. "Do not be curious about my identity. The day you see my face will mark your demise." The final words were pronounced with an emphasis that brooked no jest. As the vines around her fell to the ground, Feng Zhaoge strode forward, trying to find some clue in the place. However, the mask had been taken, and the dry leaves on the ground left nothing behind. She furrowed her brow.
Who could this be?
Such a mysterious identity. What secrets did he harbor? All the way back to Xinghan Courtyard, Feng Zhaoge pondered deeply. By the time she returned, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Branch and the child had yet to sleep, waiting for her. Upon seeing her return, Branch rushed over, cradling the child, and exclaimed, "Miss, you have finally returned. Were you hiding somewhere to cry? Even if you are sad, you should have come back. I and the little princess would have kept you company. You are not alone." Feng Zhaoge thought. Does she appear to be someone so easily brought to tears?
Today,
Two people had already misunderstood her. Branch continued to lament. This time, the prince has truly gone too far. Not only does he wish to marry Feng Qingqing, but he also intends to spend 20 years' worth of salary on the wedding. Previously, the princess asked for 150,000 taels of silver, and he refused. When he wed the princess, he merely used a single sedan chair to bring her over. How could they treat you this way? Branch's distress grew as tears streamed down her face. Unable to bear it, Feng Zhaoge reached out, using her thumb to wipe away her tears. Why cry? The wedding day must be grand, for after the marriage, there will be no good days ahead. Branch ceased her sobbing, looking perplexed. Could one think of it this way? The princess did not seem upset at all. Was she comforting herself? Feng Zhaoge added, "Do not worry. With me around, Feng Qingqing will not have an easy life. Everything will continue as planned." She ruffled Branch's hair before reaching out to embrace little Feng Qingqing. The child immediately lunged into her arms, her soft, tender hands wrapping around Feng Zhaoge's neck, exuding a faint scent of milk. Feng Zhaoge felt the chill she had brought back with her dissipate in an instant, her day's fatigue melting away. She carried the little one into the room and lay down to sleep together. Branch frowned, observing that the little princess seemed entirely unconcerned, even appearing particularly joyful and expectant. It seemed that out of the three, she was always the one most worried.
Yet,
The princess was not at all troubled and spoke with such conviction. What was she truly plotting? Meanwhile, in Jinghong courtyard, due to the previous incident involving Feng Qingqing and Di Hemming, Feng Qingqing had already moved into the royal residence. The Feng family, now in decline and desolate, had been directly permitted by Di Hemming to marry in the royal mansion. Initially, Feng Qingqing was quite displeased. Marrying as a side consort meant she could not wear crimson, nor could the residence be adorned in red. Moreover, being a side consort placed her a tier below Feng Zhaoge, which drove her to madness. Yet, unexpectedly, Di Hemming had invited people from Linglong Pavilion to arrange the wedding, bestowing upon her countless rare treasures. Her mood finally began to settle. As long as she could marry into the royal family, there would always be an opportunity to eliminate Feng Zhaoge. With her beauty, what could Feng Zhaoge possibly compare? Sitting before the vanity mirror, she applied high-quality rouge, instructing Sueyu, have someone keep an eye on Xinghan courtyard. In these last 2 days, nothing must go awry. Additionally, prepare for something else. She would no longer grant Feng Zhaoge a chance to rise again. On the day of the wedding, she would dazzle the world and become the sole woman in Di Hemming's heart, ensuring Feng Zhaoge's name was sullied. The day of the grand wedding arrived swiftly. In the days leading up to the event, the people from Linglong Pavilion indeed came to Yongning Palace to decorate. Except for Xinghan Courtyard, every corner was festooned with a celebratory atmosphere. Countless purple helium balloons floated in the air, complemented by purple flowers and twinkling fairy lights. In the grand hall stood a towering 9-layer purple cake, a champagne tower, and floral arches. The entire Yongning Palace had transformed into a purple castle, utterly enchanting. Everything about it was unprecedented in the entire Dongxia kingdom. As dawn broke, a throng of eager spectators gathered outside the Wangfu, their excitement palpable. Some stood on tiptoe, others leaped in anticipation, and a few even climbed the distant trees, all to catch a glimpse of the exquisite creations of Linglong Pavilion. The crowd buzzed with speculation. What material were those balloons made from? How did they float so effortlessly? And what was that enchanting cake? It appeared so beautiful. Could it truly be edible? I, too, was captivated by the champagne tower. Those glasses were simply stunning. The grand floral arch was a marvel of innovation and beauty. Who was the mastermind behind Linglong Pavilion? How could they conjure such fantastical wonders?
oh,
How I yearned for a wedding like this, to behold the visage of the pavilion's master. The entire imperial capital was abuzz with discussions about this wedding and the mystery surrounding the pavilion's owner. Inside the Wangfu, the Jinghong garden was also bustling with activity. Feng Qingqing sat before the vanity, allowing her maids to adorn her. She wore a breathtaking purple wedding gown, embellished with delicate silver butterfly embroidery, featuring a high collar and an intricate waist sash. The voluminous sleeves and train trailed several meters behind her, making her resemble the moon goddess, Chang'e, elevating her ethereal grace while exuding the grandeur of a phoenix crown and flowing garments. Feng Qingqing was utterly enamored, gazing at her reflection, nearly overwhelmed by her own beauty. This was the true Feng Qingqing. After so long, she had finally awaited this day. She, Feng Qingqing, was destined to be the envy of all, unparalleled in her brilliance. Sueyu fastened a pair of purple diamond earrings on her and inquired, "Miss, won't you invite the general and his wife?" Without the general's family at the wedding, it seemed incomplete. Feng Qingqing's expression shifted slightly. She had sent out invitations, but the Feng couple had refused to attend, unwilling to witness their 2 daughters sharing a husband. As for her adoptive parents, she felt little affection. She merely lowered her gaze and replied, "If they do not wish to come, I shall not force them. As long as my sister is willing to attend, that is sufficient." Sueyu furrowed her brow. "Do you mean to invite Princess Feng Qingqing as well?" "Naturally. She had cared for me as I grew up, Such a splendid occasion would be incomplete without her presence. Feng Qingqing regarded her reflection, and a profound, beautiful smile graced her lips. She then rose, enveloped by her maids, and made her way towards Xinghan Courtyard, with ulterior motives in mind. Though Xinghan Courtyard was filled with cacti, the ground was strewn with withered ginkgo leaves, creating a desolate atmosphere. Upon their arrival, the maids and servants could not help but exclaim, "Miss, what brings you to such a remote place? What if your wedding gown gets soiled?" Indeed, they scoffed. "If you hadn't come, I would have nearly forgotten about the ugly Feng Qingqing. Why invite such a wretched woman on a joyous occasion? It's simply bad luck. Enough. Do not speak further. After all, she is my sister. Even if she has caused my downfall, I must still acknowledge her." Feng Qingqing's voice was gentle, yet her eyes were filled with calculation. She instructed Mama Xia, "Knock on the door." Mama Xia complied, rapping loudly, "Hey, open up. Hurry. The side princess has business with you." There was no response, not even from the small child within. Mama Xia continued, "I know you are inside. It's early morning. What are you still doing asleep? Do you know what day it is?" Still, silence persisted. Feng Qingqing had intended to flaunt her grandeur, yet the other party refused to open the door. Adorned with heavy jeweled hairpins, her purple veil gown trailed behind her, but she had to lift the hem herself. Here she was, ready to showcase her splendor, yet now she felt like a clown, weary under the weight of her attire. Feng Qingqing's heart seethed with rage, though her expression remained composed. "If my sister has not awakened, let it be. I cannot simply break down the door, can I?" Mama Xia's eyes brightened. "Ah, that's a splendid idea. The side princess is here. How could an ugly concubine refuse to see her? Someone, break down the door." A servant was about to fetch something when suddenly, the door creaked open. Jiwan appeared, astonished. "Oh, Miss Qingqing, what brings you here?" Her tone suggested she was entirely unaware of their arrival. Feng Qingqing dismissed Jiwan with a glance, her gaze drifting into the room. There, on the bed, lay Feng Zhaoge, appearing just awakened, lackluster and frail. Days of illness had rendered her pale and gaunt, her freckles standing out starkly against her skin. Though the wound on her ear had scabbed over, the gaping hole was still a disquieting sight. She was no longer the proud Feng Zhaoge of days prior, but a pitiful, bedridden woman. Feng Qingqing felt a sense of relief wash over her, standing tall like a swan, exuding superiority and elegance. Yet her voice remained soft and plaintive. "Sister, did you not hear us knocking outside? Or do you choose to ignore me?"
Oh,
"Was it you making all that noise? I thought it was just some early morning barking." Feng Zhaoge responded languidly from her bed, her tone indifferent, as if addressing a servant. The expressions of the crowd outside shifted dramatically, filled with embarrassment. Was Feng Zhaoge implying they were akin to dogs? Mama Xia erupted in anger. "How dare you speak like that? The side princess came here with good intentions, and you dare to insult her. Indeed, Miss Qingqing's kindness far surpasses yours 1,000-fold. You deserve the prince's disdain. He has been too lenient." The onlookers regarded her with disdain and contempt. Feng Qingqing quickly interjected, "Enough. Do not speak further. My sister's misfortune is understandable. After all, I am in the spotlight while she languishes in obscurity." Her gaze fell upon Feng Zhaoge. "Sister, today is a momentous occasion. I came to see you because I have something to discuss, something that is for your benefit." Feng Zhaoge scoffed. "What could possibly be for my benefit?" Feng Qingqing stepped into the room with an air of regal elegance. "Look at this gown and these jewels. Are they not extraordinary?" This gown was custom-made by a Ming at Linglong Pavilion, costing a staggering 100,000 taels of silver. As she spoke, she moved closer to Feng Zhaoge, subtly showcasing her attire and jewels, even twirling to flaunt the magnificent train of her gown. She anticipated Feng Zhaoge would be envious, yet Feng Qingqing felt that her gaze was peculiar, as if she were observing a clown. How could a neglected and unremarkable consort bear such an expression? She boldly addressed the matter at hand. "The Yongning Prince's residence has been adorned in a manner unheard of and unseen before. I have specially invited you, dear sister, to witness this spectacle. Should you miss this opportunity, it may never present itself again." Her melodious voice carried an air of condescension and mockery. Feng Zhaoge's crimson lips curled into a smirk. "Indeed, sister, your dalliance with brother-in-law certainly renders this scene unprecedented. How could one resist the temptation to behold it?" With that, she rose gracefully from the bed and began to change her attire. Feng Qingqing's complexion darkened instantly. Feng Zhaoge was ridiculing her, mocking her. She yearned to tear apart that perpetually aloof visage. However, recalling her plans for the day, she could only suppress her fury and say, "Regardless of your thoughts, sister, Qiqi sincerely wishes to invite you to broaden your horizons. I have even prepared a set of garments for you, particularly suited to your elegance." As she spoke, she raised her hand. Sueyu, harboring a deep disdain for Feng Zhaoge, was nonetheless compelled to step forward and present a tray to her. Upon the tray lay a vibrant red garment. As the princess consort, the main wife indeed ought to don crimson. Yet this skirt was a mere commonplace RU skirt, paired with a large-sleeved blouse, adorned with oversized peonies, rendering it rather antiquated. Furthermore, the fabric appeared somewhat coarse, reminiscent of a bargain item from a discount store. Feng Zhaoge glanced down and swiftly discerned Feng Qiqi's intentions. It became clear that today, Feng Qingqing aimed to use her as a stepping stone. How fortuitous. She too intended to surprise Feng Qingqing. Feng Zhaoge took 2 steps towards Feng Qingqing. "You performed admirably today. Keep up the good work." As she spoke, she gently patted Feng Qingqing's shoulder before accepting the tray from Sueyu. Feng Qingqing's face stiffened. Performed admirably? Keep up the good work? Would she dare to come groveling again, seeking her favor? Absolutely not. Today, she would overshadow Feng Zhaoge and ensure that Feng Zhaoge would humiliate herself before all, swiftly exiting the prince's residence. Feng Zhaoge had already changed into her attire, her features naturally aging and freckled, and the addition of the bright red garment only enhanced her gaudiness. Yet, she appeared unconcerned. Clutching her child and striding outside, Feng Qingqing cast her a glance, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Today, Feng Zhaoge would undoubtedly become her mere accessory, the subject of ridicule for all. Moreover, the garment bore her carefully devised embellishments. Concealing her schemes, she departed the courtyard with a throng of followers. Chapter 33. Her accessory, they remained oblivious to the figure of a man clad in red, standing amidst the dense branches of a tree not far from Xinghan courtyard. His raven-black hair was partially secured with a ruby hairpin, his complexion pale as a vampire's. His features were strikingly handsome, with a red flower tattoo adorning his forehead, adding an air of devilish allure to his presence. His gaze fell upon Feng Zhaoge, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. Is this truly the timid and inept Yongning princess? How intriguing. Miao, attend to a task. I shall assist this little one. In the rear courtyard. Upon exiting Xinghan courtyard, the path was decorated with balloons of various sizes. Some floated gracefully in midair, while others nestled among the flowers, arranged with charming randomness. In the dimly lit grass, tiny light bulbs twinkled like beautiful diamonds. A group of over a dozen maidservants expected Feng Zhaoge to be overwhelmed by the spectacle, perhaps even shedding tears out of jealousy. They were prepared to witness her dismay. However, Feng Zhaoge strolled forward with poise, her expression inscrutable, devoid of any astonishment in her eyes. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "Is this truly what you call a scene?" Her tone dripped with an air of aloof disdain, as if those decorations were as mundane to her as everyday vegetables. Even the infant she cradled showed no interest, his chubby face reflecting an air of indifference, entirely dismissing the decorations. Feng Qingqing's brow furrowed once more. How could Feng Zhaoge exhibit such composure? Did she not feel a twinge of envy?
No.
Surely. She was merely pretending. Feng Qingqing resolved to observe how long she could maintain this facade. There was no way she could sustain it until the wedding ceremony commenced. In the main hall of the residence, numerous guests had already gathered, comprising nobles and dignitaries. The parents of Di Hemming were also present, elegantly attired, and seated on the dais. The elder prince was kind-hearted and unpretentious, relishing tea without any imposing presence, while the dowager empress had always displayed exceptional prowess, having once managed the royal silk workshop, earning her the title of Dowager Empress Zhao. She had long held disdain for Feng Zhaoge's appearance, lamenting her son's choice of a consort deemed so unworthy. Now that Di Hemming was set to marry the youthful and beautiful Feng Qingqing, who was poised and cultured, proficient in both the drawing room and the kitchen, the dowager's heart brimmed with satisfaction. She turned to Di Hemming and inquired, "Ming, the auspicious hour approaches. Why has Qingqing not yet arrived?" Di Hemming glanced at the son, his brow furrowing slightly. Just as he was about to send someone to inquire, a resonant voice echoed, "The side princess consort has arrived." All the guests turned their heads, witnessing a tall figure gracefully striding down the purple carpet. The woman donned a purple phoenix crown and zapre, embodying the ethereal grace of a celestial being, yet exhibiting the dignified elegance of a royal consort. A sheer purple veil partially obscured her strikingly beautiful visage. As she advanced, her long skirt trailed elegantly behind her, each movement radiating sophistication and poise, exuding the grace expected of a lady of high standing. Such composure was a quality that the once timid Feng Qingqing could never possess. Countless eyes widened in admiration, their gazes filled with appreciation. In every aspect, figure, demeanor, and beauty, she utterly eclipsed Feng Qingqing. This was the woman truly deserving of the title of Yongning Princess. This was the embodiment of what a Yongning princess should be. The elderly dowager Empress Zhao nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Beautiful. Truly magnificent. With a daughter-in-law like this, the Yongning residence is indeed blessed."
The Eming watched the Feng Qingqing approach,
his deep-set eyes sparkling with affection. "This is my princess, the woman I have cherished for years. How could someone as coarse as Feng Zhaoge ever compare?" He approached her and asked, "What took you so long?" "Ah, Ming, I considered it, and ultimately, she is still my sister. Thus, I have invited her to partake in our wedding." Feng Qingqing's voice was gentle. Di Hemming's expression darkened abruptly. Why invite her? The former Feng Zhaoge had been unattractive, and now, her temper was peculiar and her heart malicious. He could scarcely bear to look at her. The very thought of her freckled face and the deformity at her earlobe filled him with revulsion. Feng Qingqing frowned, attempting to persuade him. "Sister has never witnessed such a spectacle. It is truly pitiable. On this joyous occasion, let us perform an act of kindness and allow her to bask in our happiness." Her voice was soft, and as she spoke, she playfully shook Di Hemming's arm, embodying a coy demeanor. Di Hemming gazed at her with indulgence, ultimately acquiescing. Feng Qingqing then turned her attention to the entrance, calling out in a voice laden with condescension, "Sister, do come in." As she called out, her eyes gleamed with undisguised triumph and anticipation. The unattractive Feng Zhaoge was about to emerge. She would ensure that everyone witnessed Feng Zhaoge's unsightly visage, relegating her to the role of mere accessory. Chapter 34. Captivating the audience in that moment, all eyes turned toward the entrance, curiosity mingling with derision. Could the unattractive Feng Qingqing truly dare to show her face? With her freckled complexion and evident signs of aging, would her presence not bring ill fortune to such an occasion? Yet, amidst the scrutiny of the crowd, a vibrant red figure entered, cradling a child in one arm. She donned a regal robe of exquisite brocade, crafted from sumptuous satin and cinched at the waist, with sleeves that extended over a meter in width. The collar and lapels were embroidered with golden threads depicting the mythical azure phoenix, an embodiment of opulence and intricacy. Unlike the ethereal drape of Feng Qingqing's attire, this garment was a heavy brocade, exuding a sense of grandeur and magnificence. Most striking was her visage, once marked by the ravages of time and a sallow hue. It now radiated with a smooth, porcelain-like glow, akin to fine mutton fat jade, her skin as delicate as ningdri and as ethereal as ice and jade. A subtle blush adorned her cheeks, reflecting the latest trend of a sun-kissed makeup look, transforming what were once considered unsightly freckles into an enchanting charm. Her face was not the frail, delicate oval of Feng Qingqing, but bore the classic beauty of a well-defined oval, sharp yet graceful. The elegance was imbued with a bold spirit, and within that spirit lay a serene confidence. Dangling from her earlobes were red phoenix earrings, cleverly concealing her ears' imperfection, adding an air of nobility and flair. As she approached, cradling the child in her arms, the infant was clad in matching attire, their cherubic face solemn. She appeared as though she were the queen gracing the grand hall, exuding a commanding presence that instantly captivated the entire assembly. Gasps of disbelief echoed around the room. Could this truly be the princess of Yongning, Feng Qingqing? Was my vision deceiving me? How could she transform into such beauty? Was she not once sallow-skinned? How did she achieve such a luminous complexion? Those once ugly freckles now appeared so appealing. Furthermore, she had previously lacked the courage to lift her gaze. When did she acquire such a formidable aura? Feng Zhaoge paid no heed to the murmurs surrounding her, steadily making her way towards the main hall. As she passed Feng Qingqing, she paused, her crimson lips curving into a stunning smile. "Thank you, side consort, for specifically inviting me." She emphasized the phrase, specifically inviting. Feng Qingqing stood frozen, her face beneath the veil contorted in shock, struggling to comprehend the situation. How could this be? She had just gone to fetch Feng Zhaoge, who had accompanied her, dressed in the ordinary garments she had bestowed upon her. How could such a dramatic transformation occur in such a short span? The previously frail and hideous Feng Zhaoge had become breathtakingly beautiful, astonishingly radiant. She had intended for Feng Zhaoge to serve as her backdrop, yet now it was she who had unwittingly undermined herself. Feng Zhaoge savored the bewilderment in Feng Qingqing's eyes. Her heart filled with a chill. 7 years prior, when Feng Qingqing was brought in a bridal sedan, Feng Qingqing had deliberately adorned herself in finery, seeking to overshadow Feng Qingqing. Back then, everyone labeled Feng Qingqing as unattractive, claiming she was unworthy. Yet, none knew that the freckles on Feng Qingqing's face were a result of Feng Qingqing's malicious actions. The deterioration of Feng Qingqing's skin stemmed from her having relinquished all valuable skincare products to Feng Qingqing. Now, it was time for Feng Qingqing to experience such suffering. She had vowed to ensure that Feng Qingqing would not enjoy a life of ease. Feng Zhaoge cast a sidelong glance at her and brushed past, taking her place at the forefront. Chapter 35. The ceremony begins at spot was beside the venerable Dowager Zhao, designated for the rightful princess. Although they had never envisioned Feng Qingqing's presence, the necessary formalities could not be disregarded. Holding the child, Feng Zhaoge elegantly settled into her seat, deliberately exuding an aura of authority befitting the principal consort. The assembly was utterly taken aback, genuinely exclaiming, "Remarkable! Her presence is truly unparalleled. Attending her husband's wedding while cradling a child, she is simply magnificent. Had I not known her identity, I would have mistaken her for the Empress." Her aura eclipses even that of Feng Qingqing. In stark contrast, Feng Qingqing resembled little more than a concubine. With such a stunning princess and an adorable infant, how could the war king still consider taking a concubine? A mere ordinary woman? It seemed this time she had miscalculated and would surely come to regret it. Feng Qingqing clenched her fists tightly, nearly drawing blood from her palms. The one who should be disparaged was Feng Zhaoge. How could the tables have turned? How could she be perceived as anything but ordinary? She was no less than Feng Zhaoge. Even the typically fierce Dowager Zhao was momentarily stunned, staring at Feng Zhaoge's visage, unable to reconcile the reality with her long-held disdain. Is this truly the ugly daughter-in-law, Feng Qingqing? The woman I have loathed for years? Yet, Feng Zhaoge, losing patience, spoke with a tone reminiscent of a wedding officiant, asserting her authority over the gathering. Let the ceremony commence. Emperor He Ming snapped back to attention, his brow furrowed. He had anticipated that after gravely injuring Feng Zhaoge, she would appear as a pitiful wretch, yet here she was, restored in vitality and radiance. Such transformation left Feng Qingqing utterly eclipsed. No, there was simply no comparison. Feng Qingqing sensed Emperor He Ming's gaze upon Feng Zhaoge, her dissatisfaction intensifying. The unease that had previously lingered grew increasingly palpable. No, this cannot be. He Ming must belong to her. He can only have eyes for her. She must hasten to marry him, to secure her position within the royal household. But fortunately, she had tampered with the garment Feng Zhaoge had worn earlier. Even if Feng Zhaoge had changed, the poison still lingered within her. Soon, Feng Zhaoge would embarrass herself before everyone, becoming the laughingstock of the entire capital. With this thought, Feng Qingqing felt a sense of relief. She tugged at Emperor He Ming's arm and said, "Ah Ming, let us begin." Her voice was softer than usual, melodious and enchanting. Emperor He Ming's gaze fell upon Feng Qingqing. While she could not rival Feng Zhaoge's breathtaking beauty, her grace and charm were undeniably appealing. Lacking the sharpness of Feng Zhaoge, he nodded in acknowledgement. The Minister of Rites stepped forward, raising his voice, first bow to heaven and earth. Emperor He Ming and Feng Qingqing stood side by side, bowing towards the heavens. Feng Qingqing felt a wave of joy. Even if Feng Zhaoge had become beautiful, she could still enter the royal household and become Emperor He Ming's woman. He would surely favor her above all. Moreover, she had taken precautions. Soon, Feng Zhaoge would undoubtedly humiliate herself. Just as she was lost in these thoughts, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. It was an unusual sensation, as if a force was gathering and pushing outward. She frowned, struggling to suppress it. The Minister of Rites called out again. Second bow to the elders. They turned to bow towards Dowager Zhao and the old prince, with Feng Zhaoge seated in front of them. Feng Qingqing was too preoccupied with her discomfort to care. As the pain in her abdomen intensified, becoming increasingly unbearable. Chapter 36. The side consort's faux pas. She clenched her thighs, daring not to bend at the waist. The crowd murmured in confusion. What was happening? Was she unwilling to bow to the elders? Did she harbor grievances against Dowager Zhao or the old prince? Or was she, as a side consort, refusing to acknowledge the principal consort? Listening to the speculation, Feng Qingqing found herself with no choice but to grit her teeth and bow forward. Just at that moment, a strange sound erupted. Feng Qingqing's face flushed beneath her veil, desperate to contain it. But once it started, it could not be stopped, and the more she pressed, the more acute the pain became.
Puffed.
A series of sounds echoed. Soon, the hall was filled with a pungent odor. Everyone hastily covered their mouths and noses. It was a fart. Feng Qingqing had farted. A whole sequence of them. Oh heavens, it was unbearable. I cannot stay here. Many began to murmur and hastily exit. Feng Qingqing was mortified, wishing she could disappear into the ground, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How could this happen? She had deliberately tampered with Feng Zhaoge's clothing, intending for her to be publicly humiliated, rendered worthless in comparison, and notorious for her disgrace. In such circumstances, had she stoked the flames further, Feng Zhaoge would undoubtedly have been expelled from the royal residence.
And today,
she could have directly ascended to the position of the rightful princess of Yongning. Yet it was clearly Feng Zhaoge who was on the verge of disgrace. How had the tables turned against her? The more she pondered, the more intense the pain in her abdomen became. The sounds of flatulence, mixed with the unmistakable noise of diarrhea, echoed throughout the grand hall, the foul odor growing increasingly pungent. On Feng Qingqing's light purple gown appeared damp yellow stains that spread downwards, leaving shallow yellow marks on the floor. All the guests could no longer remain seated. They scrambled to exit, shouting, "Feng Qingqing has diarrhea. She's soiled herself. It stinks. How vulgar. How could a young lady disgrace herself like this in public?
Ah.
I feel nauseous. Can you hurry up in front?" Even the elderly Empress Zhao, seated in front, covered her nose with a handkerchief, exclaiming, "What is this? You've brought shame upon the entire royal residence." She shot a furious glare at Feng Qingqing before dragging the old prince away. The baby in Feng Zhaoge's arms began to retch, unable to hold back. From that moment on, rumors spread through the capital. Do you know how foul Feng Qingqing was that day? Even an infant, not yet full term, was made to vomit by her stench. At this moment, Feng Zhaoge rose, cradling the child, and walked out indifferently, deliberately taking a path far from Feng Qingqing, casting a meaningful glance at Di Himing. So, the prince finds me unappealing and prefers such a grotesque flavor. With a cold smirk, she quickened her pace. Di Himing's forehead throbbed with rage. Being closest to Feng Qingqing, he was the most uncomfortable, yet Feng Zhaoge dared to mock him. If Feng Qingqing were not the woman he cherished most, he could have struck her down without hesitation. Yet she was. He could only command. "Someone, immediately take the concubine away to wash and let Dr. Jiang examine her." "Yes." Sueyu hurriedly rushed forward to pull Feng Qingqing away. Feng Qingqing was so mortified that she wished for nothing more than to vanish on the spot. Throughout her life, she had never experienced such humiliation. And just like that, the wedding was ruined before she even had a chance to partake in the ceremony. Chapter 37. The wedding ruined without a doubt. Feng Zhaoge must have meddled. She must have transferred the poison onto her. A surge of resentment coursed through her. Her teeth clenched in anger. But with that tension came another loud sound, and her gown became soaked once more. Moreover, as she walked, her backside continued to emit a series of embarrassing sounds. Wherever she went, it was as though a cesspool had been overturned, the stench overwhelming. The guests retreated in panic. Yet out of respect for the esteemed Di Himing, none dared to leave. They could only retreat as far as possible. The garden was a chaotic mass of people. The once grand wedding now a disarray. Feng Zhaoge carried the child through the throng, a glimmer of coldness in her eyes. When Feng Qingqing had delivered the attire earlier, her years of medical experience had allowed her to detect the poison on the garments almost instantly. By patting Feng Qingqing's shoulder, she had merely intensified the toxicity. If the enemy did not provoke her, she would not retaliate. But if they sought to harm her, she would repay it tenfold. Furthermore, this was far from sufficient. The steward of Linglong Pavilion, Jing Jintian, approached with a group of people, addressing Di Himing. "I apologize, but you have violated the contract. Linglong Pavilion shall no longer collaborate with you. With a wave of his hand, workers immediately began dismantling the stage, balloons, and champagne tower. In a brief moment, everything was cleared away, leaving not a single decorative bough on the chairs. What was once a grand wedding was transformed into a farcical spectacle, the subject of national ridicule. Di Himing's countenance darkened. When he first saw the contract, he had deemed it absurd and unfathomable, yet he never imagined such a scenario would truly unfold. There seemed to be an underlying coincidence that raised suspicion. However, neither the Yongning Prince's residence nor Feng Qingqing had ever offended Linglong Pavilion.
There was no reason for them to target them.
Was it truly Feng Qingqing's own failing, or had someone poisoned her? Di Himing's gaze deepened as he instructed the steward. The wedding is hereby concluded. Arrange for the guests to be sent off and manage the aftermath. Yes. The steward nodded promptly. Di Himing turned and strode towards Jinghong Garden. Ji-man followed behind Feng Zhaoge, frowning. My lady, look at how disgraced Feng Qingqing is. Yet the prince still concerns himself with her. You were bedridden in Xinghan Garden for days and nights, and didn't he spare you a glance? Feng Zhaoge scoffed indifferently. If he cared for me even slightly, I would find it nauseating. Go back and prepare a meal. I will take a stroll with the child. Ji-man could detect no traces of sadness on her face, yet recently, the princess had been acting rather mysterious. Not wanting to pry further, she departed. In Jinghong Garden, after Feng Qingqing returned, she washed up, changed clothes, and took the medicine prescribed by the renowned Dr. Jiang Yunji. Having suffered from severe diarrhea, she finally felt somewhat better. However, the people from Linglong Pavilion entered and removed all decorations from the bridal chamber, leaving not a single red flower behind. The royal residence bore no signs of a wedding, an eerie desolation enveloping it. Feng Qingqing's eyes reddened with fury. What had once been a splendid wedding, where she would have become the envy of the capital, had been utterly destroyed by Feng Zhaoge. She lost everything. She felt indignant. She would ensure Feng Zhaoge paid dearly for this. Just then, Di Himing entered, and upon seeing Feng Qingqing feebly leaning against the headboard, as if a gust of wind could sweep her away, he felt a pang of sympathy. Despite recalling her earlier crude display in the hall, he still felt a twinge of concern. He stood a meter away from her, asking, How do you feel? Thank you for your concern, Ah Ming. Qingqing is fine. It's just our wedding. As she spoke, Feng Qingqing's voice broke into sobs, her shoulders trembling. It's all Qingqing's fault. It's my fault. Not at all. Sueyu interjected, rushing forward to kneel before Di Himing. Your Highness, you must seek justice for the concubine. Dr. Jiang just examined her and said she was poisoned. Someone deliberately harmed her. It must be Princess Feng Qingqing. She intended to embarrass the concubine and disrupt the wedding. So, do not speak nonsense. Feng Qingqing interrupted, her eyes red as she gazed at Di Himing. Ah Ming, please do not listen to Tsu's wild accusations. She is just distressed over today's events. I was not poisoned. I merely had a bad stomach. My lady, why do you still hide the truth at this moment? How long will you continue to protect her? Earlier today, when you went to invite the princess, she mocked you, claiming your relationship with the prince was improper. Who else would wish to harm you? Who else would sabotage your wedding? Sueyu's eyes were brimming with tears as she stared at Feng Qingqing. For 7 years, you have remained unacknowledged, choosing not to disrupt the relationship with the princess. Now that you have returned, you wish for a swift resolution, yet the princess shows no gratitude. She has caused the deaths of many innocents, ruined your reputation, and now poisoned you to destroy your marriage. Just speaking of this makes me weep. You consider her a sister, yet she does not regard you as a sister. Why do you continue to defend such a venomous woman? Not certain, it is definitely not my sister. Feng Qingqing shook her head, looking at Di Himing with a heart full of despair. Ah Ming, just consider that Sueyu is speaking nonsense. None of this is true. Please do not blame my sister. Di Heming's expression was already grave. Indeed, aside from Feng Zhaoge, who else would harm Feng Qingqing? Previously, they had already suffered disgrace at her hands. And now she was sabotaging their wedding ceremony?
Ha!
Qingqing, you need not say more. I know what I should do. With that, he strode out.
No, I mean.
Do not seek out my sister. Feng Qingqing weakly cried out, her face a mask of worry and anxiety. Yet, once Di Heming's figure completely vanished from Jinghong courtyard, her concern dissipated, replaced by a triumphant and sinister smile shared with Sueyu. Soon, A good show would unfold. Feng Zhaoge, just wait. In the royal garden, Feng Zhaoge strolled leisurely while cradling her child, admiring the scenery of the estate. Along the way, everything had been tidied up, leaving no trace of the wedding preparations. A serene smile graced her lips. When Feng Qingqing had entered the royal residence, it had been just as desolate. There had been no decorations, no guests. A third party like Feng Qingqing deserved the same treatment. Furthermore, this was merely the first step. She intended to make Feng Qingqing suffer and quickly settle everything, leaving this cold royal residence with her little treasure and branches behind. Lost in thought, suddenly, a shadow descended from the sky, blocking her path. Chapter 39. Impressive acting. It was D. Hemming. He had donned a black brocade robe, half of his hair tied in a dark crown. Dressed entirely in black, his already icy demeanor appeared even more chilling, his imposing figure emanating an aura of coldness. Feng Zhaoge's child, upon seeing him, instantly rolled her eyes, turning away to gaze at the garden behind her, clearly expressing her disdain.
The Empress's face darkened.
This little one had been all smiles before, yet now turned cold upon seeing him. Whom was she showing such disdain? Truly the spawn of a shameless woman, lacking any basic manners. The child clenched her tiny fists, seemingly wishing to strike D. Hemming. Feng Zhaoge remained calm and indifferent, casting a cold glance at D. Hemming. You claim she is the daughter of a shameless woman. Yet she is also your blood. If she is a shameless woman, what does that make you? Feng Zhaoge. The 3 syllables were spat out through clenched teeth, as if he wished to tear her apart. His gaze was frigid as he fixed it upon her. You plotted against Qingqing, and yet you dare to be so arrogant?
Plotted?
Feng Zhaoge frowned. Do you have evidence? Or have you merely listened to someone else's whispers? Silence. Qingqing has always defended you, never uttering a word against you. Yet you? Can you not possess even a fraction of her kindness? D. Hemming glared at her with utmost disdain. Although her face was strikingly beautiful, it was a beauty that was lethal and cold-hearted. Feng Zhaoge nearly laughed in anger. Was Feng Qingqing kind? A great man, so easily played by a scheming woman. How pitiful! She did not wish to engage further, fearing it would lower her own intellect, and began to walk away. However, D. Hemming was enraged, gripping Feng Zhaoge's neck. His cold eyes bore down on her. Feng Zhaoge, do not feign innocence. I remember clearly the image of you poisoning at Shuiyuan. Today, aside from you, could there be anyone else? As he spoke, he tightened his grip slightly, a murderous intent permeating the air. Yet, Feng Zhaoge showed no fear. Raising her gaze to meet his, you repeatedly accuse me of poisoning at Shuiyuan, for which you have harmed me gravely. But have you ever asked me why I poisoned? Have you considered why I appeared disheveled there? Have you investigated why Feng Qingqing was present? Even today, when she cries and leads you on, you believe her completely. But I, the rightful princess, say otherwise, and you do not believe a word? Her cold, unblinking eyes stared back at him, reflecting a profound sense of injustice and hopelessness, calm as a still pond, yet filled with the weight of her soul's condemnation. D. Hemming's gaze faltered for a moment. The woman who once looked at him with joy now bore such a cold stare? And indeed, on that day at Shuiyuan, she had appeared disheveled. However, was she implying that Feng Qingqing had harmed her? How could such a gentle and kind girl possibly do so? In that brief moment, D. Hemming returned to his senses, coldly smiling. Feng Zhaoge, your acting is commendable, but sadly, this is not the first time I have seen your performance. On that day at Shuiyuan, your act garnered the sympathy of the entire city. And now, with your ear damaged, do you still not wish to repent? Do you still want to frame Qingqing? Have I not warned you that if you harm Qingqing again, I shall ensure your demise? With that, he suddenly tightened his grip further. Chapter 40. He protects her. Feng Zhaoge's neck was turning red from his grip. The little one, anxious, scrunched her face into a bun, raising her tiny fists to strike at D. Hemming's arm. However, her strength was negligible, merely a child's playful swat, ineffective against him. The small child could only watch helplessly as her mother was harmed. She was still so young. Her eyes soon filled with tears, whimpering, "Nanny, Nanny," her words muddled. Feng Zhaoge had initially remained calm, but seeing the child cry, her expression darkened. With a cold smile, she fixed her gaze on D. Hemming. Have I not told you before? The former Feng Qingqing allowed you to bully and slaughter her, but now I am Feng Zhaoge. The Feng Zhaoge that no one can oppress. As she spoke, a glimmer of coldness ignited in her eyes, and suddenly, her knee shot up with tremendous force and precision, striking Di Heming between his legs. He felt a wave of excruciating pain, causing his body to stiffen, veins popping on his forehead. He had never anticipated that Feng Zhaoge would attack him in such a manner. Instinctively, he released her, retreating several steps to alleviate the pain, his fury boiling over. Feng Zhaoge, you are utterly shameless. I will see you dead. With that, he abruptly waved his hand, and several icy darts shot forth from his sleeve. Each dart glinted sharply in the sunlight. Just as Feng Zhaoge was about to dodge, with her child in her arms, a chill breeze swept behind her, and in the next moment, someone wrapped their arms around her waist, spinning them several times. After a while, they landed amidst a cluster of lilies. Feng Zhaoge turned in confusion to see a stunningly handsome face. His features were exquisite, skin as flawless as snow, and at such close proximity, not a single blemish was discernible. A tattoo of a flower at his temple rendered him even more striking. Upon seeing that flower, a string of information suddenly surfaced in Feng Zhaoge's mind. Second most beautiful man in the world, demon lord of Tanyua Palace, Missouri. With skin like cream and a charm that captivated, his beauty was unparalleled. However, it was said he was a ruthless killer, mercilessly slaying women and children. The number of deaths attributed to him each year ranged from hundreds to thousands. The court had once sent people to eliminate him, but had failed miserably. Even Di Heming had previously dispatched troops, only to negotiate cooperation with Tanyua Palace. How could this man, Empress, the lord of Tanyua Palace, appear here? And why had he saved her? The little one, upon seeing the man, had her eyes instantly brighten, as if she had found a savior. Only Di Heming's countenance remained cold and austere, his gaze frosty as he fixed his eyes on him. What brings the demon lord to the Yongning Wangfu? I am currently reprimanding my wife. Release her at once. What if I refuse? Empress not only did not let go but drew Feng Zhaoge closer into his embrace. The chill surrounding Di Heming intensified. Just as he was about to erupt in anger, Empress added, Enough. I came here merely to inform you that the poison was not administered by her, but by me. A flicker of surprise danced in Feng Zhaoge's eyes. This man was actually lying to protect her? Di Heming's brow furrowed. Could it be that the poison was indeed Empress's doing? How could that possibly be? Empress met his gaze and queried, Do you recall the battle we fought a year ago? Of course, Di Heming remembered. The emperor had dispatched him to eradicate the Treading Snow Palace. But he had taken his men to the mountains, where the terrain favored defense. The two sides had battled for 3 days and nights, resulting in over 300 of his soldiers lost, while nearly 400 from the Treading Snow Palace perished. Ultimately, they reached an agreement allowing the Treading Snow Palace to act within the imperial prison whenever they wished to kill. Simultaneously, the court recognized him as a minister, granting him an annual stipend of 30,000 taels, a staggering sum, as a first-rank minister would typically receive only 10,000 taels. This had compelled Empress to behave somewhat more decorously over the past year. But what did this have to do with poisoning? Empress continued. While I am satisfied with the silver, the Treading Snow Palace has lost 18 more lives. Do you not think it rather merciful of me to merely cause your people at Yongning Wangfu to suffer from a bout of diarrhea? His words carried a hint of capriciousness, as though he were genuinely being lenient. Di Heming's expression darkened. So, this was the reason Empress had sabotaged his grand ceremony for selecting a consort? Empress indeed appeared to be the sort to repay a slight with vengeance. At that moment, the steward rushed in, exclaiming, My lord, something terrible has occurred. The rest of the household has begun to suffer from severe diarrhea. Physician Jiang has discovered that the flour cake served this morning was poisoned. The concubine rose earliest, so her symptoms have manifested more rapidly. The others are now succumbing to it, but there are too many for Physician Jiang to handle. As the steward relayed this, several servants in the garden began to pass gas audibly, and some truly started to suffer from diarrhea. Di Heming furrowed his brow. He had misjudged Feng Zhaoge. He glared icily at Empress. I will remember this gift from you, Demon Lord. With that, his gaze fell upon the hand Empress had wrapped around Feng Zhaoge's waist. Release her at once. You owe her an apology. Empress's lips curled into a teasing smile. Indeed, you seem to owe her an apology. Di Heming frowned. Who was this outsider to defend Feng Zhaoge? However, Feng Zhaoge stepped away from Empress, her indifference palpable as she stated, No need for apologies. The The mouth that cannot discern right from wrong is beneath my notice. With that, she cradled her child and departed. Emosia paused, a smirk forming on his lips. Ah, indeed. It is best to avoid associating with those who cannot distinguish between right and wrong, lest it cloud one's judgment. He then hurried after Feng Zhaoge. Ming felt a storm of dark clouds brewing within him. They were mocking him. He wished to lash out, but he was indeed in the wrong. He could only coldly command, seize Cui Yu, and cut out her tongue. Expel her from the Wangfu. If not for Cui Yu's loose tongue, this would not have occurred. Thus, Feng Qingqing and Cui Yu, who had been awaiting good news in the courtyard, were taken by surprise as the servants charged in, seizing Cui Yu and brandishing a dagger to cut out her tongue. Cui Yu had not even had time to react or struggle before searing pain coursed through her. Her screams echoed, startling the birds from the branches. With her tongue severed, she fell unconscious, blood filling her mouth. Feng Qingqing paled, nearly fainting.
Cui Yu,
who ought to have been punished for Feng Zhaoge's sake, had now become the victim. As the servants dragged Cui Yu away, she staggered forward. What are you doing? Why treat her this way? Concubine, this is the Lord's command. She cast a glance over the crowd, and aside from the maids and servants, there was a 10-year-old child who was about to consume some medicine. Feng Zhaoge was not one to meddle in others' affairs, yet this was an innocent child. She strode forward, intent on taking the medicine from the child's hands. However, just as she reached out, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Mama Xia rushed over, swatting Feng Zhaoge's hand away and forcefully pushing her back. What do you intend to do? Are you going to harm a mere child? Feng Zhaoge staggered back several steps, nearly losing her balance, but managed to steady herself, clutching the child. Mama Xia shielded the child, glaring at Feng Zhaoge with fury. I know you harbor grievances against me, but my nephew has never wronged you. He's merely here for a meal. If you wish to harm someone, come for me, but why obstruct a child from taking medicine? Indeed, the medicine prescribed by the esteemed Dr. Jiang. How can a mere woman like you dare to criticize it? Not long ago you harmed Miss Qingqing, and now you seek to harm a child. How can your heart be so malicious? You speak with such conviction. Do you think you possess medical knowledge? If you truly did, I would kneel before you. The servants of the Wangfu already held disdain for Feng Zhaoge, and now they joined in the scorn. Their gazes filled with contempt and loathing. Some yelled, quickly return to your cold courtyard. Do not impede Dr. Jiang from treating us. Feng Zhaoge let out a huff and decided to leave, cradling the child in her arms. Since they were unafraid of death, she could not be blamed for her indifference to their plight. The little boy puffed up his cheeks in anger, huffing at those around them. His chubby little hands clung to Feng Zhaoge's neck, rubbing his face against hers, seemingly trying to comfort her. Feng Zhaoge felt no emotion. Soon enough, they would learn what it meant to regret their actions. Jiang Yunji observed her departing figure, furrowing his brow. The Wangfei was indeed more beautiful than before, yet her temperament had become rather unlikable. If not for the multitude cursing her, would she have refrained from pointing fingers? He was the most esteemed physician of Dongxia, and his medical skills were beyond her reproach. Although she had indeed concocted some harmful poisons in the past, how could poison be compared to medicine? Moreover, he did not believe that Feng Zhaoge had the capability to create such toxins. Feng Zhaoge, she lacked that talent. After she left, he continued to administer medicine, personally feeding the little boy. Dressed in white, he appeared ethereal and gentle, garnering only admiration and affection from all who beheld him. That day, all who consumed his medicine found their ailments ceased. They praised Jiang Yunji's skills with utmost reverence. However, by evening, calamity struck. Chapter 43, Spicy Hot Pot. Many suddenly began to experience excruciating abdominal pain, writhing on the ground in agony. 2 elderly individuals even succumbed to death. Others began to cough and vomit blood. The little boy who had taken the medicine appeared weak and gasping, as if he might perish at any moment. The Empress Dowager Zhao lay feebly in bed, her complexion extremely pale, struggling to breathe, on the verge of fainting. Emperor Hemming stood at her bedside, his brow furrowed, inquiring of Jiang Yunji, what is the cause of this? A look of confusion overtook Jiang Yunji's handsome features. The medicine was meant to alleviate diarrhea. How could it worsen the conditions of so many? He had treated patients in this manner countless times before without incident. As he pondered, Feng Zhaoge's words echoed in his mind. His expression shifted. Could it be that the Wangfei? He looked up at Emperor Hemming, declaring, summon the Wangfei at once. She may be involved. Emperor Hemming frowned. Feng Zhaoge? Could this poisoning incident be the handiwork of that venomous woman? In the Xinghan courtyard, upon her return, Feng Zhaoge changed from her resplendent court attire into a simple, fitted white brocade garment. She was in high spirits, preparing hot pot with Jimon. The small copper stove bubbled merrily, while plates of exquisite ingredients adorned the wooden table. The little boy reclined in his stroller, drinking milk powder. The two of them sat at the table, leisurely cooking and enjoying their meal. Previously, the people of Dongxia typically consumed hot pot in a bland manner, or with a hodgepodge of ingredients warmed over a stove. Now, however, they enjoyed a spicy broth, dipping and savoring together. In the tranquil evening, it felt particularly relaxing.
Come on.
With a beaming face, exclaimed Wang Fei, "How did you come up with this method of eating? The flavor is simply delightful. I have never tasted anything so delicious." Feng Zhaoge smiled, cooking a piece of marbled beef before instructing Zimon, "In the future, should anyone inquire, simply say that all my peculiar and extraordinary ideas stem from encounters with remarkable individuals during my return to my hometown." When the original host was 10, General Feng fell gravely ill and returned to the countryside to recuperate. It was originally arranged for her to attend the Royal Linlang Pavilion to study the arts, but the family allowed Feng Qingqing to return home to care for him. The original host selflessly relinquished this rare opportunity to Feng Qingqing and went to the countryside instead. It seemed that during that year, Emperor Hemming subtly began to develop a connection with Feng Qingqing. Jimon responded with an "oh," ceasing her inquiries. Whatever the young lady said was to be taken as truth. Her only task was to eat. As they enjoyed their meal, Fei Mu entered, coldly announcing Wang Fei. "The Wangye requests your presence at the Liuli courtyard." The Liuli courtyard was where the Dowager Empress Feng resided. The Dowager Empress had never favored Feng Qingqing, allowing her only to assist with cleaning and trivial matters, never permitting her to encroach further. Feng Zhaoge had a vague sense of what was happening. She calmly replied, "I will attend after I finish eating." With that, she continued to eat at her leisurely pace. Fei Mu's expression darkened. The Wangye and the Dowager Empress had both summoned her, yet she still prioritized her meal? Such a lack of decorum. How could she compare to the grace and propriety of the side Wang Fei? Feng Zhaoge, however, paid no heed to his displeasure. She not only maintained her pace but also prepared a new dipping sauce. Her dining manner was far from that of other women. She sat upright with her legs slightly apart, comfortably taking bites of food, exuding an unspoken aura of a great general. Initially intimidated by the cold demeanor of that man, found solace in Feng Zhaoge's presence and continued to dine alongside her. They indulged in their hot pot for a full half-hour. After finishing, Feng Zhaoge wiped her mouth with a silk handkerchief and instructed Jimon, "Take good care of Feng Jingwa. If anything arises, use the pesticide. No matter how many you must eliminate, I will bear the responsibility." "Yes." Jimon nodded fervently, touched. She adored this bold young lady, no longer needing to concern herself with others' opinions. Feng Zhaoge glanced at Feng Jingwa, who, instead of showing worry, raised her tiny fist in encouragement, as if cheering her on. She often felt that this little boy possessed an unusually high intellect, yet it brought her great comfort. With that reassurance, she rose, taking the prepared medical kit and heading towards the Liuli courtyard. Chapter 44, Displaying Medical Skills, however. Upon arriving at the Liuli courtyard and stepping into the room of the Empress Dowager Zhao, suddenly, thud, 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 a cacophony of clashing weapons erupted. A dozen shadow guards descended, their spears poised menacingly at Feng Zhaoge's throat. Before she could react, cold steel surrounded her neck. This humiliating posture made her feel as if she were a dog under control. Jiang Yunji regarded her, his voice icy as he asked, "Wang Fei, you claimed earlier that I would cause deaths with my medicine. What trickery have you employed?" He held no doubt regarding his elixirs or medical skills. The only possibility was that Feng Zhaoge had secretly meddled. As he posed his question, the entire room fixed their displeased gazes upon her, especially Emperor Hemming, whose icy stare seemed capable of devouring Feng Zhaoge whole. She was indeed beautiful, yet to wield such a poisonous hand, endangering dozens within the household, was nothing short of a heart of a viper. Lying on the bed, the Empress Dowager Zhao, frail and filled with loathing, cursed, "Feng Qingqing, you ungrateful wretch. The Wangfu has cared for you for so many years. How could you bring such calamity upon the Wangfu and upon me? Oh, my aching belly." As she scolded, she groaned in pain. Feng Zhaoge stood amidst a pile of sticks, indifferently gazing at Jiang Yunji. Dr. Jiang, you are renowned as the greatest physician in the realm. Should an incident occur, you do not reflect on your own shortcomings but instead blame others? The Wang Fei claims Jiang's plan is flawed. Might she elucidate her point? Her voice was proud and stern, commanding attention. Jiang Yunji's countenance was imbued with the pride of a learned physician. Di Hemming also fixed his gaze upon Feng Zhaoge with a warning. If you cannot provide a satisfactory answer, you shall accompany the deceased tonight. His words were cold and foreboding. Feng Zhaoge cast a detached glance at the Empress Dowager Zhao and the other patients outside, then spoke. When they exhibited symptoms this morning, they were urgent and relentless, beyond control, their faces pale. This is evidently not an ordinary case of diarrhea, but a severe poison mixed with toxins. This substance not only induces diarrhea but also damages the gastrointestinal functions and the body's immune system. The human body, at this moment, resembles a hollowed-out figure made of paper. If a potent anti-diarrheal is administered, it would be akin to stabbing a paper figure. For those with robust health, they may endure. But for those in poor condition, even if the diarrhea is temporarily halted, it will only lead to tragedy. Her voice was serious and methodical. The room fell silent, everyone stunned. What was she speaking of? It sounded profoundly knowledgeable, yet they comprehended not a single word. Since when did the woman, who usually waited for his affection day and night, speak with such eloquence? Only Jiang Yunji furrowed his brow. Though some of her terminology was unfamiliar, he grasped her reasoning. He even found himself, to some extent, believing her assertions. Yet, the Wang Fei spoke lightly, but when a person is afflicted with diarrhea, accompanied by pain, how is one to treat them? Feng Zhaoge responded calmly. It is simple. A high-tech immune booster injection enhances the body's self-repairing immune capabilities. This is the latest invention of 2050, enabling the immune system to recover rapidly, thus healing itself at the root of the problem. As she spoke, she retrieved a long brocade box from her medical kit, filled with numerous syringes and vials of medication. Opening one syringe and drawing up the medicine, she said, "Administer this injection to the patients, and results will be evident in a quarter of an hour." The Empress Dowager Zhao, seeing the sharp object, turned pale with fright. "Can that thing cure illness? Who knows what nonsense you are spouting? You must be intending to harm me." Di Hemming snapped back to attention, his lips curling into a cold smirk. "Have you harmed me with this device before? How many more people do you wish to harm?" He had initially regarded her with some admiration while she spoke so confidently, but ultimately, she was just a venomous woman. Chapter 45. A Bow of Apology. Feng Zhaoge shot him a glance. "All medicinal pills appear nearly identical. Do you imply that each one is a poison?" Her voice questioned, her gaze resembling that of one looking at a fool. Di Hemming's expression darkened. How dare she speak to him in such a tone? Feng Zhaoge continued. "Since you do not believe, so be it." She placed the medicine back into her medical kit. Yet the Empress Dowager Zhao continued to moan. "Oh, my belly." She writhed in agony, clutching her stomach, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, her hair sticking to her skin, as if she might collapse at any moment. Di Hemming's expression soured. After a brief contemplation, he turned to Feimu and commanded, "Feimu, bring someone in." Feimu understood his intent and promptly fetched a similarly afflicted maid from outside. Meanwhile, the hidden guards lowered their spears, creating a path. Feimu pushed the maid forward. "Wang Fei, treat this maid first." Clearly, they intended to use the maid as a test subject. Feng Zhaoge, displeased by the skepticism directed at her, recognized that she must prove herself in this situation. In front of everyone, she rolled up the maid's sleeve, sterilizing the injection site with an alcohol swab. Then, with deft precision, she inserted the needle into the maid's arm. The maid felt no pain. Feng Zhaoge had already withdrawn the needle. She tossed the syringe into the wastebasket, instructing, "Sit for a moment, and the answer will reveal itself." Everyone frowned. Was that all? The affliction that even Dr. Jiang could not resolve was to be cured by a mere injection? Who did she think she was fooling? No one believed her. They all waited with a dismissive attitude, harboring no hope. In the meantime, many continued to emit cries of agony. Numerous servants outside were also drenched in sweat, gritting their teeth to endure, prepared for the worst. However, before long, the maid felt her abdominal pain lessening. Gradually, she could no longer feel it at all. Her complexion began to improve, and she exclaimed in disbelief, "Your Highness, I no longer feel pain. I seem to truly be recovering." Di Hemming observed the maid's condition and noted her significant improvement. He furrowed his brow. Everyone in the room, including Jiang Yunji, was astonished. Had Feng Zhaoge truly cured the maid? Just like that? It was utterly miraculous. After a moment of deliberation, Di Hemming waved his hand. The guards that had encircled Feng Zhaoge immediately withdrew their weapons, retracting the spear poised at her neck. Di Hemming fixed his gaze on Feng Zhaoge, commanding, "Treat my mother." Why should he? Feng Zhaoge met his gaze defiantly, responding coldly, "Just a moment ago, you doubted me and even took action against me. Now you expect me to save someone with a mere word? Is that not too absurd?" Di Hemming, reflecting on his previous actions toward Feng Zhaoge, acknowledged that he had indeed overstepped. He asked, "What do you want?" Feng Zhaoge glanced at them and stated, "I require all of you, particularly you, Di Hemming, and Jiang Yunji, to bow at a 90-degree angle and apologize to me." Di Hemming's eyes instantly turned icy. "Feng Zhaoge, you are pushing it too far. A formidable warlord need not bow even before the emperor, yet Feng Zhaoge dared to make such a demand. Too excessive?" Feng Zhaoge fixed her gaze upon him. "You have misunderstood me and then demanded that I treat the people of the Wangfu. I merely seek an apology. Is that too much to ask? If you cannot comply, then all negotiations are off." Her voice was crisp and resolute, leaving no room for dissent. While speaking, she cast a glance at Jiang Yunji. Jiang Yunji's refined demeanor darkened. He was revered throughout the Eastern Xia Kingdom as a divine physician. How could he bow and apologize to an unknown woman? There was no precedent for such a thing. Furthermore, he did not truly believe she possessed such medical prowess. Perhaps the maid's recovery was mere coincidence. Di Hemming had never apologized to anyone, especially not a woman. Yet, the Empress Dowager Zhao was in increasingly severe pain, her lips turning pale as if she might pass away at any moment. Given the circumstances, after a moment's hesitation, he finally conceded, "Very well. Once you have treated everyone in the Wangfu, I shall apologize to you and express my gratitude." It was settled. With so many witnesses present, Feng Zhaoge was not afraid of Di Hemming reneging on his promise. She declared, "However, I have another condition." Di Hemming's expression darkened further. Not only did they have to apologize, but there was also another condition. He suspected she might be seeking riches or his favor. Truly, the human heart is insatiable. To his surprise, Chapter 46. Deeply impressed. Feng Zhaoge replied indifferently, "During my treatment of them, you must observe the entire process. Otherwise, should any issues arise later, you may again suspect me of poisoning. I cannot bear such a grave responsibility." After all, his suspicions towards her were not merely fleeting thoughts. Moreover, she had ulterior motives. Di Hemming had not anticipated that such a simple condition would lead him to acquiesce. He agreed. Only then did Feng Zhaoge step forward to the bedside, following the same procedure as before to administer the medication to the Dowager Zhao. The Dowager lay weakly on the bed, watching Feng Zhaoge with a sense of doubt. When did the once timid and subservient Feng Qingqing, who could barely lift her head in her presence, transform into this assertive figure? Despite her face still bearing freckles, they did not detract from her beauty. In fact, she seemed to surpass Feng Qingqing in allure. If all her blemishes vanished, who could say what would happen? The Dowager snapped back to reality, a cold snort escaping her. While she was undeniably beautiful, she showed her no respect and even dared to compel her son to apologize. Once she regained her strength, she would settle the score, teaching her how to behave as a daughter-in-law. Feng Zhaoge, however, was well aware of her subtle intentions. Yet she chose to disregard them. After completing the injection, she straightened and walked out to treat the others. Over 30 individuals in the Wang residence had been poisoned, and some cases were so severe that additional treatments were necessary. She instructed the servants to set up a table in the courtyard for her medical supplies. The line formed, with each person stepping forward in turn. Seated at the front, Feng Zhaoge administered injections to each individual. These servants did not possess the same level of care that the Dowager Zhao had enjoyed. After consuming potent laxatives and strong painkillers the previous night, their bodies were overwhelmed. Some had already shown signs of severe ailments, such as gastric perforation. Feng Zhaoge advised them to abstain from food for a short period and administer glucose and antibiotics. After each injection, they voluntarily stood before her, bowing at 90 degrees, apologizing, "I am sorry. I failed to recognize your greatness and spoke ill of you. I will never do so again." Especially those who had insulted her during the day nearly buried their heads in their chests while bowing. Feng Zhaoge maintained a calm demeanor. offering no further challenges. Soon it was the turn of Granny Xia. Holding her nephew, she approached, her eyes swollen from crying. Yet, she kept her head down, feeling quite embarrassed. She wished to speak kindly to request medical help but hesitated, fearing rejection or ridicule from Feng Zhaoge. However, Feng Zhaoge remained as indifferent and meticulous as ever, changing syringes and stating, "Rest assured, at this moment, I am a physician. In the eyes of a physician, there are only patients, not enemies." With that, she efficiently inserted the needle into the boy's arm. Granny Xia's tense heart relaxed instantly. Her nephew would be saved. He would not perish. At that moment, she felt an indescribable radiance emanating from Feng Zhaoge, one that was noble and sacred, evoking admiration and respect. Quickly, Feng Zhaoge resumed her duties with the other patients, paying her no further attention. Under the night sky, numerous healthy servants illuminated their surroundings with lanterns. Beneath the red lantern's glow, Feng Zhaoge busied herself among the patients, exuding an air of seriousness and dedication. Her focused expression suggested that her sole concern was for the patients, with no one else worthy of her notice. D. Hemming sat on a chair prepared by the servants, quietly observing the scene, a newfound appreciation rising within him. The formerly timid and inept Feng Qingqing had transformed into such a professional, meticulous, and composed figure. She was utterly different from her former self, nearly unrecognizable. What mysteries lay hidden within Feng Zhaoge that he remained unaware of? Immersed in watching her, he inadvertently overlooked a significant matter and failed to recognize Feng Zhaoge's true intentions. Chapter 47. True Intentions. Feng Zhaoge completed the treatment of the patients by approximately 5 in the morning. The sky began to lighten with the first hints of dawn, accompanied by the crowing of roosters. The conditions of all the individuals had stabilized. Some could even move about energetically. Their gazes toward Feng Zhaoge had entirely shifted. Filled with astonishment, Feng Zhaoge truly possesses medical skills. She saved us all. Had it not been for her, we would have endured untold suffering tonight. Suddenly, I find her quite dignified and even rather striking, more beautiful than the side consort. Her medical skills surpass those of the renowned physician Jiang. I must find someone else to admire. How could I have bullied her before? I shall never do so again. In a corner, Jiang Yunji heard these remarks and looked at the scene before him, disbelief, embarrassment, and a myriad of unspoken emotions flickering across his proud visage. Feng Zhaoge had indeed healed them all. She could truly practice medicine, even those he had been unable to treat, nearly to the brink of death. She had restored to life. Moreover, all the medicines and tools she employed were entirely unfamiliar to him. She had utterly eclipsed him. The esteemed physician of Dongxia, defeated by a mere woman. Jiang Yunji's palms tightened, his complexion paling. After considerable time, he still could not accept this reality and silently departed. Upon leaving the Wang residence, he instructed his young apprentice, for the next year, do not accept any patients. The apprentice frowned. A year? No patients? Indeed, Jiang, the foremost physician of Dongxia, had treated countless difficult ailments, yet now he had been bested by a frail woman. How greatly must his pride have been wounded? How much must he question his own existence? Were he in his position, he too would find it hard to show his face again. At that moment, Feng Zhaoge was unaware, calmly packing her medical bag. Everyone had recovered, but no one noticed her fatigue, the marks on her neck still causing her some discomfort. She needed to return to rest swiftly. D. Hemming, seated nearby, could faintly discern her weariness. Beads of sweat clung to her forehead, having gone unwiped for far too long. After a moment's contemplation, he finally stood and approached her, producing a silk handkerchief from his garments. However, just as he drew near, before he could extend his hand, Feng Zhaoge noticed his approach, closed the medical bag, and said indifferently, "Everyone is out of danger. They simply need to rest for a day. They will recover by noon tomorrow. Should anything arise, have the servants notify me, provided they do so politely." She cast a cold glance at Fei Mu beside her, clutching her medical bag and striding away. Fei Mu's expression darkened, feeling targeted. D. Hemming's countenance also grew somber. He had intended to engage her in conversation, yet she seemed so eager to gather her things and leave. Did she wish to spend not a moment longer in his company? This woman was becoming increasingly adept at her performance. His gaze lingered on Feng Zhaoge's aloof silhouette, deep and shadowy. In the darkness, she resembled a lurking beast, stirring within him an insatiable desire for conquest and possession. As Feng Zhaoge made her way back, she deliberately took the main path, passing by the Jinghong courtyard. The lights still burned bright, and the door was ajar. Beneath the cold plum tree in the courtyard, Feng Qingqing sat at a stone table, draped in a cloak for warmth, dozing off. She wore a beautiful and elegant dress, her hair styled in an exquisite celestial bun, clearly prepared for the evening. Tonight was supposed to be her wedding night with Di Hemming, and she awaited his arrival. Chapter 48. He comes again, yet. She had been immersed in preparing incense and bathing in the courtyard, unaware that Chuiyu had been injured and failed to alert her. All the servants in the residence were either ill or occupied, leaving no one to inform her. Feng Qingqing remained oblivious to the happenings in the front courtyard. Waiting in vain. Feng Zhaoge observed her shivering form in the cold wind, a cold smile gracing her lips. On the night of Feng Qingqing's wedding, Di Hemming had not returned home. At that time, there were no incidents. Feng Qingqing had not even lifted her veil. She had gone the entire night without a morsel of food or a drop of water, standing at the courtyard gate, nearly frozen by the chill. Even knowing that her husband was with a golden canary, warm and soft, Feng Qingqing had no choice but to wait. The life of waiting persisted for a full 7 years, day after day, night after night. How could Feng Qingqing truly face the burning of her joss paper and the splashing of cold water upon her if she did not experience these hardships? Although the situation of Empress Zhao had improved somewhat, she still deliberately limited her resources. Tonight, Emperor Hemming would undoubtedly remain by Empress Zhao's side. Even if Feng Qingqing waited until dawn, she would not receive what she desired. Feng Zhaoge faintly curved her lips and silently stepped away. Upon returning to Xinghan courtyard, she found the vines and children already asleep. Lying in bed, Feng Zhaoge accessed the medical kit with her mind, indulging in a luxurious bath. The medical kit resembled a large hospital in reality, equipped with areas for medications, instruments, and bathing. The water inside could even be adjusted to a constant temperature. As Feng Zhaoge soaked in the tub of the top-floor office, she thought of Feng Qingqing braving the cold wind in the courtyard, and a smile crept upon her lips. While Feng Qingqing struggled to sleep, she hoped that tonight would bring her own restful slumber. She returned to bed, relaxed her body, and succumbed to deep sleep. The room was empty, the candles extinguished, leaving only the cool moonlight. Not long after she drifted off, a shadowy figure slipped through the window and landed by her bedside. The man stood tall and imposing, his indifferent gaze resting upon Feng Zhaoge's sleeping face. Without makeup, her skin appeared pure and porcelain-like, with freckles and a beauty mark at the corner of her eye that served as unique adornments, far from ugly. However, her deep slumber revealed signs of fatigue. And without any adornments, even the earring that concealed her missing ear was absent. The pale earlobe bore a noticeable round hole, roughly the size of a peanut. Upon seeing this imperfection, a fleeting shadow of emotion passed through the man's eyes, unnoticed by anyone else. He stepped forward, seemingly intent on doing something, but halted in his tracks, standing silently by the bed and observing the woman. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from behind him. Turning, he noticed that the infant in the cradle had awakened without his knowledge. The child's sparkling eyes gazed at him, her chubby face resembling a soft bun. At the sight of her, the man's typically cold and emotionless eyes displayed a hint of change. He approached and stood by the crib. The little one appeared particularly lively, kicking off her blanket, exposing her plump little feet, small enough for one hand to grasp. The man gently waved his hand, and the blanket silently rolled up to cover the child's feet. Seizing the opportunity, the little one grasped his hand, her other chubby paw incessantly pointing towards the bed. Following her direction, he noticed a long bruise around Feng Zhaoge's neck, the red mark stark against her fair skin. His gaze deepened. Chapter 49. Fingerprint confirmation. The little one tugged at his arm, persistently indicating the injury on Feng Zhaoge's neck. Understanding her intent, he remained composed. It's nothing. Just a minor injury. The child's face instantly fell, resembling a withered bun, tears streaming down her cheeks. In the blink of an eye, her porcelain-like face was adorned with droplets of sorrow. Watching her cry, the man furrowed his brow beneath the mask. After a moment's hesitation, he produced a silk handkerchief and gently wiped her tears. Yet as he did so, the little one continued to weep, her watery eyes appearing to hold an ocean of sorrow. Her chubby hand still clung to his arm, shaking it while gazing at him with pitiful eyes. Ultimately, he found himself unable to resist her innocent plea. "All right, I will comply." With that, he turned and approached Feng Zhaoge's bedside. The little one immediately ceased her tears. watching him with eager anticipation. Initially hesitant, he was met by the child's bright, expectant gaze upon glancing back. Reluctantly, he retrieved a premium wound ointment and applied it to Feng Zhaoge's neck. Perhaps unaccustomed to tending to others, his movements appeared cold and stiff. When his fingertips brushed against her skin, an unperceived shadow flickered in his eyes. The little one observed their interaction, a satisfied smile spreading across her face, reminiscent of a proud aunt. Fortunately, Feng Zhaoge was exceedingly fatigued that night, sleeping soundly without any signs of waking. After considerable time, he finally finished applying the ointment. However, in the process, his hand inadvertently grazed a forbidden area. The calmness in his gaze shifted, revealing a deeper meaning. The little one laughed joyfully, her chubby hands clapping in delight. The man cast her a glance and, with a light push off the ground, vanished into the darkness, leaving no trace behind. The little one watched him depart, her eyes gleaming with sparkling anticipation. That night, Feng Zhaoge slept deeply and peacefully. Upon waking, she felt something soft and gentle brushing against her cheek, a sensation akin to a tender kiss. Opening her eyes, she found the room filled with soft sunlight, accompanied by the occasional chirping of birds outside. Beside her sat the little one, resembling a kitten as she nestled close, her rosy lips continuously kissing her face. Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow, pondering how the infant had traversed the 2 meters from the crib. The baby repeatedly raised her hand, pointing at her neck, emitting adorable sounds. In her other hand, she held a small mirror, offering it to Feng Zhaoge. Understanding her intent, Feng Zhaoge took the mirror and glanced at her reflection, noticing the remnants of ointment on her neck. Despite her exhaustion the previous night, she had not applied any medication. Why was that? Suddenly, the image of that noble, aloof figure flashed through her mind. Realizing something, she narrowed her eyes and asked Feng Qingqing, "Did he come?" The little one nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Feng Zhaoge's expression deepened. That man had indeed come at night and treated her neck. A strange sensation coursed through her heart, unfamiliar yet intriguing. Feng Qingqing handed her a piece of paper with her tiny handprint on it, as if she had crawled through dust and pressed it onto the paper. Feng Zhaoge examined the paper and then looked at Feng Qingqing. "Are you suggesting this is a fingerprint?" Yes. The little one responded with a sweet, innocent voice. Feng Zhaoge's expression shifted. If the man had applied ointment to her neck, he would undoubtedly have left fingerprints. By collecting samples with fingerprint paper, she could identify the owner. With a fingerprint, she might soon uncover the man's identity. Chapter 50. Not his unable to resist, Feng Zhaoge playfully pinched the little one's chubby face. "Little clever one, tell me, are you also someone who has crossed over or been reborn? How can you be so intelligent?" The little one innocently sucked her fingers, displaying a face of pure naivety. Feng Zhaoge had merely asked out of curiosity, never truly believing in such coincidences. After her question, she paid little mind and entered the inner chamber to prepare. After washing her hands, she donned gloves from the medical kit and retrieved a fingerprint collection sheet, proceeding to collect samples from her neck.
Moments later,
She placed the sheet into the medical kit and analyzed it with the instruments. Beeping twice, a complete fingerprint appeared on the electronic display, characterized by a notably elongated spiral shape, evidently from a forefinger. Feng Zhaoge narrowed her eyes. This was the only lead she had. And her primary suspect was indeed Emperor Hemming. If she could confirm the fingerprint belonged to him, she would ascertain his identity. It seemed a trip to the front courtyard was in order. Meanwhile, in Jinghong Courtyard, Feng Qingqing had waited the entire night and unknowingly dozed off beneath the tree in the courtyard. Upon awakening once more, the daylight had already flooded the room. A frown of confusion crossed her brow. Where could Di Hemming be? Just then, Granny Xia appeared, carrying something from outside. Feng Qingqing hastily approached and inquired, "Granny Xia, where are you headed?" "What of the prince?" Side consort, Granny Xia replied respectfully with a bow, "I am taking breakfast to the princess. His Highness kept vigil over the late imperial concubine Zhao all night and should now be returning to the Chengshao courtyard to freshen up." Feng Qingqing's brow furrowed deeply as she keenly seized upon the first statement. Breakfast for the princess? For Feng Zhaoge? The tray bore precious delicacies, such as bird's nest and fish maw. Wasn't Granny Xia typically disdainful of Feng Zhaoge? Why then was she delivering such exquisite offerings? As if discerning her thoughts, Granny Xia continued, "Does the side consort not know? Last night, Over 30 individuals in the manor fell gravely ill. And even Dr. Jiang was at a loss. It was the princess who saved us and healed the imperial concubine Zhao. Both the princess and his highness were busy in the front courtyard all night. At this revelation, Feng Qingqing's expression shifted dramatically. Yesterday evening, engrossed in her own affairs concerning Suiyu, she had neglected to receive any tidings. How could she have been oblivious to these events? Feng Zhaoge had, unbeknownst to her, treated everyone and stolen the limelight. And on what should have been their wedding night, Di Hemming was instead attending to Feng Zhaoge's medical endeavors? Had her special night been utterly ruined by Feng Zhaoge? A surge of jealousy and hatred welled up within her. Her nails dug deeply into her palm, wishing fervently to strangle Feng Zhaoge on the spot. Yet with Granny Xia present, she could only feign gratitude, saying, "Indeed, we must thank my sister. We are fortunate to have her. Indeed, were it not for the princess, I would have lost my nephew. I am immensely grateful to her," Granny Xia replied, hastily departing with her burden. As Feng Qingqing watched her retreating figure, her composure finally shattered. Previously, Granny Xia had loathed Feng Zhaoge and lavished her attention upon Feng Qingqing. Yet now, her attentiveness towards Feng Zhaoge was stark while she treated Feng Qingqing with utter indifference. Moreover, had she not been by Zhao Taifei's side during her illness? What might Zhao Taifei think of her? What if she harbored resentment? It must be Feng Zhaoge. Surely, Feng Zhaoge had orchestrated this. Feng Zhaoge was intent on seizing everything that belonged to her, Di Hemming and all her honors. No, she could not remain idle any longer. Chapter 51. Feng Lin Tian Xia. Feng Qingqing returned to her chamber and released a small bird through the back window. The creature flapped into the sky, swiftly delivering a signal. She began to change her attire, donning a soft blue dress paired with an elegant hairstyle reminiscent of Dayu, rendering her a delicate figure in the gentle breeze. Just then, a servant girl entered. It was another of Feng Qingqing's childhood companions, Bailu, who was also Suiyu's elder sister. More composed than Suiyu, Bailu possessed martial skills. Upon seeing Feng Qingqing, she bowed, yet her eyes brimmed with unshed tears as she asked, "Is it true that Suiyu has died? Did she perish because of Feng Zhaoge?" Indeed, Suiyu had merely suspected that her poisoning was connected to Feng Zhaoge, and in her fury, she had provoked the prince into cutting out Suiyu's tongue and banishing her from the manor. When I sent someone to the potter's field to find her, she had already. As Feng Qingqing spoke, her voice turned hoarse. "My lady, do not despair. Bailu will stand by you and avenge our sister." Bailu consoled her, a fierce hatred igniting in her gaze. She would not let Feng Zhaoge escape retribution. Feng Qingqing nodded, her eyes glistening with resolve. "Yes, we shall avenge Suiyu together. We must not allow Feng Zhaoge to thrive." Bailu acquiesced but expressed her concern. "But my lady, are you certain you wish to abandon the lead on Qingding Mountain? For 7 years, you have resisted marrying into the royal family, waiting for a glimmer of hope. If successful, you could secure an even better fate, placing you above all others." A flicker of reluctance crossed Feng Qingqing's eyes. Unbeknownst to anyone, although she had loved Di Hemming, she had once encountered a remarkable man on Qingding Mountain. His unparalleled beauty and commanding presence had left an indelible mark on her heart. It was then she realized that there were men in this world even more extraordinary than Di Hemming. Feng Qingqing believed she was destined for a greater fate, one where she stood as the unrivaled queen, commanding respect from all. Yet for 7 years, she had sought to aid that man in finding what he desired, but with no progress. Now, with Feng Zhaoge about to give birth, she feared even Di Hemming might be lost to her, thus hastening her marriage into the royal family. Now, she could scarcely secure the position of the rightful princess. What hope was there for anything beyond that? Feng Qingqing could only instruct Bailu, "For now, let us set it aside. Once I am established as the rightful princess and have avenged Suiyu, we shall revisit this matter." History had shown that even princesses could remarry. She needed to proceed cautiously. She asked Bailu, "Have you brought what I instructed you to?" "Of course," Bailu replied. The two set off together towards the Liuli courtyard. Inside the Liuli courtyard, Zhao Taifei lay in bed, recuperating. Feng Qingqing entered delicately, bowing her head in respect. "Mother, Qingqing has come to pay her respects. I sincerely apologize for not being by your side last night. It was my fault." Her demeanor was exceptionally humble, exuding fragility as if a mere gust could topple her. Zhao Taifei regarded her delicate form, finding her utterly vulnerable, a stark contrast to Feng Zhaoge. Moreover, The previous day's wedding had been an utter disgrace, tarnishing the reputation of the entire Yongning Wangfu. With a neutral tone, Zhao Taifei inquired, "What were you doing last night?" "Everyone was present except for you, Qiqi." Feng Qingqing bit her lip, seemingly at a loss for words. Standing beside her, Bila knelt and sorrowfully explained, "Taifei, last night my lady endured excruciating abdominal pain. Yet upon learning that many in the courtyard had also been poisoned, she did not wish to cause any trouble. Hence, she endured the night in Jinghong courtyard." Zhao Taifei furrowed her brow in disbelief, looking at Feng Qingqing with incredulity. She herself had experienced such pain, akin to being carved by a knife. How could Feng Qingqing have borne it for an entire night? Feng Qingqing's frail form suddenly swayed, as if she could no longer maintain her balance. Yet she strove to steady herself, explaining, "Mother, do not heed the servant's fanciful words. I was not in severe discomfort, merely enduring. I simply overslept today and was late in presenting my tea to you." As she spoke, genuine remorse filled her eyes. She took a brocade box from Bailu's hands and stepped slowly towards Zhao Taifei. With this gift, Zhao Taifei would surely appreciate her. By embellishing her tale, she could further diminish Feng Zhaoge's standing. Chapter 52. Aged green tea. Feng Qingqing thought to herself as she approached the bedside, presenting the brocade box. "This is but a small token from Qingqing. I hope Mother can recover swiftly." Zhao Taifei looked down to find a long, almost human-shaped ginseng within the box, an exceedingly rare treasure, one that could not be purchased even with great wealth. "Where did you acquire this?" she exclaimed in surprise. Feng Qingqing lowered her gaze, responding, "For 7 years, I have wished not to trouble the Wangfu nor create discord with my sister, residing quietly on Qingqing Mountain. I am fond of His Highness, and thus, I did not wish to burden him with expenses. In my leisure, I would often gather wild herbs from the mountains. By chance, I stumbled upon this ginseng and had long intended to present it to you, but only today did I find the opportunity. I hope you can forgive me." Her words were soft and gentle, imbued with grace. As she spoke, she tenderly tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. The servants within the chamber observed with clarity the numerous scars adorning the delicate back of Feng Qingqing's hand. Their gazes towards her shifted subtly. How could such a frail woman venture into the wilds to gather vegetables? She could bask in the splendor of wealth. Yet she refrains from burdening the prince with excessive expenses. Such a woman, devoid of vanity, is indeed a rarity. Zhao Taifei's expression softened considerably, and she genuinely praised, "Qingqing, you are truly kind-hearted and understanding. Despite your fragility, you chose to gift ginseng instead of keeping it to replenish your own vitality." To avoid straining her relationship with her sister, she had spent 7 long years in the mountains, surviving by foraging. In comparison, Feng Qingqing became increasingly endearing, while Feng Zhaoge appeared unyielding. Zhao Taifei promptly secured the ginseng and rose from her bed, calling out, "Mama Zhang." Mama Zhang hurried to assist her, guiding her to a table at the forefront. Another maidservant brought in tea and gently reminded, "Side consort, please present tea to the Taifei." Presenting tea signifies the acknowledgement of Feng Qingqing as a daughter-in-law and the forgiveness of past grievances. A smile graced Feng Qingqing's lips as she gracefully offered the teacup. Kneeling with reverence, "Mother, please enjoy this tea." Zhao Taifei readily acquiesced, accepting the teacup and taking a sip. She removed an emerald bracelet from her wrist and pressed it into Feng Qingqing's hand. "Rise now, for you shall be a beloved daughter-in-law to me henceforth." "Thank you, Mother. Qingqing shall certainly fulfill my filial duties," Feng Qingqing replied in a melodious tone. The two sat at the tea table, conversing for an extended period, resembling a pair of deeply bonded mother and daughter. As their conversation flowed, Feng Qingqing remarked, "I heard it was my sister who saved everyone last night. Mother must take a moment to express gratitude to her." Her sister had been vocal about how everyone ought to show her appreciation. Zhao Taifei's countenance immediately darkened. Does she dare to say such things? As the princess, is it not her duty to treat everyone? "Mother, it is quite normal, after all. My sister worked tirelessly through the night. We should empathize with her," Feng Qingqing gently urged. Suddenly, a cool voice lazily interjected, "Who is speaking so heavily this early? Having consumed aged green tea, without brushing their teeth?" Zhao Taifei and Feng Qingqing turned to see Feng Zhaoge stride into the room, cradling a child. Dressed in matching crimson skirts adorned with golden embroidery, she exuded an air of regal elegance, akin to a celestial flower blooming on a sheer cliff, utterly untouchable. In that moment, It seemed all brilliance converged upon her. Even the ethereal Feng Qingqing appeared diminutive in her presence. Feng Qingqing's expression stiffened, a tumult of jealousy and embarrassment surging within her. How could such a freckled woman possess such beauty? Arriving at this moment, she had fortuitously overheard her disparaging remarks. Even Zhao Taifei's demeanor soured. Despite being the highest-ranking member of the Yongning prince's residence, Feng Zhaoge's aura rendered her feel somewhat diminutive. How could a daughter-in-law with a freckled face attain such lofty heights? Feng Zhaoge advanced into the room, her icy gaze fixed upon Feng Qingqing. Continue speaking. Weren't you quite eloquent just now? If you possess the ability, speak openly instead of whispering behind my back. The chill in her tone rendered Feng Qingqing a mere jester unworthy of the stage. Embarrassed, Feng Qingqing lowered her head, at a loss for how to respond, and could only feign a pitiful demeanor. Sister, I was merely... Zhao Taifei, witnessing her frightened expression, felt a pang of sympathy. She angrily chastised Feng Zhaoge. Why are you being so fierce? Qingqing was only conveying some matters to me. You have no right to scold her. Qingqing, you may leave now. I have matters to discuss with her. The latter statement, directed at Feng Qingqing, was notably gentler. Feng Qingqing, feeling out of place, rose gracefully, performed a slight bow, and turned to exit. Feng Zhaoge observed the scene with a cold smile. Once, Feng Qingqing had diligently served this mother-in-law, from breakfast to dinner, tending to the flowers and plants with utmost devotion. Yet Zhao Taifei had never regarded her as a person, summoning and dismissing her at will, treating her like a mere dog. Now, Feng Qingqing merely offered a piece of ginseng and uttered a few kind words, and Zhao Taifei provided such protection?
Indeed.
Beauty is justice, and those who wield flattering words are favored. Feng Zhaoge dismissed such absurd thoughts and, as Feng Qingqing was about to brush past her, coldly remarked, Leaving so soon? Have you forgotten something? Feng Qingqing froze, her watery eyes gazing at Feng Zhaoge in confusion. Feng Zhaoge's gaze was unwavering as she reminded, The side consort has yet to present tea to me, the rightful princess. She emphasized the term side consort. Feng Qingqing's expression stiffened. Was Feng Zhaoge truly demanding tea from her? Must she bow to this ugly woman? Already displeased with her status as a side consort, she now found herself compelled to lower her head to Feng Zhaoge. Seeing her unmoving, Feng Zhaoge arched an eyebrow. What? On your first day in the prince's residence, you disregard me, the rightful princess bestowed by the previous emperor? Will you now seek to elevate yourself above Zhao Taifei? The chilling inquiry bore a weighty pressure. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingqing's heart trembled. She had yet to establish her footing in the prince's residence. She must endure. She quickly pressed her lips together. Of course not. Qingqing was merely lost in thought regarding the young princess. Bailu, prepare the tea post-haste.
Yes.
Bailu promptly stood and exited to prepare a pot of tea, casting a secretive glance at Feng Zhaoge. This was the venomous woman who had slain her sister. One day, she would exact revenge. Feng Zhaoge remained oblivious, calmly embracing the child and proceeding to a position of prominence, exuding an air of authority, seated at Zhao Taifei's left hand. There were only 2 seats at that table, and prior to Feng Zhaoge's arrival, Feng Qingqing had occupied one. Now, Feng Qingqing stood below, akin to a lowly maidservant. A seed of hatred sprouted within her as her jealousy burgeoned. She was the third beauty of the capital, the beloved of D. Hemming, the universally acknowledged rightful princess of the residence, yet she was forced to bow to such an ugly woman, despite her unwillingness. With Zhao Taifei present and in front of so many, she could only present the teacup, reluctantly lowering her noble head. Sister, please enjoy this tea. Her voice was faint, resembling the faintest of whispers, delicate and seemingly wronged. The room full of servants, as well as Zhao Taifei, felt an overwhelming sympathy for her, simultaneously harboring disdain for Feng Zhaoge. Such aggressiveness was utterly unforgivable. Yet Feng Zhaoge remained unperturbed, gracefully accepting the teacup and leisurely sipping in front of Feng Qingqing. Her composed and languid movements resembled those of a high-ranking queen. After finishing, she returned the teacup to Feng Qingqing. As Feng Qingqing reached to take it, Feng Zhaoge fixed her with an unwavering gaze. Feng Qingqing, remember this. As long as I am here, you shall forever remain a side consort, forever beneath me. If you feel wronged, persuade your husband to sign a divorce decree, and let me go. Her words rang clear, a cold reprimand, before she strode away. holding the child with an air of authority befitting a rightful princess. Feng Qingqing's complexion paled, her mind consumed with Feng Zhaoge's declaration. As long as Feng Zhaoge remained, she would eternally be a side consort, forever subordinate to her.
How could this be?
This life was one she could not endure for another day. Fortunately, she had not yet spoken when the formidable Zhao Fei sternly commanded Feng Zhaoge to halt. The authority in her voice was palpable. Chapter 54. Confronting the malicious mother-in-law. Feng Zhaoge paused, pondering what words this tormentor of Feng Qingqing for 7 years would utter next. Indeed, Zhao Fei scolded her back. Feng Qingqing, what attitude is this? Why are you so arrogant before me? Who allowed you to bully Qi? Bully? Feng Zhaoge responded with a languid smile. From the very beginning, all I did was allow her to offer me a cup of tea. Is it not customary for a secondary consort to serve tea to the primary consort? Where then is the notion of bullying? The servants in the room suddenly recalled that it was merely a cup of tea Feng Zhaoge had allowed Feng Qingqing to serve. Why was Feng Qingqing so sorrowful, as though she had suffered a great injustice? Once gentle and delicate, Feng Qingqing now appeared somewhat exaggerated and melodramatic. Zhao Fei, at a loss for words, decided to shift the topic, snorting. Is this how you speak to me? Have you not paid your respects? Look at the garden outside. It's overrun with weeds. After giving birth, you have been so lazy. You haven't even prepared breakfast for me today. Who allowed you to leave? Do you truly regard me as your mother-in-law? And do you regard me as your mother-in-law? Feng Zhaoge suddenly turned, her gaze icy as she fixed it upon Zhao Fei. For the past 7 years, I have personally tended to your courtyard, looked after your meals, and prepared your daily dishes. Yet, due to my plain appearance, you have never bestowed upon me a smile. You even consider this to be your right, treating me as nothing more than a servant, with the realization that no matter what she did, she would never be pleasing to Zhao Fei. She questioned the necessity of her continued efforts. Why should I continue to offer warmth to someone who remains cold? Her clear voice echoed with righteous defiance and mockery. You. Zhao Fei trembled with rage, nearly losing her balance. It was Feng Qingqing who hurried to support her, soothingly imploring, Mother, please do not be angry. I beg you, do not hold it against my sister. She saved so many lives in the royal residence last night. Perhaps she was just momentarily arrogant. Ha! An uncherished ugly consort dares to be so haughty after saving lives? You, who have received Shun Heir's deep affection, are not as arrogant as she. Zhao Fei's ire grew, feeling that Feng Qingqing was exceedingly endearing. Deep down, Feng Qingqing felt a surge of delight, contemplating further embellishments. Yet Feng Zhaoge interjected with indifference. You are indeed correct. I am not as kind as Feng Qingqing, nor am I as endearing. She is your daughter-in-law, destined to serve you long-term. So, why do you not ask her to tend to the garden? Why not have her prepare your breakfast? You are simply... Zhao Fei quaked with fury, nearly gasping for breath. She had never imagined that the humble and subservient Feng Qingqing would dare to confront her so boldly. Reflecting on her words, she begrudgingly recognized the truth. Eventually, this obstinate Feng Zhaoge would be dismissed from the royal residence, and it would be Feng Qingqing who would truly cohabit with her. She commanded Feng Qingqing, Qi, from this day forth, you shall personally handle these matters, replacing Feng Qingqing, ensuring she has no place in Yongning Longfu. Deep within, a subtle resistance flickered in Feng Qingqing's eyes. She aspired to supplant Feng Zhaoge. Yet this did not extend to washing clothes, cooking, or tending the garden. For 7 years, she had been pampered by Hemming. Each day had been one of indulgence. Moreover, she was destined to be the Empress. Her hands were far too precious to be relegated to the kitchen. Chapter 55. Matters of Significance. Feng Qingqing found this utterly distasteful, but presently, she had no recourse but to acquiesce. Mother, you are right. Qi, as your daughter-in-law, should indeed take on these responsibilities. However, Qi does not wish to marginalize my sister. Marginalize? This is the command of the matriarch. And it is Feng Zhaoge's own doing. Just prepare breakfast. From now on, I shall consider her non-existent. Zhao Fei declared bluntly before Feng Zhaoge. Nurse Zhang swiftly proceeded to the courtyard's small kitchen to prepare. Each morning, Zhao Fei had consumed the nourishing porridge made by Feng Qingqing. Thus a small table was specifically constructed for this purpose, free from meat and fish. Feng Qingqing had no choice but to step forward. As she passed Feng Zhaoge, she cast a haughty glance her way. Though she despised cooking, Zhao Fei's favor was sufficient motivation. She intended to diminish Feng Zhaoge's standing within Yongning Wangfu. Feng Zhaoge, however, remained unfazed, her demeanor languid and indifferent, as if observing a jester. She desired for Feng Qingqing to endure all that Feng Qingqing had once suffered. It would not be long before Feng Qingqing regretted marrying into the royal residence. She too would swiftly secure satisfactory divorce papers and compensation, departing from this place. As she turned to leave, she had taken only a few steps when she spotted Di Hemming striding through the main entrance of the Lioli courtyard. Clad in a black embroidered robe, half of his long hair bound in a black crown, he possessed a strikingly cold countenance and an imposing stature, exuding an air of aloofness. Upon seeing Feng Zhaoge, his expression bore little emotion. Recalling her act of saving many lives the previous night, his demeanor softened slightly. Suddenly, a delicate scream pierced the air. Di Hemming turned to see Feng Qingqing standing before the stove, shrieking. He rushed to her side, supporting her with concern. What has happened? Ah Ming, I am fine, truly. Feng Qingqing exclaimed in a flurry, gripping his arm desperately. This has nothing to do with my sister. She was merely trying to help me honor our mother by allowing me to prepare breakfast. Please do not blame her. As she spoke, her grip tightened on Di Hemming's arm. Upon noticing a considerable burn mark on her fair wrist, Di Hemming's expression darkened, his gaze piercing as it turned towards Feng Zhaoge. Feng Zhaoge, why do you continually torment Qingqing? He had just begun to regard her more favorably, and yet she resumed her troubling behavior. Why could she not remain composed? Feng Zhaoge chuckled. Torment? Again she was accused of torment? I have prepared porridge for 7 years. Why has no one ever spoken of who tormented me? She could only attribute the blame to Feng Qingqing's own clumsiness. Feng Zhaoge, you have learned to retort. Di Hemming's expression turned frigid, and he seized a ceramic cup from the countertop, hurling it toward her with force. The heavy cup hurtled toward Feng Zhaoge. She narrowed her eyes, quickly cradling the child and dodging the projectile. The cup shattered upon striking the ground nearby. Yet, it had narrowly grazed the ear of the infant, whose small face turned pale, momentarily stunned by the fright. Di Hemming, however, paid no mind, continuing to glare at Feng Zhaoge with warning. Should you allow Qingqing to engage in such activities again, I will ensure your demise. With that, he turned to Zhao Fei, stating, including you, mother, I do not wish to witness such a situation again. His chilling words were laced with authority. With that, he gathered the delicate Feng Qingqing in his arms and strode away. Feng Zhaoge's gaze remained cool, yet composed as she held the child, gently patting its small shoulder to soothe it. Meanwhile, Zhao Fei stood in a daze, feeling a pang of discomfort. How could Di Hemming speak to her so? All for the sake of Feng Qingqing? It was Feng Zhaoge's fault. Had she not shifted the burden onto Feng Qingqing, this calamity would never have occurred. Just as Di Hemming was about to brush past Feng Zhaoge, she suddenly called out. Wait. Di Hemming halted, curious to hear what she had to say next. Feng Zhaoge, disinterested in arguing further, was accustomed to Di Hemming's favoritism towards his concubines over his wife. She wished for the child to adapt quickly as well. Now, however, there were more pressing matters at hand. Her gaze fell upon the hands Di Hemming had used to support Feng Qingqing. She had etched that fingerprint into her memory. Merely glancing at Di Hemming's fingers would allow her to ascertain the similarity. Perhaps today, she could finally discern whether that enigmatic individual was indeed Di Hemming. However, upon observing Di Hemming's hand, her brows furrowed in dismay. His fingers bore the marks of injury. The fingertips were blistered and rotten, rendering any trace of fingerprints indiscernible. Feng Zhaoge couldn't help but frown. Just yesterday, Di Hemming's hands had appeared perfectly fine. How had he sustained such an injury today? What a coincidence that his fingers were harmed, leaving her only clue in abeyance. Di Hemming, sensing her concerned gaze, let out a light scoff. Was her intention to express concern for his injury? After injuring his Qingqing, did she still wish to feign concern? He retorted coldly. This prince does not require the concern of a venomous woman like you. Feng Zhaoge regained her composure, realizing that Di Hemming had misconstrued her intentions. With a lazy smile, she remarked, Your Highness has misunderstood. I merely wish to remind you that you promised to bow and apologize to me last night. Now that everyone has recovered, shouldn't you fulfill your promise?
The Empress brows knitted tightly.
Feng Zhaoge had stopped him merely to demand an apology and gratitude? Hadn't she been the one to fuss over him when he was injured in the past? Feng Zhaoge, you are being excessively pretentious. Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow. What pretense was she putting on? She had no desire to engage in idle conversation with him and directly stated, "You prattle on too much. Hurry up. I have other matters to attend to." Her tone was insistent, standing upright, clearly poised for his apology. D. Hemming's expression turned frigid, an aura of icy demeanor enveloping him. With such arrogance, you expect this prince to apologize? Speak. What kind of reward do you desire? You may name it. He would never bow to such an imperious woman, especially not for an apology. A simple gift would suffice to dismiss her. Yet, Feng Zhaoge, cradling the child, narrowed her eyes and inquired, "Are you certain you can comply?" Naturally, he replied. The esteemed Prince of Yongning had yet to encounter an insurmountable challenge. However, he did not anticipate her demand. "I want 150,000 taels of silver, along with that divorce document. Not a single tael more." D. Hemming's already dark demeanor grew stormy. Feng Zhaoge sought a divorce document? Did she truly wish to leave the royal residence? He would not allow it. With a frigid glare, he looked at Feng Zhaoge, clutching Feng Qingqing, and strode away. As he exited, he commanded Fei Mu, "Deliver 10 bolts of silk and the East Sea Night Pearl to Xinghan Courtyard. Beyond this, he would grant her no further reward, especially not that divorce document." Feng Qingqing, nestled in D. Hemming's embrace, felt a surge of displeasure. Silk was one thing, but the East Sea Night Pearl was unique to the royal residence. D. Hemming was willing to bestow this precious pearl upon Feng Zhaoge, yet refused to grant her the divorce document. What was he truly thinking? Feng Zhaoge, observing their retreating figures, scoffed disdainfully. Who would covet those items? A deceitful and untrustworthy creature. Yet, she was not in a hurry. She had ample time to engage them in a slow game of endurance. Upon witnessing their departure, Lady Zhao berated Feng Zhaoge. "What are you still doing here? If Qingqing cannot prepare a meal, you shall do it for me. As long as you remain undivorced, you are my daughter-in-law and must serve me. You have other daughters-in-law. If you have the capability, go find Feng Qingqing to serve you. Bullying her alone is hardly an accomplishment." Feng Zhaoge retorted coldly, cradling the infant as she departed with determined strides. The child, regaining composure, nestled on Feng Zhaoge's shoulder, puffing up with pride at Lady Zhao's expense. Lady Zhao's face turned a furious shade of crimson, pointing at Feng Zhaoge's back, shouting, You are simply insufferable. Are you trying to drive me mad? Someone. Bring me someone. I shall teach her a lesson." Chapter 57. The princess leaves the residence. Old Madame Zhang immediately approached. Lady Zhao instructed, "Go inform the storeroom and accounting office that they are not to provide Feng Zhaoge with anything, not even a grain of rice. Since she does not acknowledge me as her mother-in-law, she shall not survive in the royal residence. She is not to spend a single coin for my household." But old Madame Zhang hesitated. Feng Zhaoge possesses a decree from the late emperor. She has relied on it to procure numerous items recently. And so what? I am the late emperor's sister-in-law. When he was alive, he would consult with me regarding matters. Besides, that decree merely states she is to marry Ah Ming. Not that I cannot discipline her as a mother-in-law. If she has objections, let her come and discuss them with me. Unless she kneels and apologizes respectfully, I shall not tolerate her. Old Madame Zhang pondered this, and then departed with her entourage. The old prince emerged, offering counsel. "My dear, is this truly necessary? What do you mean? Did you not see how she defied me?" Lady Zhao retorted angrily. The old prince observed Feng Zhaoge's departing figure, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. "I believe this is quite favorable. This is how a proper princess should conduct herself." The former Feng Zhaoge was excessively humble and timid. Everyone perceived her as a mere maid. The current demeanor is fitting for someone who can stand alongside D. Hemming. He added, addressing Lady Zhao, "Feng Qingqing has a point. You have other daughters-in-law. Why fixate on her? The new concubine does not appear to be virtuous either. Do not indulge her too much. What do you know? Be silent. Go prepare porridge. If you cannot replicate the flavor that Feng Qingqing made, I shall not eat today." Lady Zhao, in a foul mood, shoved him aside. The old prince could only head to the kitchen, sighing inwardly. The dishes prepared by Feng Qingqing had always been crafted with care and respect, a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Meanwhile, Feng Zhaoge, cradling the child, strolled leisurely outside. The path was adorned with blossoming flowers and babbling brooks. The entire residence thrived under Feng Qingqing's diligent stewardship over the past 7 years. However, she, Feng Zhaoge, would not live her life for a man, a mother-in-law, or a residence. She possessed her own destiny. Suddenly, Ji-man rushed in a flustered manner from afar. Worry etched on her face. Princess, princess, trouble has arisen. The matriarch has issued an edict forbidding us from retrieving anything from the storeroom or accounting office. When I went to obtain breakfast today, I was driven away. Feng Zhaoge frowned and inquired, "Did you not present the decree?" "I did. But they claimed the matriarch disregarded it. She is teaching you a lesson as a mother-in-law, and if you have objections, you are to confront her directly." Feng Zhaoge frowned again. How audacious of Lady Zhao. With her interference, if she did not take action, her life in the royal residence would likely become even more challenging. Ji-man's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she cried, "Wu, princess, I have yet to receive breakfast today. If this continues, will we starve to death?" Even with a kitchen, a skilled cook could not work without ingredients. Yet, Feng Zhaoge smiled faintly, her expression calm and composed. "No one in this world dies of hunger. Only the indolent perish. Follow me." With that, she cradled the child and led Ji-man out of the royal residence. Ji-man trailed behind, curiosity piqued. What was the princess planning outside the residence? They had no small change to purchase anything. Chapter 58. The consequences of Feng Zhaoge, however, was not in search of food but rather to explore the markets of the imperial capital, seeking vacant shops. Ji-man followed her for a while before realizing, astonished, "Princess, you cannot be considering opening a shop?" "Indeed, I intend to establish a medical clinic," Feng Zhaoge replied with a composed tone. Ji-man's face paled in alarm, hastily urging, "Princess, you cannot do this. In the Eastern Xia Kingdom, no noble lady has ever emerged to reveal herself, especially not you, as a princess. Such an act would invite ridicule. Moreover, the Empress Dowager has grown weary of the princess, and should she learn of this, life would certainly become even more unbearable for you. For this very reason, I must seek to earn money." Feng Zhaoge's gaze became solemn as she said to Ji-man, "Only by possessing sufficient ability and skill can one cease to rely on the whims of others. Furthermore, I shall inevitably part ways with Hemming. I must become self-sufficient and provide for my family." At this, she turned to Ji-man and reminded her, "Remember, those without an umbrella can only run in the rain. And I shall not only move forward but also establish a workshop for making umbrellas." Her voice, clear and resonant, echoed as she continued onward, cradling the child. Ji-man stood frozen in place, the words of Feng Zhaoge reverberating in her ears. "Those without an umbrella can only run in the rain? Not only must I move forward, but I must also open a workshop for umbrellas?" The princess's words were both resilient and heart-wrenching. Moreover, how splendid she appeared. Initially, Ji-man had not endorsed Feng Zhaoge's ideas, but in this moment, her heart brimmed with support, and she promptly followed after her. Meanwhile, a man clad in dark brocade stood in the shade of a tree, resembling a celestial being surveying the world with a lofty gaze. His aura exuded nobility and authority, seemingly unattainable. His eyes fell upon the unwavering figure of Feng Zhaoge, and a hidden depth flickered in his gaze. After a considerable pause, he commanded his subordinate, Yujio, "Assist her as much as possible. Should you fail, your entire clan shall face consequences." In the streets of the imperial capital, Feng Zhaoge wandered with a child in search of shops for quite some time. However, she discovered that securing a shop in the Eastern Xia Kingdom was exceedingly difficult. Class distinctions were glaringly evident. Nearly all shops were monopolized by the wealthy, whose incomes were stable, and few were available for transfer. Given her intention to establish a large hospital, finding a suitable building was akin to scaling a mountain. By midday, she had made no progress. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Ji-man suggested, "Princess, why don't we find a way to grab a bite to eat? It would be disastrous if we were to weaken ourselves." Feng Zhaoge deemed this the only option, and just as she prepared to head towards the bustling market, an elderly woman carrying a basket approached them. Young ladies, please wait." The elderly woman, with a warm demeanor, inquired, "I overheard that you wish to purchase a building for business?" "Indeed," Feng Zhaoge replied succinctly. The elderly woman, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "As fortune would have it, I have a vacant building not far from here. Would you care to accompany me to take a look?" Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow. Such coincidences were suspicious. Nonetheless, She decided to follow along. The elderly woman eagerly led them forward, producing a large box of pastries from her basket. Here, these are some I bought earlier. But I purchased too many. Let us share. This is from you Feng Zhaoge, and a box costs 10 taels of silver. It is far too precious for us to accept.
Seaman protested.
Nonsense, the elderly woman insisted warmly. I wouldn't be able to finish all this by myself anyway, and it would be a pity if it spoiled. We met by chance. There's no need for such formality. As she spoke, she opened the lid and offered a piece to Feng Zhaoge. Feng Zhaoge's gaze fell upon the pastry, feeling that the elderly woman was overly friendly, almost unnaturally so. In her mind, she activated her medical kit. The invisible blue waves scanned the food and confirmed, beep, non-toxic. Feng Zhaoge frowned. Was she being overly cautious? Perhaps the woman was simply amiable, dismissing her doubts. She continued walking and enjoying the pastries. The elderly woman kept offering them food, nearly emptying her basket. After a brief walk, they finally arrived at the end of a narrow alley. Before them stood a 3-story wooden structure, complete with elegant eaves and an air of antiquity. The elderly woman produced a key, unlocking an ornate bronze lock, and enthusiastically introduced, "This place has 3 floors and was once an inn. I've left it idle since I grew older. The space is quite ample, and you may use it for whatever purpose you desire. I still come by occasionally to keep it tidy. Everything is in good order. If you find anything unsatisfactory, feel free to let this old woman know. And I can assist in making changes." Feng Zhaoge stepped inside, surveying the entire building. The inn had been well maintained. The 2nd and 3rd floors featured independent rooms, ideal for subsequent divisions into patient wards and apartments. Every corner, including the backyard, was pristine. She was quite pleased, envisioning the premises transformed into a grand hospital.
Seaman.
However, timidly inquired, "Old lady, how much do you want for this building?" They had very little silver between them, and she wondered if selling herself would suffice. The elderly woman replied, 30 taels of silver will do. Ji-man's eyes widened in astonishment. "What did you say? 30 taels? Are you jesting? In the eastern Xia kingdom, a 3-story building like this would cost at least 300 taels. 30 taels could only buy a narrow little shop. This was practically a giveaway." Feng Zhaoge felt a twinge of doubt. The elderly woman continued, "I am not jesting. I am in urgent need of funds and must travel south. Having encountered kindred spirits, I am willing to part with it for 30 taels. Nearby, a passerby interjected, 30 taels? Old lady, I'll give you 60 for that building. Sell it to me. I'll offer 80 taels. Another added eagerly, "That will not do." The elderly woman glared at them, stating firmly, "You are not my kindred spirits. Should you wish to purchase it, the price is at least 300 taels. The 2 would-be buyers left, dejected. Feng Zhaoge turned to the elderly woman, perplexed. "What led you to believe I am a kindred spirit?" "By intuition, I suppose. Such matters are inexplicable. Besides, your little child is rather adorable. And I have a particular fondness for him," the elderly woman remarked, pinching the child's cherubic cheek. "This child is delightful and possesses a certain charm. As luck would have it, I brought the property deeds with me today. If you have no objections, we can sign the agreement and finalize the deal. If you lack the funds, credit is acceptable. You may pay me at your convenience." Feng Zhaoge studied her for a moment longer, her suspicions deepening. How could such a benevolent person appear out of nowhere? Yet, based on her years of experience and judgment, she felt the elderly woman harbored no ill intentions. Moreover, with the contracts in hand, what could the elderly woman possibly scheme? In the end, Feng Zhaoge handed over 30 taels of silver, and both parties signed the agreement, imprinting their seals. The elderly woman beamed at the contract, exclaiming, "At last, this matter is settled. Do take good care of it, and should you need anything, feel free to seek me out." With a wave, she departed, her spirits high. Feng Zhaoge frowned. What did she mean by finally settled? The phrase struck her as odd. Ji-man, oblivious to the nuances, asked in astonishment, "Princess, where did you acquire that much silver?" They had previously taken many items from storage, but had not requested any silver. Feng Zhaoge replied nonchalantly, "I found a silver note on the road." She then resumed her calm demeanor, issuing clear and decisive instructions. "Find a table to place here, arrange for a customized medicine cabinet, and procure some common medicinal herbs." With a flurry of tasks assigned, Ji-man set to work without further question.
Meanwhile,
Feng Zhaoge discreetly retrieved a selection of commonly used medicines and instruments from her medical kit, placing them into a large medical box. Subsequently, a large wooden plaque was commissioned, inscribed with the 4 characters First Medical Hall, which was prominently displayed above the wooden building. Thus, a simple yet elegant hospital was established. Feng Zhaoge stood before the medical hall, gazing at the 3-story structure, her mind already envisioning the future splendor of the establishment. This would be her starting point in the ancient world, her first venture into a career. Ji-man stood beside her, filled with concern and apprehension, inquiring, "Your Highness, having spent so much silver, can we truly recoup our investment? This establishment is at the end of an alley, rather remote and desolate." However, Feng Zhaoge merely smiled. The fragrance of wine is not afraid of the depth of alleys. Use this silver to hire some people and spread the word. As she spoke, she handed Ji-man 10 taels of silver. Ji-man's eyes widened in astonishment. 10 taels. That was their salary for quite some time. How long would it take to break even? Was it truly worth spending so much on such a secluded medical hall? Yet, following the princess's orders, she had no choice but to comply. Later that day, news spread throughout the capital like wildfire. Did you hear? The Princess of Yongning has opened a medical hall. The Princess of Yongning? Isn't she the one who is meek and unrecognized by the prince? When did she learn medicine? I heard she saved over 30 people from the royal residence last night. Is that rumor accurate? How come I didn't hear about it? Perhaps she can no longer stay in the royal residence and is trying to swindle some money? That's quite possible. It's the first time she's come out publicly to open a medical hall. Let's go and see the commotion. Many people gradually gathered to witness the spectacle. Feng Zhaoge sat at her table, dressed in a simple white brocade garment, her hair styled in a half-bun, secured with a white ribbon, presenting a somewhat physician-like appearance. She sat upright, her legs slightly apart, exuding an aura befitting a general. The onlookers observed her with cautious whispers. She does have a certain appearance. And the medical hall looks decent, but can she truly heal? In Dongxia, it was unprecedented for a woman to practice medicine. Historically, there had never been a female doctor. Moreover, Feng Zhaoge had always been rumored to be weak, merely assisting her family with domestic affairs. When could she have possibly learned medicine? How could a woman possibly possess medical knowledge? She must be here to con people. As the crowd murmured, they retreated, none daring to approach for treatment. Thus, Feng Zhaoge spent the entire morning sitting there, surrounded by curious onlookers, yet not a single individual came forth for consultation. Just as she squinted her eyes, contemplating her next move, a series of harsh coughs pierced the air. Suddenly, a striking figure clad in crimson emerged from the crowd. It was none other than the demonic lord, Empress. Empress landed gracefully before Feng Zhaoge, seated at her table, resting his chin on his hand with an alluring demeanor. Upon seeing him, the crowd recoiled in fear, stepping back hastily.
Montaxi.
The infamous killer of the snowy steppes. Those of a timid disposition fled in panic. However, a Miao, with a stern expression, blocked the exit from behind, coldly declaring, "The Lord merely seeks medical attention. No one is permitted to be afraid, and no one is allowed to flee." Trembling in fear, the crowd could only remain frozen in place. Yet, many noticed that Empress's face was indeed flushed, appearing to be suffering from a cold and high fever. He languidly propped his chin on his hand, casting a flirtatious glance at Feng Zhaoge. "Little ice cube, I am on the verge of collapse. Please save me." Feng Zhaoge retrieved a thermometer and scanned his forehead. It displayed a staggering 42 degrees. Such a severe fever? What a coincidence. Empress winked at her and whispered in a voice only they could hear, "Little ice cube. To assist you, I stood under the icy spring for a quarter of an hour and took some medication to expedite the process. You owe me a proper thank you when you have the time." After speaking, he resumed his normal tone and inquired, "So, can you treat this illness?" Feng Zhaoge regarded him with suspicion. Had he intentionally fallen ill to aid her? What was his true intention? Nevertheless, a patient was present and treatment must be administered. She retrieved a vial of Tylenol from her small box, measured out 0.6 grams, and handed it to him. "Drink this." Empress glanced at the red liquid, frowning as he asked, "Little ice cube, are you sure this will cure me?" He had come to support her. Should she not showcase her skills? Yet, Feng Zhaoge calmly replied, "Just drink it." Before the gathered crowd, Empress consumed the Tylenol. The spectators looked on, all filled with curiosity. For a common cold, A doctor would usually prescribe several doses of traditional medicine to be brewed at home, yet Feng Zhaoge had given him merely a small amount. Would such a little medicine truly work? They watched with bated breath. Empress, growing impatient, quietly channeled his inner strength to accelerate the medicine's effects. In just a moment, he felt significantly better, the fever subsiding, and his previously hazy mind becoming clearer. He looked at Feng Zhaoge with a mix of astonishment and intrigue. What had begun as a mere diversion had revealed her remarkable medical skills. Though he had utilized his inner strength, it was only a slight enhancement. Even without it, the medicine would have surely brought down the fever in no time. What a treasure this little ice cube turned out to be. The crowd watched in awe as Empress's once flushed face gradually returned to its fair, porcelain-like complexion. The fever was evidently diminishing, and his condition had improved significantly. They stood in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes. This is astonishing. How can such a miraculous event occur in this world? Even renowned physician Jiang Yunji's remedies took days to yield results, yet Feng Zhaoge had managed to restore him so swiftly. What kind of divine medicine was this? What extraordinary medical prowess did she possess? It seemed that the rumors from the previous night were indeed true. Feng Zhaoge truly had the ability to heal. Many gazes turned to her with admiration and respect, eager to approach, yet hesitant due to Empress's presence. Seeing that the moment had arrived, Empress, though wishing to linger longer, rose and declared, "Feng Zhaoge, from this day forth, you shall be recognized as a divine healer by me. Should anyone dare to harm you, they may seek me out at any time." After uttering his words, he winked with his captivating eyes and took flight, his crimson robe billowing dramatically against the sky. Feng Zhaoge watched his retreating figure, her gaze profound. Had he truly departed without ulterior motives? After Empress left, the crowd finally shed their fears. Those who were unwell surged forward, eager to test Feng Zhaoge's medical skills. She took pulses, listened to heartbeats, and checked foreheads. For colds, she prescribed 999 cold medicine or Gongkong. For those with high blood pressure, she prescribed antihypertensive medication. For those suffering from severe fevers, she directly administered Tylenol or gave them an injection to reduce the fever. Given that the people of this era had never taken Western medicine, their bodies had no antibodies. Almost instantly, the effects of the medication were evident within an hour. Everyone was astounded by the miraculous nature of her medical abilities and the potency of her remedies. She completely overshadowed the so-called top physician, Jiang Yunji. No, she surpassed him by several leagues. They spread the news far and wide, and within a day, the astonishing tale of the Princess of Yongning's medical expertise echoed throughout the capital. It became common knowledge that she could cure the deadly typhoid fever with merely a small packet of green cold medicine. The 999 cold medicine became the miraculous remedy of the entire capital. That night, under the bright full moon, Feng Qingqing learned of this news while applying fragrant balm at her dressing table. Jealousy surged in her eyes as she questioned Bai Lu. "Did you ascertain what medicine she is administering? How could someone so inept in medicine suddenly possess such skills? How can a plain woman achieve such fame?" The maid could not uncover the truth, but had some good news. Bai Lu leaned closer to Feng Qingqing's ear, whispering something. Feng Qingqing's previously sullen expression gradually brightened. Just when she was troubled by her inability to deal with Feng Zhaoge, the latter unwittingly delivered herself into her hands. It was hardly her fault. At that moment, steady footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. The towering figure of Di Himing strode in. Feng Qingqing feigned ignorance, angrily rebuking, "You speak nonsense. Sister is not that kind of person. Do not utter such words again, or I shall not hesitate to punish you." "Yes." Bai Lu promptly nodded in agreement. As Di Himing entered the room, he overheard the conversation and inquired, "What is happening?"
Ming.
Feng Qingqing exclaimed in surprise, rising in a fluster. "What brings you here?" "I await your answer to my earlier question." Di Himing's voice was cold and firm, eager to know what Feng Zhaoge had done that warranted such secrecy. Feng Qingqing bit her lip, seemingly hesitant to speak. However, Bai Lu stepped forward, saying, "My lord, I ventured out today and saw the rightful princess had opened a clinic in the southern alley. I cannot ascertain if it is for healing, but I witnessed her touching a man's wrist, unbuttoning his clothing, and even removing his trousers to examine him."
Below.
"Cease your ridiculous talk," Feng Qingqing quickly interrupted. Turning to Di Himing, "Ah Ming, do not listen to her fabrications. Sister is not that kind of person." Yet, a wave of chill emanated from Di Himing. his countenance darkening ominously. Whether it is fabrication or truth is evident. He commanded, "Rest early." With that, he pivoted and departed with a swift motion, heading toward Feng Zhaoge. Feng Qingqing watched his retreating figure, a smirk of triumph curling her lips. Hopefully, Di Himing would witness Feng Zhaoge's indiscretion firsthand. With his disposition, he would surely dismiss Feng Zhaoge from the Yongning Wangfu in a grand manner. Soon, she would ascend to the position of the rightful princess of Yongning Wangfu. Chapter 63. The shirt is removed. The first medical hall was closing for the night, and as Feng Zhaoge announced the end of service, the last of the patrons trickled out. She counted the silver coins, realizing that most visitors were common folk, seeking cures for minor ailments. In total, she earned 20 taels for the day. Jiwan, cradling a child, beamed with delight. "Princess, you are remarkable. 20 taels. This is wonderful. We shall no longer go hungry. It has been ages since I've seen this much silver." For 7 years, she had endured hardships with Feng Zhaoge, receiving only a meager allowance each month to manage the household.
Now,
earning 20 taels in a single day signified liberation. No more bowing to others for silver, no more struggling to afford a cherished hairpin. Feng Zhaoge remained composed and unflustered, casually placing the silver into Jiwan's hands. "This is merely the beginning. There will be more in the future. You shall manage this money and purchase whatever you desire." "Excellent," Jiwan replied readily, envisioning garments, toys, and jewelry for Feng Zhaoge and the little one. Feng Zhaoge's gaze fell upon the infant, and she solemnly instructed, "Remember, you must learn to be self-reliant, earn your keep, and uphold my dignity, understood?" The child, seemingly comprehending, beamed with a pure smile and raised pudgy hands to salute.
"Yay!"
Feng Zhaoge smiled faintly, then began to tidy up the large traditional medicine cabinet behind her. To avoid suspicion, she had purchased a cabinet filled with common herbs, while the more expensive medical supplies were stored in her box. For now, the hall was simple and unadorned, yet Feng Zhaoge brimmed with confidence. This was just the beginning. In time, various departments would flourish here, managed efficiently, transforming it into a reputable hospital, the first of its kind in Dongxia Kingdom, capable of generating profit while addressing the medical challenges of the past. She would demonstrate to the likes of Empress Dowager Zhao that even without the Yongning Wangfu, she, Feng Zhaoge, could still thrive. Lost in thought, a weak voice suddenly called out, "Help me." Feng Zhaoge snapped back to reality, spotting a man in coarse linen approaching the entrance. He stood tall at around 6 feet, with a robust physique and sun-kissed skin. However, his tunic was tattered, a rusted nail embedded in his chest, blood seeping profusely. Jiwan exclaimed, "We are closed. I have little silver, but if you save me, my life shall belong to you," the man declared, producing some coins from his sleeve and placing them on the table, alongside an ancient jade pendant, clearly a family heirloom. Feng Zhaoge assessed him, recognizing him as a skilled martial artist, and noted the severity of his wound, realizing the rusted nail posed a serious risk of tetanus. In Dongxia, treatments for such injuries were virtually non-existent, with a mortality rate of 100%. "Please take a seat," she instructed. "Thank you." The man expressed gratitude, clasping his hands together as he sat at the examination table. Feng Zhaoge gathered alcohol wipes, tweezers, and a tetanus shot, seating herself before him. She deftly extracted the nail, quickly staunching the bleeding, then disinfected and dressed the wound with a large bandage. Once the injury was treated, she firmly stated, "Remove your shirt." The man blinked in surprise. "What? My shirt?" Surely, he must have misheard. Chapter 64. The ghostly wails. Jiwan looked at Feng Zhaoge, bewildered. Throughout the day, she had seen her treat patients without asking anyone to undress. Feng Zhaoge reiterated with a commanding tone, "Remove your shirt." The authority in her voice left no room for refusal. The man complied, his previously stoic face tinged with embarrassment. Feng Zhaoge remained composed, adjusting his arm to the proper position and using a cotton swab to disinfect the area before administering the tetanus immunoglobulin injection into his deltoid. This injection would provide immediate immune protection, ensuring the man's life was spared. Yet, it was the first time he had been so close to a woman, causing his ears to flush. The proximity allowed him to catch a faint scent of medicinal herbs emanating from her, which was surprisingly pleasant. When Di Himing arrived, he was met with the sight of the man shirtless, his imposing physique on display, while Feng Zhaoge stood before him, administering the injection. Their closeness was palpable, and the man's cheeks harbored a hint of red, painting an intimate tableau. Di Heming's expression darkened, an unprecedented fury igniting within him. He strode into the medical hall, eyes fixed on Feng Zhaoge, his voice a low rumble. Feng Zhaoge. The weight of his tone reverberated through the night, imposing and authoritative. Yet, Feng Zhaoge did not spare him a glance, handing the man several large bandages and advising, "Change them morning and night. They will heal quickly." The man's brows furrowed in confusion. "Is that all? All the doctors said I was doomed, yet you handled this so simply?" He intended to ask more, but he sensed Di Heming's piercing gaze, as if he were about to devour Feng Zhaoge whole. The man decisively rose, donning his clothes, and positioned himself protectively in front of Feng Zhaoge, saying, "Your Highness Yongning, please do not misunderstand. The princess is merely treating my wounds." Feng Zhaoge felt a flicker of surprise. This stranger was willing to shield her? However, Di Heming did not even spare the man a glance. His voice icy as he commanded, "You have no right to speak here. Leave." The man frowned, his large hand clenched into a fist, seemingly preparing to fight back. Yet, Feng Zhaoge interjected, "You should go. I can handle this myself." As she spoke, she returned the protective jade pendant to the man. He, however, insisted no. Having heard of Di Heming's intense disdain for Feng Zhaoge, a woman scorned, he worried about what might transpire tonight. Although he was no match for the prince, if he left, Feng Zhaoge, along with her fragile maid and infant, would be left utterly defenseless. Di Heming's already cold demeanor grew even more frigid. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath upon the man, Feng Zhaoge coldly declared, "Leave now. Don't obstruct me." Her tone was laced with unmistakable disdain. The man sensed her irritation and could only say, "If you need anything, find me at the northern alley. My name is Lan Tai." After casting one last glance at Di Heming, he strode away. Di Heming's gaze fell upon Feng Zhaoge, his thin lips curling into a mocking smile. "Quite the skill you possess. It took merely a day for a stranger to protect you." "Thank you for the compliment," Feng Zhaoge replied apathetically, turning back to organize her workbench. Di Heming's expression darkened sharply, a furious vein throbbing on his forehead. "Feng Zhaoge, do you still remember your identity? And do you remember your responsibilities?" Feng Zhaoge retorted, rolling her eyes. "Shouldn't you be busy with your beloved Feng Qingqing, making up for last night's wedding night instead of causing a ruckus here?" Her words dripped with disdain, lacking even a hint of welcome.
An intense chill enveloped Di Heming.
How dare she speak to him in such a manner? Feng Zhaoge. He spat out her name through clenched teeth as he lunged forward, his hand reaching for her neck. Chapter 65. She must submit. Feng Zhaoge nimbly grasped a branch and evaded his attack. In the blink of an eye, the three stood 3 meters away from Di Heming. She glared at him, annoyance evident in her voice. "What are you even raging about? I walk my path, you pamper your green tea bitch. How does that interfere with you? You're merely seeking trouble." Di Heming narrowed his cold eyes, scrutinizing her. "Are you truly oblivious or merely pretending?" He proclaimed, "From tomorrow onward, you are not to return here." "On what grounds?" Feng Zhaoge shot back. Di Heming scoffed, a domineering fervor igniting in his gaze. "As long as you have not received the divorce decree, you remain the Princess of Yongning. Do not disgrace yourself and tarnish my reputation." A chilling smile crept across Feng Zhaoge's face. "So that is the reason? In this ancient society, men are allowed multiple wives, yet women are forbidden from appearing in public? Even for treating someone it is deemed disgraceful?" She met Di Heming's gaze unwaveringly. "What if I choose to do so anyway?" Her voice was languid and icy, seemingly indifferent, but laced with an innate resilience. Di Heming responded with a cold scoff. "If you insist on doing so." He raised his hand and violently struck the medicine cabinet. The massive cabinet crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, shattering drawers and spilling herbs everywhere. The sole respectable addition to the clinic, the first medicine cabinet, lay in ruins. Feng Zhaoge's eyes turned frigid. "Di Heming, I have indulged you too much these past days. Having harmed her repeatedly and caused her hearing loss, now he destroyed her cabinet? Did he truly believe she was pliable clay, meant to be molded as he wished?" With a fierce motion, she hurled a surgical knife toward him. Di Heming leaped aside, deftly evading the blade's trajectory. He stood outside the door, silhouetted against the cold moonlight, like a stone statue. "Huh, with such clumsy skills, you think you can harm me?" Yet, at that moment, a cascade of small hanging bottles suddenly fell from the door. The bottles contained the previously mentioned pesticide, a green concoction mixed with sulfuric acid. One by one, the toxic vials created a curtain of poison, isolating Di Hemming from entry. In that instant, a droplet landed on the back of his hand, corroding the once pristine skin and inflicting excruciating pain. Di Hemming cast a glance at the damage, his brows knitting together. Feng Zhaoge, the woman who once loved him, was truly capable of inflicting harm? Had he not dodged, that drop might have been far more lethal. She was indeed ruthless, intent on his demise. It was then that Di Hemming realized Feng Zhaoge was not merely pretending. She genuinely no longer loved him, perhaps even harbored hatred toward him. Feng Zhaoge stood behind the curtain of pesticide, confronting Di Hemming. I have made it clear before. We shall lead our separate lives. Do not provoke me, and I will not provoke you. If you disapprove of my actions, then prepare the divorce decree and compensate me, allowing me to leave the royal residence.
Ha!
A divorce decree?
Di Hemming mocked coldly.
You, who have injured me, expect to waltz away with a decree and compensation? Feng Zhaoge, you are overly idealistic. I will ensure you regret this. With that, he turned to leave. Feng Zhaoge dismissed his threats, and as a thought crossed her mind, she called after him, "Wait!" Di Hemming halted, a scornful smirk gracing his lips. Are you beginning to fear? Ready to submit? Chapter 66. Forcing her to yield yet. To his surprise, Feng Zhaoge merely reminded him of Feng Qingqing's morning visit. Please tell Feng Qingqing to be more patient during her morning greeting tomorrow. I will be late cleaning up this mess tonight. Di Hemming's already darkened gaze grew even colder. She wanted Feng Qingqing to greet her? The vixen. Feng Zhaoge continued. In Dongxia, it is customary for the concubine to greet the main wife daily. As long as I have not received the divorce decree, I am still the princess of Yongning, and the concubine should act accordingly. Surely, you would not want word to spread that Feng Qingqing is disrespectful and insolent, would you? Di Hemming turned back, his deep-set eyes locking onto her. Feng Zhaoge, you fail to uphold the etiquette of a proper princess. What right do you have to demand it from Qingqing? I am unbothered by public opinion, but she surely would be. Feng Zhaoge smiled lazily, her grin unfettered and carefree. Dressed in white brocade, she resembled a phoenix, liberated from its constraints. Di Hemming's gaze sharpened, a fleeting desire to strike her down coursing through him. Yet Feng Zhaoge paid him no mind, kneeling to gather the scattered herbs and cabinet remnants. The chain of pesticide bottles, if carelessly dropped, would cause the toxins to spread rapidly. He watched her for a moment before ultimately suppressing his murderous intent and departing. Beyond brute force, he possessed myriad ways to compel her submission. In Jinghong Courtyard, Feng Qingqing had been awaiting good news, but was taken aback when Bai Lu returned, recounting the events at the clinic. Clenching her fist, her eyes darkened with malice. How could Di Hemming let this slide? He had not punished Feng Zhaoge? And to be harmed by a mere woman? This was intolerable. She had intended to rage, but upon seeing Di Hemming enter, she swiftly masked her emotions and approached him with feigned concern. Aiming, what happened to your hand? How did you get injured? It's nothing. Just a bite from a dog, Di Hemming replied, his expression indifferent and profound. Reflecting on Feng Zhaoge's demeanor, he likened her to an aggressive guard dog. Yet even the wildest of dogs could be tamed. He seated himself at the table. Attend to my wound. Yes, Feng Qingqing promptly fetched the medical kit, carefully tending to his injury. Di Hemming had already used his internal energy to expel the poison and had cleansed the wound, leaving only the application of medicine and bandaging. However, Feng Qingqing was not accustomed to such tasks. Throughout her life, Feng Zhaoge had treated her like a sister, never allowing her to engage too deeply in matters. As she began to tend to his injury, Di Hemming winced in pain, his brow furrowing. Feng Qingqing quickly, with an air of innocence, apologized. Ming, I'm sorry. I will be gentler. It's of no consequence, Di Hemming replied, his expression unchanged. Yet, as he observed her deliberate movements, his mind involuntarily conjured the image of Feng Zhaoge, poised and capable, adeptly managing the complexities of the previous night. Why was he thinking of that venomous woman? He furrowed his brow, chastising himself. Gathering his thoughts, he instructed Feng Qingqing, tomorrow, you shall pay your respects to Feng Zhaoge and patiently await her response.
Ah?
Feng Qingqing was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. Di Hemming, who had always indulged her, had never suggested such a thing. Even on their wedding day, he had sought to spare her from that very formality. Yet now, his gaze softened as it fell upon her face. I cherish your grace and propriety, and you must not become as reckless and rude as that venomous woman. A flicker of doubt ignited within Feng Qingqing. Was this truly the reason for his request? Despite her reservations, she dared not voice them. Her eyes glimmered with tenderness as she assured him, "Ah Ming, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you, and will strive to become even more to your liking." As she wrapped his hand in gauze, her body leaned delicately against him, her form as fragile as a willow swaying in the breeze. Her ethereal beauty evoking an instinctive urge to cherish her. Di Himing lowered his head, kissing her brow, her cheeks, and finally her alluring lips. Yet, strangely, his mind could not help but drift to Feng Zhaoge's icy, haughty visage, rendering the warmth of Feng Qingqing's presence rather insipid in comparison. Cursed be that woman. Had she cast a spell over him? Why was he dwelling upon that wicked creature? Frustrated, he abruptly lifted Feng Qingqing and laid her on the bed, instructing, "Get some rest." Feng Qingqing furrowed her brow. "My lord, will you not stay?" "I have matters to attend to and shall return another day," he replied, soothing her before striding away. Watching his retreating figure, she clenched the bed linens in frustration. He had not returned last night after their wedding, and now he was leaving again? He had once been so enamored with her, yet recently, everything had changed. It must be Feng Zhaoge. She had undoubtedly ensnared Di Himing once more. That vixen, that wretched woman. She would not allow her to succeed. A hidden malice flickered in her gaze as her thoughts darkened. Meanwhile, in the first medical hall, Feng Zhaoge was tirelessly repairing the medicine cabinet and sorting herbs late into the night, with Xiwan assisting her. Even the small infant in the cradle was tugging at a bundle of herbs with tiny, chubby hands. The scene appeared chaotic. Yet it was a meticulous separation of two types of medicinal plants. The three of them in the spacious ancient hall bore an air of melancholy and solitude. Xiwan could no longer suppress her concerns. "My lady, given the prince's temperament, he will not easily let this matter rest. Perhaps we should reconsider." Although 20 taels of silver was substantial and the prospect of earning their own living was appealing, her worry for Feng Zhaoge's safety prevailed. She only wished for her to remain unharmed. Feng Zhaoge, having secured the last wooden plank of the cabinet, stretched her arms and replied with unwavering calm. "What is there to fear? If we give up now, we would merely return to the palace, living in humiliation. Haven't we endured that life for 7 long years? If we are not afraid of that, what else is there to fear?" Xiwan paused, her thoughts drifting back to their past. Each month, only a few taels of silver were tossed at them as if they were beggars. The meager earnings were barely enough to appease the servants and wet nurses. Yet they were met with disdain and contempt. Indeed, they had suffered enough. Now, even the Dowager Empress had been so cruel as to withhold food from them. Even if they acquiesced, a better life was not in sight. She looked resolutely at Feng Zhaoge. "Very well. Tomorrow we will return and stand our ground. I refuse to believe he would dare harm you in front of so many citizens."
Feng Zhaoge smiled faintly. "Precisely.
The worst that could happen is death. But if we do not die, we shall eventually rise. Moreover, let us see if he possesses the capability to extinguish my life." A glimmer of fierce determination shone in her eyes as she cradled the infant and locked the door, heading toward the palace. Xiwan was awed by the strength emanating from her lady. She was fearless. Following closely behind, they made their way back to the palace. Their figures, illuminated by the cold moonlight, appeared solitary yet resilient. The journey back to the palace would take at least half an hour. However, Feng Zhaoge chose not to hire a carriage. Since her arrival, she had often walked with Xiwan to maintain her fitness. There remained many tasks ahead, and this body was her foundation. It must be strengthened. As they walked, she suddenly halted, sensing someone watching her from the shadows. That gaze lingered upon her, trailing her movements. It seemed that presence had returned once more. Feng Zhaoge narrowed her eyes, contemplating how to draw that man out or glean some useful information.
Yet,
after walking for a while, the feeling of being watched abruptly dissipated. She concentrated, confirming her suspicion. Indeed, that person's ability to evade detection surpassed her own. A mere pause on her part had revealed her awareness to him. Who was he, truly? Why did he care so deeply about being discovered? Would revealing himself spell his doom? Feng Zhaoge had always conducted herself with integrity, and she felt an urge to strike that elusive man who reveled in his mystique. However, for now, she could only bide her time. Upon returning to the palace, they found the entire residence darkened. devoid of anyone awaiting their return. Entering through the back door to Qinghan courtyard, the atmosphere was equally desolate, with only a ginkgo tree standing quietly. This place felt like an abandoned, isolated courtyard. Jiwan spoke up, "My lady, wait a moment. I will chop wood and boil water." Feng Zhaoge had already entered the inner chamber with the infant. Using her will, she summoned hot water from the medical kit, calling out to Jiwan, "There's no need. Hot water is already here." Jiwan entered and, astonished, furrowed her brow. "Huh?
How can this be?"
Since the Dowager Empress had issued her decree, no one dared approach Feng Zhaoge or Qinghan courtyard. The area surrounding it was utterly devoid of footprints, forlorn in its solitude. Feng Zhaoge speculated, perhaps someone, grateful for last night's rescue, prepared it for us in secret. Let us wash up and rest. She divided the hot water into 2 buckets. Jiwan quickly assisted, helping to clean the infant before they both washed themselves. As Feng Zhaoge lay in bed, she suddenly recalled a troubling thought. What could have prompted Di Heming to suddenly vandalize her medicine cabinet today? While her medical practices may have been questionable, today's gossip had revolved solely around her skills, with no inappropriate remarks made. It did not take long for her to conclude that it must have been Feng Qingqing. There was no one else who would have caused such a stir. She instructed Jiwan, who lay on the small bed beside her, "Sleep soundly. Tomorrow, regardless of who calls, do not rise early." Given Feng Qingqing's character, she would undoubtedly come to pay her respects. Since Feng Qingqing was always causing her trouble, it was only fitting to retaliate. Moreover, she recalled how, when Feng Qingqing had first entered the palace, the Dowager Empress had delighted in tormenting her, often forcing her to stand in the blazing sun or the biting snow for an entire morning. Today, the Dowager Zhao will not torment Feng Qingqing, so it falls upon her to take on the task. How could she allow Feng Qingqing to escape unscathed, especially in light of the late Feng Qingqing and the icy water Feng Qingqing had thrown upon her? Moreover, she must not grant Feng Qingqing any opportunity to stir mischief. Thus, early the next morning, after paying her respects to the Dowager Zhao, Feng Qingqing indeed made her way to Qinghan courtyard. She even had Bilv prepare exquisite pastries, standing in the courtyard, waiting with bated breath. Initially, she assumed Feng Zhaoge would merely sleep an extra hour, yet as the sun rose high in the sky, the courtyard remained eerily quiet. A sly smile crept across Feng Qingqing's rosy lips. At this juncture, it was likely that Di Heming had returned from court. She exchanged a knowing glance with Bilv, who nodded in understanding. In the next moment, Feng Qingqing, as delicate as a willow swaying in the breeze, suddenly collapsed to the ground. Bilv, startled, cried out in panic, "Help! Someone come quickly! The concubine has fainted!" Her voice grew increasingly frantic. Soon, a flurry of maidservants rushed to summon the doctor. In a short while, the Dowager Zhao and Di Heming entered together. Upon seeing Feng Qingqing unconscious on the ground, Di Heming swiftly approached and lifted her in his arms. He inquired, "What happened?" With tear-filled eyes, Bilv explained, "The concubine learned that the princess returned last night at the witching hour, and fearing for her well-being, she rose early to prepare nourishing red date cakes. However, despite knocking on the door several times, the princess stubbornly refused to get up. And now there is still no response. How outrageous!" The Dowager Zhao scolded furiously. She actually slept until the sun was high in the sky? How could she make Qingqing wait so long? This is truly an affront. The other maidservants chimed in. Indeed, the concubine has only just entered the household, and her constitution is fragile. How could she endure such hardship? Besides, the concubine is her sister. How can she be so cruel to her own kin? I was grateful to her for saving me before, but this time she has truly gone too far. Many harbored disdain for Feng Zhaoge. Di Heming's gaze turned icy as it settled upon the door, commanding coldly, "Breach the door." It seemed her lessons were insufficient. As she continued to bully Qingqing repeatedly, she deserved punishment. A servant rushed forward. Feng Qingqing and Bilv, with their eyes closed, reveled in their success. Splendid! This time, Feng Zhaoge would receive her due reckoning. Di Heming would undoubtedly punish Feng Zhaoge, and with so many people harboring disdain for her, her days in the manor would surely become increasingly intolerable. Yet, unexpectedly, the door, which they thought would be difficult to open, was flung open with a resounding crash. Inside, everything was meticulously arranged, and, astonishingly, there was no one present. The intricately carved bed was adorned with pristine sheets, folded neatly like blocks of tofu. The entire room was organized with a precision akin to military discipline. Everyone was taken aback. What was this? It was their first encounter with such a room. Yet, curiously, how could there be no one inside? Were they not supposed to be asleep? The Dowager Zhao furrowed her brow. Where are they? The door was not locked. Where could they have gone? Are you looking for me? A melodious voice inquired. Everyone turned to see Feng Zhaoge entering alongside an elderly physician. She was clad in a pristine white robe, her sleeves neatly secured, carrying a small medical box, exuding an air of cool competence. Her hair was simply styled in a half-bun, and her face was strikingly defined. The freckles dotting her complexion added a unique charm rather than detracting from her beauty. Upon seeing her, D. Hemming's gaze deepened. No matter the occasion, this woman had a way of captivating attention. The Dowager Zhao, filled with skepticism, scolded. Where have you been? Weren't you supposed to be sleeping in? How did you come from outside? Whispers circulated. Is it not too cruel to keep the concubine waiting in the courtyard for so long? Who said I was sleeping in? Feng Zhaoge retorted, her languid gaze sweeping over the gathered crowd. Earlier this morning, at the break of dawn, around 7 o'clock, I took Xiwan to the medicinal fields to procure herbs. I only returned upon hearing that someone had fainted in my courtyard. Everyone furrowed their brows in astonishment. So, Feng Zhaoge had not been present in the courtyard at all? She had left with the child at the crack of dawn? Bill's face darkened like a pot bottom. So they had stood in the courtyard for an entire morning for nothing? The room had been empty? Their performance had been in vain? It was utterly infuriating. At that moment, Feng Zhaoge's gaze fell upon Feng Qingqing. Why is she fainting? Just now, I developed a new needle. If a needle as thick as a finger is inserted into the gluteal acupoint, even the most deeply unconscious person can be awakened. As she spoke, she retrieved a large needle from her medical box. This needle was designed for veterinary use, the syringe as thick as a red sugar cane with a long, sharp tip glinting ominously in the sunlight. Feng Zhaoge approached Feng Qingqing step by step. Lying there, Feng Qingqing's body tensed. Although her eyes were closed, she could easily imagine the size of the needle Feng Zhaoge wielded, and she felt the chilling aura emanating from Feng Zhaoge. If that needle were to pierce her, the pain would be excruciating. Yet, if she were to awaken at such an opportune moment, everyone would realize she had been feigning unconsciousness. All her efforts would be in vain, and she would face scrutiny. What could she do? Feng Zhaoge had approached Feng Qingqing, gently pushing the syringe, and the needle, thick as an eyebrow pencil, oozed a chilling liquid, intensifying the dread. This needle needs to be inserted an inch deep, penetrating the skin into the flesh, piercing the fat, and thrusting in deeper with each push. Though it may be excruciating, it will awaken even the most deeply unconscious. As she prepared to squat down and lift Feng Qingqing's clothing, Feng Qingqing's muscles tensed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, a common stress response before an injection. She felt the sharp needle approaching her gluteus more and more closely.
No, I'm terrified.
Just as she was about to open her eyes, D. Hemming's cold voice rang out abruptly. He lifted Feng Qingqing, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Feng Zhaoge. Do not use your vile methods to harm Qingqing. You are unworthy to treat her. His condescending gaze brimmed with disdain. Feng Zhaoge rose to meet his gaze, questioning, Do you not see that she is feigning? Which unconscious person exhibits tensed muscles and beads of sweat? Do not speak of the unconscious. Even a ghost would fear a wicked woman like you.
The Hemming coldly retorted.
Carrying Feng Qingqing away, Feng Zhaoge remained rooted in place, suddenly sneering with derision. Indeed, how could one ever rouse a group of pretenders? Even with the lights on, a blind person remains blind. As D. Hemming reached the doorway, he paused, coolly stating, By the way, you need not return to your medical clinic. I have already had it sealed. What did you say? Feng Zhaoge's expression turned frigid. At that moment, Xiwan rushed in, cradling the child, weeping, Oh no, miss. Trouble. Someone from the government came and said that opening a medical clinic requires written permission. Since we do not have it, they sealed the clinic and said that if we continue to operate without permission, we will be imprisoned. Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow. What a despicable tactic from D. Hemming. Although it was true that opening a medical clinic in Dongxia Kingdom required written permission. However, in ordinary times, no one truly enforces the rules, nor does anyone specifically oversee them. Observing the proud and imposing silhouette of Emperor He Ming, she clenched her fists, a chill of pain coursing through her chest. The Dowager Zhao scolded. What are you staring at? Do you think that just because you have learned a bit of barefoot medicine, you can act defiantly? Recognize your place and do what a daughter-in-law ought to do, or you shall starve. With a fierce retort, she departed with a throng of followers. As they exited, she commanded a group of maids. No one is to provide them with food. I am curious to see how long they can maintain their arrogance. Initially, some of the servants were grateful to Feng Zhaoge for saving them, but with the dowager's orders, none dared to go against her. Thus, they left, and the Xing Han courtyard fell into a cold silence, devoid of attention. Chapter 71. Extinction. Ji-man wept, her eyes swollen. Woo, what should we do, princess? She had hoped the medical clinic would sustain them, yet after a day, they had not even earned back the rent, and now it was shuttered. With the dowager Feng isolating them, how were they to survive in the royal residence? Feng Zhaoge's expression also turned momentarily desolate. She had not anticipated that people in this era could be so despicable and vile. In the modern world, one could appeal and swiftly handle relevant procedures. But in this era, where power reigned supreme, Emperor He Ming, a formidable warlord, had issued his decree. How could anyone assist her? This matter was indeed quite troublesome. However, upon seeing Ji-man's reddened eyes and the worried expression of the child, she spoke firmly. Why are you crying? There is nothing to weep about. For someone like me, who has emerged from chaos, as long as I have a life, that is my greatest fortune. The current situation is dire, but compared to a world war, what does it matter? She calmly instructed, you wait in the courtyard with the child. I will resolve everything. After saying this, she stepped forward to leave. Yet, after taking a few steps, realizing Ji-man had no food, she feigned pulling something from her sleeve, but instead retrieved 2 fried yogurt pastries and 2 bottles of milk from her medical bag, handing them to her. Eat this today. Ji-man took them, utterly astonished and bewildered. What is this? When did the princess buy it? I have never seen such a thing in Dongxia. Feng Zhaoge then proceeded to the courtyard gate, using the insecticide to fashion a protective barrier. Once she completed everything, she earnestly reminded Ji-man, remember, stay put, and do not exit through this door. Ji-man, finally coming to her senses, nodded emphatically. All right. No matter what the princess is going to do, please be careful. Since she could not assist the princess, she resolved to remain obedient and not cause any trouble.
Feng Zhaoge set his feet,
Ruffled her hair, and then did the same to Feng Qingqing before dashing towards the courtyard wall. With a push from her toes, she deftly scaled the wall. Her movements fluid and agile. The child watched with sparkling eyes, filled with longing and anticipation. After Feng Zhaoge exited the royal residence, she deliberately took a secluded path to the medical clinic. Standing at a distance in the alley, she saw that the first medical clinic was indeed plastered with yellow seals. Even the signboard had been removed and tossed aside. Just yesterday, everything was in order, yet today it lay in shambles. Without Ji-man and the child, Feng Zhaoge stood at the alley's corner, her gaze growing colder, her brow slightly furrowed. This was her first genuine venture in the ancient world, a career she passionately cherished. The despicable Emperor He Ming, having favored his concubine over his wife, had gone so far as to annihilate her completely. She could not allow him to succeed. She must resolve this swiftly. This was Feng Zhaoge's determination, her responsibility towards Ji-man and the child. Wandering through the alley, she quietly contemplated solutions. Meanwhile, Emperor He Ming had returned Feng Qingqing to the Jing Han courtyard, laying her on the bed. Feng Qingqing feigned unconsciousness, showing no signs of awakening. He stood at the foot of the bed, looking down at her. Enough, stop pretending. He was not fooled. He could clearly feel how tense she had been at that moment. The bedridden Feng Qingqing felt a jolt within her. Just a moment ago, she had thought Emperor He Ming trusted and loved her, relieved that he had not seen through her. But after returning her, he had uttered such words. Was he testing her? Or was it genuine? Should she awaken? Chapter 72. Seeking his favor, noticing her lack of response. His expression darkened further. I detest women who engage in scheming. Qi, you have disappointed me this time. With those low, resonant words, he turned and walked out. Only then did Feng Qingqing stir, quickly sitting up to grasp his wrist. Ah Ming, do not go. It was Qingqing's fault, it was my fault. She explained in a flustered and pitiful manner. I truly did not know my sister was not inside. I waited in the courtyard for an entire morning. I genuinely experienced a brief bout of dizziness and collapsed. I only regained consciousness after you arrived. At that moment, events had escalated, and in her moment of folly, she had Continuing, she rose from the bed, entwining her arm with Emperor Qingqing's, nearly clinging to his side. Her demeanor exceedingly frail. Qi truly understands her mistake and will never repeat it. Ah Ming, please do not dislike me. She had stood for an entire morning, her feet weary, and perhaps it was her sister's overly arrogant nature that had caused her to cry. Ultimately, it was all Qi's fault. She pleaded, "Please, Ah Ming,
Do not despise me.
her voice was hoarse and delicate, her slight frame clinging to him like it had no bones. As she spoke, large, glistening tears rolled down her bright eyes, looking utterly enchanting, like a drooping pear blossom in the rain. Emperor Qingqing gazed at her in this state and eventually produced a silk handkerchief to wipe her tears. If I had despised you, I would not have shielded you just now. However, I do not wish for a repeat of this incident. Yes, Qi will remember this. She nestled against him, nuzzling her cheek against his chest in a display of affection. Emperor Qingqing observed her petite figure, and his mind drifted to the cold and haughty countenance of Feng Zhaoge. What would that woman look like if she were to yield? As she continued to nuzzle, her fair arms climbed onto his chest, and she slowly rose to her toes, attempting to kiss his cool lips. Yet, inexplicably, he felt a surge of displeasure and gently pushed her away. Rest well, I still have matters to attend to. After calming her, he stepped out of the Jinghong courtyard. Feng Qingqing watched his retreating figure, her palms clenching into fists. Ever since entering the royal residence, Emperor Qingqing had never once favored her.
He had completely changed.
Was it due to today's events that he found her repulsive? Or was it because of Feng Zhaoge? No matter the reason, she would not allow this to continue. Feng Qingqing instructed Bai Lu, "You go prepare something, tonight." No matter what, I wanted to stay in the Jinghong courtyard. Yes. Bai Lu immediately set to work. In early spring after the new year, the air was still somewhat chilly. The late winter winds carried remnants of melting frost, adding a bite to the atmosphere. Feng Zhaoge sat at the alley's entrance for an entire afternoon without devising a suitable plan. The sky gradually darkened, and a light drizzle began to fall. Many began to pack up, and pedestrians hurriedly made their way home. Feng Zhaoge, too, could only return to the royal residence, yet she walked slowly, not in a hurry to return. For her, going home meant confronting a fragile G-man and a pitiful little child, with no one to assist her. And they had placed all their hopes upon her. A sense of responsibility spurred her to contemplate various feasible solutions. Unbeknownst to her, she passed through a grove. The gentle rain in the forest pattered softly against the bamboo leaves, creating a faint rustling sound. Feng Zhaoge walked without opening her umbrella, when suddenly a strong gaze pierced through the air ahead. She halted and looked up, only to see a man clad in black brocade standing atop a bent emerald bamboo, illuminated by the cold moonlight. His agility was remarkable, not causing the treetops to sway in the slightest. He stood with a poised demeanor, reminiscent of a celestial being surveying the mortal realm. However, his face remained obscured by a dark mask, shrouding him in mystery. Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow. He had appeared once again. This time, the man did not hide but met her gaze directly. "Is the closure of the medical clinic truly worth such distress?" he inquired. Before she could respond, he continued coolly, "It is merely a piece of paperwork. Take it." As he spoke, he graciously raised his hand. A small booklet suddenly soared downwards from above, heading straight towards her. Quick and nimble, Feng Zhaoge caught the flying booklet with ease. Upon opening it, she discovered it was a medical practice license from the Eastern Xia Kingdom, bearing her name and the official seal. Did this mean she could return to her clinic and continue her practice? Her gaze towards the man grew increasingly skeptical. "Who are you? Why are you aiding me?" In just a single day, he had procured the necessary documentation from the authorities for her. What was his true identity? His expression remained as indifferent and regal as ever, looking down upon her as if she were but an insignificant insect. "Knowing too much will do no good. Do not forget, you are still the mother of a child. Return home soon." After uttering these words, the man tossed a greased paper umbrella towards her, bestowing it as a gift. In that moment, his figure vanished into the shadowy woods. Feng Zhaoge felt an urge to pursue him, yet lacking the ability for such lightness of foot, she could only remain rooted in place. As the black oil paper umbrella descended, it unfurled gracefully with the wind, sheltering her from the gentle drizzle. She deftly caught the umbrella, its handle still warm from the man's presence. For reasons unknown, an unfamiliar emotion flickered through her heart, as if she had missed a heartbeat. Regaining her composure, she folded the umbrella. What need do I have for an umbrella in this light rain? However, she thought it prudent to take the oil paper umbrella back for further examination, to see if it might yield any clues. Upon returning to Xinghan courtyard, she climbed over the courtyard wall. Under the eaves, Jiwan sat in a bamboo chair, cradling the child and feeding him from a bottle. The dim candlelight cast a warm glow, creating a cozy atmosphere. Upon seeing Feng Zhaoge return, the little one's eyes sparkled with joy. Jiwan, equally thrilled, exclaimed, "Your Highness, you have finally returned." She had spent the entire day worrying, fearing that the princess might be mistreated while out. Indeed, Feng Zhaoge replied, stifling her fatigue, and inquired, "Has anything occurred in the courtyard?" "Nothing much. Just that Empress Dowager Zhao has sent servants to inquire about your situation." "I pretended you were resting in your room," Jiwan responded. "However, she has repeatedly warned that you should concede sooner rather than later." Feng Zhaoge narrowed her eyes. It appeared the Empress Dowager was unaccustomed to the absence of Feng Qingqing service, eager for her to yield. Alas, she would never submit. Rest assured, the matters concerning the clinic have been resolved. Tomorrow, we shall continue to earn our livelihood. Really? Jiwan asked, incredulous. Given that the War King Di Hemming had given orders to collaborate with the authorities, it should have been a complicated matter. How could it be resolved in a single day? Feng Zhaoge sat beside her and handed over the oil paper umbrella. "Do you recognize this umbrella? Or have you seen any mysterious individuals seeking me out in the past? Was it possible that, due to her rebirth, she had overlooked certain memories? As her personal maid, Jiwan ought to have some insights." Jiwan took the oil paper umbrella and, after a glance, gasped in astonishment. "This is an umbrella made from the finest Qinglong bamboo. Qinglong bamboo is an exceedingly rare species, resembling a dragon, and it is hard to find even a single stalk amidst the vast groves. Furthermore, this oil paper umbrella bears no scent of tung oil, indicating it has been preserved in agarwood for a full 3 years. The strings are made of golden silk. This type of umbrella was crafted by a master artisan, and there are only 3 in the world." Her voice brimmed with excitement. Feng Zhaoge's eyes narrowed. "Who are the owners of the 3 umbrellas?" Jiwan's expression turned serious and respectful. "The artisan presented one to the current emperor. The emperor kept one for himself and bestowed one upon the Prince of Yongning. The last umbrella seems to have been given to the emperor's most cherished sister, the 9th princess." Feng Zhaoge frowned at this revelation. The man who had gifted her the umbrella could not possibly be the 9th princess. That left only the current emperor and Di Hemming. However, she had no dealings with Emperor Di Wentian, and he had no reason to assist her. As for Di Hemming, he had shown favoritism towards Feng Qingqing today and had acted against her multiple times. It seemed even less likely he would help her. What was truly happening? Jiwan, puzzled, asked, "Your Highness, where did you acquire this umbrella? It's not stolen, is it?" She recalled how the princess had once harbored a fondness for Di Hemming, often collecting items associated with him. Could it be that she was once again? Jiwan quickly grasped Feng Zhaoge's hand, saying, "Your Highness, please do not engage in such reckless actions. If the prince learns of this, he will be furious." "Am I that sort of person?" Feng Zhaoge retorted, shaking off her hand and taking the little one from her arms. The child, having just finished drinking milk, bore the sweet scent of infancy. His soft, plump body was incredibly comforting to hold. Feng Zhaoge pinched the little one's cheek, stating, "One must act with integrity and dignity. It is better to starve than to engage in thievery." Her words carried a resolute tone. The little one nodded repeatedly, his cherubic lips babbling, mm. Jiwan's doubts dissipated instantly. The current princess indeed seemed incapable of such actions. Then where did such a precious umbrella come from? Jiwan inquired, her gaze fixed on the oil paper umbrella. Since there were only 3 in existence, perhaps following a process of elimination could yield some results. A visit to the royal treasury might reveal whether Di Hemming's umbrella was still there. Feng Zhaoge glanced at the time. It was just past 8 in the evening. The night had fallen early, and with few forms of entertainment in ancient times, most spent their evenings idly in the courtyard. Unable to sleep, she told Jiwan, "I shall take a stroll. You look after the child. I want to accompany you." Jiwan pleaded, having grown restless after a day in the courtyard. Feng Zhaoge did not deter her, allowing her to follow as they walked outside. This time, she chose the main path. After all, it was late at night, and as the rightful princess, there was no need for stealth. Meanwhile, in Jinghang courtyard, Feng Qingqing had prepared a lavish feast, inviting Di Heming over for dinner. Dressed in a flowing water blue gown and adorned with a blue crystal hairpin, she appeared ethereal and elegant. Gracefully pouring a cup of wine for Di Heming, she spoke softly. Ming, I admit I was at fault today. I have deeply reflected on my actions and will not disappoint you again. As she spoke, she raised her own cup in a gesture of apology. Di Heming gazed at her delicate features, feeling his anger dissipate. Compared to Feng Zhaoge, she was far more obedient. He drank the wine, but after a short while, a warmth spread through his body. Watching Feng Qingqing before him, he found himself unable to control his desires. Yet, he was not poisoned. It was as if it was a natural reaction. Feng Qingqing observed his expression with secret delight. This was the special potion she had instructed by LV to procure, said to be derived from rare ingredients like deer antler and tiger whip, capable of igniting a man's ardor. This desire stems from the body's innate instincts, rendering one oblivious to the ensuing intoxication. She feigned nonchalance as she offered a pair of chopsticks laden with food to Di Heming, saying, Ming, do try this. Qingqing had it specially prepared for you. As she spoke, she leaned closer to Di Heming, her soft form inadvertently brushing against his arm. Di Heming, feeling the alluring warmth of her presence, set down his wine cup. Tonight, I shall claim you. He swept Feng Qingqing into his arms and strode toward the inner chambers. At that very moment, serendipitously, Feng Zhaoge and Ji-man happened to pass by the courtyard entrance. Feng Zhaoge immediately beheld the sight of Di Heming cradling Feng Qingqing. In that instant, both Di Heming and Feng Qingqing also caught sight of her. Upon seeing Feng Zhaoge, Feng Qingqing's eyes sparkled with unmistakable pride, nobility, and triumph. Look, Ming's favored one is still her. The one to be pampered is also her. And Feng Zhaoge? Merely a forsaken woman, overlooked and discarded. However, Di Heming's body stiffened for a brief moment. Feng Zhaoge is actually here? Feng Zhaoge, on the other hand, remained largely unperturbed, only surprised to find the scoundrel entwined with another. She stood there, a sardonic smile gracing her lips, and asked, Do continue. Why the hesitation? Is the act too daunting to commence? Would you require my assistance in procuring some medicine? Her words dripped with a languid mockery. Di Heming's gaze instantly turned frigid. Feng Zhaoge.
Leave.
Feng Zhaoge retorted with a laugh. I was just about to depart. No need for a send-off. After all, I am but an eyesore to you. And frankly quite nauseating. Embracing her child, she strode away, as if fearing that lingering even a moment longer would taint her vision. Upon witnessing her retreating figure, fury ignited within Di Heming. What was Feng Zhaoge's attitude? Had she not once clung to him, beseeching his affection? Now, her arrogance was on display for whom? It was perplexing that everything had been amiable until Feng Zhaoge's appearance had changed everything. Moreover, Di Heming had previously expressed an affinity for Camelot moments, professing his admiration for her visage. Indeed, her beauty rendered her the third most exquisite woman in the capital, unmatched save for two others. Yet now, Di Heming extinguished the candles, seemingly disinterested in her presence. A flicker of understanding dawned upon her, tightening her grip on the bedclothes. She would not let Feng Zhaoge escape unscathed. Meanwhile, Feng Zhaoge, cradling her child, led Ji-man toward the storeroom. Ji-man, trailing behind her, timidly inquired, Princess, if you are feeling disheartened, you may express it. There's no need to suffer in silence.
Feng Qingqing
Disheartened? Why would I be? It's merely that the prince and Feng Qingqing are utterly shameless, leaving the courtyard door wide open. It's outrageous. Feng Qingqing exclaimed indignantly. The most infuriating aspect was that despite Feng Zhaoge's years as the prince's wife, Di Heming had only favored her once, when she was drugged. Yet Feng Qingqing had only just entered the household, and their connection was already. Unfazed, Feng Zhaoge curled her lips into a smirk. What is there to be disheartened about? It would be best if they grew even fonder of one another, hastening Feng Qingqing's pregnancy. Women of Feng Qingqing's character, once they bear children, would be irrevocably transformed into mere wives, living their lives solely for their offspring and a man. Meanwhile, she aspired to achieve great things. Leaving Feng Qingqing confined to the inner chambers, helplessly watching as she ascended to greater heights, ever further away. That would be the true heart's torment.
Ji-man, perplexed,
failed to grasp the underlying sentiment. Feng Zhaoge ceased her musings, her gaze landing on the storeroom door, which was locked tight. She had no choice but to circle to the side wall, using a surgical knife to pry open a gap in the window. Peering through, aided by the moonlight, she discerned the outlines of items within. Do you recall where that umbrella was placed? She asked Ji-man. Of course. The treasures bestowed by the emperor must not be neglected. It's right ahead, on the sandalwood shelf, Ji-man replied. Feng Zhaoge, with the moonlight illuminating her path, advanced to find the sandalwood shelf conspicuously empty, devoid of any trace of the oil paper umbrella. How could it be that Di Himing's umbrella was absent? What a remarkable coincidence. Could it truly be Di Himing? Yet, how could such a man clandestinely assist her repeatedly? In her contemplation, a stern voice suddenly pierced the air, laced with anger. Feng Zhaoge. She turned to see Empress Dowager Zhao and Zhang Mama, accompanied by several maidservants. The maidservants, lanterns in hand, illuminated the path for the Empress Dowager. Draped in a purple cloak, she appeared regal against the night, though her countenance was marred by fury. She fixed her gaze upon Feng Zhaoge, displeased. I demanded an apology from you. Your obstinacy is one matter, but now you dare attempt to steal? How could the daughter of a general stoop to such underhanded deeds? Princess did not intend to steal anything. She merely came to have a look, Ji-man hastily explained.
Oh.
You pried open the window, and yet claim it was not theft? Had I not arrived, would you not have emptied the storeroom? The Empress Dowager retorted. Zhang Mama and the maidservant scoffed, caught red-handed, yet still refusing to admit it? What sort of person emerges from our royal house? Utterly shameless. Is it any wonder the prince holds no affection for her? Truly, she pales in comparison to Miss Chi-Chi. Their remarks dripped with malice, being individuals from Liuli Pavilion. They had not received Feng Zhaoge's medical aid, and thus showed no respect. That is not what you think. Ji-man's eyes reddened with indignation as she stepped forward to argue. But Feng Zhaoge halted her, casting a calm, scrutinizing gaze over the crowd before settling on the Empress Dowager. If you wish to believe I am a thief, then you should hastily ensure your storeroom is well guarded. Otherwise, beware that I may leave it completely bare. With that, she cradled her child and, grasping Ji-man's hand, strode away. The Empress Dowager trembled with rage, nearly gasping for breath. Look at this. What audacity from Feng Zhaoge. She is utterly lawless. How could she ever compare to even a fraction of Chi-Chi's kindness and grace? In a fit of fury, she commanded Zhang Mama, relay to Xiaoshan that he must expeditiously divorce this shrew. Furthermore, ensure someone is stationed to guard the storeroom day and night, prohibiting any unsavory characters from approaching. Her final words were directed pointedly at Feng Zhaoge, laden with scorn and insult, clearly insinuating that she was akin to a lowly creature, unfit for respect. Even after Feng Zhaoge and Ji-man had walked a considerable distance, they could still hear her furious shouts. Ji-man, feeling wronged, asked Princess, why say such things? Isn't it dreadful to be treated as a thief? What's so dreadful? We stand firm in our integrity. There's no need to concern ourselves with the idle gossip of others, Feng Zhaoge responded, her tone carefree, tinged with an innate righteousness. She reassured, moreover, it is the Empress Dowager who is furious, and it is she who will bear the cost of hiring guards. The burden rests on her, not us. Her rhetorical questions floated lightly in the air. Ji-man, who had been so disheartened, suddenly found solace in her words. Indeed, it was the Empress Dowager who was more agitated and would need to arrange for night watchmen at the storeroom. Meanwhile, they could rest easy and sleep soundly. Princess, you are formidable.
Wise.
This incident led to Di Himing being summoned to Liuli Courtyard the following day, shortly after he departed from Jinghong Garden. In the courtyard, Feng Chi-Chi, clad in a gauzy dress and donning a pale pink cloak, busied herself trimming flower branches. Her countenance was particularly grim, the scissors in her hand snipping away as if she were severing ties with her most loathed adversary. Although last night Emperor Himing favored her, throughout the night, she felt as though he was venting his frustrations on her as if she were someone else. Typically, upon waking, he would embrace her, whispering sweet nothings. Yet today, he hurriedly departed. It was all the doing of Feng Zhaoge. She had to devise a plan to eliminate Feng Zhaoge as swiftly as possible. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, two figures passed by outside. One was clad in white finery with long hair elegantly tied in a half-bun, adorned with a simple wooden hairpin, exuding a natural grace. The other wore a lively green dress, embodying playfulness. It was none other than Feng Zhaoge and Ji-man. Feng Zhaoge cradled a delicate, cherubic infant, creating a particularly enchanting scene. However, Feng Qingqing's eyes darkened with fury. With a sharp snap, she severed a vibrant flower. "Sister?"
Halt.
she exclaimed. Feng Zhaoge, however, paid her no heed and continued on her way, indifferently stating, "Sorry, I am quite busy." Her time was precious, not to be squandered. Feng Qingqing's face turned an ashen hue. How could Feng Zhaoge remain so arrogant? She boldly stepped in front of Feng Zhaoge, blocking her path, and demanded, "Sister, why are you in such a rush? Afraid of witnessing something you shouldn't?" As she spoke, she adjusted her long hair around her neck and tugged at her cloak's collar, revealing the bruises on her neck that silently narrate the intimacy of the previous night. Draped in a pink cloak with a faint blush lingering on her cheeks, she appeared to be the cherished flower, while Feng Zhaoge seemed like an unremarkable stone, unnoticed and unvalued. Yet, Feng Zhaoge remained unfazed, not even sparing a glance. Feng Qingqing continued with haughty arrogance, "I know you are upset and reluctant to confront this matter, but Ming indeed favored me, and we spent the night together. Such affection you have likely never known, have you?" As she spoke, she deliberately raised her chin, accentuating the marks upon her skin, embodying the grace of a noble swan. Ultimately, Feng Zhaoge could not resist casting her a glance, then coolly replied, "The primary cause of a hickey is the rupture of subcutaneous capillaries due to intense suction, which may lead to thrombosis if severe. In a location such as the neck, it could even provoke a carotid sinus reflex, resulting in cardiac arrest." Her words were laced with an air of professionalism, devoid of emotion, akin to a sage critiquing a jester. After her statement, Feng Zhaoge warned, "It would be wise to take it easy. I do not wish for you to depart this world prematurely, for I have yet to fully enjoy myself." The final words, profound and lingering, curved her cool red lips into a mocking yet exquisite smile. With that, she turned to leave. Feng Qingqing, incensed, turned an even deeper shade of anger. She had come to flaunt her victory, intending to inflict sorrow upon Feng Zhaoge. Yet, Feng Zhaoge appeared utterly unaffected, responding with such disdain. Grabbing Feng Zhaoge's arm, she seethed, "Feng Zhaoge, you are merely envious of me, thus cursing me out of malice. Do you truly believe this is meaningful? Why deceive yourself into a false sense of comfort? Even if you stubbornly remain in the royal residence, Ming's heart will forever belong to me. You are but a royal consort guarding a dilapidated courtyard, a mere title, without substance." Upon mentioning this, her sense of superiority surged anew, as she loftily declared, "I am doing this for your own good. You should leave sooner rather than later, at least with some dignity. What does it matter if her title is hollow?" Feng Zhaoge met her gaze with a retort, "As long as I remain here, I shall always be the princess of Yongning, whereas you will forever be a concubine. The one who should be sorrowful is you." Her voice was cold and unhurried. Feng Zhaoge cast a pitying glance her way before freeing herself from Feng Qingqing's grasp and departing with the infant in her arms. She exuded an air of nonchalance, genuinely indifferent and untroubled by her position within the royal residence. The infant in her arms playfully stuck out its tongue at Feng Qingqing, babbling innocently, "Concubine aunt." Although the words were unclear, Feng Qingqing distinctly heard the term concubine. How infuriating! Feng Zhaoge was mocking her, and even a child was joining in the ridicule. Unable to contain herself, she glared at Feng Zhaoge's retreating figure. "Feng Zhaoge, no matter how proud you are still left to fend for yourself. While I reside comfortably within the royal residence." Regardless of her status, she ultimately lived a better life than Feng Zhaoge. Just as Feng Zhaoge had walked far, she paused upon hearing those words. Was Feng Qingqing truly faring better than her? Indeed, when had the once esteemed Feng Qingqing ever lived such a life? Every day began before dawn, laboring to wash clothes and prepare meals, coordinating the day's affairs. Perhaps she had been too lenient with Feng Qingqing. It was time for Feng Qingqing to confront her own responsibilities. Feng Zhaoge strolled along the bustling streets, cradling the infant. A veil obscured her features, allowing her to go unnoticed. Ji-man followed closely behind, expressing her discontent. "Your Highness, this is indeed most unjust. Why does Feng Qingqing enjoy a life of luxury in the royal residence, while we are forced to earn our keep? The rightful princess should be the one living in comfort, yet Feng Qingqing was merely an interloper. Do you truly believe her life is enviable?" Feng Zhaoge countered. Ji-man nodded. "Of course. She is attended by maidservants, adored by the prince, and favored by the Dowager Empress. It is as if she is the center of the universe. But what if the adoration fades? Feng Zhaoge suddenly posed the question. Ji-man furrowed her brow. If she were no longer cherished? Feng Zhaoge purchased exquisite mung bean cakes at a pastry shop, handing a box to Ji-man while advising, remember, do not dwell on being the center of attention. Those elevated by others, once support is withdrawn, will only fall from grace, rendered worthless. One must possess their own value, becoming the moon that shines independently. Her words were heartfelt and earnest. After finishing, Feng Zhaoge popped a morsel into her mouth and continued toward the medical clinic. Ji-man followed, feeling somewhat dazed. Recently, the princess had become so eloquent, possessing a profound understanding of life as truths. She struggled to remember them, hastily jotting down notes. Unbeknownst to them, in the upper floor of the pastry shop, a man dressed in black silk sat by the window. His presence was commanding and regal, exuding an air of authority that was both intimidating and unattainable. He had overheard every word of Feng Zhaoge's discourse, his gaze fixated on her retreating silhouette, eyes filled with a profound curiosity. What had she endured to articulate such profound insights? Upon reaching the first medical clinic, Feng Zhaoge tore down the seals and, alongside Ji-man, tidied the place to perfection. She then placed Feng Qingqing in a stroller beside her, instructing, be a good child and learn medicine alongside me from a young age. It is essential to possess a skill to thrive in this era. The infant nodded enthusiastically, her cherubic face glowing with approval. As the clinic opened, Ji-man affixed the license prominently, and soon, patients began arriving in droves. Feng Zhaoge remained composed as she attended to patients, measuring blood pressure, listening to heartbeats, and taking temperatures. Each ailment presented was elementary to her, easily resolved with a prescription or an injection. Ji-man assisted, learning to gather herbs, package medications, and identify various medicinal plants. The infant watched intently, occasionally nibbling on her fingers, embodying the innocence of a curious child. Those seeking treatment found their pain seemingly alleviated in the presence of the child, as if the little one possessed an extraordinary healing aura. At noon, a veiled woman suddenly entered the room. She sat at the table in silence, placing a piece of paper before Feng Zhaoge. Upon glancing down, Feng Zhaoge read the inscription, "Can the princess cure all ailments, including the wickedness of those who are hypocritical?" Feng Zhaoge's gaze fell upon the woman's face, which seemed familiar. After a moment's scrutiny, she furrowed her brow. "Is it you?" The woman merely uttered a sound, unable to speak due to the absence of her tongue. Feng Zhaoge had intended to find some tasks for Feng Qingqing, but unexpectedly, she arrived so soon. She instructed Ji-man, "Please keep an eye on things here while I take the patient to the backyard for an examination."
Ji-man complied,
placing a small sign on the consultation table indicating a brief pause. Feng Zhaoge led the woman to the back, ensuring no one was around before asking, "You are not Feng Qingqing's person. How did you die? What do you seek from me?" Chapter 79. Close protection. The woman removed her veil, revealing her face to be that of Sueyu. Recently, she had been silenced by the Emperor He Ming, who ordered her tongue to be severed and cast from the royal residence. Sueyu swiftly wrote 3 characters on the paper, Feng Qingqing. Yes, the one who had wronged her was indeed Feng Qingqing. She could never forget the day she was discarded at the mass grave by the Emperor's men, teetering on the brink of death amidst excruciating pain. Cloaked in her veil and garbed in unfamiliar attire, Feng Qingqing approached from the shadows, holding a lantern. She offered Sueyu a pill, claiming it was a precious painkiller that would alleviate all her suffering. Feng Qingqing promised that once she recovered, she would arrange for her to live in a fine house and ensure her well-being, vowing that she would no longer endure hardship. Trusting her words, Sueyu ingested the pill, only to realize it was a deadly poison. Agonizing pain coursed through her organs, and in an instant, she met her tragic end. In her haze, she heard Feng Qingqing's cold scoff, an ineffective mute, "And you expect me to spend silver on you? Better to die early and find peace." In that moment, she understood that the mistress she had faithfully served was far more malevolent and terrifying than she had ever imagined. Fortunately, due to the severing of her tongue, half of the poison had lodged in the gap, allowing her to expel it. It was this very portion that saved her life and brought her back from the brink of death. She took pen and paper, writing, "We share a common enemy. If you can assist me in seeking vengeance, I am willing to do anything." Feng Zhaoge glanced at the words, perceiving the deep-seated hatred Sueyu harbored for Feng Qingqing. Such profound resentment could only be borne by one who had traversed the gates of death. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Zhaoge replied, I can help you, but you must possess something of value that warrants my investment of effort. After speaking, she tossed a book to Cueyu and turned to leave. Cueyu opened the book to find it was an introduction to various cosmetics, such as rouge and powder. The contents were unfamiliar and somewhat complex. Yet if mastering this knowledge could earn Feng Zhaoge's approval and unite against Feng Qingqing, she would gladly devote her life to learning it. She immediately settled in a discreet corner of the backyard and began her earnest studies. In the front, upon returning, Feng Zhaoge continued to attend to patients. Thanks to her standardized and approachable fees, more and more people sought her services. The herbal medicines she had acquired earlier were sold out in a mere day. As evening fell, she hung up the sign indicating her closure, only then allowing the herbalist to deliver a large quantity of medicinal materials. Without a servant to assist, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to begin her work. Just then Lan Tai entered. I will help. Without allowing Feng Zhaoge a chance to refuse. He bent down and started carrying box after box of herbs into the clinic. His strength was extraordinary, while others could manage only one box. He effortlessly handled 3 at once, all without breaking a sweat, like an emotionless automaton. Feng Zhaoge stole a rare glance at him, activating her medical kit in her mind. Commanding, initiate human scanning and evaluation function. Beep, beep, a wave of invisible light scanned Lan Tai, revealing a stream of data moments later. Gender, male. Age, 25. Physical ability, 5 stars. Health status, 5 stars. Combat proficiency. Expert in close combat, strength 5 times that of an average person, muscles as thick as shields. Capable of enduring injuries. Feng Zhaoge was somewhat astonished by the impressive data of this seemingly ordinary passerby, just when she needed someone for close protection. Chapter 80. You are mine. Feng Zhaoge turned her gaze towards Lan Tai, inquiring, what was your profession before? Taken aback by her question, Lan Tai dusted off his clothes and replied, I was a performer in the Jianghu, surviving through various skills. If the princess ever requires assistance, I shall oblige without expecting any payment. Feng Zhaoge vaguely remembered seeing him perform feats like breaking stones with his chest and hand-chopping bricks in the streets of the capital. Surrounded by onlookers, though few offered any coins. She stated, from today onward, you will assist me and serve as my bodyguard, for a monthly salary of 20 taels. 20 taels equated to approximately 4,000 yuan in modern currency. In the Jianghu, where entertainers struggled for a living, it was unlikely he would earn even 10 taels a month if luck was not on his side. Lan Tai's expression remained impassive, devoid of emotion, as he replied solemnly, my life was saved by the princess. I seek no reward. Feng Zhaoge, conducting business as usual, responded, then you may leave. I do not take advantage of others. After a moment's pause, Lan Tai finally conceded, very well, I will follow the princess's commands. Satisfied, Feng Zhaoge retrieved 2 taels from the box and instructed, go buy some food with this. Understood, Lan Tai replied, taking the silver and departing. Ji-man frowned, saying, Princess, is it necessary to be so extravagant? 2 taels is 2,001. We could buy plenty of good food with that. Feng Zhaoge countered, money is earned, not saved. Although 2 taels, equal to 400 yuan for a meal, seemed extravagant, they were 3 in number and with the addition of a bodyguard, it was only right to celebrate. She resolved to treat herself and her companions well, ensuring they would not suffer any hardship. Thus, Lan Tai arranged for the inn to deliver a sumptuous feast, braised pork, stewed ribs, marinated pork knuckle, lamb soup, steamed fish, and a variety of pastries. Feng Zhaoge sat at the table, with a small child nestled beside her in a stroller, while Ji-man took a seat nearby. Only Lan Tai stood at a distance, resembling an unfeeling statue. Feng Zhaoge called, come and eat. No need. I will eat the leftovers later, Lan Tai replied. It was customary for servants not to dine with their masters. However, Ji-man reminded him, our princess does not adhere to such rigid customs. She treats her subordinates kindly. She has also told me that everyone is equal. If you don't join us, the princess will surely be upset. Lan Tai glanced at Feng Zhaoge, noting her cold demeanor. Reluctantly, he approached and took a seat at the table. Ji-man set out communal chopsticks, unfazed, and began dining alongside Feng Zhaoge. This was Lan Tai's first experience dining in such a manner. He hardly touched the food. Feng Zhaoge observed him and advised, Although you are a bodyguard, like she-man, you are also one of my people. You must quickly adapt to being a family. Protecting her with a detached attitude would not suffice. Only by treating each other as family would he offer her the protection she deserved. Lan Tai's deep-set eyes flickered momentarily. The notion of being part of a family stirred an unfamiliar warmth within his usually cold heart. In the backyard, as Suiyu listened to Feng Zhaoge's words, her heart was stirred. It was astonishing that someone could treat their subordinates with such kindness, as if they were family. She resolved to strive diligently to become someone whom Feng Zhaoge would acknowledge. At that moment, Emperor Hemming, having concluded his affairs at court, rode back to the manor. As he passed by an alley, he casually glanced at the medical clinic. It must be desolate and forlorn, much like the impoverished Feng Zhaoge herself. To his surprise, the clinic's door was ajar. The words First Medical Clinic gleamed vibrantly in the twilight, flanked by radiant red lanterns. Inside, a few individuals were gathered around a dining table. Chapter 81. Make her plead for mercy. Emperor Hemming thought he must have been mistaken, and leapt up to perch on a tree for a closer look. To his astonishment, he saw Feng Zhaoge, Jimian, a child, and a man seated at the table. The table was laden with expensive dishes, at least worth 2,000 copper coins. A frown creased his brow, and displeasure flickered in his eyes. It was one thing for Feng Zhaoge to run a clinic, but after he had indulged Feng Qingqing the night before, how could she appear so unperturbed and carefree? Just last night, she had been reduced to stealing from the storeroom. Yet today she was dining in extravagant splendor? How could she even find the time to dine with another man? Truly carefree. Emperor Hemming's gaze darkened. He intended to enter, but was overtaken by a sudden chill. Why bother engaging in conversation with her? He coldly commanded Feimu. Inform everyone in the capital that anyone who sells anything to her will be executed, without mercy. His words were laced with a frigid authority. Feimu was taken aback. Mustering the courage to ask, should we investigate the origin of the documents related to the princess? No need, Hemming replied, casting a final glance at Feng Zhaoge before taking flight. Even if she possessed the documents, he had countless ways to make her plead for mercy. Inside the clinic, after Feng Zhaoge finished her meal, she strolled to the backyard. Suiyu, who had been sitting at the table reading, immediately rose and respectfully regarded her. Feng Zhaoge inquired, "What progress have you made in a day's time?" Suiyu hurriedly found a pen and wrote, "I can understand it and have learned a lot. This is a book about various cosmetics for women, featuring masks and skincare products I have never encountered before. Among the masks, there were hydrating masks, volcanic mud masks, astringent masks, and anti-aging masks. Each cosmetic had distinct effects, and according to the descriptions, they possessed remarkable efficacy, capable of transforming one's skin rapidly, just like Feng Zhaoge's. Half a month ago, she had been pallid and wrinkled, but now she was stunningly beautiful. In a bid to gain Feng Zhaoge's approval, Suiyu memorized the effects of several products, reciting them flawlessly. Feng Zhaoge's expression was stoic as she retrieved some masks and skincare items from her medical bag, placing them on the table. Not only must you memorize them, but you also need to master their application. Suiyu nodded respectfully, murmuring an acknowledgement. As Feng Zhaoge took her leave, she added, "I have left some food on the table for you. Do not let anyone discover you are here." Suiyu bowed her head, committing every word to memory. With that, Feng Zhaoge departed the clinic, cradling the child in her arms, with Jimian and Lan Tai following closely behind. The remnants of the setting sun bathed them in a tranquil glow. As they walked, Jimian, rubbing her sore legs, asked Princess, "Couldn't we just stay at the clinic? There's no need to make the daily trek back and forth, especially when we have to endure the unpleasant faces of those people." Feng Zhaoge smiled slightly. "It is not yet time to leave. Until I obtain what I desire and ensure Feng Qingqing faces her due retribution, I have no reason to depart. Even if we reside in a secluded courtyard, I am still the Princess of Yongning. Returning daily allows me to vex Feng Qingqing and irritate all those in the Wangfu who disapprove of me." Jimian seemed to grasp her intent and agreed. "Then I shall go procure some necessities. The candles and toiletries in the courtyard are nearly depleted." Feng Zhaoge acknowledged with a sound, walking leisurely as she waited. However, when Jimian returned after a time, her brow was furrowed. "Princess, something strange has occurred. Those people, upon seeing me, either said they were closed or that they had run out of stock. Even if they had items, they claimed they were reserved and could not sell to me." Feng Zhaoge frowned, pondering how such a situation could arise. Chapter 82. They have gone too far. Entering a candle shop, She was about to make a purchase when the shopkeeper brazenly shouted, "Leave quickly. We are closed today and will not sell anything." As he spoke, he began to pack up, preparing to shut the store. Lanty's expression turned cold, and he stepped forward, ready to take action. Yet, Feng Zhaoge cast him a glance, silently forbidding him. Suddenly, she produced several surgical blades, her wrist flicking as she sent a dart flying toward the red lantern at the shop's entrance. The lantern, which had once proclaimed fair dealings, was now riddled with holes, rendering the text unrecognizable. The stout shopkeeper's face paled. "What are you doing? Why are you destroying my sign? Your character is unworthy of such a sign," Feng Zhaoge replied coldly, snatching a candle as she exited. If they refused to sell, she would take it directly. The shopkeeper, terrified, blocked her path, pleading, "Princess, spare me. It's not that I do not wish to sell to you, it's that I have offended someone I shouldn't have. That person said if we conduct business with you, we would be killed. I, as a commoner, cannot afford to offend such a person. I have a family to support." As he spoke, a child of about 5 or 6 emerged from the back, gazing at Feng Zhaoge with innocent eyes tinged with fear. Feng Zhaoge's gaze deepened. Had she truly offended someone? It seemed likely it was either the Dowager or Emperor Hemming. How despicable of them. Not only did they prevent her from obtaining supplies from the Wangfu, but they also forbade her from buying goods outside.
Ha!
Feng Zhaoge returned the candle to its place, tossing a coin for the lantern before departing with the child. The stout shopkeeper, bracing himself for the consequences, was taken aback by her unexpected generosity. He bowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Princess, for sparing my life." "Thank you." After the trio had walked some distance, Jimian voiced her concern. "Princess, what shall we do? Are they not going too far? We have not consumed anything from the Wangfu or used their resources, yet they still prevent us from buying supplies? If this continues, they will be left without candles tonight and unable to procure food or necessities starting tomorrow." Lantai also frowned, pondering potential solutions. Feng Zhaoge, however, remained unflustered, her demeanor calm. "No matter, a path will present itself when the time comes. This is but a minor inconvenience." Having witnessed the world wars of her past life, what could possibly deter her, Feng Zhaoge? She returned to Xinghan courtyard, cradling the child in her arms. As night fell, the absence of light rendered the small courtyard particularly serene. Upon entering the house, however, darkness enveloped her, obscuring her vision entirely. Lantai frowned, taken aback that the esteemed princess of Yongning lived in such conditions. The once admired warlord was no longer worthy of his admiration. Feng Zhaoge surveyed the room, then handed the infant to Jimian, instructing, "You hold her steady. Do not wander." "Understood," Jimian replied. She and the child settled in front of a bamboo chair at the door, obediently refraining from causing any disturbance. Feng Zhaoge feigned rummaging through the house, all the while using her mind to extract a collection of starlights from her medical bag. After the outbreak of war, many families were devastated, and the battlefield was littered with debris. At that time, she perceived a string of lights as a representation of the warmth of a home once cherished, and thus she collected them. Little did she know that today they would prove invaluable. The transformation of the small courtyard relied on them. In Chapter 83, The Presence of a Man, Feng Zhaoge connected all the starlights, modifying them so that a single wireless remote control could command their illumination. Subsequently, she entwined the starlights around the headboard, eaves, and various spots in the yard. For added brightness, she nimbly climbed the courtyard wall, wrapping it with a circle of starlights. Once installed, she activated the switch, and in an instant, the small courtyard was aglow with a soft white light. The stars and moon shapes illuminated the pitch-black night, creating an enchanting and cozy ambience. Moreover, they were solar-powered, requiring only sunlight for operation. Ji-man, cradling her child beneath the eaves, was taken aback as the stars and moonlights flickered to life. Heavens, what is this? It's so beautiful. Such wondrous things exist in this world. The little one's sparkling eyes shone with delight as they clapped their chubby hands. Lantai stood in the courtyard, surveying the luminous surroundings, his gaze landing on Feng Zhaoge atop the wall. How could she possess such extraordinary items? If an ordinary woman were relegated to the cold palace, she would likely wallow in self-pity, weeping inconsolably. Yet Feng Zhaoge remained composed, adeptly addressing these challenges and altering her circumstances. There she stood, bathed in gentle light, adorned in white brocade, like a delicate cloud, exuding an innate elegance. The descriptions of captivating beauty and remarkable grace from the texts paled in comparison. Once Feng Zhaoge was assured of the courtyard's adequate illumination, she gracefully leapt down from the wall. Lan Tai promptly approached, and as she landed, he gentlemanly supported her arm. Her stance was firm. Upon landing, she merely bent her knees slightly before standing tall. This gesture only enhanced her regal demeanor. Feng Zhaoge glanced at Lan Tai, acknowledging, "Well done." On the very first day, he had shown genuine concern for her, far surpassing those she had interacted with in the royal residence for years.
Lan Tai,
Somewhat awkward, withdrew his hand respectfully, stepping aside. Under the night sky, the nape of his neck tinged with a hint of crimson. Feng Zhaoge turned to Ji-man and inquired, "What else troubles you?" Ji-man, still immersed in joy, returned to reality and furrowed her brow. "Though the candlelight issue is resolved, what shall we eat tomorrow? We cannot procure any food, and some toiletries are also missing. This time, de-hemming is truly malicious, cutting off all our avenues for survival." Feng Zhaoge frowned slightly, mentally rummaging through her medical kit. Soon after, she strode towards the backyard, calling out to Lan Tai, "Follow me." Without hesitation, Lan Tai trailed closely behind. Upon reaching the backyard, Feng Zhaoge took a hoe and handed him another. "Loosen this patch of earth. Since we cannot buy vegetables, we shall cultivate some ourselves." Her medical kit housed modern, high-tech seeds. During the turmoil of war, nations had developed high-quality, high survival rate, and fast-growing crops for sustenance. Within days, the vegetables would flourish and be ready for consumption. Without a trace of doubt, Lan Tai took the hoe and began working diligently. Feng Zhaoge guided him, alternately teaching him to till the soil and sow seeds. Their teamwork remarkably harmonious. Ji-man, cradling the baby, assisted by removing weeds nearby. In less than 2 hours, the overgrown patch in the backyard was transformed into arable land, sectioned off with seeds for bok choy, eggplant, green beans, chili peppers, tomatoes, lettuce, radishes, and cucumbers, an assortment ample enough to sustain their needs. Feng Zhaoge also planned to construct a fish pond and a small farm for poultry when time allowed. However, it was too late that night. From her medical kit, she retrieved toothpaste, toothbrushes, body wash, and shampoo, handing them to Ji-man and Lan Tai. "Go wash up and rest. Should you run out of these, feel free to come to me for more." Ji-man and Lan Tai gazed at the peculiar items, all labeled in ancient script. Having never encountered such luxuries in Dongxia Kingdom, they were far more comfortable than the toiletries in the Yongning Prince's residence. Where had Feng Zhaoge procured these strange items? That night, they washed up. Lan Tai slept in the outer room while Feng Zhaoge and the baby rested in the main house, and Ji-man in a small adjoining room. Once assured everyone was asleep, she used the remote control to turn off all the lights. The night enveloped the small courtyard in a serene tranquility. After a long day, Feng Zhaoge fell into a deep slumber. However, abruptly, a significant weight sank into the bed behind her, accompanied by the presence of a man. Someone had taken up residence behind her. In Chapter 84, who could it be? Feng Zhaoge jolted awake, instinctively preparing to defend herself, but a sudden chill gripped her neck. A man held a sleek, black hairpin, the sharp end pressed against her throat. He whispered, "Don't turn around. I do not wish to harm you." His voice was deep, laced with a subtle dominance, implying that should she turn, he would inflict injury. He sought to keep his identity concealed from her. Feng Zhaoge was acutely aware of her precarious situation and dared not move recklessly. Remaining calm, she inquired, "Who are you? What do you want?" The man leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Always remember, you are the child's mother. Either obediently become the Yongning princess, or cleanly separate without entanglements with any other man." His once cold, lofty tone was now tinged with an air of authority. Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow. Why was he uttering such nonsense at this hour? With whom had she been entangled? "By what right do you command me?" "That is inconsequential. Just remember my words. Should you err again," his voice turned imperiously commanding. As he drew nearer, his lips brushed against her ear. "Do not let me down, for I do not wish to harm you." His low timbre carried an undercurrent of restrained tenderness. With that, he withdrew the hairpin and suddenly leaped away. Feng Zhaoge, agile, attempted to seize him, but by the time she turned, he had already soared out the window. The room was enveloped in a chilling silence. She knitted her brows. Had he implied that if she erred again, He would indeed harm her? With his skills, he could do so effortlessly. But who was he? Why did he care so deeply about her interactions with other men? Did he harbor hopes for her to be accountable to Feng Jinhua? Feng Zhaoge's gaze fell upon the baby, lost in contemplation. The biological father, Di Heming, seemed indifferent towards Feng Jinhua. Apart from him, who else would care? Unable to find sleep, she rose to change the baby's diaper and tuck them in. Under the cool moonlight, the contours of the child were faintly visible. Though plump and adorably innocent, upon closer inspection, there were hints of Di Heming's features. This enigma left even her pondering for answers, causing her to toss and turn through the night. The next morning, she was awakened by a startled scream. Feng Zhaoge opened her eyes to find Ji-man standing before the mirror, astonished. On the table lay a large parcel containing the child's garments, toys, snacks, and cured meats, all high-end items, clearly of considerable value. Ji-man exclaimed, "Your Highness, where did this come from? This silk garment alone must cost at least 50 taels of silver. The fabric is exquisite." As Feng Zhaoge got up to inspect, her mind involuntarily recalled the man from the previous night. If she was not mistaken, it must have been him who left this behind, recognizing their inability to procure supplies and taking the initiative to send assistance. In an effort to ease Ji-man's anxiety, Feng Zhaoge narrowed her gaze and comforted her. "I purchased these during my leisure time and simply forgot to take them out." Ji-man responded with a soft "oh," feeling a hint of unease but, being rather naive, did not press further. Instead, her face brightened with joy. "That's wonderful. I was just pondering what to eat today. With these provisions, we can have snacks in the morning and boil the cured meat for lunch. There's enough to last us for at least 2 days."
Feng Zhaoge nodded.
Rising to change her attire while reassuring her, "Don't worry about rationing. You can indulge. There will be more to come today." Ji-man's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really? But we can hardly find anything to buy these days, so where could more come from?" Feng Zhaoge smiled subtly, exuding a confidence that few could rival. After washing up and having breakfast, she took Lan Tai and Ji-man along, cradling a small infant as they left Xing Han courtyard. Each person had neatly organized their toiletries, appearing refreshed and lively. Feng Zhaoge chose to take the main path, unbothered by the presence of others. However, as fate would have it, upon reaching the garden, she unexpectedly encountered a shadow clad in dark attire. The figure wore a formal black brocade robe, the intricate collar enhancing his imposing demeanor. It was Di Heming. Feng Zhaoge's expression turned cold upon this unwelcome encounter. What a stroke of misfortune to cross paths with the scoundrel on his way to court. Di Heming noticed her as well. Despite her being ostracized by the entire city, unable to procure any goods, she appeared impeccably groomed, maintaining her usual poise and elegance. What audacity did this woman possess to be so brazen? Yet, with her meager supplies, it was likely she could only last a couple of days. Soon, she would either come crawling back to him or starve. Di Heming cast a disdainful glance her way before striding away with an air of superiority. Feng Zhaoge observed his contempt but paid it no mind as she continued on her way. Upon reaching the medical clinic, she resumed her usual practice of treating patients. Today, however, she placed a sign at the entrance that read, "No cash accepted." All who came to seek treatment were met with the bold lettering on the wooden sign. Some expressed confusion, asking, "Princess, are you offering us treatment for free?" Of course not. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Nor does fortune simply fall from the sky. "I do not accept your money, but I will barter for goods," Feng Zhaoge replied, handing one person a box of 999 cold remedy, stating flatly, 1 pound of pork. The individual paused. 1 pound of pork was worth 100 coins. The same price she typically charged for the 999 remedy. Thus, Feng Zhaoge was not collecting money but rather trading goods for services. Many were perplexed, but complied without further inquiry. Throughout the day, people brought her pork, lamb, fabric, and various essentials. Feng Zhaoge insisted they keep this arrangement confidential, otherwise, she would cease their treatments. The visitors left, carrying away only a single item despite having brought 2. Such subtle shifts went unnoticed by anyone. By evening, the storeroom of the clinic was brimming with supplies, ranging from food to necessities. Ji-man's eyes sparkled with admiration, wishing to embrace Feng Zhaoge. The princess was incredibly astute. Unable to procure goods, she devised such a clever method. No wonder she had appeared so assured that morning. It was all part of her plan to trade goods for services. With this strategy, They need not worry about hunger in the days to come. Lan Tai regarded Feng Zhaoge with newfound respect. How could one not admire such a woman? Di Himing's indifference to her was undoubtedly a loss. After closing up for the day, Feng Zhaoge instructed Lan Tai, please hire some carts to transport these goods back to the royal residence. Also, create a back entrance through the wall of Qingqing courtyard for future shipments. She emphasized the need for discretion to avoid provoking Di Himing further. Understood.
Lan Tai zip lit thom ti li.
Feng Zhaoge then turned her attention to the infant in her arms, who had fallen asleep during their return. The child's delicate features and long, curled lashes resembled those of a porcelain doll, evoking a desire to safeguard this tranquil moment. After handing the baby over to Ji-man, she entered the kitchen, rolling up her sleeves to begin the process of curing meat. Though the custom of curing meat with salt existed in Dongxia, Feng Zhaoge incorporated various spices and chili, wrapping the mixture in cling film for optimal flavor absorption. Once finished, she joined Lan Tai in constructing the fish pond, meticulously arranging lotus plants and pebbles along the edges. As midnight approached, Feng Zhaoge's stomach rumbled, signaling her hunger. In times of peace prior to the outbreak of modern warfare, she was merely an ordinary individual, indulging in the habit of late-night snacks. However, once the conflict erupted, the threat of ambush loomed at all times, rendering the desire for a quiet evening barbecue a near impossibility. Feng Zhaoge was rummaging through the medical kit for something to eat when Lan Tai approached, carrying water, and whispered beside her. Wang Fei, I just saw Feng Qingqing's maid. Bai Lu, sneaking over from afar. She must be trying to gather information. Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow. Indeed, given Feng Qingqing's personality and that of the Empress Dowager Zhao, they would undoubtedly be monitoring her every move. If they were to discover her, they would surely resort to underhanded tactics. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved a remote control to switch off the colored lights, replacing them with a small candle lit in the courtyard. She then took out several packets of river snail rice noodles from the medical kit and set them to boil, adding double the seasoning. As Bai Lu arrived outside the courtyard to spy, she encountered an eerily quiet and dimly lit space. The only source of illumination was a half-burnt candle on the stone table, while a foul odor emanated from the kitchen. She overheard Ji Wan asking Feng Zhaoge in the kitchen, Wang Fei, is this rancid food truly edible? What choice did they have? Given the circumstances, they had to make do. Feng Zhaoge's voice was cold and resolute. She served each person a bowl of river snail rice noodles, instructing them, eat up. The three then sat at the stone table, dining on the large bowl of foul-smelling food under the weak candlelight. The stench was so overwhelming it could be detected from hundreds of meters away. Bai Lu watched in astonishment, unable to comprehend. Good heavens, what kind of food was that? It was unbearably foul. How could they possibly consume it, slurping down bowl after bowl? She nearly retched, hastily covering her nose and departing. Upon returning to Qingqing courtyard, she sipped on cherry blossom tea to recover and reported to Feng Qingqing, Miss, you need not worry. You cannot imagine how destitute they have become. Although they have opened a shop, they cannot procure goods even with money. Tonight, they are using candles scavenged from who knows where and consuming putrid, sour food. The food resembled slop fit for pigs, an entire bowl of it, so foul that I almost vomited from several meters away. With that, she felt queasy again. But a sense of satisfaction filled her. This was the price Feng Zhaoge paid for causing Cueyu's demise. Having fallen to such a state, it was well-deserved. Feng Qingqing's eyes finally brightened. Feng Zhaoge was truly in such a predicament? How splendid! She had always said that even if Feng Zhaoge occupied the position of Wang Fei, she would not enjoy a good life. She commanded, do not let your guard down. Keep a close watch and do not give her the chance to rise again. Additionally, pay attention to what the Wangya has been preoccupied with lately. Ever since he left last time, Di Heming has been busy again, rarely visiting her courtyard. What could be so important that it demands his attention? Chapter 87. Exquisite Delicacies in Qingqing Courtyard. Once she confirmed the absence of others, Feng Zhaoge finally turned on the starlights. The three of them sat at the stone table, the cold stone benches cushioned with wool blankets. Although the river snail rice noodles emitted a foul odor, they possessed a unique and delectable flavor. The addition of bamboo shoots, dried tofu, and peanuts enhanced the dish's richness. Jiwan devoured the noodles with gusto, exclaiming, Wang Fei, where did you get these ingredients? They are absolutely delightful. And that yogurt twist from last time was simply divine. Crisp on the outside, tender on the inside, and bursting with flavor. Feng Zhaoge remained indifferent. Out of boredom, I devised the recipe myself. Consider it a dish of poor quality, and do not spread the word. Jiwan cast a sympathetic glance toward the bowl of river snail rice noodles, feeling a moment of pity. Such delightful cuisine, yet it bore a tarnished reputation. Nevertheless, it was a good thing. At least it ensured their safety. Feng Zhaoge employed this strategy to thwart others attempting to gather intel. Consequently, in the following days, the household buzzed with gossip. Have you heard? The Wang Fei has fallen so low as to eat rotten food. I once saw them consuming a mound of yellow food that resembled excrement. The stench was unbearable from dozens of meters away. I passed by, and their laundry was riddled with holes. It's a pity, with such excellent medical skills. Yet they struggled to survive. Hubris leads to downfall. How could she oppose her own mother-in-law? A pitiful person must have their own faults. In summary, do not venture near. It is simply too foul. One visit could induce 3 days of nausea. Everyone chattered, none daring to approach the repugnant and dilapidated Xinghan courtyard. Little did they know. During these days, Feng Zhaoge spent her days at the medical clinic treating patients, using her earnings to bolster her courtyard. By night, she returned to construct a fish pond and expand her vegetable garden. Within days, the cacti in the front yard flourished vibrantly, while various vegetables in the back grew tall. The crisp leaves of bok choy, the bright red tomatoes hanging from vines, and the white radishes emerging from the soil created a bountiful scene. In the fish pond, grass carp, small goldfish, and crucian carp swam playfully among the lotus leaves. Along the bamboo poles erected in the backyard, a long row of cured meats hung, including preserved pork trotters, sausages, and spiced ducks. The entire courtyard, steeped in antiquity, resembled a serene paradise. This self-sufficient lifestyle continued for 5 days, until that night in Changxiayuan. Di Hemming returned from his busy endeavors, shedding his night attire for a white inner garment. He inquired of Fei Mu, "Have you found any news regarding Linglong Pavilion?" Replying to Wang Ye, "They have recently received numerous orders, all managed by Jing Zhentian, with the behind-the-scenes steward remaining elusive throughout."
Fei Mu replied. Di Hemming frowned. How deeply hidden could it be?
Even his men could not uncover any information. He commanded in a low voice, "Continue the investigation." Understood.
Fei Mu nodded.
Preparing to take his leave. "Wait," Di Hemming called out to him, asking, "What of her?"
Huh.
"The side consort?" Fei Mu answered. "The side consort has been practicing music, chess, calligraphy, and painting in the Wangfu these past few days, personally sewing garments for Wang Ye. The Wangfu lacks someone to manage it, and the Empress Dowager and many in the household are still unaccustomed." Di Hemming's expression darkened, and he reminded coldly, "Feng Zhaoge." Fei Mu was taken aback, not expecting that the first woman the Wang Ye would inquire about upon his return would be Feng Zhaoge. He replied, "Although the Wang Fei has been treating patients and earning some silver, she struggles to procure supplies. Those in the household say she scavenges for rotten and sour food daily, and even the candles she uses are picked from rubbish heaps." Di Hemming's thin lips curled into a scoff. So, Feng Zhaoge had fallen to such a state? He wondered what she would be like in her current plight, and whether her pride would still persist. He picked up a nearby cloak, draping it over himself with a swift motion, and strode out. His destination was none other than Xinghan Courtyard. Chapter 88. Pure draft beer in Xinghan Courtyard. Beside the gently flowing pond in the backyard, a long, low wooden table reminiscent of a Japanese tea setting was laid out. Atop it sat an entire roasted lamb, accompanied by an array of pure draft beer. Feng Zhaoge, Jiwan, and Lan Tai sat on cushions on the ground, each raising a bottle of beer for a toast. Jiwan cheerfully exclaimed, "Congratulations on the successful transformation of our little courtyard. We have everything we need. We need never worry about going hungry again." Feng Zhaoge clinked her beer bottle, the crisp sound resonating beautifully in the evening air. She tilted her head back, downing several hearty gulps of beer, her spirits soaring. These were the most comfortable days she had experienced since her arrival in this ancient world. No one disturbed her. All within the Wangfu kept their distance, making this place feel like a secluded paradise. Moreover, she had cultivated a vegetable garden, a pond, and even a small chicken coop housing chickens and ducks. This serene leisure is indeed precious for her, who has endured the ravages of world wars in her past life. The three of them indulged in roasted lamb, sipping beer, basking in unparalleled ease. Suddenly, amidst the night-s embrace, a flash of vivid red darted in from the courtyard. It settled beside Feng Zhaoge. whose gaze sparkled as it fell upon her. Little ice block, I have vanished for several days, yet you feast so well. Do you not worry about the danger? Feng Zhaoge cast a glance at him, taking a hearty bite of the lamb leg, and replied, worry about a towering murderous fiend? The demon lord? Cough, cough. That is merely a rumor. I am a good person, never having harmed you, Empress said, seemingly anxious that she might inquire further. His attention shifted to her as he asked, what are you drinking, little ice block? Is it good? Not at all, Feng Zhaoge replied. Blue iron and branches nearly burst into laughter at her words. Empress, accustomed to her bluntness, seized the beer bottle from her hand and tilted his head back to take a swig. A peculiar taste, unlike the fiery burn of spirits or the sweetness of fine wine, filled his mouth. After a few more sips, realization dawned upon him, and he raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking little ice block, if we share the same bottle of beer, does that mean we will last forever? Feng Zhaoge rolled her eyes at him. What exactly are you here for? To dine with you, of course. I have been busy all night and have gone a whole day without food. Surely, you wouldn't turn me away? As he spoke, he tilted his head, preparing to lean in playfully against Feng Zhaoge's shoulder. She swiftly raised her hand, palm facing outward, to block his approaching head. At that moment, Blue Iron grasped the sword beside him, poised to confront Empress. However, Empress interjected, why are you all acting so fierce? Who is the real demon lord here? I am simply here for meal. Is that too much to ask? Feng Zhaoge regarded him with a pointed look before signaling Blue Iron, who reluctantly sheathed his sword. Empress, with a charming smile, unabashedly consumed the roasted lamb and drank the beer. He knew Feng Zhaoge still cared for him. Yet, Feng Zhaoge's cold voice pierced through the air. After this meal, I owe you nothing. We are even. Empress nearly spat out his beer. Could they continue this meal? After a brief contemplation, he raised an eyebrow. Fine. Not only are we even, but I also owe you a meal. You can claim it from me whenever you wish. Feng Zhaoge, disinterested in prolonging the conversation, chose to focus on her dinner with branches and Blue Iron. Meanwhile, the little child in the corner giggled and smiled at Empress, her crescent-shaped eyes gleaming with delight. As they dined, Branches suddenly slurred, Miss, I feel so dizzy, before collapsing onto the table. Blue Iron across from her, as well as Empress beside her, soon followed suit, falling down. As he fell, Empress weakly blinked at Feng Zhaoge. Little ice block, what are you planning to do to me? Just be gentle. Remember to be considerate. Feng Zhaoge frowned, perplexed by their sudden fainting. Upon inspection, she discovered that the beer she had served was not ordinary. It was a specially concocted agent designed to incapacitate individuals swiftly without raising suspicion. Intended primarily for subduing enemies or extracting vital information, it had unfortunately been forgotten in her medical kit. Thankfully, as the chief military doctor, she had received numerous immunizations, sparing her from intoxication. She glanced at the three slumped over the table and retrieved a cloak to cover Branches and Blue Iron, disregarding Empress entirely. She began to tidy the table, collecting the remaining bottles of beer and replacing them with several ordinary ones. Suddenly, the little child in the stroller emitted a sound, pointing towards Empress. Feng Zhaoge looked over. Was she referring to the unfinished lamb chop next to him? You are too young for oily meats. Here, hold this instead. She produced a large chicken leg-shaped pillow from her medical kit and handed it to the child. The pillow was crafted to resemble a chicken leg, impressively realistic. The little one embraced it joyfully, her fair face lighting up with a smile, momentarily forgetting Empress. Feng Zhaoge cleaned up the remnants on the table, placing them in a paper bag before stepping outside the courtyard. At the entrance, she had set a large wooden barrel as a trash receptacle for everyday waste. Since they were dining in the backyard, she had not turned on the starry lights in the front, leaving the area dim. As she disposed of the trash, she inadvertently caught her wristwatch on a branch, and with a clatter, it fell into the barrel. Crouching beside the barrel, she searched for it in the faint moonlight. On his way, Hemming happened upon Feng Qingqing, who had come to deliver food to Feng Zhaoge. Together, they witnessed her in that moment. Beneath the cold moonlight, in the shadowy courtyard, Feng Zhaoge was crouched beside the trash barrel, rummaging for food. Hemming's expression darkened. Had Feng Zhaoge truly fallen to such depths, resorting to scavenging for sustenance? Meanwhile, Feng Qingqing's eyes gleamed with a discernible sense of triumph. Was Feng Zhaoge truly living in such dire straits? The astonished Bailu, trailing behind, exclaimed, Is this the princess? The princess is actually rummaging through filth? The princess is truly scavenging for rotten food. Feng Qingqing, suppressing her glee, quickly approached with a feigned concern. Sister, what are you doing? If you're hungry, just come to me, or de-hemming. You could even soften up to mother. After all, you are the princess. How could you resort to eating garbage? As she spoke, she pretended to assist Feng Zhaoge. Get up quickly. Look what I brought you, osmanthus cake, mung bean cake, and white fungus soup. Feng Zhaoge frowned upon seeing them. Why were they here? If they discovered the changes in her courtyard, it would likely spark further trouble. Just as she retrieved her watch, she stood up, brushed off Feng Qingqing's hand, and decisively declared, "Is that all?"
Ha!
Feed it to the dogs. I have no use for it. With that, she turned and strode back into the courtyard. In a fleeting moment, she had transformed from rummaging through trash to a vision of elegance clad in white silk. De-Hemming's stern voice rang out, "Feng Zhaoge."
Stop!
Feng Qingqing called after her as well. Sister, how can you speak like that? I came out of kindness to deliver food. These are the only snacks available tonight. Surely, they are better than the rotten food you are scavenging. Taking a step forward, she questioned in confusion, have you truly fallen so low as to eat spoiled food? And now you still dare to be picky? Her gentle tone carried a hint of barely concealed disdain and mockery. Feng Zhaoge ignored them entirely, walking straight into the courtyard and slamming the door behind her. The wooden door stood impassively, separating the two from her. De-Hemming's expression turned icy. How had Feng Zhaoge fallen so low as to scavenge for rotten food, yet remain so defiant? In the past, she had eagerly awaited his affection, practically begging for his attention. Now, she had the audacity to shut him out? Bailu and Feimu, trailing behind, were equally astonished. The master had specifically come to deliver food to her, yet she had turned him away? She was scavenging for scraps, yet had the gall to act so haughty? Surely, it was either the courtyard was too filthy, or she was eager to return to her scavenged finds, too embarrassed to let them see. In her contemplation, Bailu was resolute in her assumptions. Feng Qingqing's gaze flickered with depth as she addressed De-Hemming. Ah Ming, Bailu's words hold some merit. My sister's courtyard must be in a wretched state. She likely wishes to shield us from her appearance. Yet, regardless of her circumstances, she is still my sister, and we cannot abandon her. We should venture inside to speak with her and offer her some food. Her melodious voice was imbued with kindness, yet her heart harbored ulterior motives. Once inside, she could reveal to De-Hemming just how disheveled Feng Zhaoge's life had become. Witnessing such squalor would surely incite De-Hemming's disdain for her, allowing Feng Qingqing to mock Feng Zhaoge and relish in her misfortune. De-Hemming's expression was notably frigid. No one had ever dared to turn him away. With a swift motion of his hand, an invisible force surged toward the wooden door. With a resounding crash, the door latch shattered, flinging the door open. He strode forward with purpose, and Feng Qingqing eagerly followed, her heart brimming with anticipation. Surely, the courtyard would be a chaotic mess, reeking of filth, teeming with flies. After today, De-Hemming would never set foot in this courtyard again. However, as they stepped inside, their strides faltered, and confusion washed over their faces. The front yard boasted towering fire palms, exuding an air of majesty. The bluestone path was pristine, devoid of any debris, and the air wafted with a subtle fragrance of fresh vegetables. Both furrowed their brows, particularly Feng Qingqing. How could this be so different from her expectations? Wasn't it supposed to be foul and filthy? Why was it so immaculate? Suddenly, she spotted a bluestone path leading to the back courtyard, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. It must be in the rear, where Feng Zhaoge had hidden all the unsightly things. Clutching the food box, she hurried toward the back, calling out, "Sister, don't hide from us. We won't judge you. Even if you ignore me, please eat what I've brought for you. Don't starve yourself." Yet, before she could finish, her expression froze, and her body became as rigid as stone. De-Hemming, following closely behind, also displayed an unprecedented astonishment. The back courtyard had been transformed into a nearly 100-square-meter haven. Low bamboo fences partitioned the area, which was filled with an abundance of unfamiliar vegetables, flourishing in their bounty. Scattered throughout were lanterns of varying sizes, exuding a soft glow reminiscent of the moonlight, casting a serene ambience across the entire courtyard. In the center of the yard, a long fish pond had been constructed, resembling a gentle stream where fish swam gracefully and lotus flowers floated serenely on the surface. To the right, An entire row of drying racks displayed an array of cured meats, including sausages and smoked ducks, an abundance that was simply staggering. Moreover, beside the pond, a rectangular table was set, where Feng Zhaoge, clad in white, was preparing to tidy up. On the table lay a whole roasted lamb over a meter long, with 2 men, a maid, and a small child nearby. One man, dressed in black, was a formidable bodyguard, while the other, in blood-red attire, was the captivating demon lord.
Mon taxi.
The baby in the stroller was delightfully cute, clutching a massive chicken leg, an amusing sight indeed. Di Himing stood there, his icy demeanor intensifying with disbelief. When had Feng Zhaoge transformed her courtyard into such a splendid sight? How did she possess the means to do so? Most astonishingly, was it Lan Tai?
Mon taxi.
She was not leading a destitute existence, but rather reveling in the company of 2 men, indulging in merriment and drink, while the men were thoroughly inebriated. Feng Qingqing was equally taken aback, unable to comprehend the scene before her. Wasn't Feng Zhaoge supposed to be in dire straits? How could she cultivate such a plethora of vegetables and possess so much meat? This courtyard was not meant to be a filthy den, but had instead morphed into a veritable paradise. They feasted on roasted lamb and wine, rendering the snacks in Feng Qingqing's hands utterly laughable and pitiable. Upon seeing the two, Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow. She had intended to tidy up before they arrived, but after merely collecting a few bottles of wine, they had barged in unannounced. Since they had already discovered her, she decided to drop the pretense and cast a displeased glance at them, saying, "To enter without an invitation is akin to thievery. Have you not learned etiquette? As a prince and concubine?" Her words were laced with reproach.
Feng Zhaoge.
Di Himing's gaze bore into her, his voice cold and unyielding as he spat out her name, as if he wished to consume her whole, imbued with lethal intent. He stepped further into the courtyard, his gaze icy as he directed his ire at Feng Zhaoge. "Where did you acquire this food? Who permitted you to expand the back courtyard? You dare to indulge in merriment with other men behind my back?" Each question dripped with increasing frostiness. His imposing stature radiated an oppressive aura, thickening the air with tension, as if a tempest were about to erupt. Yet, Feng Zhaoge stood unfazed, concerned only about the child. She lifted the baby into her arms and shot an indifferent glance at Di Himing. "What is your commotion to me? What business is it of yours? You are allowed to employ underhanded tactics, yet I cannot have the capability to create my own fortune? Mind your own affairs." Her voice was cool, laden with disdain, almost daring him to respond.
Feng Zhaoge.
Di Himing, incensed, lunged forward, raising his hand as if to seize her by the throat. However, Feng Zhaoge had anticipated his move, deftly evading him while still cradling the child, swiftly putting distance between them. Di Himing, accustomed to her agility, could only stand there, his eyes icy as he glared at her. "Feng Zhaoge, what arrogance is this? As long as you have not obtained a divorce decree, you remain my princess. Should you dare engage in scandalous behavior that tarnishes the reputation of the royal household, what then? Do as you wish." Feng Zhaoge interrupted him, meeting his gaze with candor. "If you have the means, then divorce me. Give me 150,000 taels of silver and the divorce decree I desire, and I shall leave willingly." Di Himing's expression froze in an instant. A divorce decree? Again with the divorce decree. Did she wish to leave the royal household to marry that street performer, or was she intent on being with Empress? How absurd. He had numerous accounts to settle with her. Until he was satisfied, she would not have the luxury of carefree living. With that, he coldly commanded, "Fei Mu, from this day forth, monitor the princess's every move closely. Should she engage in any overstepping behavior, report to me immediately." "Yes." Fei Mu bowed in acknowledgement.
Feng Zhaoge frowned.
Was he intending to spy on her? Having grown weary of each other, what purpose did it serve? What nonsense! She regarded the 2 men as if they were simpletons. Di Himing's lips twitched. In the past, if he had assigned someone to keep an eye on her, she would have been elated. Now she was hurling insults? Although he was unsure of the meaning behind her words, it was evident they were not flattering. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it further, striding forward to seize Empress. As the demon lord, Empress's prowess was formidable, and with certain matters still unclear, he could not act recklessly. After returning Empress, he would deal with Feng Zhaoge. With a swift motion, he took to the skies with Empress in tow. Feng Zhaoge watched his retreating figure, convinced he was unwell, both mentally and physically. She cast a displeased glare at Fei Mu. Your master has taken away a man. Are you not to take one as well? Can you not even maintain a bodyguard? Fei Mu stood there, a cold sneer lifting her thin lips. The prince did not indicate he would dispose of him, so naturally, he could be kept. Did she think the prince was fond of her, forbidding any man to be near her? Feng Zhaoge spoke coldly. If that is the case, why are you still hesitating? I intend to assist him back to his chamber to rest. If you do not wish to see me inappropriately engaging with a man, then you may take action. Di Hemming had instructed him to remain in Xinghanuan to monitor her, so she would allow him to linger for as long as he pleased. Fei Mu's expression turned icy. He was meant to be watching, yet now he was reduced to performing menial tasks. However, if he did not act, the princess would indeed assist a guard. And with the prince's current unpredictable temperament, he ultimately had no choice but to help Lan Tai back to the side room. Feng Qingqing stood by, watching, her long nails digging deep into her palm, nearly drawing blood. Just now, Di Hemming's behavior had been akin to a spilled vat of vinegar. Yet, he had never even glanced at Feng Zhaoge before, having no interest in her at all. How could he now be jealous for her sake? Everything had spiraled out of control. Lost in thought, Feng Zhaoge's gaze suddenly fell upon her. Cradling a child, she approached her step by step. Chapter 92. Mocking her, she stood before Feng Qingqing and shot her a cold glance. You cannot even manage a man with such limited ability. And you aspire to be the rightful princess of Yongning?
Ha!
Her voice carried the disdain of someone in power. Feng Qingqing's body stiffened, her face paling. Was Feng Zhaoge mocking her? How could she possibly control Di Hemming? She had not anticipated he would rush straight to Xinghanuan upon his return. Even less had she expected that what was meant to showcase Feng Zhaoge's disheveled appearance would turn into this. All evening, Di Hemming had not cast a single glance her way. All attention was fixed upon Feng Zhaoge. She gritted her teeth in hatred, fixing her glare on Feng Zhaoge. She whispered, "Is it you who concocts these tricks, hoping to gain Di Hemming as favor and affection? I warn you, no matter what you do, it will be futile. He will not love you. He is mine. Is that so? You truly possess such confidence? What are you prattling on about?" Feng Zhaoge smiled knowingly at her, as if regarding a jester. You. Feng Qingqing, infuriated, was about to strike. But Feng Zhaoge continued, "Remember, the one you should be warning is Di Hemming. I have no interest in a man who is blind to infidelity. He should refrain from constantly visiting my courtyard and pay no mind to my every action. I find it bothersome." With that, she cradled the child and began to walk away. Feng Qingqing stood there, trembling with rage.
Di Hemming constantly visiting her courtyard?
Di Hemming paying attention to her every move? She was reluctant to admit it, yet it was indeed true. Di Hemming had shown concern for Feng Zhaoge's medical practice, had taken note of her success, even plotting against her throughout the city. Upon returning to the prince's residence tonight, he had immediately come to Xinghanuan. She was on the verge of madness. How could a woman so ugly, with a face full of freckles, a deformed ear, and utterly lacking in merit, dare to compete with her? She longed to tear Feng Zhaoge's face apart, yet Fei Mu was still in that side room, soon to emerge. She could only turn and stride away, distancing herself from that vexing courtyard. Upon returning to Xinghanuan and confirming the area was clear, Feng Qingqing instructed Bilv. You must investigate thoroughly how Feng Zhaoge acquired those things. Furthermore, she must not be allowed to flourish any longer. Yes. Bilv nodded, equally filled with resentment. Why should her sister, Sueyu, have met such a tragic demise, leaving no trace behind, while Feng Zhaoge lived so carefree and blissfully? She would not allow Feng Zhaoge to have it easy. In Xinghanuan, Feng Zhaoge placed the child on the bed and assisted Jiwan back to her room before collapsing onto her own bed to rest. Initially seeking a moment of peace, she hadn't expected Di Hemming and the others to discover the courtyard so swiftly. The words she had spoken to Feng Qingqing were meant to provoke her into action. The days ahead would undoubtedly become more intriguing and challenging. She should prepare for the impending storm that would only grow more ferocious. In the dead of night, the depths of her eyes shimmered with an unnoticed glimmer. As she plotted her plans, she gradually drifted into slumber. However, unbeknownst to her, as she slept, the bed behind her sagged slightly. Someone had nestled behind her. Since the last encounter with the man in black, Feng Zhaoge had been holding the child while sleeping at night. Sensing a presence, she instinctively tightened her grip on the child. A powerful hand encircled her waist from behind, holding her tightly. Feng Zhaoge reflexively attempted to strike, but the man's deep voice suddenly resonated. Don't move. Don't wake her.
From the tone of his voice,
Feng Zhaoge detected a hint of affection for the child. She could only lower her voice and ask, displeased, Who are you? What do you want? Rest assured. I have no interest in your body. His cold voice carried an air of superiority. Nevertheless, his hand tightened around her waist, pulling her closer to him. Feng Zhaoge's back collided with a firm, iron-like wall of flesh. Chapter 93. Equality among all that body was indeed extraordinarily solid, akin to a fortress, exuding a unique masculine dominance and grandeur. Feng Zhaoge had never favored being too close to anyone, yet inexplicably, when brought into his embrace, her heartbeat faltered momentarily. An unfamiliar sensation surged within her, as if her body held a memory of their prior encounters. In that moment of daze, the man leaned closer, whispering coldly in her ear, Feng Zhaoge, do you truly wish to live with the demon lord or a mere guard? His low voice bore an inquisitive and displeased tone. Feng Zhaoge regained her senses, unable to suppress a cold laugh. Who told you that sharing a meal equates to living together? What kind of logic is that? The man replied, in this eastern Xia kingdom, no woman dines at the same table as another man. Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brows, finally realizing, to her, it was merely people within the same courtyard sharing a meal. Yet to outsiders, they appeared as a family. The constraints of ancient society were far too rigid, with a strict hierarchy and minimal tolerance. However, this did not mean that Feng Zhaoge could not carve out a world of her own. She spoke resolutely, in this vast world, all are equal. If you regard the lowly as mere dogs, then they will only see you as the keeper of a cage. What I, Feng Zhaoge, seek are not subservient followers, but comrades willing to risk life and death together and share loyalty. Her voice was imbued with a maturity and resilience uncommon among ordinary folk. The man's gaze deepened. In this grand world, equality for all? She sought not subservient followers, but loyal comrades? A woman possessing such vision and ambition? His previously furrowed brow finally relaxed a fraction. Suddenly, Feng Zhaoge rolled over and pressed toward him. The man, lying at the edge of the bed, had no time to react. They tumbled off the bed, rolling several times. In that moment, the man instinctively shielded Feng Zhaoge's head with his large hand, pressing it against his chest.
Yet,
Feng Zhaoge was oblivious to these details. When they finally stopped rolling against the wall, she found herself positioned atop the man, while his hands protected her waist and head. This was the perfect opportunity. Feng Zhaoge raised her hand, reaching for the mask on the man's face without hesitation. His eyes darkened, realizing this ungrateful little creature. Just as her hand was about to touch his mask, he pressed down forcefully. Feng Zhaoge barely had time to react before feeling her body and head being restrained. Then, without warning, she pressed her body down, her lips unexpectedly meeting the man's thin lips concealed beneath his mask. In that fleeting moment, time seemed to halt, and the air grew thick with tension. Feng Zhaoge felt the chill of his lips, his breath carrying an aura of cold dominance. A peculiar sensation surged within her, one that was strangely familiar, as if she had kissed him before. The man's gaze darkened, yet he quickly regained composure, raising his hand to tap gently on her back twice. Instantly, Feng Zhaoge's body stiffened, rendered immobile. She had been acupressured. In this ancient setting, such a technique truly existed. Even with silver needles, she could not achieve such an effect. This scholarly subject warranted her deep investigation. As she pondered, the man lifted her and carried her toward the bed, step by step. Chapter 94. Who is he guarding against? The small child lying on the bed had just awoken, her big, watery eyes wide open. However, at that moment, she immediately shut her little eyes and feigned sleep, a tiny bubble escaping her mouth. She remained oblivious, seeing nothing at all. As Feng Zhaoge was held in the man's arms, an alarm sounded in her heart. She was unable to move. And what if he intended to do something to her? To her surprise, the man merely placed her on the bed and tucked the blanket around her. He looked down at her, his thin lips curling slightly. Woman, cease such childish antics. Curiosity can be perilous. His voice was deep and magnetic, laced with an ominous undertone. After speaking, he retrieved an object from his sleeve and, employing his inner strength, delicately placed it beside the child. Unlike the casual toss towards Feng Zhaoge, this was done with grace and gentleness, as if he feared awakening the child. Once assured that the item had settled beside the child, he leapt away, his dark figure appearing noble and enigmatic under the moonlight. Feng Zhaoge watched, her brow furrowing. Was he delivering gifts to the child again? Did he hold such affection for Feng Qingqing? And what was that about curiosity being dangerous? Indeed, curiosity could be perilous. But it would not claim lives, especially not those of the powerful. One day, she would unveil his mask to discover the identity of this enigmatic man. Yet, at this moment, with her acupressure points sealed, she could only lie there. Outside, Feimu lay atop a tree in the courtyard, oblivious to any commotion. Shortly after the man departed,
the Eming returned.
The courtyard was shrouded in darkness, and the candles inside had been extinguished. In the past, Feng Qingqing would always leave a lamp burning for him, assuring him that she would be there whenever he returned.
But now,
Feimu landed beside him, respectfully reporting, "Master, the princess has already retired for the night and secured the door upon entering, having no further interactions with anyone." Di Hemming's expression darkened further. Secured the door? Who is she guarding against? He coldly inquired, "Have you investigated where all these items in the courtyard came from?" Replying to the master, "I had someone specially sent to investigate, and it turns out the princess exchanged money for goods. Anyone seeking medical assistance at the first clinic need not pay in currency, but only offer equivalent goods."
the Eming gaze grew shadowy.
Astonishment flickering in the depths of his eyes. Feng Zhaoge had employed such a method, managing to deceive him right under his nose. The once timid and ineffectual woman had devised such a scheme. His gaze fell upon the lowly house, his expression deepening in contemplation. Just how astute was Feng Zhaoge to concoct such a stratagem? This was a stark contrast to the memories he held of her. Feimu quietly asked, "Master, should we intervene?" "There's no need," Di Hemming replied, regaining his composure. Why expend so much effort on her? He merely needed to keep an eye on her to prevent her from tarnishing the reputation of the royal residence. Expelling her was not an immediate concern. The following morning, Feng Zhaoge, as usual, accompanied by Jimon and Lantai, arrived at the clinic to commence business. Feng Qingqing was busy grooming herself in Jinghong courtyard when Cui Lv entered, reporting, "Miss, the prince has not only refrained from stopping Feng Zhaoge, but has also allowed her to continue operating the clinic." Feng Qingqing's hand, holding the comb, came to a sudden halt. Di Hemming had permitted Feng Zhaoge to earn money. Did he wish to spare her from hardship? She coldly declared, "What are the arrangements I instructed you to make last night? Her clinic must not reopen." The maid returned, eager to discuss this matter.
Cui Lv reported.
"There's no need for us to take action. Someone else has already intervened." "Who? How did they intervene?" Feng Qingqing inquired, astonished. Chapter 95. Dealing with the intruder, Cui Lv explained, "This morning, a shop named Golden Phoenix opened right in front of Feng Zhaoge's alley. Inside, there are a dazzling array of products, said to include miraculous face masks, eyebrow razors, eyebrow pencils, blushes, and lip balms, all unique items the world has never seen before. It even boasts a sign declaring, 'Golden Phoenix, authentic goods.' Moreover, it is rumored that a divine female physician works wonders there. Anyone who enters emerges with skin as smooth and delicate as a peeled egg. In just a morning, numerous distinguished young women from across the city flocked to the Golden Phoenix, forming a long queue that blocked access to the first clinic. They were all from noble families, and none dared to offend or demand they move aside. I watched for quite a while, and today, Feng Zhaoge has yet to open for business." Feng Qingqing frowned. Could such a fortunate event truly be happening? "Of course, I witnessed it myself," Cui Lv replied. "Given the location and business of Golden Phoenix, Feng Zhaoge will likely find it challenging to attract customers moving forward." Cui Lv's eyes sparkled with delight. Feng Qingqing's expression softened slightly.
"Take me to see it."
Upon reaching the alley, they beheld the gleaming characters of the Golden Phoenix shop. Through the intricately carved doors and windows, they could indeed see an assortment of peculiar items within. However, the alley was indeed filled with a long line of maids and servants waiting. Luxurious palanquins were parked nearby, filled with wealthy young ladies in anticipation. The bustling crowd rendered the alley impassable. Not even a fly could squeeze through. From a distance, Feng Qingqing could barely make out the sign of the first clinic, which appeared desolate and devoid of life. Sitting in her palanquin, her lips curled in satisfaction. Indeed, Feng Zhaoge would find it difficult to secure good business again. Curiously, she asked, "Does this Golden Phoenix truly possess the capabilities you described to attract such attention?" "Absolutely,"
Qui-vous affirmed.
I've heard that the face mask, when applied, initially causes a slight tingling sensation, but afterward, it feels incredibly soothing. Once removed, the skin appears radiant and exceptionally clear, akin to a celestial being. There are also lip balms that, once applied, last the entire day without fading. The most astonishing part is that some women have reportedly emerged with noticeably fairer skin, while others found their skin tighten significantly. Some even claim to have lost weight. In essence, anything concerning women can be realized there. Cui Lv described the wonders with awe, yet sighed. However, like Linglong Pavilion, the prices are exorbitant. It is rumored that any single item costs 100 taels of silver, and only one person is allowed to enter at a time. To cut in line, one must pay a fee of 20,000 taels. Feng Qingqing's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Such luxurious items were truly befitting of her, Feng Qingqing. Though she was already quite beautiful, her only flaw was her excessive slenderness, lacking in allure. Perhaps D. Hemming's recent disinterest stemmed from his dissatisfaction with her petite figure? She donned a veil and said to Bai Lu, "Assist me down from the carriage. Let us take a look. What if this golden phoenix holds what I desire?" Bai Lu respectfully helped her descend. After disembarking, Feng Qingqing caught sight of the sign of the first medical hall through the bustling crowd. Since she could not squeeze in for the moment, a thought crossed her mind, and her crimson lips curled into a faint smile as she strode towards the medical hall. Inside the medical hall, Feng Zhaoge sat at the consultation desk, meticulously perusing medical texts. Even in solitude, she remained at her post. This was her working hour. Feng Qingqing, having spent some silver, maneuvered through the throng and observed Feng Zhaoge seated there with her legs slightly apart, her white brocade attire accentuating her commanding presence. Her long hair was neatly secured atop her head with wooden pins, rendering her face striking and unyielding, devoid of any feminine frailty. Despite the freckles adorning her face, they did not evoke disdain. For some inexplicable reason, every time Feng Qingqing beheld her, an impulse to tear her face asunder surged within her. However, gazing at the desolate medical hall, she regained her composure and whispered, "So this is the medical hall opened by my sister? Why is it so deserted? I have long urged you to cease this fruitless endeavor. Look at how wretched your circumstances have become." As she spoke, her gaze scanned the medical hall, and she sighed dramatically. "I am about to embark on a journey to the Golden Phoenix for the finest cosmetic treatment, while you remain here, guarding this desolate establishment, hoping for a patient to exchange for a morsel of food that I can easily obtain. Truly pitiful." Feng Zhaoge's eyes flickered with depth upon seeing her. Had Feng Qingqing arrived so soon? It was fortuitous, as she was feeling rather bored today and now had something to occupy her time. Chapter 96. The Silver of the Vial. Seeing that Feng Zhaoge remained silent, Feng Qingqing assumed her sister was merely sorrowful. She straightened her posture, embodying the elegance of a regal swan. "Sister, since your situation is so dire, why not relinquish it? If you agree to leave the Wangfu, I can, out of years of affection, offer you the desired sum of 150,000 taels of silver. Otherwise, remaining here will surely lead to your demise from hunger." Feng Zhaoge met her gaze, her thin lips curling into a cool smile. "A noble does not drink from the well of thieves.
Feng Zhaoge
Shall not accept the silver of a vile mistress." Her words, laced with indifference, carried an underlying strength. Feng Qingqing's complexion darkened immediately. "Feng Zhaoge,
what do you mean by that?"
I am trying to help you, yet you respond with such venom. Not venomous words, but the truth.
Feng Zhaoge emphasized.
Is it not the vile mistress who intrudes upon another's marriage? Feng Qingqing's face contorted in anger, gripping the silk handkerchief tightly as she barely restrained herself. With a frosty demeanor, she retorted, "Since you refuse to recognize kindness, consider me never having come. Bai Lu, let us depart for the Golden Phoenix."
"Yes."
Bai Lu assisted Feng Qingqing, casting a proud glance at Feng Zhaoge. "Our noble consort is off to procure the finest cosmetics. You may remain here in your solitude." Those who can never afford the Golden Phoenix are truly pitiful. "You." Ji-man could no longer contain herself and stepped forward, ready to strike. Ji-man Feng Zhaoge halted her with a calm demeanor. Why bother with her? Those who rely on beauty must indeed maintain it. As she spoke, without granting Feng Qingqing a moment to respond, her gaze shifted to Feng Qingqing, kindly and professionally advising, "It would be wise to purchase some colored contact lenses. It would enhance your charm. A hydrating treatment would also add a touch of radiance." If you have the courage. Perhaps a breast augmentation would ensnare the emperor's heart even more. Each word felt like a critique delivered with candor, devoid of any jealousy. Feng Qingqing's brows knitted slightly. Why did it seem Feng Zhaoge felt no envy? Rather, it appeared she genuinely wished for her to spend lavishly at the Golden Phoenix. What could this mean? All her thoughts coalesced within a fleeting moment, and looking down at Feng Zhaoge, she declared, "Rest assured, I am not as impoverished as you. I possess ample silver." With that, she turned away, taking Bai Lu towards the Golden Phoenix. Her regal silhouette stood tall and graceful, reminiscent of a princess of unparalleled beauty. Feng Zhaoge observed her retreating figure, a trace of unnoticed coldness flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, the line at the Golden Phoenix extended, with at least 20 individuals ahead of her. Feng Qingqing frowned. She required 20,000 taels of silver for priority entry. Though she was a side consort, the emperor rarely bestowed upon her true wealth, providing only exquisite items that could not be sold. For her, 20,000 taels was no trivial sum. After a brief contemplation, she instructed Bai Lu arrange something. At the Wangfu, the emperor was perusing medical texts when a servant suddenly entered to report, "Your Highness, the side consort has learned that a golden phoenix can diminish wrinkles and wishes to assist the Empress Dowager by testing it first. However, she has been waiting in line for quite some time." The emperor furrowed his brow. Was such a thing possible? Feng Qingqing is indeed too kind-hearted. He commanded, "Send some silver and ensure she is prioritized." Yet the servant had bowed, added, "This golden phoenix requires 20,000 taels for queue jumping. Other charges apply. It has obstructed the business of the Wangfei's medical hall." Upon hearing this, the emperor knitted his brows. 20,000 taels? That was even more exorbitant than the previous Linglong pavilion. And it had obstructed Feng Zhaoge's business? A depth of thought flickered in his eyes. Interesting. He resolved to see for himself how Feng Zhaoge fared today and whether her pride remained unscathed. He set aside the book, rising to stride out. Chapter 97. A Grand Sum. At the Golden Phoenix, Feng Qingqing and Bai Lu, veiled, stood in the lengthy queue. No one recognized them. Most of those waiting were maids, queuing for their mistresses, unwilling to yield to one another. From a distance, Feng Zhaoge observed the scene, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Ji-man, beside her, sighed with envy. "Miss, will our medical hall ever regain its business? When will you be able to live as lavishly as Miss Qi? How can the Wangfei endure a life more wretched than a mere side consort?"
Soon.
Feng Zhaoge's voice was steady, as if she harbored a deep-seated confidence, resuming her reading. Ji-man furrowed her brows. Why was the Wangfei always so self-assured? The medical hall had not opened for a day, yet she seemed utterly unperturbed. Ji-man wished for the Wangfei to prosper, rather than linger in this desolate establishment. Amidst her musings, a resonant voice rang out, "The Prince of Yongning has arrived." Everyone turned to see a cavalcade of fine steeds approaching, their hooves thundering. At the forefront was the Prince of Yongning, Di Himing, clad in black brocade, exuding an aura of unmatched authority that compelled all to kneel in reverence. The ladies in the palanquins dismounted, bowing respectfully. "We pay our respects to the Prince of Yongning." The emperor paid no heed to the crowd, his gaze sweeping towards the end of the alley, where indeed the medical hall lay desolate and forlorn, devoid of visitors. A glint of depth ignited within his eyes, and a faint smile graced his lips. Feng Zhaoge has her day today? Standing amidst the crowd, Feng Qingqing felt a surge of triumph upon his arrival. However, she did not expect the emperor to first glance toward the alley's end.
Couchet Fen Houyi, seductress.
She gracefully stepped forward, her voice soft as a melody. "Ah Ming, what brings you here?" The tone was ethereal, akin to celestial music. Di Himing, momentarily startled, sprang into action, landing beside Feng Qingqing with concern. "What brings you here? Could you not have sent a servant?" Aiming, "The rumors from the outside world are too fantastical, which leaves me uneasy. Thus, I wish to witness the truth for myself. If the medical skills are indeed remarkable, I shall bring my mother here, and she will surely be delighted." Feng Qingqing replied gently. Di Heming raised his large hand to smooth the strands of hair by her face. "You, always so considerate and kind. Unlike that person." He cast a disdainful glance in Feng Zhaoge's direction, his eyes flickering with coldness and disgust. He then wrapped his arm around Feng Qingqing's waist and strode towards the Golden Phoenix. He intended to make Feng Zhaoge realize the disparity between them and the cost of opposing him. Everyone knelt down, no one daring to obstruct their path. However, the grand doors of the Golden Phoenix were closed, only allowing one person to enter at a time, after which the door would shut. Hemming stood at the foot of the steps, coldly commanding, "Announce to all, whoever can bring joy to Qiqi shall be rewarded with a fortune of gold." The onlookers gasped in astonishment, envy filling their hearts. The esteemed warlord was here, merely to cut in line for Feng Qingqing? A fortune! 10,000 taels of gold. Such extravagance, a lavish display to win a woman's favor. How fortunate Feng Qingqing must be. Though her heart brimmed with joy, Feng Qingqing maintained an air of elegance, standing regally like a queen or princess, exuding an aura of superiority. She subtly glanced at Feng Zhaoge, her brow arched in a show of triumph. Gigi watched, nearly brought to tears by the scene. How could they treat the princess this way? The princess was unable to conduct her business here today, missing out on any profit, while they flaunted their wealth on the other side. Only Feng Zhaoge remained unperturbed, her demeanor calm as she disregarded them completely. Beneath her composed exterior,
À 10 peurs intentions fliquèrent du notiste.
do they wish to lavish gold? That would hardly suffice. If one is to act, let it be with grandiosity. Chapter 98. Beauty and Skincare. Feng Zhaoge set aside the book in her hands, reclining lazily against the back of her chair, and spoke. A mere 10,000 taels of gold? How audacious of a prince to utter such words. With everyone present respectfully kneeling, silence enveloped the crowd as her melodious voice resonated throughout the alley, crystal clear. All heads turned towards the far end of the alley, where a modest medical clinic stood. Above it hung a plaque proclaiming it as the first medical hall, flanked by white scrolls inscribed with, "Better let the medicine gather dust than wish for a world without illness." At the entrance, a simple examination table was set up. Behind it sat Feng Zhaoge, casually draped in a white brocade robe, her right leg crossed elegantly over her left, arms folded before her waist. Although her posture exuded a hint of nonchalance, she appeared dignified, striking, and resolute. Her long hair was styled in a half bun, adorned with a bronze-black hairpin. Her features strikingly beautiful, particularly the mole at the corner of her eye and the black star-shaped stone on her earlobe added an alluring edge to her appearance. The crowd was left in utter astonishment. Is this really Feng Zhaoge? I had been in line here all along and failed to notice her. She was engrossed in her book earlier. I never imagined that upon lifting her head, she would be so breathtaking.
Oh my.
As a woman, why do I feel my heart racing? Is this what it feels like to be enamored? I find myself captivated by another woman? The air was filled with disbelief and whispers. Feng Qingqing clenched her fists in frustration. Feng Zhaoge, once again. What business does she have joining in at this moment? Is she attempting to ruin her good fortune? Only Hemming remained as imposing as ever, casting a frosty glance at Feng Zhaoge. A mere 10,000 taels of gold?
Ha.
You certainly have a grandiose opinion of yourself. Even if a clinic can earn a bit, she hasn't accumulated much silver in recent days. Yet, Feng Zhaoge continued to lounge with poise, confidently stating, "Once the Golden Phoenix opens its doors, every item within is rare and unparalleled." This morning, a lady from the Marquis family spent 1,000 taels of gold to treat warts. The madam from the Jiang family spent 5,000 taels to address wrinkles. Miss Shengshefa even purchased an entire cart of cosmetics, totaling 9,000 taels of gold. You dare to claim that as a prince? You wish to win a smile from a fair lady, yet you only offer 10,000 taels of gold? The final sentence rose slightly in pitch, laced with unmistakable mockery and disdain. The crowd frowned, shocked by the exorbitant charges of the Golden Phoenix, far exceeding their expectations. Hemming's expression darkened. What kind of establishment is this, with such outrageous pricing? Just then, the door creaked open. A customer rushed out, gleefully exclaiming, "Wonderful, wonderful. I can finally face the world again." The crowd recognized her, exclaiming in surprise, "It's Madame Jiang from the street." She had suffered burns in a fire, leaving her face scarred, and hadn't ventured out for 7 years. Now she appears fully restored? Not a single scar remains? The Golden Phoenix is truly miraculous. What kind of sorcery is this? It's as if it transforms decay into splendor. The crowd buzzed with astonishment, while Feng Zhaoge remained composed. For the Golden Phoenix was not merely a beauty and skincare shop. It also boasted advanced medical equipment, delivering results instantaneously. Amidst the chatter, A clean and graceful maidservant stepped forward. Even as a maid, her beauty was striking, her demeanor exceptional. Upon seeing Di Hemming, she respectfully yet elegantly addressed him. Your Highness, the Prince of Yongning. Our doctor has overheard your conversation. She believes that your 10,000 taels of gold is indeed somewhat lacking. Somewhat lacking? Even Di Hemming's brow furrowed. He coldly inquired, what could possibly be worth over 10,000 taels of gold? Just for removing scars? The maidservant remained silent, simply retrieving a brocade box from behind her and opening it. Chapter 99. The heating treasure. Everyone looked up to see a pure white, oval-shaped egg resting within the brocade box. The material appeared to be jade, though its exact type was indiscernible. It was polished to an extraordinarily smooth finish. Holding it seemed as though it might slip from one's grasp. The crowd, having never encountered such an object, asked in confusion, what is this? The maidservant explained, this is our shop's treasure. Merely pressing this button activates its heating capabilities, warming hands, feet, and stomach, among other areas. At this point, her gaze fell upon Feng Qingqing, and with professionalism, she remarked, Your Highness, your complexion appears pale, and your figure seems frail. I assume you endure great pain during your monthly cycle? It was the first time Feng Qingqing had such a personal matter discussed in public. Her face flushed with surprise and shock. How could they know such intimate details about her? The maidservant continued, this is evidently a symptom of coldness and stagnation in the body. Our warm jade not only provides instant heat, but also possesses natural healing properties. Placing it on the abdomen during cramps can alleviate pain and expel stagnant blood. When placed underfoot, it can relieve fatigue. At night, positioning it in certain areas can stimulate secondary development. With consistent use, it can improve one's overall vitality, resulting in a rosy complexion and abundant vitality, free from pain. After all, a warm treasure is indeed beneficial for the body. Feng Qingqing felt a surge of excitement. A small item could possess such miraculous properties? She eagerly asked, May I try it? Certainly. The maidservant pressed the button and handed it to Feng Qingqing. Upon receiving it, she instantly felt its warmth, akin to a soft touch against her skin. Holding it felt like cradling a natural little heater, warm to the touch, unlike a traditional hot water bottle that cools down. Moreover, the maidservant mentioned it could stimulate secondary development. Wasn't that exactly what she desired? She was utterly enchanted and inquired, How much does this warm jade cost? 100,000 taels of gold. The maidservant emphasized. The entire venue was suddenly engulfed in astonishment, disbelief palpable in the air. 100,000 taels of gold? Such a price was simply astronomical. An imperial green jade ring could scarcely demand more than 10,000 taels, could it? How could a mere lump of jade be valued at such an exorbitant rate? The expression of Di Hemming darkened. 100,000 taels of gold? Even as a formidable warlord, he had fought valiantly for half a year to conquer a small border nation, and the court had only rewarded him with a mere 100,000 taels of gold. Yet this insignificant stone was expected to fetch such a steep price? The maid interjected, This warm jade is indeed precious, but there is only one in the world, unique and unparalleled. It is certain to be sold as a singular piece. A solar-powered heating pad, priced at a mere 99 on Taobao, could only be a scam aimed at Feng Qingqing alone. Feng Zhaoge, seated calmly, spoke, Little girl. There is no need for such extensive introduction. The esteemed Prince Yongning is a distinguished warlord who dotes on his favored concubine. He would not hesitate to spend 10,000 taels of silver for a wedding, let alone for matters of health and well-being. As she spoke, she raised an eyebrow at Di Hemming. Surely, a mere 100,000 taels of gold should not be a burden for you to bestow upon your beloved concubine? Di Hemming's countenance darkened further. With Feng Zhaoge's words echoing in front of so many, could he dare to refuse? Yet why was Feng Zhaoge so deliberately probing? Was she attempting to gauge his feelings for Feng Qingqing?
Ha!
Chapter 100. Exquisite delight. Di Hemming fixed his gaze upon Feng Zhaoge, his voice stern. Do not speak of a mere 100,000 taels of gold, even if it were 1,000,000. If Qingqing desires it, I would not hesitate. Upon uttering these words, he commanded his guards behind him, Fetch the silver notes immediately. Yes. The guards swiftly departed. Even silver notes, when brought from the treasury, would fill several large boxes. A grand procession that overflowed the entrance of the Golden Phoenix. Feng Qingqing was overwhelmed with excitement, her heart brimming with gratitude and joy. She nestled against Di Hemming's embrace and softly murmured, Ah Ming, this is far too extravagant. You need not go to such lengths for me. You are mine. If I do not cherish you, whom shall I cherish? Di Hemming replied indulgently, his gaze coolly sweeping towards Feng Zhaoge. He had expected Feng Zhaoge to be distressed, but to his surprise, she remained seated comfortably, legs crossed, casually chewing on a licorice stick, exuding an air of delight.
Delight?
She was actually pleased? He was publicly lavishing affection upon Feng Qingqing, and yet she showed no sign of sorrow whatsoever? What was going on? Feng Qingqing, nestled in Di Hemming's arms, turned to gloat at Feng Zhaoge. She had thought to elicit tears from her, yet instead, she appeared overjoyed. From the moment she began her lavish spending at the Golden Phoenix, Feng Zhaoge seemed to emanate a peculiar joy. Something felt amiss, yet she could not fathom it. Di Hemming, however, quickly recalled that night when Feng Zhaoge had used pesticides in an attempt to harm him. How could he have forgotten that she had been willing to take his life? Somewhere along the way, her heart had ceased to harbor any affection for him. Contemplating this, he felt a deep sense of folly, viewing the warm jade with disdain. How could such a trifle possibly be worth 100,000 taels of gold? Let us return home, he declared, striding away, his arm around Feng Qingqing's waist. Lost in her euphoric delight, Feng Qingqing failed to notice his shift in mood. Instead, holding her head high, cradling the warm jade as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens. What did it matter if Feng Zhaoge was indifferent? What did it matter if she forced a smile? From this day forth, she would be the legend of the entire imperial capital, the envy of all women. Di Hemming had willingly spent 100,000 taels of gold on her. And what of Feng Zhaoge? Ignored and left to languish in her cold, desolate clinic. That was more than enough. Di Hemming mounted his steed with Feng Qingqing and departed. Along the way, Feng Qingqing was overjoyed, while Di Hemming's expression remained frosty. Upon reaching the prince's residence, he instructed, "You return home first. I have matters to attend to." Feng Qingqing sensed a hint of distance in Di Hemming's demeanor. Yet gazing at the warm jade in her grasp, she dismissed the thought and replied softly, "Very well, Qingqing will await your return in the courtyard, regardless of how late it may be." Di Hemming acknowledged with a grunt, turning his horse away. Once in the bustling market, he glanced back at the direction of the clinic from a distance and coldly commanded his shadow guard, "Feng, prepare accordingly. Feng Zhaoge must not be allowed any opportunity for resurgence. With the Golden Phoenix obstructing her, this is the perfect time. Even if she possesses some resources now, there will come a day when I want her to be utterly humiliated and kneel before me, begging for mercy." Feng accepted the order and suggested, "If we could persuade Dr. Jiang to come out of retirement, progress may hasten." Di Hemming pondered Jiang Yunji, his voice low. What has become of him? Since the last time he had treated the princess, Dr. Jiang had retreated to the mountains to study, unwilling to step out even once. Feng sighed, believing that the last encounter had been mere luck, perhaps a plan provided by the demon lord Emosia for Feng Zhaoge. Surely, Feng Zhaoge's medical skills could not rival those of Jiang Yunji. Di Hemming's gaze hardened, his expression cold. Then let us summon talent from across the realm. Surely someone can surpass Feng Zhaoge. He could not believe that Feng Zhaoge was truly that formidable. Ever since she had saved the lives of many in the prince's residence, her recent patients had only been minor ailments and colds, failing to create any significant stir. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Zhaoge had intentionally kept a low profile, seeking to conserve her strength and develop in secret. And so, Di Hemming's decision would soon lead him to profound regret. Chapter 101. Remarkable prowess that day. Merely within the span of a morning, the entire imperial capital buzzed with whispers that Di Hemming had extravagantly spent 100,000 taels of gold for Feng Qingqing. All were enviously moved to tears. Lan Tai returned with medicinal herbs and quietly placed some pastries on Feng Zhaoge's table. Ji Wan, with reddened eyes, expressed her heartfelt concern. "Your Highness, if you feel sorrow, you need not conceal it. They have indeed gone too far, clearly intending to flaunt their wealth. It would be far more entertaining if they spent 1,000,000 taels to boast." Feng Zhaoge remained unperturbed. Ji Wan frowned at the mention of 1,000,000 taels. Did the young lady genuinely wish for the prince to squander such a sum on Feng Qingqing? Was she out of her mind? Feng Zhaoge languidly lifted her teacup, preparing to sip, when a small infant in a nearby stroller suddenly made cooing sounds, brandishing a tiny dinosaur straw cup towards her. The cherubic face radiated with a beaming smile. Feng Zhaoge discerned that the child wished to celebrate with her. It seemed the little one had caught wind of her plans. She clinked her teacup against the infant's cartoon cup, exclaiming, "Cheers." The sound was clear and vibrant, imbued with a hint of jubilance. The ancient white jade teacup and the cartoon straw cup collided, creating an endearing and warm tableau. After finishing her drink, she instructed Jiwan, "Isn't Feng Qingqing eager to flaunt? Let us stoke the flames of gossip, ensuring the entire city is aware." The wind began to rise, growing stronger. That afternoon, the entire capital was abuzz with news. Even in the remote outskirts, whispers of the event reached the ears of many. Zhao Taifei, just emerging from a gathering with several ladies, overheard the discussions. She called out to an individual. "What were you just discussing? Did my son truly spend 100,000 taels of gold?" "Indeed, Your Highness," the person replied respectfully. "Many have witnessed it firsthand. The prince made a legendary purchase of warm jade to please his concubine." Zhao Taifei's expression darkened at the mention of 100,000 taels. That was a reward earned through her son's blood and valor. Although the prince's residence was not financially constrained, with annual revenues exceeding 1,000,000 taels of gold, the enormity of the sum still weighed heavily on her heart. However, spending such a considerable sum for a daughter-in-law is indeed disheartening. Lady Gao remarked, "I have also heard of the Golden Phoenix. It is said that those who enter emerge transformed, having acquired cosmetics we have never even imagined. For us, the wrinkles could vanish in just a short while. Why don't we go take a look and see what the Golden Phoenix is truly about?" Another lady chimed in. Although the Dowager Zhao felt displeased, which woman does not cherish beauty? All these ladies were going. If she did not join, would she not be left behind? Thus, a group made their way to the Golden Phoenix. Even in the chilly afternoon air, a long queue still formed outside. When Feng Zhaoge spotted the sedan chair of Dowager Zhao, she recognized it instantly. Once, Feng Qingqing was so humble that she had personally embroidered the decorations on Dowager Zhao's chair. After serving her for so long, it was time for her to realize the disparity. She glanced at a maid standing outside the Golden Phoenix. The maid understood and promptly approached the sedan chair with an air of respect, saying, "I greet you, Dowager Zhao. Our master has informed us that the king of Yongning spent 100,000 gold on the Golden Phoenix, thus exempting you from the queue." "Really?" Dowager Zhao inquired with a hint of delight. She had originally been disinclined to wait in line and intended to leave directly. The maid nodded, "Of course. Even these two ladies accompanying you may enter, as well." "Very well, let us proceed inside." Dowager Zhao alighted from the sedan chair. She was eager to discover what made the Golden Phoenix so revered throughout the capital. Unbeknownst to her, a plot was looming. Chapter 102. A scheme targeting daughters-in-law. Dowager Zhao and three ladies followed the maid into the Golden Phoenix. Unlike other cosmetic shops with their overwhelming scents, this establishment greeted them with a refreshing absence of odor and flamboyance. Instead, there were shelves displaying a dazzling array of products, including the legendary face masks, blushes, lipsticks, brow grooming tools, and more, truly a spectacle they had never encountered. At the forefront, a long scroll hung on the wall, depicting exquisite lotus blossoms. In front of the scroll stood a long rectangular table of natural wood, adorned with a vase of red plum branches. Elegantly seated at the table was a woman clad in a flowing white gown. Her makeup was immaculate, her features devoid of any flaw. Upon seeing her, Dowager Zhao felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though she could not pinpoint its source. The woman welcomed them. "Please take a seat." Dowager Zhao and the two ladies approached and settled at the table. The woman glanced at their faces and inquired, "Would you like to reduce your wrinkles?" "Indeed." "Can you truly eliminate wrinkles here?" Lady Gao, ever the impatient one, asked. The woman replied, "Certainly, the cost is 5,000 taels of gold per person." Dowager Zhao required 6,000 taels. "So expensive?" Lady Gao exclaimed in surprise. Although her husband was the Minister of Justice and she had dabbled in business, she could hardly produce such a sum. Dowager Zhao also questioned, "Why must I pay 6,000 taels? You are the eldest and have the most wrinkles, thus it will take longer," the woman patiently explained, adding, "If you are unwilling to part with your gold, please leave promptly, as others are waiting in line." "What is 6,000 taels? I shall see for myself just how effective your methods are." Dowager Zhao, unwilling to back down, produced a bank draft she had prepared beforehand. Though she had not anticipated needing 6,000 taels, her lifetime savings barely reached 100,000 taels. Enduring the pain, she wrote the amount and stamped it with her seal. The woman accepted the draft, stating, "Follow me." She rose and walked towards a side room. Dowager Zhao followed. Leaving the other two ladies to wait outside, curious to see the results. The woman led Dowager Zhao into a tasteful room, furnished with a beauty bed. After donning a waterproof gown, she instructed her to lie down. In close proximity, Dowager Zhao found the woman's face somewhat familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. The woman felt a twinge of panic, but maintained her composure as she prepared water, saying, "I will begin the procedure. Please close your eyes." Dowager Zhao obliged, allowing the woman to work on her face. The woman skillfully removed Dowager Zhao's makeup and performed a hydrating treatment. She then used a laser device to roll over Dowager Zhao's face. With an upward lifting motion, the wrinkles visibly diminished in mere moments. Upon completion, the woman applied a face mask and said, "I will provide you with a set of products along with hand-drawn instructions. Once you return, have your daughter-in-law practice diligently, cleansing and caring for your skin morning and night." Dowager Zhao frowned. "Have my daughter-in-law practice? Cannot a servant do it?" Since Feng Qingqing had married in. Following a culinary mishap, Di Hemming had forbidden her from being tasked with household duties. Dowager Zhao was reluctant to create conflict with Di Hemming and did not wish to burden the delicate Feng Qingqing, ultimately growing accustomed to relying on servants. The woman replied, "That is simply not feasible. A person's aura emanates from within, especially when it comes to the delicate nature of skin. If rough-handed servants were to tend to you, it might tarnish your complexion, preventing the skincare products from achieving optimal results. These elixirs are the result of years of refinement, exceedingly precious. It is best to have someone of noble status care for you to ensure a more pronounced effect." As she spoke, a hidden calculation flickered in her gaze. Unnoticed by Dowager Zhao. With her eyes closed, Dowager Zhao did not see the woman's intent. She only felt the validity of her words. How could she have overlooked this? After spending 60,000 taels on her appearance, could she allow coarse, lowly servants to touch her face daily? Moreover, Feng Qingqing was a favored concubine in the royal palace. Now of considerable standing, her ethereal beauty would surely not mar her face. Furthermore, today, Di Hemming had spent a staggering 100,000 taels on Feng Qingqing. Such an investment demanded that this daughter-in-law be worthy. A notion took root in her mind. Chapter 103. An orphan again after the treatment. Dowager Zhao stood before the mirror, gazing at her reflection, utterly pleased. It was simply miraculous. She had lain there for just a short while, yet the wrinkles had diminished so drastically that she appeared at least a decade younger. Marvelous. It was akin to transforming decay into splendor. Overjoyed, she selected additional lipsticks, face masks, foundations, blushes, and eyeshadow palettes, leaving in high spirits. The other two ladies watched in envious awe, hastily returning to devise ways to procure gold. Upon returning to the royal palace, Dowager Zhao instructed Mama Zhang, "Have the concubine come here at once." Feng Qingqing was resting in her chamber. Having closed the doors and windows, placing the warm jade against her chest, switching sides periodically, she was filled with anticipation. This was a treasure worth 100,000 taels. She longed to enhance her appeal, making Di Hemming cherish her even more. Outside, Bai Lu called, "Miss, the Dowager requests your immediate presence." It is said she also visited the Golden Phoenix and looks significantly rejuvenated. Feng Qingqing furrowed her brow. Surely Dowager Zhao had not learned of her warm jade and sought to claim it? She quickly rose, placing the warm jade in an ornate box. Throughout her journey, she contemplated how to refuse. However, upon entering the Lioli courtyard, she was met with the sight of Dowager Zhao seated prominently, leisurely sipping tea, exuding a subtle yet undeniable aura of authority. Though she appeared considerably younger, she emanated a commanding intensity. Feng Qingqing's eyelids twitched slightly as she respectfully bowed, "Greetings, mother." The Grand Princess ceased her playful movements with the teacup, raising an eyebrow as she directly inquired, "I have heard that Ah Ming spent 100,000 taels of gold for you?" "Indeed," Feng Qingqing replied softly. "I had only heard of the legendary Golden Phoenix and thought you would surely appreciate it, so I decided to test the waters. I never expected Ah Ming to come and spend so much on me. I am truly overwhelmed." The Grand Princess set down her teacup and scrutinized her, saying, "You possess neither a noble lineage nor any remarkable talents. You are merely an orphan brought back from the snow, yet Ah Ming has squandered such a fortune on you." Upon hearing the term orphan, Feng Qingqing felt a tightening in her palms. A wave of discomfort and resentment surged within her. Orphan, again. The label that she would bear for life simply because Feng Zhaoge had taken her in, leaving her subject to scorn. However, she dared not show her feelings and instead responded, "Yes, I acknowledge my humble origins. It is I who have overstepped by seeking Aming. That is not my intention. The Grand Princess continued, our mother-daughter relationship has been harmonious, and I have never looked down upon you. In fact, I believe you handle matters with grace, possess a kind heart, and are beautiful and understanding, far superior to that Feng Zhaoge. However, the Grand Princess paused, then added, your background remains a fact, and the Yongning Prince's residence has expended considerable wealth on you. Yet since your marriage into the prince's household, you have contributed nothing. Her tone was laced with dissatisfaction as she recounted how everything had descended into chaos since Feng Zhaoge ceased managing the household. It took her considerable effort to restore order. Yet it was still not as comfortable as before. She fixed her gaze on Feng Qingqing, stating once, Feng Zhaoge prepared my breakfast and dinner and served me with utmost respect. Yet, I found her unattractive and unworthy of the limelight. My hope in allowing Aming to wed you is to have a daughter-in-law capable of gracing both the hall and the kitchen.
But you.
Her eyes appraised Feng Qingqing. You've never lifted a finger to fulfill the duties expected of a daughter-in-law, which indeed disappoints me. Feng Qingqing furrowed her brows, realizing that the Grand Princess had summoned her to discuss this matter. Zhao Taifei continued, today, the esteemed Madame Gao from the Dali Temple mentioned that her daughter-in-law handles many household affairs, including preparing 3 meals a day. Our prince's residence may be abundant with servants, but can what they prepare ever compare to the care of a daughter-in-law? Feng Qingqing instantly recognized the Grand Princess's intentions and felt a surge of disdain. Was a daughter-in-law merely for laundry, cooking, and serving her in-laws? She was the most cherished of the prince, destined to rise above all. Yet, she could only suppress her feelings and replied, Mother, I understand. From today onward, should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me. I shall strive to be a good daughter-in-law. Since you have said so. The Grand Princess glanced at Mama Zhang, who promptly approached Feng Qingqing with a bag containing a complete skincare set, accompanied by illustrated instructions. Mama Zhang handed it to Feng Qingqing, instructing, these are the items the Grand Princess purchased at the Golden Phoenix. You must learn quickly to care for her skin. Only you, as a side consort, possess the skill worthy of such a task. It cannot be entrusted to the servants. Feng Qingqing glanced at the bottles and jars within, a wave of humiliation washing over her. Was she to wash the Grand Princess's face and give massages? As a side consort and the prince's favored one, was she to be reduced to the status of a maid? The Grand Princess was indeed challenging her, elaborating at length, and should she refuse, her life in the prince's residence would be fraught with difficulties. Suppressing her indignation, she lifted her gaze to the Grand Princess's face. What you say is indeed true. When I arrived, I almost failed to recognize you, Mother. You have grown significantly younger and more beautiful. Such natural beauty, I cannot trust to anyone else. She continued henceforth. I shall attend to these trivial matters for you, and I will not disappoint you. The Grand Princess, whose previously stern demeanor softened, asked, Are you truly willing to serve me wholeheartedly? Of course. You are my mother, and having lost my own, who else could I possibly honor? Feng Qingqing's internal hatred contrasted starkly with her radiant smile, which she concealed perfectly. Unaware of her true feelings, the Grand Princess beamed, praising, truly. You are the daughter-in-law of my heart, and the favored one of Aming. If only Feng Zhaoge had a fraction of your sensibility, she would not be so loathed. She has her own temperament. Do not blame her, Mother. It is not easy for her to care for a child, Feng Qingqing consoled. The Grand Princess scoffed. An unworthy offspring produced a burden. It is fortunate I have not troubled her. She dismissed the topic to avoid further irritation, adding, Qingqing, do study this. If it proves effective, I shall procure a set for you as well. Yes, thank you, Mother. Seated at the table, Feng Qingqing perused the hand-drawn instructions. From cleansing water to scrub, facial wash, toner, lotion, essence, and cream, a daunting array of steps that overwhelmed her. This was clearly the work of servants. Yet she was compelled to endure. Recently, Di Himing had shown a change in attitude toward Feng Zhaoge. If the Grand Princess also disdained her, her fate would be sealed. Feng Qingqing stifled her discontent and spent an entire hour learning the procedures. She requested the Grand Princess to lie down on a specially prepared small bed and began the skincare routine. As her delicate hands glided across the Grand Princess's face, the latter felt an instant elevation in her nobility. This experience was indeed different from that of the servants. From now on, she would rely solely on Feng Qingqing. A daughter-in-law should attend to such tasks. Yet, Feng Qingqing felt like a humble servant, akin to a dog seeking the grand princess's favor. One day, she vowed to rise above, ensuring that neither the grand princess nor anyone else would dare treat her in such a manner again. End of chapter 105. Practice makes perfect. Bearing the immense humiliation, she finally completed a skincare session. Yet, the grand princess remarked, "Qingqing, your hands are quite skilled. Yet you must practice more." I recall Feng Zhaoge's movements were fluid and graceful when she assisted. Compared to her, you are rather unrefined. A surge of resentment and hatred welled up within Feng Qingqing. Was she less adept than Feng Zhaoge? How could she be compared to such a lowly person? The grand princess added, "Tonight, you must also practice your cooking. I have yet to taste a meal prepared by you. After all, as a daughter-in-law, you should be able to cook, just as Feng Zhaoge did. Why should I, Feng Qingqing, not be able to do the same? Especially after so much money has been spent on you. Feng Zhaoge never required such extravagance in her 7 years here." "Very well," Feng Qingqing replied softly, feigning compliance as she made her way to the kitchen. "Wait," the grand princess called. "Do not let Aming know. I cannot allow a repeat of last time." Her words carried a clear threat. Feng Qingqing clenched her teeth internally. "Rest assured, mother, I know what to do and will not disappoint you again." Thus, on that evening, when Feng Jingguo returned to the courtyard with the child, accompanied by Ji-man and Lan Tai, he found Feng Qingqing in the kitchen preparing dinner. Dressed in a soft green gauzy gown, she appeared gentle and virtuous, embodying the ideal of a devoted wife and mother. Feng Zhaoge could not help but whistle. Yet, Feng Qingqing noticed her too. In that moment, her nails dug deeply into her palm. On the bluestone path outside the kitchen, Feng Zhaoge, clad in a flowing white garment, cradled a baby in her arms, exuding an aura of resolute beauty akin to a resilient tree swaying in the breeze. The little one, clutching a rattle, swayed it leisurely, his cherubic face aglow with radiant joy. Following closely behind them was Ji-man, delighting in a skewer of candied hawthorn. The handsome and striking Lan Tai silently trailed behind them. Each individual appeared exceptionally relaxed, a sight that filled Feng Qingqing with intense resentment. How could Feng Zhaoge, a mere castaway of the cold palace, enjoy such a splendid life? Even her maids seemed more at ease. Why, by what right? Feng Zhaoge discerned the animosity in Feng Qingqing's gaze and smirked slightly. This was the price of her marriage into the royal household. And this was merely the beginning. More was yet to come. Feng Qingqing, focus on your cooking and get accustomed to it. I have high hopes for you. With that, Feng Zhaoge confidently led the way. Feng Qingqing trembled with anger, her shoulders shaking. What tone was that from Feng Zhaoge? Was she on an inspection? Striding forward, she blocked Feng Zhaoge's path. Lifting her chin defiantly, "I am merely cooking for the Empress mother, who holds me in high regard and values my contributions." You saw it right? Today, Ming even gifted me a warm jade, worth 100,000 taels of gold. Everyone in the royal household dotes on me. And you? You possess nothing. I truly pity you. Since you pity me, shouldn't you express it somehow? Will you prepare a meal for your elder sister? Or perhaps offer me your warm jade as a token of respect? Feng Zhaoge countered directly. Feng Qingqing's face turned pale at once. She had intended to flaunt her advantages before Feng Zhaoge, yet unexpectedly found herself being questioned about her possessions. How could one be so shameless? Feng Zhaoge regarded her with a derisive smile, her red lips curling. "If you cannot do it, then keep silent. Being insincere and self-soothing will only render you more pitiable." Having spoken, she strode away. Feng Qingqing stood frozen, questioning whether she appeared pitiable. How could she be? She was cherished by the Grand Empress and adored by Emperor He Ming. What grounds did she have to feel sorry for herself? The truly pitiable one was Feng Zhaoge. Feng Zhaoge was despised by all and received no gifts. Yes, the one deserving of pity was indeed Feng Zhaoge, not her. Feng Zhaoge had already distanced herself, returning to the courtyard with Lan Tai and Ji-man. They lit the star lanterns, casting a beautiful and romantic glow over the yard. The fruits and vegetables thrived, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. Feng Zhaoge felt an immense sense of joy as she, as always, gathered vegetables with Ji-man and Lan Tai for their meal. With a piece of glistening, translucent cured meat simmering, their meal was simple yet satisfying. However, that night, as she lay in bed with the child, a shadow silently drifted through the window. It landed at the foot of Feng Zhaoge's bed. Under the cold moonlight, a tall figure stood, resembling an ice sculpture. The man's gaze fell upon the bed, where Feng Zhaoge slept, the child resting against her arm, a slight distance from the edge. They were deeply asleep, their faces serene, embodying a sense of tranquil beauty. The man's usually cold eyes softened slightly. He took out a brocade box from his person and gently placed it at the bedside. Inside the box lay a pendant of Hetian jade, pristine white like mutton fat, intricately carved with clouds and phoenixes, exuding elegance. This was a rare warm jade. When worn, it would absorb the wearer's body heat, promoting health and well-being. He placed it down and turned to leave, but as he took a step, a sharp sound echoed, and he felt a sudden chill at his chest. Looking down, he found the little one had awakened, tugging at his garment. Unbeknownst to him, the child had inadvertently torn the seam of his clothing, causing it to rip apart, exposing part of his chest and shoulder. When Feng Zhaoge awoke to the commotion, she was met with the sight of the man standing at her bedside, still adorned with an enigmatic mask, but now revealing broad shoulders and muscular contours, emanating strength. She frowned slightly. What was this man doing at such a late hour? The man's expression shifted, a crack of vulnerability emerging as he prepared to leave. But the child stubbornly clung to his garment. Each movement resulted in another tear, and the child even grasped his trousers, looking up defiantly as if to say, "You shall not leave." Feng Zhaoge, illuminated by moonlight, grasped the situation and sat up, a smirk playing on her lips. "I never expected to see you in such a predicament. Usually, you come and go as you please, yet now you are detained by a child?" The man's expression darkened as he commanded the little one let go. His voice was cold, devoid of anger, yet firm. With a pout, the child refused to release his grip, insisting, "No. If you have the ability, then leave." Observing his helplessness, Feng Zhaoge seized the opportunity. She intended to remove the man's mask, but he quickly discerned her intent, warning her with a low, serious tone, "I do not mind resorting to force, nor do I care if my clothes are destroyed in the process." His last words carried a weighty gravity, tinged with a primal ferocity unique to men. Feng Zhaoge recalled their previous encounter, the kiss they had shared when she fell into his arms. It was evident that he had taken advantage of her. Moreover, engaging in a scuffle now could potentially harm the child. Even if no harm came to the child, the little one's refusal to let go could cause his trousers to fall. The man met her gaze, his eyes piercing. "Knowing my identity will not benefit you. Maintaining the status quo serves us both well." His deep, magnetic voice imparted a serious warning. Feng Zhaoge looked into his profound eyes, searching for understanding. Yet they were as deep as an abyss, swirling with mystery, reminiscent of Emperor He-Ming but distinctly different. She replied coldly, "You must provide a compelling reason to convince me. Otherwise, why should I allow a stranger to enter and exit my room at will?" The man held her gaze, his lips curling slightly. "I will not harm you. That should suffice." After speaking, he finally pried the child's fingers loose and turned to the window. Despite his torn attire, he seemed unfazed. "Wait!" Feng Zhaoge called out suddenly. The man stood a short distance from her bed. Feng Zhaoge's gaze fell upon the object at her bedside, the genuine warm jade he had presented, a valuable treasure in this era, worth a fortune if sold. Had he come tonight merely to gift her this jade? An inexplicable thought crossed her mind, connecting it to the warm jade that Feng Qingqing had acquired. Could it be that because Feng Qingqing possessed an expensive gift, this man felt compelled to present her with one as well? Feng Zhaoge, narrowing her eyes, observed the state of his attire, torn and tattered, and she imagined how cold he must feel flying back in that condition. Rising, she retrieved a dark cloak from her wardrobe and tossed it to him. He caught it effortlessly. Feng Zhaoge fixed her gaze on him. "Even if I do not unmask you, one day, I shall uncover your identity." A shadow of depth crossed his eyes. If Feng Zhaoge were to learn who he was, it would likely. He dared not dwell on it, throwing the cloak over his tall frame before leaping away. Feng Zhaoge watched his retreating figure, her expression cool and contemplative. There would be ample time ahead. On the other side, within the exquisite courtyard, Feng Qingqing sat in her chamber, furiously trimming flower branches. The sharp sound of snipping echoed as she severed one blossom after another, her eyes brimming with resentment. Throughout the afternoon, she had devoted herself to attending to the Dowager Zhao, preparing her skincare and cooking meals. To her dismay, the Dowager had the audacity to declare her culinary efforts unsatisfactory, claiming they paled in comparison to those of Feng Zhaoge. Having grown up in the Feng household, Feng Qingqing had never been permitted to cook by Feng Zhaoge. Today marked her first endeavor to lower herself to such a task, yet the dowager still found fault. The most infuriating part was that tonight, Di Hemming had not graced her courtyard with his presence. After their marriage, he had become distant, seldom bestowing affection upon her. Bai LV, observing her distress, offered consolation. Miss, the dowager has indeed been somewhat unreasonable. However, if you can win her favor, life in the royal residence will undoubtedly become easier for you.
Besides,
if she speaks well of you to the prince, he will grow more fond of you.
Ha!
Win her favor? She is so picky, intent only on belittling me. Do you think there will ever be a day when she is satisfied? You saw for yourself. While cooking tonight, I injured my hands multiple times. And she still expressed dissatisfaction. Having never cooked before, how long must I toil to earn her approval? Feng Qingqing questioned, her eyes reddening. Bai LV felt a pang of sympathy. She had hoped that Feng Qingqing's marriage into the royal family would afford her a better life. Instead, not only had Yu passed away, but now she was being oppressed by the dowager. Suddenly, Feng Qingqing turned to Bai LV and asked, "Is there any way to make the dowager less critical? To develop a fondness for my cooking?" She needed to resolve this troublesome relationship swiftly, so that perhaps everything could improve. There is a method, albeit it may not be beneficial for the dowager's health, Bai LV replied cautiously. That will not do. I shall seek a chef and learn for 3 to 5 years instead, Feng Qingqing sighed, wiping away her tears, looking as delicate as a rain-soaked pear blossom. Bai LV's heart ached for her, and she could not help but say, "We could simply reduce the seasoning a bit. It's not a significant issue. Besides, she is mistreating you, and any harm she suffers is deserved." "That might not be wise," Feng Qingqing replied, wiping her tears. "Miss, you cannot be overly kind to those who mistreat you. She has bullied you. What is there to fear? If trouble arises, I will stand by you." The night was profoundly deep. The following morning, Feng Qingqing rose early to pay her respects to the dowager, bringing along a bowl of porridge she had painstakingly prepared. The dowager, having little hope, was pleasantly surprised when she took a spoonful, discovering the porridge to be thick and aromatic, with a delicate fragrance she had never encountered before. "Qingqing, how did you achieve this?" she inquired with astonishment. Bai LV stepped forward to respond. "The side consort noticed your dissatisfaction with last night's meal. She spent the entire night researching recipes to achieve this result." The dowager then realized that Feng Qingqing indeed appeared somewhat fatigued. "You have worked hard. I apologize for my picky palate," she remarked. "Do not blame yourself, my lady. It is my duty as a daughter-in-law," Feng Qingqing replied softly. The dowager's fondness for her grew, and she asked, "But where is Aming? How could he allow you to toil alone through the night?" At this mention, Feng Qingqing's expression paled, and she lowered her head, biting her lip, as if harboring unspoken burdens. Chapter 108. Longing for the impossible, the dowager asked, "Qingqing, what troubles you? Is it that Aming has been unkind to you?" "Mother, he has not. Aming has simply been very busy lately, managing court affairs and trying to persuade my sister to behave," Feng Qingqing quickly clarified. "He often returns late, exhausted from his duties." Upon hearing this, the dowager understood the situation. Just then, several figures passed by outside the courtyard. Feng Zhaoge and her entourage. The dowager commanded coldly, "Feng Zhaoge, come here at once." Feng Zhaoge heard but chose to ignore her, continuing on her way while advising the young child beside her, "Do not emulate such a wicked person. It would tarnish our reputation." The child nodded earnestly. The dowager seethed with rage. Once, Feng Zhaoge had treated her with utmost respect. But now she dared to act with such impudence? The dowager strode outside, calling after Feng Zhaoge's retreating figure. "Feng Zhaoge, do you not have any respect for the law or propriety? I called you. Did you not hear?" Feng Zhaoge paused, slowly turning to face her, and retorted, "Did you hear me when I once called you mother?" In the past, Feng Qingqing had served the dowager with deference, often seeking her assistance during difficult times. Yet the dowager had consistently ignored her. Once, during a banquet, Feng Qingqing had been mocked by the daughters of noble families for not being recognized by the royal household. When she spotted the dowager passing by, she had hoped for a word of support, but the dowager had feigned ignorance and walked away, stating, "She is not my daughter-in-law. I have no desire for such a disgraceful daughter-in-law." Even when Feng Qingqing had been 7 months pregnant and fell ill with a high fever, only the dowager had wandered past the courtyard, and when Feng Qingqing called out for her help, the dowager merely dismissed her with a single word, Unlucky. Feng Qingqing had offered so much respect and adhered to the rules of propriety, yet what had she received in return? Now, she would not be so foolish. Her respect was reserved for those deserving of it. The dowager trembled with fury, exclaiming, "What audacity! Do you truly believe the royal residence cannot function without you? Chi-Chi will cook for me. She can serve me well and is far superior to you. This household can thrive without you. I will ensure Ah Ming divorces you and expels you from the residence." Longing for the impossible, Feng Zhaoge defiantly declared, embracing the child and leaving without looking back. The dowager's curses faded behind her, dismissed as unworthy of her concern. Once outside the royal residence, Ji-man voiced her worries. "Miss, is it wise to have created such enmity with the dowager? Their medical clinic has no business. Yesterday, we earned neither food nor money. Today will likely be no different. The supplies we have will last at most a month. What will we do then? I do not fear for myself, but I worry for the baby and the lady." Lan Tai suggested, "My lady, perhaps I should venture to the market today?" This implied continuing her efforts to earn a living. Feng Zhaoge cast a glance at them, asking, "In your eyes, am I so useless? Can you not support yourselves?" They remained silent. The current circumstances offered no solutions. Just then, they encountered Granny Xia, who was returning from purchasing items. Upon seeing Feng Zhaoge, she respectfully bowed. "My lady." Ever since Feng Zhaoge had saved her nephew, she had felt immense gratitude, though she dared not approach due to the dowager's formidable presence. Feng Zhaoge acknowledged her with a slight nod, intending to leave. However, Granny Xia called after her, kindly advising, "My lady, it would be best to reconcile with the dowager and the prince. There is no need to continue running the clinic." "What has the prince done now?" Feng Zhaoge asked, her brow furrowing with an ominous premonition. Chapter 109. Regret to the point of vomiting in a hushed tone. Granny Xia explained, "Isn't there a medical hall in Chongling City? The esteemed doctor there has been ill for a month and has yet to recover. He may not have long to live. His son shows no interest in medicine and plans to sell the medical hall." "The prince," she began, but then sighed heavily. "The prince has purchased the clinic and is actively recruiting skilled physicians, offering a monthly salary of 1,000 taels of silver to anyone capable of managing the medical hall." Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow. "A monthly salary of 1,000 taels? The imperial physician earns barely 100 taels a month. Di Himing has spent an extravagant amount of silver." Evidently influenced by the well-meaning advice of Granny Xia, who remarked that the prince intends to establish a superior medical hall. With the illustrious reputation of the medical hall spanning over a century, it is destined to siphon away the clientele of your establishment. Coupled with the obstruction posed by the Golden Phoenix, she directed her gaze toward Feng Zhaoge, gently persuading, "Ah, you should maintain a good rapport with the crown princess and the prince. Given your past deeds of saving many lives, they certainly will not let you starve. I shan't say more. Should the crown princess discover this now, I would be in dire straits myself. You must contemplate this matter with utmost seriousness." After her admonition, Granny Xia hurriedly departed. Feng Zhaoge's eyes, deep and contemplative, contrasted with Ji-man, who was on the verge of tears. "What do we do now? With the Golden Phoenix obstructing us, we cannot even commence our operations. If the medical hall continues to flourish, even if the Golden Phoenix clears a path for us, no one will remember our medical hall. What are you afraid of? Do not weep over such trivial matters." Feng Zhaoge turned around, wiping away her tears with a thumb, and remarked solemnly, "Remember, as long as I do not frown, you need not fear. Even if I do furrow my brow, it merely indicates a challenge. Prepare a few more firecrackers in advance to celebrate. As my subordinate, cease this incessant weeping." Ji-man fell silent, awestruck by the commanding presence of the princess, which stifled her tears. Feng Zhaoge entrusted the child to Ji-man's arms and instructed Lan Tai, "Ensure their safe return to the medical hall, and inform others that I have gone to gather herbal remedies. But princess, what about you?"
Lan Tai quavered.
Concern etched across her face. Feng Zhaoge flashed a smile. "I shall attend to a matter lacking in challenge." With that, she strode away, leaving the two women and the child in stunned silence as they watched her depart. The little one's eyes sparkled with excitement, clapping her soft hands, cooing with a delightful, energetic sound. The medical hall stood as a 5-story ancient structure, prominently positioned on the main street. The sign bearing the name "The Medical Hall" glimmered brightly above. However, the wood within had aged, imparting a sense of antiquity akin to that of a venerable elder. Once the announcement was posted, within mere hours, doctors from all corners of the realm, along with numerous onlookers, converged upon the hall, creating a bustling scene. At the entrance, 2 chairs were set, with the distinguished figure of Di Himing clad in black brocade seated in the central position. His features were striking and cold, exuding an inherent, daunting authority. Beside him rested a wooden wheelchair, occupied by a frail elderly man, whose sallow complexion and sunken eyes betrayed his dire state. As Feng Zhaoge approached, she had transformed her appearance into that of a youth, entirely concealing her identity as a woman. From a distance, her gaze fell upon Di Himing, a slight smile gracing her lips. The performance was about to commence. Was he seeking a physician to usurp her business? Soon, she would compel him to regret his actions profoundly. Within the crowd, many citizens were engaged in discussions about the esteemed Dr. Chen, a revered figure in traditional medicine who had previously been invited to the palace, yet chose to remain among the populace to serve the common folk. Now, however, he was in dire straits. What affliction could he possibly have that even he cannot remedy? Rumors circulated that he had suffered from severe diarrhea for an entire month, with numerous episodes daily. It was said that not only he but all the doctors from the medical association had attended to him, including the imperial physician. Yet none had found a cure. If it weren't for the life-saving medicines they provided, he might not have survived this ordeal. As the crowd continued their murmurs, the elderly gentleman suddenly raised his hand. A young man in white rushed to assist him, clearly in urgency. Feng Zhaoge, through her examination, confirmed the elderly man's condition. A month of relentless diarrhea had led to severe dehydration and malnutrition, leaving him incapacitated and reliant on a wheelchair. He was unlikely to survive beyond 3 days.
Fei Mu,
who had been covertly following Feng Zhaoge, lost her trail and returned to Di Himing's side, reporting softly, "My lord, the princess has gone into the forest to gather herbs, and I inadvertently lost track of her." Di Himing's gaze turned icy, casting a displeased glance at him, yet refraining from expressing his anger publicly. The matter at hand was of utmost importance. Should a medical hall flourish, who would venture to that obscure first medical hall? Sooner or later, Feng Zhaoge would find herself begging him for assistance. He coldly commanded, "Make amends for your oversight." "Yes." Fei Mu straightened and stepped forward, declaring, "Silence. Silence." The once boisterous crowd fell into an immediate hush. Today, the esteemed Dr. Chen of the medical hall is indisposed, and with no successor in sight. Prince Yongning cannot bear to see such a venerable institution decline. He is personally seeking a master physician. Should anyone prove satisfactory, a monthly stipend of 1,000 taels of silver awaits. The eyes of the assembled doctors sparkled with excitement. 1,000 taels of silver. Such a sum was beyond their wildest dreams. They had to seize this opportunity. One brave healer stepped forward, announcing, "I pay my respects to the war prince. I am a wandering doctor, and with but a single skill, I can mend broken bones without the need for medicine." With that, he presented a prearranged patient, who had suffered a fall from a rooftop, clearly displaying a dislocated leg. Kneeling down, the healer grasped the knee and ankle, and with a swift motion, a resounding crack echoed as the misaligned bone was set back into place. The crowd gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. How could one so adept manage such a severe fracture with merely his hands? This is extraordinary. Truly, masters dwell among the common folk. As other physicians witnessed this display, fearing they might miss their chance to showcase their own skills, they eagerly jostled forward, forming a line. Feng Zhaoge cast a glance at Di Himing before stepping toward the queue. However, just as she reached the front, a voice cut through the air. "You, a mere child yet to sprout, what business do you have here? Go aside." With that, she was roughly shoved aside, barely managing to maintain her balance. Upon regaining her footing, she looked up to see an elderly man, over 60, yet with a vigorous demeanor. The surrounding onlookers gasped in recognition. Is that the former head of the Imperial Medical Office, Zhongbo Li? The esteemed Mr. Zhong, known for his miraculous silver needle techniques capable of curing many ailments, had indeed graced the scene. Feng Zhaoge recalled his reputation. He possessed considerable skill but carried an arrogant demeanor, dismissing others with disdain and showing little patience for the younger generation. After offending a noble in the palace, he had retired to a life of leisure in the capital. To think such a prominent figure sought to take over the medical hall. It seemed this minor incident was about to become quite intriguing. Zhongbo Li, Noticing the young man observing him intently, admonished, "What are you staring at? When I practiced medicine, you were still queuing in the underworld. You think you have the right to stand before me? Indeed, Mr. Zhong speaks wisely. A young lad like you should refrain from causing disturbances. This queue does not accommodate you. Go to the back." A chorus of voices chimed in agreement, pushing Feng Zhaoge to the very end of the line. Dressed in a simple navy blue linen robe, her hair tied back simply and her features disguised, she appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary youth. With a queue of over 100 people ahead of her, she found herself at the back.
Yet,
Feng Zhaoge remained unperturbed, merely exhaling softly. Well then, the strong always make their entrance at the climax. Let them frolic for a while, and in the end, the spectacle becomes all the more captivating. She paid no mind to these individuals, and the crowd assumed she was intimidated, dismissing her as a mere naif. Up front, a series of physicians stepped forward to showcase their medical prowess. Emperor Di Hemming sat with an imposing demeanor, his expression unwavering. After a considerable while, an elder approached, bowed respectfully, and remarked, "I do not possess those flamboyant tricks, yet my expertise in traditional Chinese medicine is unparalleled." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon a plump child in the crowd, and he continued, "The child's visage is rosy yet lacks vitality. The hair is thin and waxy, indicative of a false robustness due to weakness. He likely snores while sleeping, breathes through his mouth, and exhibits fine froth at the lips, awakening in the night, struggling for breath." The woman beside the child gasped in astonishment. "Indeed, you are absolutely right, sir. My son is just as you described. How should he be treated?" The old doctor presented her with a prescription, stating, "Administer this for a month. If it fails to cure him, I shall forfeit my life."
thank you.
"Thank you," the woman exclaimed, overjoyed as she accepted the prescription. The elder's gaze then shifted to another individual. This lady has a yellowish hue at the corners of her mouth and nostrils, indicating a deficiency of the spleen and damp heat. She suffers from foul breath upon waking, and her menstrual cycle is scant, lasting no more than 3 days. After prolonged sitting, she experiences dizziness and confusion. The woman widened her eyes in disbelief. "How did you know, elder?" "You are absolutely correct. Take this prescription. If you are not cured within a month, come find me," he replied, providing her with a remedy. He continued to diagnose several others nearby, accurately identifying each ailment. Throughout, his tone was confident, devoid of any hint of conjecture or doubt. The onlookers were incredulous. Is there truly such an extraordinary doctor? He can discern ailments without even taking a pulse? This is hard to believe. In the end, his gaze fell upon Di Hemming. "May I, with all due respect, ask if your highness would permit me to examine you?" For the first time, Di Hemming displayed a flicker of emotion, replying, "Granted." The elder's gaze rested upon him, and after merely 2 blinks he stated, "Your highness has recently been plagued by anger and frustration, emotions that weigh heavily upon your heart. Being a prince." He refrained from commenting on the features, merely stating the symptoms. The crowd furrowed their brows and murmured, "Surely, this cannot be accurate? The prince, undefeated in battle, has had no significant issues recently, and he has even welcomed a beautiful bride into his home. What worries could he possibly have?" Yet, unbeknownst to them, Di Hemming's expression darkened. They all believed this warlord to be free of troubles, and he himself had not openly expressed his recent irritations. However, it was all due to the woman Feng Zhaoge. Very few were privy to this knowledge. He was troubled by her, yet he had not revealed it. Could this elder truly discern such matters merely through observation? Di Hemming regarded the old doctor with newfound admiration. His insights were accurate, but did he have a remedy? The elder replied, "Your highness, alas, I cannot heal this ailment. A heart-as affliction requires a remedy for the heart. If you cannot come to terms with it, the issue will only persist." Di Hemming lowered his gaze. Come to terms?
Ha!
He would not relent. He would compel Feng Zhaoge to recognize the situation and plead for mercy. Chapter 112. 72 Needles. Di Hemming cast a glance at Feimu. Feimu stepped forward and presented a gold ingot as a reward for the elder. "Though you cannot heal, you possess remarkable skill." "Thank you, your highness," the elder responded, bowing graciously. The atmosphere was electrified. This is the first individual the prince has deemed worthy. Truly remarkable. To discern ailments merely by observing faces. He can even identify the prince's condition. This is extraordinary. Even the elderly Qin, who was wheeled out in a chair, remarked, "Indeed. It seems my medical hall may have found a successor. I have yet to make my entrance, and you all seem rather hasty." Suddenly, a proud voice resonated from the back. Everyone turned to see Zhong Boliai emerging from the crowd, dressed in azure robes. Upon seeing Zhong Boliai, Elder Chen's eyes brightened. "Zhong, the former Yanshu, what brings you here?" The Yanshu was renowned for his medical prowess, yet was known for his aloofness, seldom appearing in such gatherings. D. Hemming inquired, "Are you interested in the medical hall, former Yanshu?" "Certainly. My old bones have grown weary at home. If I do not seek some engagement, I fear I may end up in a coffin," Zhong Boliai replied, adjusting his long white beard with an air of ethereal wisdom. He felt it a pity that such a venerable medical establishment, which had been thriving for over a century, should lack a successor. Elder Chen chuckled. "Do not jest, former Yanshu. You appear quite robust, unlike myself." The former Yanshu regarded him thoughtfully. "Though I cannot cure your ailment, I am capable of taking over your establishment." As he spoke, he gestured, and his attendant brought forth an elderly man. The man, nearing 80, trembled and visibly shook as he walked. Someone recognized him instantly. "It's Elder Jiang." Elder Jiang hailed from a family of calligraphers, his works grand and unmatched. One of his pieces had even been enshrined in the imperial study and remains displayed to this day. However, 3 years prior, he had inexplicably developed a peculiar illness, causing his hands to tremble incessantly, and no remedy had proven effective. Since then, Elder Jiang had not touched a brush. Was the former Yanshu presenting Elder Jiang to demonstrate his medical skills? Amidst the crowd's speculation, the attendant seated Elder Jiang comfortably. He announced, "Yes. Today my master shall heal Elder Jiang." As he spoke, he unveiled the acupuncture kit he had brought. Zhong Boliai said nothing further, proudly taking a silver needle. One by one, he expertly inserted the needles into Elder Jiang's Baihui, Sishinkong, Tuwei, Fengqi, Xinyu, Mingmenyu, Guanyuan, and Shihai Zisanli acupuncture points. As he completed the final insertion, all the silver needles suddenly began to tremble, vibrating continuously. Each needle embedded in the body quivered. A physician exclaimed, "This is the long-lost 72 needles of the Ghost Gate." It is said that only the 72 needles can connect with the meridians and harmonize the blood and energy, producing this remarkable trembling effect. Who would have thought that Zhong Boliai could perform the 72 needles of the Ghost Gate? To witness this lost art, which had been absent for hundreds of years, in one's lifetime, was a fulfillment. The crowd gazed at Zhong Boliai with reverence. Even Feng Zhaoge, standing at the back, cast several glances in his direction. Ancient medicine, indeed, was profound and inscrutable. In modern times, she had learned of this lost art, but it had taken numerous doctoral scholars 5 years of research to restore the method for administering the 72 needles. To her surprise, she had the fortune to witness it firsthand in this ancient era. Chapter 113, Challenge to the Divine Physician. As everyone observed, the silver needles gradually ceased their trembling. Zhong Boliai, as per usual, removed the needles with an air of haughtiness. At that moment, Elder Jiang's hands, which had trembled incessantly, suddenly stilled. Elder Jiang gazed at his hands in disbelief. "Is this real? The hands that trembled for 3 years have truly ceased their quaking?" Certainly, the elder could test this. Zhong Boliai handed him a brush. Elder Jiang attempted to grasp it and found his hands indeed possessed strength. In the past, no matter how hard he tried, his grip would falter, and the brush would inevitably slip from his grasp within mere blinks. Yet now, he could truly hold the brush without dropping it. At long last, he could once again grasp the brush he had cherished throughout his life. Mr. Jiang's eyes brimmed with tears as he turned to his attendant, commanding, "Prepare the rice paper." The attendant had already anticipated this, and promptly retrieved the paper, placing it on the small table he then pushed before Mr. Jiang. With the brush in hand, Mr. Jiang powerfully inscribed 4 grand characters on the rice paper from left to right, "The First Divine Doctor." The calligraphy was robust and commanding, exuding an air of magnificence, infused with the fervor and excitement of the moment. The characters seemed almost alive, as if they were ready to soar from the paper and transform into an astonishing dragon. The onlookers erupted in admiration, exclaiming, "Incredible! Truly miraculous!" The once trembling Mr. Jiang could once again wield the brush to create such unparalleled calligraphy. The old blade remained sharp. "Indeed, your grandfather is still your grandfather. The medical skills of the esteemed Dr. Zhong are unparalleled, having even cured the tremors of 3 years. Today, the champion is undoubtedly Dr.
Zhaoge.
Dr. Chen was even more agitated than before, his eyes reddened, his voice trembling. With Dr. Zhaoge here, I can finally rest easy. Even if I were to die, I would do so with peace. On the 3rd floor, clad in white, Jiang Yunji stood at the railing. Previously, the emperor had sent someone to invite him out of seclusion, but due to the blow from Feng Zhaoge, he had been reluctant to emerge. Observing discreetly today, he realized the world was merely so trivial. Is it truly enough to garner such adoration? Clearly, he had been silent for too long, and people had forgotten who the true first divine doctor was. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips as he prepared to leap into action. At the entrance of the medical hall, Fei Mu was about to declare, if no one challenges Dr. Zhongboli, then this. Suddenly, a clear voice interrupted. Everyone turned to see a young lad clad in a dark blue coarse cloth standing amidst the crowd. His long hair was tied with a wooden hairpin, his appearance unremarkable. Yet his eyes sparkled with righteousness. The crowd scrutinized him, murmuring in confusion. Who is this little attendant? What is he doing here to cause a ruckus?
Fei Mu, displeased,
inquired, what do you want? Feng Zhaoge stepped forward, speaking solemnly. I have come to challenge Dr. Zhongboli. A wave of astonishment swept through the room.
What?
Challenge Dr.
Zhongboli? Him?
Just this naive young man? Barely 20 years old? Feng Zhaoge added, moreover, I intend to demonstrate my ability to heal Dr. Chen. His clear voice resonated powerfully. Instantly, laughter erupted throughout the hall.
Ha!
Did I hear that correctly? This kid not only claims he can challenge Dr. Zhongboli, but also asserts he can cure Dr. Chen's ailments? Does he even understand what illness Dr. Chen suffers from? Doctors from all over the world have been unable to help him. If even Dr. Zhong cannot treat this condition, how can this naive youth hope to succeed? He is just a newborn calf who knows no fear, speaking recklessly. Even Dr. Zhongboli turned to Feng Zhaoge, saying, you little brat, are you deliberately here to cause trouble? You think you can cure a condition that even I cannot treat? What a joke. How can you know unless you try? Feng Zhaoge replied with a faint smile, exuding confidence. She stepped toward Dr. Chen, approaching him deliberately. Dr. Zhongboli observed her and stepped forward, blocking her path. Enough. We have no time for your nonsense. Dr. Chen is elderly, and his organs are failing, leading to uncontrollable diarrhea. This condition is beyond even the skills of Hua Tuo. What can a young lad like you possibly do to cure it? Yes, go away. You're wasting the time of the prince and Dr. Zhong. Someone shouted.
Doctor.
Chen sighed heavily, looking at Feng Zhaoge. Young brother, you should leave quickly. I am well aware of my own condition. I have no hope left. His aged voice was gentle yet tinged with profound sorrow, resigned to his fate. Since you have no hope left, what harm is there in trying one more medicine? Feng Zhaoge challenged, gazing intently into his eyes with a resolute calmness. For a fleeting moment, Dr. Chen felt an inexplicable stirring within him. However, Dr. Zhongboli coldly interjected. You mean to say that a single pill can cure Dr. Chen?
Ha!
What a ridiculous claim. A condition that all the doctors in the world cannot treat, and you believe one pill will suffice? Do you take us all for fools? Laughter erupted once more. Mr. Zhang also turned to Feng Zhaoge. Young brother, I advise you not to be so arrogant. You've seen how my tremors were treated with the Ghost Gate's 72 needles. A condition as severe as Dr. Chen's, with failing organs, cannot possibly be cured by a single pill. You cannot treat the uncurable with mere words. The crowd's gaze towards Feng Zhaoge was filled with disdain and contempt. Yet she replied, rather than waste time talking, why not spend it trying? With that, she held a capsule and approached Dr. Chen. To everyone's astonishment, it was a capsule unlike any they had seen before, half yellow and half green, small and unassuming. Dr. Zhongboli, seasoned and familiar with countless strange medicines, had never encountered this one. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped Feng Zhaoge's arm, stopping her. Do you know what you are doing? What kind of medicine is that? Dr. Chen's health is precarious. If you administer that unknown medicine, it could be fatal. Indeed, his failing organs cannot withstand the effects of an untested drug, echoed a doctor from before. The white-clad youth standing behind Dr. Chen stepped forward, shielding him and fixing a stern gaze on Feng Zhaoge. Please leave. My father is already unwell and cannot endure further distress. If you do not leave now, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. His voice was gentle yet firm. The crowd did not trust her and had no desire to offer her the chance to experiment. Ignoring them, Feng Zhaoge bypassed the white-clad youth and addressed Dr. Chen. It is either a mere 3 days of existence or a bold attempt. The choice is yours. Her voice was steady and powerful, radiating confidence.
Doctor.
Chen gazed into her eyes, and for some reason, he felt a flicker of hope. It was akin to seeing a sliver of dawn rising on the horizon during a pitch-black night. After a brief moment, he made his decision. Very well. Bring forth the medicine. Father, the white-clad youth exclaimed, filled with urgency. He was Dr. Chen's long-awaited son, who had been plagued by guilt for his inability to take over the medical practice due to his disinterest in medicine.
Now.
He simply wished for his father to depart in peace, wanting no further turmoil. Dr. Zhong boldly cautioned, this unverified medicine could truly cost you your life. Regardless, life is already but a shadow. Extending it for 3 more days serves little purpose. What harm is there in trying? Dr. Chen sighed, addressing his son. Wen Xian, if I do not survive, handle my affairs as I instructed you. His gaze towards the young man in white softened, filled with reluctance and affection. In the days to come, focus on your painting. Allow Mr. Zhong to take charge of this clinic. I have already reached an agreement with Prince Yongning. He will provide you with a share of silver each month for your expenses. Father Chen Wenshuan's voice grew hoarse, his eyes reddening. At this moment, he was still worried about him, while he himself had no aptitude for medicine, lacked interest, and did not wish to take over the medical hall. He felt unfilial towards his father. Mr. Chen, however, was more open-minded, gently patting his arm in comfort. Feeling a storm brewing in his stomach, he turned to Feng Zhaoge and said, Young brother, I am willing to try your medicine. If something happens and I die, I will not blame you, nor will I require you to face imprisonment. However, I ask that you take good care of Wen Xuan, serving as his companion and protector. He is too naive, and I fear he may be bullied. He, already frail and with sunken eye sockets, spoke as if he were preparing for his last rites. As though death were imminent, Feng Zhaoge stepped aside to fetch a cup of water, looking at him and saying, Why dwell on death? Instead, consider what you would do if you survive. As she spoke, she extended the cup and the medicine towards him. Mr. Chen frowned. Could there truly be a chance of survival? This was something he dare not even contemplate. Yet, since the young man had posed the question, he replied, If I truly survive, I shall let you take over the medical hall, and furthermore, grant you 1,000 pieces of gold.
Then,
I will withdraw from the medical world to support my son in his pursuit of art, cherishing these twilight years. Alas, it seemed this was merely a fleeting thought. Feng Zhaoge smiled slightly. Eat it. I await your 1,000 pieces of gold. Her voice was calm and assured. Mr. Chen gazed deeply into her eyes for a long while before accepting the medicine and water from her hand. Father.
No.
Chen Wenshuan's eyes brimmed with tears as he attempted to intervene, but the family servant restrained him. He could only shout at Feng Zhaoge, Make my father stop. Make him stop. The typically gentle and refined demeanor of his father had now crumbled into despair and agitation. Others looked on with sympathy, unable to refrain from urging, Mr. Chen, you should reconsider. Do not trust this unknown person. 3 more days of life may be brief, but at least you could leave your son with peaceful memories. Should anything happen to you, think of your son Wen Xuan. Listening to these words, Mr. Chen, holding the pill, felt an overwhelming weight. It was for Wen Xuan that he wished to take this risk. He had not yet witnessed Wen Xuan marry and start a family, nor seen him establish a career. If he could survive, his grip tightened as he placed the pill in his mouth, took a sip of warm water, and swallowed it whole. Chapter 116. I call you grandfather. A collective sigh resonated among the crowd. Foolish. How could Mr. Chen take medicine from a reckless youth? They had never seen this medicine. How could it possibly heal? The Chen family seems to be preparing for a funeral ahead of time, they murmured. Zhong Bolu, watching from the side, was furious, his eyes reddening with indignation. To urge a patient to consume unknown medicine, endangering lives, is utterly despicable. Indeed, to seek fame at the cost of lives is inexcusable. A healer should save lives, not harm them. With such individuals among us, it brings shame upon all doctors. Even if Dr. Chen chooses to overlook his actions, I shall strike him every time I see him in the future. Some in the crowd began to hurl insults at Feng Zhaoge. Chen Wenshuan, his eyes aflame with anger, glared at her. If anything happens to my father, I, Chen Wenshuan, will stake my life to see you buried alongside him. I will ensure your demise." Feng Zhaoge stood amidst the crowd, listening to their vitriol, and with a hint of amusement, responded, "You all are so vehement in your denunciation. What if I succeed in healing him?" Laughter erupted among them. "You? Heal him? If you manage to cure Mr. Chen, I will shave my head. I will walk on my hands, head to the ground. I will eat feces. From now on, I shall call you grandfather." Many voices joined in the chorus. Zhong Bolu added, "If you can cure Mr. Chen, I, Zhong Bolu, shall take you as my master." Feng Zhaoge chuckled lightly, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. "Remember your words." Then, she turned to the seated Mr. Chen and inquired, "How do you feel?" Mr. Chen had already been on the brink of death, suffering immensely, but to his astonishment, after consuming the medicine, he felt no pain or discomfort at all. Instead, a gentle warmth began to radiate within him, as if his very organs were being caressed by a soothing balm. The tumultuous sensation in his stomach gradually subsided. Surprised, he raised his eyebrows and focused on the change. Indeed, the warmth of healing became increasingly evident. His abdomen felt no pain. He no longer felt the urge to relieve himself. With astonishment, he looked at Feng Zhaoge and asked, "Young brother, what exactly did you give me?" At this question, all eyes shifted from Feng Zhaoge to him. They had expected Mr. Chen to perish, yet here he was, still seated, and seemingly in better spirits. He inquired, leading to the realization that his father needed to relieve himself, despite having consumed nothing. Chen Wenxuan, his eyes brimming with emotion, gazed at Mr. Chen. "Father, do you mean?" "Wenxuan, I believe my stomach no longer hurts, nor do I need to go to the restroom," Mr. Chen replied, incredulously. He had felt the urge before taking the medicine, yet now it had vanished entirely. Chapter 117. The diarrhea stopped. "No, it cannot be," Mr. Chen said, rubbing his belly. "Look, I truly feel nothing. I no longer feel the need to go." Chen Wenxuan's eyes welled with tears, unable to accept it. His father had once been so fragile that any touch could lead to incontinence. Yet now Zhong Bolu did not believe it. He suspected the poison had merely been delayed or that Mr. Chen was experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity before death. He stepped forward, placing his hand on Mr. Chen's pulse to take his readings. With each pulse, his brows furrowed deeply, and he became increasingly precise in his examination. The esteemed physician also scrutinized Mr. Chen's complexion closely. After a prolonged examination, Zhong Bolu's expression shifted drastically. "It's true. Mr. Chen's pulse has improved significantly. There are no signs of diarrhea. Everything is returning to normal." Even with his extensive experience, his voice trembled. The esteemed physician concurred, though it may not be evident to the untrained eye. "I can see that Mr. Chen is indeed recovering." The crowd erupted in disbelief. "How can this be? Is this real? Mr. Chen has not perished. Rather, he appears to be recovering? That reckless youth's medicine truly works? Could it be? Could a single pill cure a condition that confounded every physician? A malady that even the esteemed Zhong had failed to treat was resolved by a mere youth? Had they misheard? Each person stood in disbelief, scrutinizing both Mr. Chen and Feng Zhaoge with renewed scrutiny. Feng Zhaoge stood there with calm composure, extending 2 pills to Elder Chen. "Continue taking these for 2 more days, and your intestines will be completely restored. Accompany this with 4 large bowls of mild salt water daily, and your body will return to normal functioning within half a month." Elder Chen trembled as he accepted the medication, the murky depths of his eyes suddenly glimmering with a discernible light. He had initially thought it was merely a shot in the dark, yet unexpectedly, he knelt from his wheelchair, his frail frame collapsing onto the ground. "Thank you, divine physician. You are my savior in this world." His voice quivered, overwhelmed with emotion. For the past month, countless doctors had attended to him, all proclaiming his demise as inevitable. He had tried numerous prescriptions, all to no avail, and had prepared himself for death, even selecting a coffin and arranging for his burial. He never imagined he would live to see another day, nor that restoration was within reach. Chen Wenxuan also knelt, deeply ashamed yet sincerely grateful. "Previously, I failed to recognize your worth and spoke against you, divine physician. Thank you for saving my father. Should you require anything in the future, I, Wenxuan, will not decline." The remaining servants of the Qin family knelt as well, in unison expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, divine physician, for saving our lives." A multitude of kneeling figures filled the space. Feng Zhaoge bent down to assist the frail elder Chen back into his wheelchair. There is no need for thanks. It is a physician's duty and mission. Her voice was steady and resonant, and though she appeared to be an ordinary young person, in that moment, she radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Elder Chen, seated once more, clutched the medication and directed his gaze towards Feng Zhaoge. Savior, may I inquire what miraculous medicine this is? How is it that you can heal what no one else could? Feng Zhaoge's gaze fell upon the pills, her lips parting slightly.
Xieling.
Merely the advanced version of Ting from 2050. Just one pill swiftly halts diarrhea. The other two are formulas for intestinal repair, supplementary treatments only. The crowd collectively furrowed their brows at the mention of Ting. What is this medicine? We have never heard of it before. The name is quite marvelous.
Xieling.
Indeed. Awe washed over them. Truly remarkable. It is as if Hua Tuo has returned, wielding miraculous skills. The way they regarded Feng Zhaoge had completely transformed. Zhong Bolai turned to Feng Zhaoge, inquiring, what ingredients compose this Ting? Whom did you study under? Feng Zhaoge replied indifferently, it's a secret. Self-taught. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew tense. A secret was one thing, but to claim self-study? Such profound medical skills, surpassing everyone present, were self-taught? How could a mere youth of 20 manage this? From a distance, Jiang Yunji, who had been preparing to re-emerge and showcase his medical prowess, was taken aback by this extraordinary young man. His skills were unparalleled. Even he could not cure Elder Zhang with just one pill. It became evident that he had fallen behind. The world was teeming with prodigies, leaving him without a foothold. For nearly a month, he had not seen anyone. Jiang Yunji spoke to his attendant and, with a flick of his toes, leapt away once more, his eyes clouded with despair. The attendant observed his retreating figure, silently pitying him. After much effort, his master had regained some confidence and prepared to step back into the world, only to be confronted by this extraordinary youth. The tragedy was unbearable. Meanwhile, Feng Zhaoge, after addressing the crowd, cast a detached gaze across the assembly. Isn't it time you fulfilled your promises? An immediate silence fell over the crowd. Just moments ago, some had mentioned shaving their heads, others walking on their hands, some calling her grandmother, and one even mentioned consuming excrement. Feng Zhaoge's eyes swept over the assembly, a slight smile playing on her lips. What? Do you intend to break your word before the Prince of Yongning? Her light inquiry struck deeply into their hearts. To go back on their word in front of the prince? Such a transgression was beyond their capacity to bear. Panic ensued as individuals began bowing in apology. Some seeking scissors, others calling out grandmother, and the one who mentioned eating excrement truly went to collect bird droppings from the ground. The scene was utterly absurd. Feng Zhaoge observed them, a cold glint in her eyes. Just moments ago, these individuals had hurled insults at her, as if they would relish her demise. She had always been one to repay enmity, down to the last detail. Noticing someone still glaring at her in discontent, she coldly remarked, remember, only those with dog eyes look down upon others. The person you scorn may be someone you can never aspire to reach in your lifetime. Her chilling voice echoed in the space. The words only those with dog eyes look down upon others, and the person you scorn may be someone you can never aspire to reach resonated deeply within them, carving themselves into their minds and souls, inerasable. Beside them, Zhong Bolai watched as everyone began to act, his expression a mixture of turmoil. To have to kneel before this young man as a disciple? He, a venerable official of the Imperial Hospital, in his advanced years, was to bow to a lad under 20? What a blow to his dignity. How would this appear if word got out? Yet, he had made a promise. If he were to go back on it, moreover, this young man's medical skills were indeed extraordinary. If he could learn even a fraction of his expertise, even just the formula for Ting, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. After much internal struggle, Zhong Bolai finally summoned his courage and approached with a thick skin. Zhong Bolai, always keep my word. Today, I shall take you as my master. However, Feng Zhaoge interrupted him, her tone sharp and clear. I do not accept disciples who are so much older and lack humility. Zhong Bolai froze in place. What did the young man just say? After his internal conflict, finally making a decision, this person had the audacity to refuse him? Feng Zhaoge ignored him entirely and turned her attention back to Elder Chen. Elder Chen. Dear words still hold weight? Of course. Absolutely. Elder Chen nodded vigorously, casting a glance at Chen Wenxuan. Chen Wenxuan promptly produced a bank draft, My father has already signed it. Whenever you have time, feel free to collect the gold from the bank. His tone was now respectful and filled with gratitude. Feng Zhaoge graciously accepted the draft. In this ancient setting, she had many plans that required funding. Elder Chen then turned to Di Hemming. Prince Yongning, although I have sold the medical hall to you, I still retain the authority to appoint this divine physician as its manager. The prior agreement was merely for you to provide financial backing, receiving a portion of the profits each month. Di Hemming had only sought a divine physician to manage the medical hall, hoping it would overshadow Feng Zhaoge's first medical establishment. Throughout the proceedings, he had merely been an observer, sensing a familiarity in the youth, but unable to discern the reason. "What is your name?" he asked. Feng Zhaoge met his gaze, enunciating 3 characters. Feng Qingqing. Her voice was unremarkable, yet carried an inherent grandeur. Di Hemming silently repeated the name in his mind, then said, "Very well. From this day forth, you shall manage the medical hall, with a monthly stipend of 1,000 taels of silver." "Wait, I have additional conditions," Feng Zhaoge interjected. The assembly looked at her in puzzled anticipation. She had further demands? This remuneration was already quite generous. Feng Zhaoge held Di Hemming's gaze steadily, articulating, "I desire 80% of the profits and rights from the medical hall." In other words, she sought to become the primary shareholder of the medical hall, possessing an 80% stake. Emperor He-Ming considered granting Chen Wen-Xuan a mere 1% equity, leaving the esteemed Prince Yongning with the same paltry share. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Could this young man be out of his mind? How dare he offer such terms to the prince, reducing him to a mere minor stakeholder? Such arrogance. It was nothing short of outrageous. Emperor He-Ming's gaze darkened, astonished by the audacity and greed displayed. Yet, Feng Zhaoge stood resolutely at the forefront of the assembly. Addressing Emperor He-Ming with unwavering confidence, "I possess the capability to elevate the medical hall to become the largest medical institution in the imperial capital. A distinguished prince such as yourself must surely desire to witness such a scenario, and I trust the financial aspect is of little consequence to you." The flicker in Emperor He-Ming's eyes revealed that Feng Zhaoge's words resonated with him. Indeed, he was not in want of money. Rather, he wished to see the top medical establishment devoid of clientele. This young man aligned with his intentions. "Agreed," he proclaimed. A satisfied smile graced Feng Zhaoge's lips. "Let us proceed to draft the equity agreement forthwith." Emperor He-Ming's expression soured instantly. He had acquiesced so readily, yet this youth demanded a formal contract? Did he doubt the integrity of a warlord? Or was he, a mere boy, driven mad by the allure of wealth? Emperor He-Ming scrutinized Feng Qingqing. Sensing an oddity he could not quite decipher. However, he cared not for the trivialities. His sole aim was to leave Feng Zhaoge with no recourse. He glanced at Fei Mu,
who promptly produced paper and ink.
Just as the quill was about to touch the page, Feng Zhaoge interjected, "The agreement shall stipulate that Prince Yongning shall finance and manage the medical hall, providing all necessary support, including but not limited to financial, material, and political aid. Feng Qingqing will serve as the chief physician, responsible for daily consultations and treatments. The profit shall be divided as follows. Prince Yongning receives 10%. Chen Wen-Xuan receives 10%, and Feng Qingqing receives 80%. Each term was articulated with utmost clarity. Many hearts raced at the audacity of Feng Qingqing's proposal, which seemed wholly unfavorable to Emperor He-Ming. It appeared only he would dare to present such conditions to the prince. Fei Mu exchanged a glance with Emperor He-Ming, seeking his approval. Emperor He-Ming fixed his gaze on Feng Qingqing and added, "Should Feng Qingqing fail to establish the medical hall as the foremost medical institution in the capital, the prince shall have full authority to deal with him as he sees fit." Feng Zhaoge smirked. "No problem. After all, 80% of the profits belong to me. And in the end, I shall transform the medical hall into the premier establishment, relieving me of many burdens." Emperor He-Ming's eyes darkened further. How could this youth be so self-assured and confident? Yet, reflecting on his medical expertise, He-Ming found himself inclined to trust him. He affixed his signature and seal to the document. Feng Zhaoge observed with a subtle smile. Her guise as a young male had turned this seemingly mundane day into a rather intriguing affair. She pondered what expression Emperor He-Ming would wear upon discovering the truth in the future. Unbeknownst to her, Emperor He-Ming was oblivious to her inner thoughts and simply inquired, "Are we ready to commence medical practice?" "Not yet," Feng Zhaoge replied, tucking the agreement away. She surveyed the medical hall, which, though expansive with its 5 floors, lacked an efficient structure and appeared somewhat disarrayed. To develop the medical hall into the largest medical institution in the capital, surpassing all others, significant modifications are required. The first floor will feature a reception desk manned by knowledgeable physicians to guide patients to the appropriate departments. The upper floors will be designated for various specialties, including emergency, internal medicine, surgery, gynecology, pediatrics, orthopedics, and otolaryngology. This arrangement will reduce patients' waiting times by segregating them according to their ailments. Additionally, the institution should provide hospital beds for patients until their discharge. As Emperor He-Ming listened, his gaze deepened with intrigue. What manner of youth was this? So young yet capable of devising such a comprehensive system? The onlookers, including Zhong Bolu and the esteemed Dr. Chen, regarded Feng Zhaoge with newfound respect. This young individual possessed not only remarkable medical skills, but also the acumen to conceive such plans, something even they had never envisioned. Feng Zhaoge feared that her explanations might elude their comprehension. She procured paper and meticulously sketched a layout of the hospital, detailing the reception area, nurse stations, departmental distributions, inpatient areas, and bed designs with precision. Once completed, she handed it to Emperor He-Ming, stating, "I will commence consultations as soon as the renovations are completed." Emperor He-Ming felt as if he had become a subordinate, tasked with fulfilling the directives of this youth. Yet, he found himself thoroughly impressed by the plans. With such a well-structured system in place, who would seek treatment at Feng Zhaoge's modest establishment? Soon enough, Feng Zhaoge would be the one coming to him for assistance. With a grand gesture, he passed the design to Feimu. "Commence work immediately." Yes. Feimu took the blueprints to enlist carpenters and builders for the renovations. Feng Zhaoge also provided a list of personnel requirements, specifying the need for top specialists in internal medicine, orthopedics, nursing staff, and apprentices, among others. She handed it to Emperor He-Ming, insisting, "Ensure that only the most exceptional candidates are sought." Emperor He-Ming glanced at the list, and upon reading one particular line, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Ensure that the finest professionals in the realm are recruited." He discerned that Feng Zhaoge desired each department to be led by the most proficient authorities. Yet, he questioned, "How can you command their loyalty and cooperation?" "That is my concern. Your Highness need only procure them," Feng Zhaoge replied with calm assurance, exuding an air of innate elegance. Emperor He-Ming chuckled, his gaze now laden with curiosity. While her medical prowess was indeed remarkable, could she truly inspire such a multitude to serve her? Feng Zhaoge, however, had already made her exit, leaving an array of tasks to Emperor He-Ming concerning the foremost medical institution. When she returned to her female attire, she found Ji-Man cradling a baby, feeding him formula. Lan Tai leaned against the doorframe, casting worried glances towards the road. Upon seeing Feng Zhaoge, Lan Tai hurried toward her, his concerned gaze sweeping over her to ensure her well-being before he relaxed slightly. "Have you dined, my lady? I prepared a meal for you." Feng Zhaoge noticed the roast chicken and leftover rice on the table. Her heart warmed. In her past life, amidst the chaos of war, she often subsisted on rations while saving lives. The true Feng Qingqing had endured 7 years of humiliation in the royal household and had long been deprived of such warmth. She was increasingly determined to resolve her affairs and establish a genuine, peaceful home of her own. The little one, spotting her, eagerly pushed away the bottle and stretched his chubby arms toward Feng Zhaoge, yearning to be held. She obliged, gently ruffling the baby's hair. "You can't be so clingy. You must learn to be independent and strong." The infant cooed, pouting adorably. She would certainly grow into a strong girl, but for now, she was still so small. After wiping the baby's mouth, Ji-Man voiced her concerns. "My lady, the business today was quite prosperous, yet not a single patient came through. Do not fret. I have alternative means to earn money, so you shall not go hungry," Feng Zhaoge reassured them, producing 2 silver ingots from her sleeve and handing them over, instructing, "Keep this confidential." Ji-Man and Lan Tai exchanged glances, eyebrows furrowed. Had Feng Zhaoge truly earned money within a single day of her absence? What had she been up to? Feng Zhaoge had already begun closing the door, signaling the end of the day's work. For now, the foremost medical institution would quietly gather its strength and develop. In due time, it would transform into the true premier medical establishment she envisioned. Upon their return to the royal residence, the trio took the main road. In the Liuli courtyard, Feng Qingqing was tending to the skin of the Empress Dowager Zhao. She opened the purchased face mask and applied it to the dowager's face. Suddenly, the dowager sat up from her small bed, exclaiming, "Oh dear. Chichi. Why is this so cold? When someone else applied it for me, they first soaked it in warm water. Don't you even know this basic method?" Feng Qingqing, who was already feeling utterly humiliated by tending to the dowager, felt a surge of indignation at being scolded. She was tempted to throw something and leave, but she could only endure. She must endure. Lowering her head, she spoke softly, "Mother, I am sorry. Chichi did not mean to. I will redo it for you." Her meek demeanor made the Empress Dowager feel that she had been too harsh. Softening her tone, she said, "Very well, it is not entirely your fault. It is I who failed to explain clearly. Just remember this in the future, and do not let me down again." "Yes." Feng Qingqing suppressed her frustration. But when she lifted her head, she caught a glimpse of the scene unfolding behind her. Chapter 122. She Must Change. Feng Zhaoge returned with 2 adults and a child. Today, Feng Zhaoge exuded an aura of calm and composure, her expression tinged with delight as if she had encountered something wonderful. Lan Tai followed closely behind, silently guarding her. In her hands, Ji-Man held a large candy figure, intricately designed with a dragon motif, radiating brilliance. The adorable little child in Feng Zhaoge's arms gazed longingly at the candy figure, repeatedly reaching out with tiny, delicate hands. The scene was both heartwarming and carefree. Feng Qingqing clenched her fists tightly. Why should she be reduced to a mere servant while Feng Zhaoge, a mere illegitimate child, enjoyed life more than she did?
Why?
Feng Zhaoge noticed her and smirked mockingly at Feng Qingqing. This was the situation she desired. Once, Feng Qingqing had served the Empress Dowager in such a subservient manner while remaining alone in an empty room. Feng Qingqing had resorted to killing Feng Qingqing to marry into this family, and now she must taste the bitterness of life in the depths of this grand residence. And this was merely the beginning. From now on, the trials that Feng Qingqing would endure were countless. She cradled the child, humming a cheerful tune as she departed. The little one also cooed in Feng Qingqing's direction, adorably proud. A blazing fury ignited within Feng Qingqing's chest. What kind of looks were they casting her way? Were they mocking her? Ridiculing her? She was the beloved of Di Hemming. How could they regard her with the eyes of a servant? Yet, the Empress Dowager reminded her. "Qingqing, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up. I need to sleep early to maintain my beauty."
Oh.
Feng Qingqing snapped back to reality, striving to suppress her displeasure as she completed the subsequent steps. By the time she returned to the Jinghong courtyard, night had completely fallen. The splendid and exquisite courtyard lay shrouded in darkness, devoid of any signs of life. She could not help but think of Feng Zhaoge's courtyard, which boasted a moonlight lamp she had never seen, with water, vegetables, and fish, exuding a vibrant life force. Yet, this place, once so beautiful, now seemed desolate, having not seen Di Hemming in many days. Feng Qingqing pruned a flower with her scissors and asked Bai Elvi, "What has the prince been busy with lately?" "Miss, today he took over the Dai Tong and is busy managing the medical affairs. He may not return tonight," Bai Elvi replied, her heart quietly aching for her. Once, Di Hemming doted on her, visiting every couple of days. Now, Feng Qingqing gripped the scissors tightly. No, this could not continue. Caring for the Empress Dowager daily while remaining alone in an empty room made her nearly forget whether she was a consort or a servant. This was not the life she desired. She had to change. A deep calculation flickered in her eyes. Moments later, she instructed Bai Elvi, "Tomorrow morning, go buy some things. I wish to see Hemming." She needed to encounter Di Hemming, to inadvertently reveal her current plight, trusting that he would protect her. Unfortunately, the following morning, at Dai Tong, Di Hemming had worked tirelessly overnight, directing carpenters to partition the medical hall and customize signs for each department. The already grand Dai Tong appeared even more professional and distinct. He had also summoned many esteemed doctors returning from the Imperial Hospital, who were set to arrive today. Does he truly believe that merely with a single dose of medicine he can command everyone's obedience? He thought, eager to see if he possessed such capability. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. "Aming." Di Hemming turned to see Feng Qingqing approaching, carrying a food box. Today, she wore a delicate pink and blue dress, radiating youthful grace, with a bloom of peach blossoms adorning her cheeks. Her frail figure seemed as if it could be swept away by a gust of wind. Just one glance was enough to astonish and evoke a protective instinct, compelling one to forsake everything to cherish and spoil her. Di Hemming spoke, his tone slightly softened. What brings you here?
Ming.
I know you've been busy lately and cannot help much, so I made you some breakfast, Feng Qingqing replied as she approached the table, unveiling the dishes within the food box. There was a fragrant chicken soup infused with medicinal herbs, a thick and creamy health porridge made of millet, and exquisite osmanthus cakes and walnut pastries. As each dish was presented, a delightful aroma filled the room, suffusing it with a clear, inviting scent. Di Hemming glanced at the food and then at her hands. After several days apart, her hands appeared noticeably rougher. He inquired, did you make these?
Yes.
Feng Qingqing shyly tucked her hand into her sleeves and lowered her head, replying, now that I am a married woman, I must learn some skills.
Ming.
Please do try it. If there is anything you dislike, just let me know, and I shall improve, she added. Indeed, my lord. The side consort has been preparing since midnight without a proper rest. You must taste it, added Chuiyu, who stood nearby. A wave of affection surged within Di Hemming. Once, Feng Qingqing had been gentle and agreeable. Now, she had transformed into a model of virtue and understanding. Compared to Feng Zhaoge, she was as different as day and night. Just as he reached for a pastry, a voice interjected, isn't that the well-known Miss Feng Qingqing from the tea house? A deep male voice called out. Di Hemming turned to find Feng Qingqing, clad in deep blue silk attire, casually munching on a pancake, exuding an air of nonchalance. For some reason, though he was a man, he still captivated attention. Feng Qingqing's expression turned pale, and a wave of displeasure washed over her. Well known? At the tea house? Was he referring to her disgraceful act with Di Hemming? Despite the public's knowledge, no one had ever mentioned it in her presence until now. Her eyes reddened as she looked at Di Hemming, her voice trembling. Ming, may I inquire who this gentleman is? This is a doctor I requested. Di Hemming briefly introduced, then turned to Feng Qingqing, stating solemnly, this is my side consort. His words carried a tone of declaration and protection. Feng Zhaoge felt a chill in her heart. When Feng Qingqing had been humiliated, Di Hemming had never offered a word of defense. Now, after she had merely spoken, he could not withstand it. She feigned a sudden realization. Oh, I almost forgot you prepared a wedding at Linglong Pavilion, which caused quite a stir. Feng Qingqing's complexion darkened further. This man was clearly targeting her. Every word pierced her heart. Unable to restrain herself, she bit her lip and weakly said, esteemed doctor, may I ask if you have any grievances with Qingqing? Please feel free to speak. I shall make the necessary changes. I only hope you can refrain from targeting me further. Her voice was melodious, on the verge of tears, exuding an air of fragility and pity. Any ordinary man would find his heart softened by such a plea. Feng Qingqing, known as Feng Zhaoge, directed her gaze towards Feng Qingqing and smiled. What are you saying, esteemed concubine? It seems I have said nothing at all. It is merely that these two matters are frequently discussed. She appeared utterly nonchalant, even somewhat bewildered. Feng Qingqing's palms tightened. Frequently discussed in private? Discussing her disheveled appearance with Di Hemming at the tea house? Discussing how she had soiled herself during the wedding ceremony? Her face flushed with embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Feng Zhaoge observed her reaction, a cold smirk forming within her. Is this all it takes to rattle you? When it came to killing and maiming, your skin was quite thick, wasn't it? Her gaze shifted to the pile of breakfast laid out on the table, her eyes darkening. Chapter 124. Investigating Feng Qingqing. Seeing her attention on the food, Feng Qingqing finally mustered some courage. She softly spoke, this breakfast is prepared for the prince. Dr. Lin, you have not had breakfast either, have you? Feng Zhaoge inquired, did you prepare this yourself? Of course. Feng Qingqing replied elegantly and nobly. I am but an ordinary woman and cannot do much for the prince, so I must prepare some meals myself. This porridge was simmered for 2 hours by my lady, and these pastries were made starting from the third watch until dawn. Bai Lu added, her tone protective and somewhat arrogant. Let this vile man know how considerate and gentle my lady is. Any man would appreciate a woman who excels in both the hall and the kitchen. Let us see if he dares to provoke my lady again. However, Feng Zhaoge looked at Feng Qingqing and Bai Lu, frowning as she remarked. But I clearly saw this maid buying these items at the Yufengzhai at the third watch. Instantly, the countenance of Feng Qingqing and Bai Lu changed, their expressions paling. Di Hemming's face darkened as he turned to Feng Zhaoge. What did you say? Feng Zhaoge stated, I was a bit hungry at the third watch last night and went to Yufengzhai for a late-night snack. I saw this maid there, And she was indeed purchasing these foods. Di Himing's gaze turned icy as he scanned Feng Qingqing and Bai Lu.
Bilu hastily defended, impossible.
This was personally prepared by my lady. How could it have been bought? She specifically donned male attire when she went out, ensuring there was no one around to catch her. Yet Feng Zhaoge replied, just now you said this nourishing porridge was simmered for 2 hours? Yes.
Bilu stubbornly affirmed.
Feng Zhaoge smirked. If the lotus seeds in this nourishing porridge were simmered for 2 hours, they would merely be softened, not mushy like paste. As for this osmanthus cake, it cannot possibly be made within 2 hours from soaking to fermentation to shaping.
With that,
Feng Zhaoge fixed her gaze on Feng Qingqing and inquired, since you claim it was made by your own hands, can you explain how you managed to soften the lotus seeds, brew the chicken soup, prepare the nourishing porridge, and make the pastries all within 2 hours? Even with the maid's assistance, completing all this in such a short time seems implausible. Wouldn't you agree? With each question, her voice deepened, laden with an air of skepticism. Feng Qingqing was now thoroughly panicked. How could she cook? From childhood, it had always been Feng Zhaoge in the kitchen, never allowing her to step foot inside. She was left with no choice but to send Bai Lu to buy the food. Desperately, she glanced at Di Himing. Ming, please do not heed her nonsense. This truly is my work. Enough, Di Himing interrupted her, fixing his gaze on her. I am already aware of your intentions. I am quite satisfied, he added. Upon returning to the manor, once I am done with my affairs, I shall seek you out. Feng Qingqing could distinctly sense the coldness in his words. And after he was done with his business? What could that mean? Punishment, perhaps? As more people passed by outside, Feng Qingqing tightened her grip, lowering her head. Yes, Qi will await the prince. She added, the prince must remember, whatever Qi does is out of love for you. After speaking, she cast a lingering glance filled with emotion at Di Himing before turning and leaving. Her frail figure swayed like a delicate willow, evoking sympathy. Di Himing observed her, yet felt nothing, especially as his gaze landed upon the food, a feeling of unprecedented displeasure stirring within him. Once seated in the carriage, Feng Qingqing's eyes turned cold. She commanded Bai Lu in a chilling tone, immediately investigate that man. I want to know everything about him. He dared to humiliate me. I will not let him off easily. Chapter 125. Does she deserve it? Bai Lu was remarkably efficient. Within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, she returned to Jinghong courtyard with news. Miss, I have found out that Feng Qingqing is a doctor who suddenly emerged, currently residing in a small wooden house a mile outside the city, without friends or connections, and without power or influence. However, his medical skills are extraordinary. Just yesterday, he healed the elderly Dr. Chun with a single pill. He has proposed numerous suggestions that have prompted the prince to consider reforming the medical hall. Today, the prince has summoned a multitude of people to serve as his assistants, intending to elevate him to the chief physician of the medical hall. Feng Qingqing frowned at this news. A multitude of people? Yes. It is said that several retired esteemed doctors from the Imperial Medical Institute have been summoned by the prince, all of whom are highly respected figures. Now, everyone is discussing whether this mere Feng Qingqing truly deserves to have so many people assisting him. We do not know if he genuinely possesses skill, or if he has merely stumbled upon good fortune, Bai Lu explained. Feng Qingqing's eyes glimmered. The prince places such heavy reliance on Feng Qingqing, but what if he lacks true ability or is outperformed by someone else? If he were to lose the prince's favor, becoming the laughingstock of the entire capital, would he still dare to ridicule her? Contemplating this, she turned to Bai Lu and said, go find Mo Yunran and have him also visit the medical hall. Mo Yunran is the son of the current head of the Imperial Medical Institute, studying at the prestigious Royal Medical School, where all the students are medical prodigies. At just 20 years old, he has already garnered the royal favor and is renowned far and wide. His mastery of therapeutic techniques allows him to alleviate pain within mere moments. Recently, he represented the Eastern Xia Kingdom in a diplomatic mission, earning respect from foreign nations and enhancing the prestige of his country. However, he has had affections for Feng Qingqing for many years, having pursued her multiple times. If he were to entangle himself with her, it might lead to misunderstandings with the prince. In this era, the most sensitive issue is that of male-female propriety. Yet Feng Qingqing declared, I cannot afford to be concerned about that anymore. These past days, I have either been bullied by Empress Dowager Zhao or tormented by Feng Zhaoge. Now, I am being humiliated by this unknown upstart? I cannot let this go. She instructed Bai Lu, just tell Mo Yunran that Feng Qingqing is arrogant, considering himself the best in the world, and I believe he will take action. Understood.
Below affirmed.
At the medical hall, early in the morning, 10 esteemed doctors began to arrive one after another. Among them were golden medal imperial physicians returning from service at the Imperial Medical Institute and renowned folk healers. Each one was a legendary figure seldom seen in the usual course of life. As they gathered, they discussed. Who is this person that can command the prince to summon us all? What merit or capability does he possess? Are young people now so brazen? Since we are giving the war prince face, let us observe. If he cannot win us over, we shall simply leave, they muttered. Yes, with so many of us here, he must learn a lesson. Let him know whether he is worthy of this. Each held such a mindset. Only Zhongbo Li and the elderly doctor who had examined Feng Qingqing yesterday remained silent in a corner, having witnessed his medical skills and no longer daring to harbor disdain. However, today they were eager to see how Feng Qingqing could command the allegiance of so many, to truly ascertain if he possessed the ability. As everyone awaited, a steady sound of footsteps suddenly resonated from outside. Everyone turned to see a tall figure approaching along the long wooden corridor of the medical hall. Chapter 126. The Young Imperial Physician. The man stood at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet, clad in a white silk robe with wide sleeves, adorned with intricate dark red patterns that flickered like flames, enhancing his commanding presence. His face was strikingly handsome, with a prominent nose and an air of haughty confidence that suggested an unyielding superiority. 10 bodyguards trailed behind him, further amplifying his imposing aura. Upon recognizing him, the crowd gasped in astonishment. It was Mo Yunran, the prodigy of the Eastern Xia Kingdom. He was here. By the tender age of 5, he could recite medical texts. By 10, he identified all known medicinal herbs. By 12, he was treating illnesses. And by 15, he had mastered ancient techniques, able to alleviate pain in mere moments, earning him a reputation that echoed throughout the realm. It was said that his medical prowess had surpassed that of his father, the esteemed Mo Yuanshi, and he was dispatched by Eastern Xia to represent the nation abroad. At such a young age, he had been appointed as an imperial physician, personally chosen by the emperor. Truly, he was the youngest of his kind. A testament to the saying that the younger generation surpasses the older, making the elders feel inadequate. Could it be that the prince summoned such a genius to assist Feng Qingqing? As discussion swirled, Mo Yunran strode into the room, casting a disdainful glance at the gathered assembly. His lofty gaze seemed to dismiss everyone present. After surveying the room, he coldly inquired, "Who is Feng Qingqing?" His tone was arrogant, laced with displeasure and ire. The crowd replied, "Feng Qingqing is not here. He is yet to arrive."
Imperial Physician Mo.
"Were you also summoned by the prince?" With a scoff, Mo Yunran retorted, "Such trivialities are beneath the prince's notice. However, I have heard he boasts of being the best in the world." Indeed, just yesterday, he treated Dr. Chen with a single pill and proposed unprecedented reforms. He even summoned all of us to assist him. He claims to be the best in the world, placing you, Imperial Physician Mo, and Dr. Jiang, and Mo Yuanshi beneath him. Such audacity is astounding, a blatant disregard for others. At the mention of Feng Qingqing, the crowd united in their disdain, declaring, "Imperial Physician Mo, your arrival is fortuitous. Let us teach him a lesson today. Yes, let him be reminded to call us grandfather in public." "Who should I call grandfather?" A clear, cold voice interrupted, and everyone turned to see Feng Qingqing striding towards them. He was dressed simply in a deep blue robe, with his sleeves neatly tied back, exuding a sense of competence in his simplicity. His long hair was gathered atop his head with a wooden hairpin, accentuating the sharp contours of his face. Though he appeared unremarkable at first glance, an unmatched composure radiated from him. Behind him followed Dr. Chen Wenshuan, and several servants of the Chen family, who seemed to rally around him in support. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Mo Yunran narrowed his eyes. How could this ordinary, unassuming youth, shorter than himself, possess such an imposing aura? Feng Zhaoge entered with a leisurely stride, casting a slow gaze over the assembly. "Did you just say for me to call you grandfather?" Her tone, though languid and cool, carried an undercurrent of authority, as if emanating from someone of significant power. Indeed, Feng Zhaoge was a person of high status. The chief military physician of the World War in 2050, the foremost medical sage. No one had ever dared to demand such a thing from her in the realm of medicine. Feeling her pressure, two individuals fell silent, while several elder physicians sternly retorted. By seniority and age, you should address us as grandfather. You think a single pill can compel us to assist you? I find it hard to believe you possess such miraculous skills. Mo Yunran fixed his gaze on Feng Zhaoge, provocatively stating, since you are here, then do demonstrate your abilities to this noble gentleman. I am quite eager to see what you can do. Chapter 127, Show us your skills. Before Feng Zhaoge could respond, a poised middle-aged man stepped forward, gazing at her with arrogance. Yes, show us your skills. If your abilities can impress us, we shall willingly heed your commands. Feng Zhaoge regarded him coolly, smirking. Why show just a few skills? Let us showcase a multitude. The crowd frowned.
What did she mean by that?
Before they could comprehend her intent, Feng Zhaoge addressed everyone one by one. Step forward. If any one of you can surpass me, I, Feng Qingqing, shall willingly call you grandfather and withdraw from the medical field for life. The room erupted in astonishment. One by one? If just one could win, she would concede? How audacious. To challenge us all single-handedly? Feng Qingqing, you are utterly presumptuous and overestimating yourself. The elders shook their heads, viewing her as a fool. Youthful arrogance surely clouded her judgment. Yet Feng Zhaoge stood there, composed. If anyone else had made such a proclamation, it would have been seen as reckless arrogance, but she possessed the confidence to assert it. In the realm of medicine, she was certain none could surpass her. A rather frail-looking youth, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward. We shall not take advantage of your singularity. How about this? If you can defeat half of us, we shall acknowledge your victory. With 11 in total, defeating 5 seemed a reasonable challenge. However, Feng Zhaoge replied, No, my word is binding. I will defeat all of you. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the assembly like a graceful leopard surveying its territory. The crowd seethed with frustration, some nearly choking on their anger. How could such an arrogant individual be summoned by the prince? Meanwhile, D. Hemming observed the scene from his vantage point, sipping tea with a contemplative gaze. Feng Qingqing's proclamation was indeed striking. He wondered if she possessed the prowess to back it up. The middle-aged man could no longer contain his impatience and stepped forward. Then I shall not hold back. I will go first, and if your pharmacological skills exceed mine, Zhao Peiyun, will concede. Zhao Peiyun was a renowned pharmacist of the Eastern Xia Kingdom. In an era where modern medicine was still in its infancy, physicians were scarce, and consultations were costly. Many opted to self-medicate. Understanding the needs of the populace, Zhao Peiyun had devoted himself to the craft from a young age. He had created cough syrups, pain-relieving ointments, and health-boosting pills, with around 70 to 80% of available medicines sourced from the Zhao family. The people held Zhao Peiyun in high esteem. However, his youthful success had bred arrogance, making him reclusive, rarely engaging with others beyond his healing work. In his view, no one was worthy of his time. Feng Zhaoge fixed her gaze on him. Very well, how shall we compete in pharmacology? Zhao Peiyun clapped his hands, and his attendants promptly brought forth a large table laden with various vials and ancient distillation apparatus. Feng Zhaoge glanced at him. This era's knowledge of distillation and steam extraction did show some skill. However, against her, defeat was inevitable. Zhao Peiyun stepped forward, presenting several herbs. Using these ingredients, whoever can create a lethal poison shall be deemed the victor. The crowd glanced at the herbs, furrowing their brows. These were all common medicinal plants: peppermint, angelica, licorice, hawthornia, gentian. Their properties were gentle and healing. The small quantities could hardly yield a deadly poison. While they could heal, it seemed impossible to concoct poison from such ingredients. Even I, an old man, cannot accomplish such a feat. Can that inexperienced youth truly do it? Everyone was murmuring, their gazes fixated on Feng Zhaoge. Chapter 128. What skills? Feng Zhaoge remained as composed and tranquil as ever, dismissively stating, Enough idle chatter, let us commence. The crowd responded with murmurs. Zhao Peiyun shot her a cold glare, warning, This is your own request, so don't weep later. With that, he divided the herbs he had prepared, giving half to Feng Zhaoge, and began his task. He picked up a specially crafted knife, placed the herbs on the chopping board, sliced them with precision, and then placed them into a medicinal jar, grinding them into a fine powder with a pestle. His movements were remarkably swift and agile, akin to a magician performing tricks. Each piece of herb was cut to uniform thickness, neither more nor less. The spectators sighed in awe, exclaiming, "Perfect. Absolutely perfect. I have never witnessed such precision from a physician." In just a short while, his work rivaled that of a master chef. Why is Feng Qingqing still not making a move? Someone inquired, glancing at Feng Qingqing with curiosity. Could it be that he is incapable? Has he been rendered speechless by Zhao Tai's skill?
Kitalikali.
Elder Chen had been observing Feng Zhaoge, noting that since the competition began, he had merely stood there, motionless. Unable to restrain himself, he approached and said earnestly, "Benefactor, perhaps it would be best to concede? Extracting a lethal poison from these herbs is beyond even my abilities. If you choose to give up, no one will mock you." He then turned to the gathered crowd, stating, "This individual is my lifesaver. I kindly ask that you do not press him too hard and allow this matter to rest."
What?
Allow it to rest? He was the one who initiated the challenge. The crowd reacted unfavorably, saying, if he hadn't been so arrogant, would we have bothered to compete with such an inexperienced youth? Now he regrets it? Afraid of losing? That's not impossible. If he calls us grandfather, we might just let it go.
Indeed.
A wise man does not hold grudges against the foolish. A simple grandfather would not be too much to ask, would it? Everyone mocked and jeered at Feng Zhaoge. Elder Chen wanted to say more, but Feng Zhaoge interrupted him, coldly stating, "What's the rush? I merely asked him for half an hour." Half an hour, an entire hour. Feng Zhaoge actually claimed she would grant Zhao Peiyan an hour. The crowd's expressions darkened. This is outrageous. How can she be so presumptuous? Does she truly believe her concocting skills surpass those of Dr. Zhao? I refuse to believe it.
Impossible.
Zhao Tai, do your best and teach her a lesson. Let us see how she cries afterward. Zhao Peiyan's expression was equally grim, yet he ignored Feng Zhaoge and hastened his actions. He added all the ground herbs into an ancient vessel and lit a candle to begin the burning process. This was the concentration phase. Elder Chen watched anxiously, wanting to say something more. However, Feng Zhaoge stood quietly by, patiently waiting, and he could only sigh heavily. Alas, this benefactor is indeed somewhat impetuous. Even if he loses later, perhaps these people will show him some respect for my sake, and it should not be too difficult for the benefactor. Chen Wenxuan cast a worried glance at Feng Zhaoge, pondering whether this young man could truly astonish them as he had the day before. Soon, half an hour had passed. Zhao Peiyan had utilized a boiling concentration technique to extract the most potent components. Next, he merely needed to isolate the toxin. Feng Zhaoge observed Zhao Peiyan and inquired, "Are you certain you are nearing completion? Would you like more time?" Her words were sincere, a kind inquiry. Zhao Peiyan's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, "No need. Proceed as you wish." He was eager to see how she intended to surpass him, what skills she possessed. Chapter 129. The cheating artifact under the watchful eyes of all. Feng Zhaoge retrieved a medical box. The pristine white box resembled a suitcase, and upon opening it revealed an array of exquisite instruments. No one knew that she had researched the specialties of these individuals prior to her arrival, so everything within was relevant to the task at hand. At this moment, she extracted a grinder and placed it on the table. She then added all the herbs into the grinder and pressed the switch. A low hum resonated immediately. The blades inside whirled rapidly, so fast that they were nearly invisible. In an instant, a heap of herbs was reduced to an incredibly fine powder. It was truly completed in the blink of an eye. Everyone was left speechless, incredulous. Is this truly done? This cannot be real. What kind of artifact is this? Zhao Tai had taken an entire incense stick to grind his herbs, yet Feng Qingqing accomplished it in mere moments. I have never seen such finely crushed powder. It is unprecedented. As the crowd murmured, Feng Zhaoge calmly placed all the powdered herbs into a tray. The tray contained an organic solvent, and once the powders were mixed, the useful components would be absorbed by the solvent. Under the observation of a microscope, she employed a vacuum extraction technique to draw out all the toxic components. All the viscous solvent was placed into a pill mold. When it emerged, it had transformed into a small, flat, brown pill. The entire process took less than 3 minutes. The spectators were astounded, their minds reeling. This was completed? So quickly? Was this sorcery? At this moment, Zhao Peiyan had just scooped the medicine from the candle and still needed to dry it and shape it. Feng Zhaoge wiped her hands with a silk cloth and offered Zhao Peiyan a gentle smile, saying, "No rush, take your time, I shall wait for you." Zhao Peiyan's expression was ashen as he stared at Feng Zhaoge's chaotic array of items. What were those things? Even he had never seen them before. Moreover, the speed at which she worked completely overshadowed him. He refused to believe it. This individual must be deceiving everyone. Surely she was just playing around. That pill could not possibly have any efficacy, or the toxin could not be as potent as his. Clinging to this thought, he arrogantly continued to hasten his own actions. The crowd waited in eager anticipation, their curiosity piqued. Feng Qingqing had given Zhao Peiyun half an hour, yet she had still managed to complete her task first. Did the pill she created truly possess lethal properties? After an agonizing wait, Zhao Peiyun also produced a round pill. He glared at Feng Zhaoge, boasting, "My pill can poison an 80-pound creature." 80 pounds, equivalent to a 12-year-old child or some slender adults. Many common beasts, such as wolves and dogs, were well within its capacity. The crowd gasped, "This cannot be. These mild herbs could kill such a large animal? I could never achieve that." They had never witnessed mild herbs being transformed into such a potent poison. Feng Zhaoge narrowed her eyes and questioned Zhao Peiyun. "Are you certain your poison can kill an 80-pound creature?" Zhao Peiyun met her gaze and nodded, declaring, "Of course." "Are you sure it is 80 pounds? Feng Zhaoge repeated her inquiry. Zhao Peiyun assumed she was in disbelief and arrogantly raised his chin, asserting, "Naturally, it is 80 pounds.
What? Surprised? Ah.
This figure indeed breaks the historical records of Dongxia. If you wish to retract your statement, now is the time. Merely call me grandfather, and all will be forgiven. Otherwise, when you lose later, your reputation will be in tatters. Ha ha ha." Imagining that scenario, Zhao Peiyun laughed heartily. The others chimed in. Indeed, with such speed. Who can say if what they produced has any toxicity? It feels as though a child is playing house. The number 80 is indeed unparalleled. We are all astonished. Just concede already. Yet, amidst the clamor of opinions, suddenly. Chapter 130. The microscopic divine mirror. Feng Zhaoge abruptly hurled the small pill in her hand out the window. Below lay a newly constructed pond in the backyard, spanning over 100 square meters, home to an array of red and white fish joyfully swimming about. However, as soon as the pill entered the water, an astonishing transformation occurred. Instantly, every fish in the pond floated to the surface, belly up, creating a vast expanse of glistening white. All had perished. Onlookers stood in stunned silence. How could this be? Every fish, weighing at least 300 or 400 pounds, gone in an instant? How could such a tiny pill annihilate so many? This was inconceivable. Zhao Peiyun staggered back several steps, disbelief etched across his face. After all his efforts, he had managed to extract such a potent toxin. How could Feng Qingqing surpass him so effortlessly? In the distance, sitting in the loft, Emperor Hemming's gaze deepened, a satisfied smile curling upon his lips. Feng Qingqing indeed possessed remarkable skills. Yet, Feimu beside him cautioned, "My lord, those were the dragon carps you had purchased just yesterday." The dragon carp, one of the most exquisite fish in the Eastern Xia Kingdom, boasted a vibrant red upper body and a pure white belly, adorned with 2 horns on its head. With tails extending about 8 meters, they swam with the elegance of a dragon, hence their name. They symbolized luxury, rarity, and good fortune. Each dragon carp was worth 100 taels of gold, and with 88 in the pond, Emperor Hemming had hoped to secure a promising start for his medical establishment, thoroughly overshadowing Feng Zhaoge's clinic.
Yet now,
all 88 dragon carps lay dead. Not a single one remained. Upon realizing this, Emperor Hemming's expression turned ashen, a troubling sight. Inside, Feng Zhaoge flashed a smile at Zhao Peiyun, saying, "Thank you for your kind words." The simplicity of her 3 words carried an innate elegance, supported by an apprentice. Zhao Peiyun steadied himself, astonished as he turned to Feng Zhaoge. "How on earth did you achieve this? How could such a small pill kill so many dragon carps?" "Dr. Zhao, take a look at this." Feng Zhaoge gestured towards a microscope. Frowning slightly, Zhao Peiyun stepped closer, mimicking Feng Zhaoge's previous actions as he peered into the eyepiece. Instantly, he was met with a magnified view of a myriad of chaotic components. At first, he thought he had misjudged and struggled to comprehend the sight. Straightening up and rubbing his eyes, he looked again, and after several attempts, realization dawned upon him. This was a lens resembling those used in Eastern Xia, yet with magnifying capabilities far superior. Even he had never encountered such a precise and wondrous device capable of revealing the intricate makeup of objects. With such an instrument, how could one fail to extract the desired elements? Even the minutest details could be purified thoroughly. Initially skeptical, Zhao Peiyun now regarded Feng Zhaoge with reverence. Dr. Lin, where did you acquire such an extraordinary device? May I inquire? His tone had shifted to one of respect. Feng Zhaoge smiled gently. I'm afraid it's a secret recipe of mine, not for public dissemination. As she spoke, she meticulously disinfected and placed the instrument back into her medical kit. The gaze of the onlookers shifted towards her. Initially believing that Feng Zhaoge had merely stumbled upon success, it was now evident that she was far more formidable than they had anticipated. Mo Yunran, however, remained as haughty as ever, dismissing Feng Zhaoge entirely. Seated in a corner, he lounged with his legs crossed, casually cracking seeds, eager to observe what else this individual might demonstrate. Chapter 131. Observation, Inquiry, Diagnosis, and Palpation. The esteemed Dr. Wang, who had received praise from Emperor Hemming yesterday, harbored resentment towards Feng Zhaoge. Had it not been for her, he would have been the one favored by the emperor. Presently, he approached her, stating, You have showcased your pharmaceutical prowess both yesterday and today, yet if you cannot discern the ailments afflicting your patients, even the most miraculous elixirs are of no avail. So, you wish to challenge me? Feng Zhaoge inquired. Dr. Wang met her gaze directly. Let us compete and see who can diagnose a patient's condition with greater accuracy.
Very well, she replied.
Dr. Wang scrutinized her face intently. His family had practiced the art of observation, inquiry, diagnosis, and palpation for generations, claiming that anyone could reveal their health through careful examination. Yet for some reason, he found it difficult to discern much about Feng Zhaoge's health. After a prolonged gaze, he finally detected something in her eyes and declared, Young Master Lin has a cold constitution and is frail. Though he appears robust, he requires significant nourishment.
Et quand assure-you?
He has recently endured a grave illness that nearly cost him his life. The crowd frowned. Was this possible? Feng Qingqing seemed like a strong young man. However, Feng Zhaoge narrowed her eyes, surprised that despite her disguise, Dr. Wang could glean so much from merely her eyes. She regarded him with newfound admiration. Dr. Wang's medical skills are indeed remarkable. He stroked his beard, chuckling, It is now your turn to demonstrate your skills. Feng Zhaoge's gaze swept over the crowd before settling on the view outside the window. Through the glass, she spotted a pregnant woman, garbed in coarse linen, being hurriedly assisted by a man towards the clinic. Dr. Wang, can you ascertain the condition of this pregnant woman? What of her fetus? Dr. Wang, from a considerable distance, focused intently on the pregnant woman. After a lengthy observation, he announced, though her diet is simple, her health is good, and the fetus appears healthy. She should deliver, without complications. Feng Zhaoge, however, regarded him gravely. I can assure you, the fetus has a defect, a cleft lip. The crowd furrowed their brows. Cleft lip? We have never heard of such a term. How can one discern the condition of a fetus, merely by looking at the mother?
You may not be able to.
But that does not mean I cannot, Feng Zhaoge replied. If you doubt me, we shall see when she gives birth. At that moment, the clinic staff ushered the pregnant woman inside. The man, upon seeing so many doctors, immediately knelt and pleaded, I beg you, esteemed doctors, please save my wife. In this ancient time, wealthy families would hire midwives, while those of lesser means often delivered themselves. Yet his wife had been in excruciating pain for 4 hours without any sign of labor. Living nearby, he was frantic and had brought her to the clinic. Feng Zhaoge had already assessed the woman's condition through her medical kit's diagnostic system. She reassured the couple, You are currently 6 fingers dilated. This is normal labor pain. Although the fetus has a defect, delivery will proceed smoothly. Upon finishing, she cast a glance at old Dr. Chen, who promptly instructed his assistants. Quickly help the woman inside to give birth. However, the woman would not budge, staring at Feng Zhaoge. What did you just say? You said my child has a defect? The man's expression shifted to one of seriousness and anger. What are you talking about? How can you judge our child to have a defect when even Dr. Chen has not spoken? Chapter 132. The cleft lip. Feng Zhaoge calmly explained. Indeed, there is a defect, but it is merely a minor issue. A cleft lip. A cleft lip refers to a congenital condition where the upper lip is split, resembling that of a rabbit. It can be repaired through surgery later, with a success rate of 100%. The man and woman exchanged glances, worry evident in their eyes. Who would not wish for their child to be born healthy? Yet this man claimed that their child was flawed. Although he mentioned it could be rectified, what did he know of surgery? They had never heard of such a thing. The man turned to the esteemed doctor. Chen with a pleading gaze and asked, "Is what he said true?" Dr. Chen's eyes settled upon Feng Qingqing, examining her for a considerable time before responding. "I believe it to be so." "Believe what?" Another voice interjected. "Dr. Chen, in your advanced years, have you truly lost your senses? No one has ever been able to discern the condition of a fetus in utero. What grounds does Feng Qingqing have for her assertion? Does she possess any evidence?" The priority now is to soothe the expectant mother's emotions, preventing her from becoming overly anxious. "Indeed, madam. Do not heed his nonsensical words. He is merely a brash youth, prone to boastfulness. Focus on your delivery. The safe arrival of your child is of utmost importance." Each person offered words of comfort. The woman, feeling acute pains surge through her, could only bite her lip and nod, "All right." Supported by the midwife from the medical hall, she made her way to the adjacent delivery room, where the anguished cries of women could be heard echoing through the walls. The man, initially pacing anxiously at the door, could no longer contain himself and returned, glaring at Feng Zhaoge. "If my child is born healthy and you frighten my wife, I shall hold you accountable." Feng Zhaoge stood there unflustered, responding calmly, "Very well." Her single word bore no hint of fear. The crowd exchanged glances, filled with bewilderment. Just how confident was Feng Qingqing to assert the fetus had a defect? How could she possibly perceive such a thing through the thick barrier of the abdomen? Fortunately, the woman had already dilated 6 fingers, and with the midwife's assistance and the influence of her emotional state, soon the resounding cries of a newborn filled the air. The man's expression shifted to one of joy as he rushed toward the delivery room. The onlookers cast a glance at Feng Zhaoge, thinking, given the child's vigorous cries, how could there possibly be a defect? Surely this time, your fanciful claims must reveal some flaw. I maintain, with decades of experience, it is impossible to be mistaken. This child must be whole. Each person echoed similar sentiments as they confidently proceeded toward the delivery room, certain that if the infant had any flaws, its cries would not be so robust. Yet, before they could exit, the man suddenly stumbled back, cradling the swaddled infant, and fell to his knees before Feng Zhaoge, exclaiming, "Divine healer, I beseech you, save my child." His voice was filled with panic. All eyes turned to the infant in his arms, revealing a conspicuous cleft on the upper lip that marred the child's otherwise delicate features. Silence enveloped the room. It lasted a full 10 seconds. Eventually, the crowd regained their composure, staring in disbelief at Feng Zhaoge. He was indeed correct. The child truly bore a defect, a cleft lip. Dr. Wang, most astonished, even though his lineage had relied on observation for generations, had never encountered anyone able to identify fetal issues through the abdomen. Feng Qingqing had merely glanced at her and made such an accurate determination. He stepped forward, excitedly grasping Feng Zhaoge's arm, imploring, "Divine Healer Lin, how did you discern this? I humbly request your guidance. I wish to be your apprentice." His tone brimmed with respect and admiration. Feng Zhaoge maintained her usual calm demeanor, uttering a few words, "Self-taught. Confidential." The crowd gasped. Just yesterday, she claimed to be self-taught. Today, she asserted her clairvoyance in medicine, again citing self-study. Was this not infuriating? The man remained kneeling on the floor, still holding the infant. The woman, staggering out, knelt beside him with a loud thud. Her eyes red with tears as she gazed at Feng Zhaoge and pleaded, "Divine healer, I sincerely apologize. We were blind to your greatness and doubted your skills. I implore you, please do not hold our ignorance against us. Save my child. He is my only blood relative." Tears streamed down her face, and her sorrow was palpable. The man embraced her, comforting her. Do not worry. I am here for you. Even if I must kneel daily before the divine healer, sacrificing everything, I shall ensure our child receives treatment." His words were filled with affection. Watching the scene, Feng Zhaoge felt an unexpected stir in her heart. After traversing through this world, facing the cold and unyielding Emperor He Ming daily, she had forgotten that love, profound and mutually supportive, still existed. She reassured them. A cleft lip does not impede normal growth and development. When he is a bit older, around 3 months, bring him to me. I will perform the surgery free of charge. The man's expression brightened, incredulous as he asked, "Is that true? You will truly save our child?" "Certainly. Once a promise is made, it must be upheld," Feng Zhaoge replied solemnly. The man and woman expressed their gratitude with repeated bows. "Thank you, divine healer." "Thank you." Ultimately, considering the woman's condition, the man helped her to her feet, handing her the infant. He then lifted her into his arms and strode toward home. His strong arms cradled both wife and child, creating a scene of warmth and tenderness. Someone remarked, "The bond between this scholar and Shi-Er remains as steadfast as ever." Indeed, it was said that Shi-Er was an orphan without parents, and it was the scholar who provided her with sustenance, enabling her survival.
Was industrios.
Having learned various needlework skills from a young age to earn money, often secretly giving him financial support. Had it not been for Shi-Er's earnings, the scholar, who lost both parents at an early age, might not have survived to this day. Such was the love of mutual support, truly admirable. Feng Zhaoge listened to their conversation, and in her mind's eye, a poignant tale unfurled, a destitute scholar selflessly aiding a roadside beggar, who in turn repaid his kindness, leading to a deepening affection over time. Though their finances were strained, this was the essence of true love. In her past life, amidst the turmoil of war, everyone was preoccupied with mere survival. Who had time for romance? There, the avarice and ugliness of humanity were laid bare, with everyone living solely for themselves. In this ancient setting, the original owner had never experienced love. She mused that in this life, she too would likely never encounter someone who cherished her so deeply. In the distance, a man fixed his gaze upon Feng Zhaoge, recognizing the wistfulness in her eyes. A depth of emotion flickered across his expression. He then quietly instructed the shadowy figures behind him, "Cancel tonight's arrangements. This evening, I shall accompany her." After the couple departed, Feng Zhaoge regained her composure. She reined in her emotions and, with an indifferent gaze, inquired of the crowd, "Who else wishes to challenge?" The audience snapped back to reality. Indeed, how could they have forgotten this crucial matter? Should they fail to defeat Feng Qingqing today, they would be at his mercy. Several voices arose in unison. "I shall not challenge. I concede. I merely wish for divine healer Lin to accept me as a disciple and impart even a fraction of your skills." "Me too.
I will serve you from now on."
A few individuals echoed this sentiment, among them a frail man seated in a wooden wheelchair, who had previously urged Feng Qingqing to allow those who had won half the challenges to be considered victorious, only to be met with a cold refusal. It was clear now that Feng Qingqing had no need for his counsel. He had acted rashly. Dr. Wang and Zhao Peiyan also urged the crowd. "Divine healer Lin is indeed extraordinary. Heed my advice. Do not humiliate yourselves. What you say is true, but I still wish to experience his prowess," one man asserted. Stepping forward from the throng, he appeared to be in his 40s, possessing an air of elegance mixed with composure, dressed in a simple blue homespun garment, reminiscent of a neighborly uncle. Feng Zhaoge summoned his information from her memory. Fu Yunjin, renowned as a master healer in the eastern Xia kingdom, is said to possess unparalleled skills in suturing wounds, ranking among the finest in the realm. His ability to stitch up injuries sustained by soldiers, as well as to mend ruptured intestines, is legendary. While suturing techniques existed in this ancient era, only Fu Yunjin and Zhang Yunji could boast of successfully suturing intestines without causing infections or fatalities. Upon seeing Fu Yunjin, a glimmer of hope ignited among the onlookers. Indeed, the art of medicine and pharmacology is child's play compared to the true test of skill that is suturing wounds. Such expertise is not commonplace. It requires years of experience, and one must possess a steady hand. Observers noted that the youthful Feng Qingqing could hardly be expected to excel in such a complex procedure.
"Dr. Fu,
I have high hopes for you. You shall surely restore our dignity." Several gazes fell upon Fu Yunjin, brimming with anticipation. With a composed and elegant smile, Fu Yunjin turned to Feng Zhaoge and inquired, "Might you be willing to engage in a friendly competition? If you are not inclined, I shall not insist. However, if you lack absolute confidence in your success, I advise against proceeding, lest we waste everyone's time." Feng Zhaoge, too, offered a word of caution. Fu Yunjin regarded him with a gentle smile, saying, "On the contrary, your words inspire me to broaden my horizons. I humbly request your guidance." After making this remark, he graciously clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Old Dr. Chen immediately summoned two injured individuals to present before them. Both had suffered injuries at a construction site days prior, with similar wounds on their upper arms, a gash approximately 1 centimeter wide and 7 centimeters long. One of the injuries was notably worse, exhibiting signs of necrosis. After enduring days of suffering, the patient had finally sought treatment.
Fu Yunjin declared,
"I shall attend to this patient, reasoning that Feng Zhaoge, appearing younger, should be granted precedence. Feng Zhaoge, unperturbed, retrieved a surgical kit and sterile gloves from her medical bag. Before the gathered audience, she donned the white gloves and mask, exuding an air of professionalism and sanctity that captivated the crowd. There was an inexplicable, unique aura about Feng Qingqing. Yet someone scoffed such flamboyant theatrics. If you possess true skill, then prove it. At that moment, Fu Yunjin's assistant presented him with a medical box. He ignited a candle and heated a dagger in the flame until it was thoroughly scalding. This will be painful. Please endure, he cautioned the patient. What is pain to a man? The man retorted, though he silently clenched his clothing and bit down on a chopstick for support. Fu Yunjin then proceeded, using the searing blade to excise the necrotic tissue, which also served a sterilizing function. In an age devoid of iodine or alcohol, this was the most traditional method of disinfection. The man's anguished scream pierced the air, his features contorted in agony, and sweat quickly drenched his shirt, clinging to his sun-kissed skin. Feng Zhaoge, observing from the side, could not resist suggesting, perhaps Dr. Fu should pause and observe my technique? Such presumption. Was he implying that Dr. Fu's methods were inferior and that he needed to learn from him? How audacious for someone who had once served as a royal physician to speak in such a manner. Yet Fu Yunjin remained composed, halting his actions and replying to Feng Zhaoge. Very well, I am eager to learn. Feng Zhaoge then commenced her procedure, first producing a minuscule needle to inject a local anesthetic near the patient's wound, alleviating his pain. From a distance, Emperor He-Ming, seated in a loft, furrowed his brow upon seeing the needle. He recognized it. Feng Zhaoge had used the same one. What was her connection to Feng Qingqing? Once she had administered the injection, Feng Zhaoge retrieved a finely crafted surgical knife and swiftly removed the necrotic tissue with remarkable agility and precision, even faster than Fu Yunjin had managed. In mere moments, all the dead flesh was excised, revealing the pink, healthy tissue beneath. Throughout the procedure, the patient emitted not a single cry of pain, not even a groan. The spectators were astonished. How could this be? Did he feel no pain? What had she injected? Only Fu Yunjin maintained his composure, inquiring, Did you use a form of anesthetic? Feng Zhaoge replied, To some extent. The crowd gasped in disbelief. Wasn't that anesthetic meant for internal use only? How could she administer it via injection? Typically, a substantial dose was required. How could such a small amount suffice? This was nothing short of miraculous, an enigma worth a lifetime of study. Many gazed at Feng Zhaoge with newfound admiration. If she could alleviate pain, what need had they for other medications? Yet Feng Zhaoge reminded them, Do not forget, you are here to challenge me. A challenge requires a certain demeanor. They were indeed in a contest, not a classroom. But now, who still possessed the spirit to compete? Only Mo Yunran stood aside, disdainfully scoffing, while she exhibited some skill. She hardly warranted his admiration. Feng Zhaoge disregarded the onlookers and approached Fu Yunjin. She produced another anesthetic needle and injected it around the patient's wound. You may continue, she instructed Fu Yunjin. He paused, taken aback. For some reason, as she drew near, he caught a whiff of an enchanting fragrance, reminiscent of flowers, emanating from her hair, certainly not a scent befitting a man. Fu Yunjin pondered briefly but, confronted with the patient, quickly regained his focus and agreed, Very well. The crowd could not help but feel that the fabled master healer had been relegated to a mere assistant, dutifully following Feng Zhaoge's lead. Some internally criticized Feng Qingqing for not displaying the demeanor of a true challenger, even aiding his opponent. Fortunately, the competition progressed fervently. Fu Yunjin continued to remove necrotic tissue and disinfect the wound before producing an exceedingly fine needle and a roll of mulberry bark. The bark, derived from silkworms, had its coarser threads stripped away, leaving delicate fibers that, when softened with steam, became pliable and absorbed by the body, eliminating the need for stitches. Feng Zhaoge observed keenly. The medical practices of the Eastern Xia Kingdom were not as inferior as she had anticipated. From her medical bag, she retrieved a box of delicate protein threads and, wielding tweezers, deftly began to suture the wound. In comparison, Fu Yunjin seemed to be sewing a garment, while Feng Zhaoge's technique appeared more professional and precise. Initially, the crowd had intended to watch Fu Yunjin, but their attention shifted entirely to Feng Zhaoge's hands. They realized her suturing technique was unlike anything they had seen before. Fu Yunjin employed the traditional continuous suturing method, tying a knot after each stitch, resulting in a wound that looked like a ladder of horizontal lines. In contrast, Feng Zhaoge's method was entirely novel to them. Before they could fully comprehend her technique, she completed her task, withdrawing the needle to reveal a 7-centimeter-long wound that was impeccably closed, showing no trace of a seam, as if the injury had never occurred. The crowd gasped in disbelief, astonished at the miraculous outcome. In my long years of life, I have never witnessed such a miraculous medical technique. The ability to stitch wounds without leaving a trace is truly the work of a divine healer. From now on, you may call me grandfather, for I shall cherish you as my own grandchild. No, I shall call you grandfather and bow before you. I am indeed your grandson, your disciple. The entire assembly of royal physicians has transformed into a picture of utmost respect and admiration. Upon completing his tasks, Fu Yunjin raised his gaze and was taken aback by the sight of Feng Zhaoge's wound. He scrutinized it multiple times, comparing it to the clumsy stitches he had executed. Moments later, he humbly clasped his hands in salute. Divine Physician Lin, I bow to you. From this day forth, Fu shall heed your commands. The room was filled with sounds of praise and admiration. Feng Zhaoge removed his gloves and mask, meticulously cleaning his hands with a disinfectant cloth, and slowly scanned the crowd. Are we not to compare any further? Is this where it ends?
No, no.
There is nothing left to compare. The crowd echoed almost in unison. After all, from concocting potent medicines to diagnosing ailments from afar, and finally to flawless wound stitching, each feat left them utterly overwhelmed. To dare approach further would only invite humiliation. Once, they believed themselves to be learned, but in this moment, they realized how mistaken they were. They were unworthy even to hold Feng Qingqing's shoes. A disparaging voice suddenly pierced the air. Mo Yunran's guards parted the crowd surrounding Feng Zhaoge. Everyone turned to see Mo Yunran, sitting arrogantly upon his chair with his legs crossed. He tossed aside the remnants of his snack and rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. Is this merely a trivial skill? Today, I shall teach you what true medical prowess looks like. As his words lingered, a group of guards carried an elderly man into the room. The man, adorned in opulent attire, appeared lifeless, his eyes dull and his expression frail. The crowd furrowed their brows. Isn't this Master Zhang, who is entirely paralyzed and incapable of self-care? Zhang, the former celestial master, was once responsible for observing celestial phenomena and predicting weather patterns, possessing some skill. However, after a misstep while stargazing, he fell from a great height, resulting in his paralysis. Though he survived, he lay bedridden, requiring assistance even for the most basic needs. Someone inquired of Mo Yunran, "Why have you summoned Master Zhang? You cannot possibly intend to cure him, can you? That would be impossible. He has been paralyzed for 6 months, and even the legendary Hua Tuo could not heal him." Mo Yunran scoffed, declaring that Hua Tuo's inability stemmed from age, while he, Mo Yunran, was not necessarily inferior. Indeed, young Master Mo is often compared to Hua Tuo. The guards chimed in. Mo Yunran approached Master Zhang, addressing Feng Zhaoge. I can see that you possess some skill. However, to surpass me, you still have a long way to go. Feng Zhaoge remained silent, his gaze fixed on Master Zhang. Indeed, he had been paralyzed for half a year, but during this time, his bodily functions had nearly recovered. If he were to encounter a legendary acupuncturist or someone exceptionally talented, Master Zhang could very well regain his mobility. Yet, one wondered if such potential resided within the young Mo Yunran. Mo Yunran's eyes fell upon Master Zhang, who lay as still as a mummy upon the board. He grasped the elder's arm and, channeling his internal energy, began a series of movements, striking, tapping, and applying pressure, flowing seamlessly through the motions. In mere moments, he traversed from the left arm to the right, then to the chest, abdomen, and legs, as if performing an intricate dance of healing. As he concluded, Master Zhang's garments were adjusted, revealing his limbs, which appeared unremarkable to onlookers. Yet, Mo Yunran discerned the areas of stagnation and blood clots. With a flourish, a set of silver needles flew from his sleeve, landing neatly upon a nearby cloth. He took one needle, piercing it into Master Zhang's upper arm, not merely inserting it, but puncturing deeply, allowing the needle to rest just beneath the skin. In a rhythmic manner, he repeated this process, placing dozens of silver needles throughout Master Zhang's body. Each needle expelled dark, stagnant blood. The audience gazed in astonishment. Is this the legendary ancient meridian therapy? It was said that this therapy could identify and alleviate the root causes of various ailments, offering healing for bones, joints, and internal organs, and providing relief for numerous conditions. To witness such a long-lost art, thought to be forgotten for centuries, was astonishing. No wonder Mo Yunran had graduated early from the Imperial Medical Bureau, becoming the youngest royal physician. Truly, there are realms beyond realms and individuals beyond individuals. The crowd's gaze toward Mo Yunran shifted to one of reverence. With pride, he collected the silver needles and addressed Master Zhang. Now, try to move your limbs. Master Zhang tentatively lifted his hand and wiggled his feet. To his astonishment, he found that he could indeed raise his hand. He could move his feet. In that moment, he was overwhelmed with emotion, trembling with disbelief. Was this a dream? After so long in paralysis, he could truly raise his hand. He could move his feet. This meant he would no longer be bedridden, but could once again walk freely. Master Zhang rose from the bed, grasping Mo Yunran's arm. Thank you, Mo physician.
Thank you.
You are truly my savior. Mo Yunran, accustomed to such gratitude, maintained a stoic expression, merely raising an arrogant eyebrow at Feng Zhaoge. Boy, how do you intend to best me now? The assembled crowd turned their gaze toward Feng Zhaoge, filled with doubt. Indeed, with Mo Yunran's meridian therapy capable of restoring mobility to the paralyzed, how could Feng Zhaoge surpass him? This time, it seemed he would have to concede defeat. However, Feng Zhaoge's gaze settled calmly on one individual seated in a wheelchair. This person, with a delicate appearance and slender frame, possessed an aesthetic reminiscent of a scholar. Yet beneath his azure robes lay empty space, for he had no legs. Feng Zhaoge declared, I can make him stand again, restoring his ability to walk. This proclamation sent shockwaves through the assembly. What? You can make young Master Fusa stand? That is impossible. No such medical skill has ever existed throughout history. Young Master Fusu, skilled in herb gathering and possessing keen senses, had been collecting herbs when he accidentally fell from a cliff, resulting in the shattering of his legs. He had been confined to a wheelchair for 5 years. How could he possibly stand again? Young Master Fusu himself interjected, Divine Physician Lin, do not jest with me. I have long accepted that I shall never stand again. Indeed, none of the physicians here possess the ability to restore him to standing. Even if you are remarkable, can you truly achieve this? Others chimed in, attempting to dissuade him. Yet, Mo Yunran interjected. What is there to discuss? If he claims he can do it, let him try. If he fails, he must admit defeat to me and relinquish the medical hall. Though he had no particular interest in a medical establishment, with the support of the Wang family and 10 assistants, such a practice would surely create a sensation across the realm. Feng Zhaoge raised an eyebrow at Mo Yunran. And if I succeed? Mo Yunran scoffed, dismissing the notion as impossible. Feng Zhaoge, I merely mentioned a possibility. Mo Yunran fixed his gaze upon him. If you truly can achieve this, I, the young master, willingly offer my assistance for a month, at your command. Very well. You have said it. As Feng Zhaoge spoke, her gaze fell upon Fusu Zian. Young Master Fusu, I must trouble you to accompany me into the inner chamber. Fusu Zian frowned slightly. Although he doubted the existence of such medical skills, given the circumstances, he could not refuse. He instructed the medicine boy to push him inside. Feng Zhaoge lifted her medical kit and followed closely behind, drawing the screen to ensure absolute privacy. Mo Yunran scoffed. Quite the performance, I must say. Zhong Bolu, who had remained silent thus far, remarked, it may not merely be a charade. He had a premonition that this time, Feng Qingqing was likely to create something extraordinary. Everyone furrowed their brows, questioning whether it was a ruse or indeed a reality. Each person peered at the screen, waiting in quiet curiosity and anticipation. Could Fusu Zian, who had been confined to a wheelchair for 5 years, truly stand once more? Within the screen, Feng Zhaoge lit an incense stick. Fusu Zian, still uncertain of her intentions, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Moments later, he gradually closed his eyes. Feng Zhaoge smiled with satisfaction. This was a brief dose of rosemary, capable of inducing unconsciousness for 10 minutes. With ample time at her disposal, she lifted the hem of Fusu Zian's garment and trousers, exposing the site of his amputation. It had indeed been several years, and the wound was entirely scarred. Despite being a handsome young man, he was shunned due to his legs and remained unmarried to this day. She activated her medical kit, directing it, custom prosthetics. The invisible light waves within the kit immediately locked onto Fu Suzian's legs, commencing a thorough scan and measurement. 3 seconds later, a beep sounded, signaling the start of customization. Within the instrument room of the medical kit, 2 segments of artificial limbs were continuously adjusting in length and thickness. In merely a minute, a pair of legs appeared on the table before Feng Zhaoge. These legs, crafted using advanced simulation technology, appeared indistinguishable from human limbs and felt just like human skin. Feng Zhaoge affixed them to Fu Suzian's lower legs, achieving a perfect match with no visible seams. After securing and inspecting the installation, she snapped her fingers. The unconscious Fu Suzian slowly opened his eyes. Outside, the crowd was growing impatient. They had waited long without any sign of progress. Surely it could not be a failure? Perhaps it was merely a deliberate delay? I cannot believe there exists a medical technique that could enable a man with severed legs to walk again. Can he truly walk without his calves, with only his knees touching the ground? The boast this time was too grand. I have lost all faith in him.
Montag Yunran.
Urkt called out. Hey, are you coming out or not? Don't waste my time. If you don't come out soon, I shall barge in. As he spoke, he prepared to step forward. But in the next moment, the screen was slowly pushed aside, revealing 2 tall figures. One was clad in a coarse blue linen shirt, exuding a rugged demeanor, while the other donned a green long robe, with a matching cloak draped across his shoulders for warmth. His visage refined and resembling a scholar emerging from a bamboo grove. It was Fu Suzian. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. It is young Master Fusu. He has truly risen to his feet, and is walking. How is this possible? The murmurs of astonishment filled the air, as everyone gathered around, their eyes fixed incredulously on the hem of Fu Suzian's garment. Even Zhongbolu, seated in the corner, rose and approached for a closer look. Fu Suzian's expression mirrored excitement and surprise as he proclaimed, "It was divine Dr. Lin who helped me stand again." As he spoke, his medicine boy knelt to lift the hem of his clothing, revealing the newly formed legs. Everyone gasped in awe, for Fu Suzian's formerly severed limbs had indeed regrown. There were calves, and even feet. They appeared identical to any ordinary legs, with no signs of irregularity whatsoever. The crowd's eyes sparkled with admiration as they turned to Feng Zhaoge, asking, "Divine Dr. Lin, how did you accomplish this? Is this truly a miracle of life? Restoring flesh to bone? Could you genuinely regrow a person's legs? This is simply beyond belief. Am I dreaming? Please, I beseech you, share your secrets." Some even knelt down, grasping Feng Zhaoge's garments as if in prayer to a deity. Feng Zhaoge spoke with calm authority. "It is merely a prosthetic limb, designed to mimic human anatomy. These high-tech prosthetics boast a 100 simulation accuracy, equipped with a light source battery that requires only the slightest force to sense the desired direction of movement, thereby assisting all amputees in their mobility." The crowd, bewildered, murmured amongst themselves, "Prosthetic limbs? What is this? I have never heard of such a thing." Mo Yunran stood there, utterly shocked, unable to comprehend. This young upstart has truly enabled Fu Suzian to stand. What he deemed impossible, Feng Qingqing has accomplished. She is indeed superior to him. In a brief moment, the crowd surged forward. "Divine Dr. Lin, from this day forth, I shall serve you at the Dai Hall. Whatever you require, I shall obey. Let me carry your shoes or attend to your needs. I implore you to take me as your disciple, to impart even a fraction of your medical knowledge." Zhongbolu echoed, "I reiterate my request. Please accept me as your disciple. If you find my age a hindrance, I shall throw myself against a wall to reincarnate as a child just to seek you out." As he spoke, he genuinely attempted to dash towards the wall. Feng Zhaoge quickly stopped him. There is no need for such drastic measures. The others rushed to restrain him. "Indeed, do not seek death. Do not bring misfortune upon my master. He is my master. We cannot tarnish his reputation. Yes, if you must throw yourself against a wall, do so outside the Dai Hall. None shall dare threaten my master." Even Fu Yunjin turned to Zhongbolu, calmly advising, "Master Zhong, you are an elder. Do not frighten Divine Dr. Lin." Fu Suzian added, "Divine Dr. Lin, it is rather noisy here. If you find it bothersome, you may leave at your leisure." Feng Zhaoge observed how everyone rallied to her defense, her lips curving into a smile. This was the effect she desired. In the life she had chosen in this ancient world, the true curtain had risen. She addressed the 11 individuals. "I am willing to accept all of you as my disciples, but from this day forth, You must adhere to my rules. What rules? The crowd inquired almost in unison. Feng Zhaoge gazed at them, her voice firm and resolute. Those who practice medicine under my guidance must swear an oath upon their lives to act in accordance with their conscience in healing and saving lives, prioritizing the health of their patients above all else. Regardless of whether a patient is rich or poor, a servant or a noble, they shall be treated equally, without flattery or disdain. Let not profit be the guiding principle, nor engage in harmful practices. Abandon no patient. Relinquish no glimmer of hope. A healer's benevolence lies in saving lives and alleviating suffering, serving the common people with dedication and virtue. Those who wish to be my disciples must respect their teacher, remain humble and eager to learn, be loyal and steadfast, and strive for excellence. Betrayal will not be tolerated. Her powerful voice resonated throughout the room, exuding an aura of profound gravitas. Upon concluding her declaration, she looked at everyone, reminding them, those who are willing to stay, step forward to take the oath. Those who do not wish to remain may leave freely. The crowd hesitated for a moment, then all rushed outside. Yet, moments later, they returned with tables, incense burners, and offerings of incense. Each person collected an incense stick, stood before the burner, and proclaimed loudly, "Heaven above, witness to the earth.
I,
Zhong Bolai, Fu Yunjin, Wang Danqing, Zhao Peiyun, and Fu Suzian willingly pledge my allegiance to Master Feng Qingqing, the divine healer of the Lin family, wholeheartedly devoted to serving her. I vow with my life to practice medicine with integrity, to save lives through my skills, prioritizing the health of patients above all else, regardless of their wealth or status, treating all with impartiality, neither flattering nor disdainful. I shall not place profit above all, nor engage in malevolent deeds. I will abandon no patient, and relinquish no glimmer of hope. A healer's benevolence lies in saving lives and alleviating suffering, dedicated to my vocation and serving the populace with both virtue and skill. Furthermore, I shall honor my teacher and uphold the principles of humility, diligence, loyalty, and the pursuit of excellence. Should I betray this vow, may I meet a dire fate." The unified declaration of our oath pierced the heavens, startling the flock of birds outside. Once the oath was completed, we bowed respectfully towards Feng Zhaoge, exclaiming, "Greetings, Master." Feng Zhaoge gazed upon us, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Thus, the 10 physicians became her disciples, willingly choosing to remain at the medical hall. Beside them, Mo Yunran listened to the oaths, feeling an inexplicable impact upon his spirit. Words like saving lives and treating all equally resonated with a profound force. His gaze towards Feng Qingqing was devoid of any scorn. He had intended to speak, but Feng Zhaoge cast a glance his way and declared, "You shall serve as an assistant for 1 month. After that, you may leave at your own discretion." Mo Yunran lamented, "Why is she so harsh? I also yearn to be her disciple." At that moment, he felt a twinge of pride preventing him from accepting the offer of mentorship, having been bested by an unknown novice. Feng Zhaoge observed this as well. Although Mo Yunran no longer looked down upon her, he had yet to fully submit. She had never been one to force others. Once the ceremony concluded, a crowd surrounded Feng Zhaoge, respectfully inquiring, "Master, are you tired? Would you like some tea? May I massage your shoulders? Could you share the recipe for the remedy you used yesterday? I wish to know what crushed the herbs and the materials used for the prosthetics." Feng Zhaoge, encircled by eager disciples, replied sternly, "First, focus on your duties. Based on your performance, we will proceed with lessons." The realization struck them. Indeed, this was their master's medical establishment, which she intended to expand. Each individual promptly took their places for consultations. Feng Zhaoge had meticulously assigned roles. Wang Danqing attended to the consultation desk, diagnosing patients with keen insight. Prescriptions were issued directly when feasible, otherwise, patients were referred to appropriate departments based on their conditions. Fu Yunjin handled surgery, Zhong Bolai managed internal medicine, Zhao Peiyun oversaw the pharmacy, and Fu Suzian took charge of procurement, with others responsible for orthopedics, pediatrics, and gynecology. In total, 10 prominent figures were at work. That day, news of the medical hall spread throughout the imperial capital, becoming common knowledge. A queue formed outside the establishment, as the efficient system ensured swift service.
Montag Yunran,
tasked with menial duties, felt envy welling up as he watched the others consult patients. The most piercing realization was the orderly and disciplined atmosphere orchestrated by Feng Qingqing. Unlike anything he had ever witnessed, regret consumed him. He too should have sought her mentorship. He should have been the first to grasp her coattails.
Now,
All he could do was silently lament his missed opportunity. Meanwhile, within a nearby loft, Hemming observed the bustling medical hall with a faint smile. Feng Qingqing had proven not to disappoint him. Under her guidance, her inaugural medical establishment would flourish beyond comparison. Yet, who exactly was Feng Qingqing? How could she possess such extraordinary abilities? After ensuring everything was in place at the medical hall, Feng Zhaoge departed. To avoid suspicion, she had constructed a modest wooden cabin a mile outside the city, serving as her residence. Just as she stepped onto the street, a luxurious carriage of deep black silk halted beside her. Feimu drew back the curtain respectfully, stating, "Divine Healer Feng, the prince requests your presence." Feng Zhaoge raised her gaze towards the opulent carriage, where Hemming sat, clad in black brocade, exuding an air of nobility and authority. Unfazed, she nimbly entered the carriage and instructed Feimu, "Take me to the bamboo grove a mile outside the city." Feimu, surprised by her casual demeanor, glanced at Hemming, who nodded in acquiescence. Only then did Feimu ascend to the carriage and steer it towards the outskirts. Inside, Hemming's eyes fell upon the medical box Feng Zhaoge held, pure white, its material indiscernible. Everything she had presented and the medical techniques she had employed were unlike anything he had encountered before. Recently, the imperial capital had taken on an enigmatic quality. From Feng Zhaoge to Linglong Pavilion and the Golden Phoenix, every occurrence shattered his prior understanding. He fixed his gaze on Feng Qingqing, asking, "Where did you acquire the tools you use, especially that needle?" His voice was low, laden with inquiry and suspicion. Feng Zhaoge replied with calm composure, "What is it? Your Highness? Are you conducting a census?" Hemming's expression darkened. "I am paying a handsome salary for your services. I must know more about you. Does the principle of trust those you employ, but do not doubt them elude you, your Highness?" Feng Zhaoge retorted. Hemming thought her attitude rather arrogant. Had it not been for her remarkable medical skills, he would have chastised her. However, Feng Qingqing was someone he required. Suppressing his irritation, he replied, "I merely noticed the similarity of your tools to those I have seen before and wished to inquire." Feng Zhaoge glanced at her medical box, realizing the needle had sparked his suspicion. With an unperturbed expression, she answered, "I was taught by an unnamed master from a young age, who also imparted some medical texts and equipment to me. It is not unusual for him to share his knowledge with others."
the Empress gaze deepened.
An unnamed master? Such a masterful evasion left him with no avenue for further inquiry. Just then, the carriage came to a halt at the bamboo grove, a serene, tranquil place. With elegant bamboo standing tall and exuding an ancient aura, Feng Zhaoge opened the carriage curtain and deftly descended. Hemming glanced at the small bamboo cabin nearby and asked, "Do you reside here?" Feng Zhaoge replied indifferently, "Yes, thank you." With that, she turned to walk into the grove. "Wait," Hemming called, looking directly at her. "I can provide you with a more splendid residence." "No need. I prefer solitude and tranquility. I do not wish to trouble the prince." Without turning back, Feng Zhaoge waved her hand in farewell, embodying the grace of a true gentleman. Hemming watched her retreating figure, his gaze growing more profound. In the eastern Xia kingdom, everyone treated him with reverence and flattery, yet Feng Qingqing exhibited no hint of sycophancy, radiating a unique aura. For once, he found himself intrigued by a man and commanded Feimu, arrange for someone to keep watch over him. "I wish to uncover every detail about him." "Yes," Feimu replied, then added, "By the way, your Highness, the side consort has been attending to the dowager consort lately and has asked me to convey that there are many matters to be decided for the upcoming Dragon Boat Festival in 2 months. Recalling Feng Qingqing, Hemming remembered this morning's breakfast. Had it not been for Feng Qingqing's timely intervention, he might have believed it was prepared by her own hand. Recently, Feng Qingqing seemed to have changed. It was time to return and have a serious discussion with her. Inside the bamboo cabin, Feng Zhaoge observed the departure of Hemming's carriage, her expression contemplative. He had left someone to keep an eye on her. Indeed, he was a suspicious individual, possessing a strong sense of possessiveness and control. Until her plans were fulfilled, she could not afford to raise his suspicions. Feng Zhaoge lingered in the cabin a while longer. Bored, she occupied herself with sorting herbs and perusing medical texts. As night fell and the light dimmed, Feng Zhaoge entered the inner room and retrieved a robot from her medical kit. This robot, a common household assistant of 2050, resembled a human in form and could be controlled via a computer, performing various tasks such as housekeeping, meal delivery, and intelligent management. Feng Zhaoge dressed it in a simple linen garment and executed a basic disguise on its features. After adjusting its programming for grinding medicine, cleaning, and sleeping, she sent the robot out. Its gait mirrored that of a human, and the shadowy guards outside failed to notice that it was a robot. They could only discern a vague silhouette. That night, the robot lay in bed, sleeping soundly, arousing no suspicion from the guards. Meanwhile, Feng Zhaoge silently departed through the tunnel she had prepared while constructing her bamboo house. Chapter 143. Unashamed, she took the infant and the vine with her, leading Lan Tai back to the residence. The little one nestled against Feng Zhaoge's shoulder, its delicate, soft face nuzzling her affectionately. Ji-man observed her carefree demeanor with great envy, acutely aware of her own worries. They still could not procure food, and the supplies hoarded in the courtyard dwindled day by day. One could only wonder how much longer they could endure this. Upon returning to the residence, they unexpectedly encountered Di Hemming, who was also returning. Clad in a black brocade robe with a cape, he exuded an aura of dark authority. Behind him, Feimu carried a large chest that seemed to be of considerable value. In contrast, Feng Zhaoge appeared humble in her plain white attire, with her sleeves tied back and her hair half up in a bun, her face devoid of makeup. Lost in the crowd, she was utterly unrecognizable as a princess. The hole in her earlobe was somewhat grotesque. Upon spotting her, Di Hemming felt a surge of disdain, yet inexplicably sensed an oddity about her silhouette. At that moment, Feng Qingqing emerged to greet him. "Ming, you have finally returned. Qingqing has been waiting for you for ages." As she spoke, she stepped forward to link her arm with Di Hemming's, her body leaning against him with a delicate grace. Di Hemming cast a glance at Feng Zhaoge, but did not push her away. Instead, he inquired, "I have heard that you have been cooking and attending to Mother recently?" "That is Qingqing's responsibility," Feng Qingqing replied in a melodious voice, lowering her head to add, "It was because I prepared dinner for Mother last night that I could not rise early this morning." As she spoke, a hint of grievance crept into her tone. Her lips pursed in a pitiable manner as she implored, "Ming, it was Qingqing's fault. Please do not blame her, all right?" "How could I blame you?" Di Hemming embraced her and glanced at Feimu. Feimu promptly stepped forward and opened the chest, declaring, "Esteemed concubine, the prince specially instructed me to procure this heavenly silk for you. This silk, as thin as a cicada's wing, was produced from the silkworms in the snowy mountains, requiring 5 years to yield a single piece. Such a rare treasure had been sought specifically for the concubine." As he spoke, he cast a seemingly casual glance at Feng Zhaoge. Such treatment was something a person like Feng Zhaoge would never possess in her lifetime. Feng Qingqing gazed at the ethereal fabric within the chest, her eyes brimming with delight. She had initially expected Di Hemming to loathe her, yet here he was, gifting her such precious material. With an air of superiority, she lifted her chin and asked, "Prince, is this exquisite gift solely for Qingqing? What about my sister? Just her?"
Ha!
Di Hemming coldly scoffed, his gaze icy as it fell upon Feng Zhaoge. "She is uncouth and unrefined, unworthy of such treasures." His words dripped with disdain. Feng Qingqing felt overjoyed within, yet on the surface, she looked at Feng Zhaoge and said, "Sister, you should humble yourself before the prince. If you utter a few kind words, he may bestow these treasures upon you as well. Qingqing truly does not wish to see you with nothing." "Humph. Those of ambition do not drink from stolen springs, and the honorable do not partake of given food," Feng Zhaoge retorted with a sardonic smile, her gaze dismissively sweeping over Feng Qingqing. "I am unlike you. I do not have the habit of coveting others' possessions. What I, Feng Zhaoge, desire, I shall earn through my own hands." With that, she glanced at Ji-man and Lan Tai, leading them away without a second look at the heavenly silk. The two companions, valuing their dignity, followed closely behind her, not sparing a glance at the silk. The little one also turned away haughtily, refusing to acknowledge Feng Qingqing. Feng Qingqing's complexion turned pale. "Those of ambition do not drink from stolen springs, and the honorable do not partake of given food?" Was Feng Zhaoge mocking her for her lack of shame? Chapter 144. You may proceed. Moreover, Feng Zhaoge's proud demeanor only served to accentuate her own lack of dignity. Historically, women had always depended on men for sustenance. Why did Feng Zhaoge speak such words? Why did her utterances alter the very essence of the situation? Di Hemming's gaze remained fixed on Feng Zhaoge's retreating figure, his expression betraying an air of cold displeasure. To strive with one's own hands? Given Feng Zhaoge's current capabilities and circumstances, how could she possibly contend? Even if she toiled for a lifetime, she would never possess a single inch of heavenly silk. The first medical hall that sustains her will soon face closure, forsaken and neglected. Merely a cage for a trapped beast.
The Emming instructed Feimu.
Have someone immediately measure the concubine for garments. Let Feng Zhaoge understand what true disparity is. Understood. The carriage had already summoned individuals from the renowned Chong Pavilion. Chong Pavilion was the most prestigious tailor shop in the imperial capital, where a single outfit started at 100 taels of silver. Affordable only to the affluent and noble. Jia Xiaofeng was the proprietress of Chong Pavilion, having served as a palace maid before retiring to establish her own shop. She approached Feng Qingqing with deference, saying, "Esteemed concubine, please come with this old servant to measure your size." "Yes, thank you, your highness." Feng Qingqing gracefully acknowledged Di Hemming before following Jia Xiaofeng into the residence. As they entered, Feng Qingqing deliberately quickened her pace upon spotting Feng Zhaoge ahead. Jia Xiaofeng, following closely behind, had no choice but to hasten as well. Upon reaching a secluded pathway, Feng Qingqing was now quite near them. She turned to Jia Xiaofeng and said, "Madam Jia, let us slow down a bit. My sister has a rather irritable temper. If we inadvertently offend her, she may scold you as well." "Humph. An uncherished princess dares to scold this palace maid? When I served in the palace, she was but a commoner." Jia Xiaofeng scoffed, dripping with disdain. She added, "What is there to fear? Let us proceed quickly. Our time is precious, and she cannot afford to waste it." As she spoke, she and Feng Qingqing hastened their steps. Feng Qingqing's eyes sparkled with triumph. As they passed by Feng Zhaoge, she intentionally bumped into Ji-man, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground amidst the grass. Feng Zhaoge heard the commotion and turned around. Seeing Ji-man sprawled on the ground, her gaze turned icy as she reached out to help her up. Feng Qingqing quickly feigned apology, "Sister, I am truly sorry. The prince has invited the esteemed tailor from Chong Pavilion to make clothes for Qingqing. And since the esteemed tailor's time is valuable, Your Highness, why are you being so courteous to this uncherished princess?" Jia Xiaofeng had been observing Di Hemming's attitude towards Feng Zhaoge and, upon closer inspection, noted Feng Zhaoge's coarse linen attire contrasted sharply with Feng Qingqing's gold and silver adornments, which signified true favor. Having spent decades in the palace, Jia Xiaofeng understood that a fallen phoenix is inferior to a mere chicken, and an unfavored empress is less esteemed than a noblewoman. She addressed Feng Qingqing. "It is she who refused to yield. The one who should apologize is her. If she does not, merely whisper a few words to the prince, and she will find herself in a predicament she cannot escape. Then you may proceed." Feng Zhaoge cradled her child and spoke coldly. "Go, and inform the prince that one of his servants has incited his beloved concubine to affront his rightful wife, the Princess Yongning, bestowed upon him by the late emperor." Her voice resonated with an icy courage, devoid of any trace of fear. Jia Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. Typically, a neglected concubine would cower and refrain from transmitting any negative tidings to the upper echelons, fearing further disdain and contempt. Moreover, those who lacked favor never expected support from others. Yet, how could Feng Zhaoge exhibit such indifference? Chapter 145. Birds of a feather, however. Jia Xiaofeng was not one to yield easily. She retorted sharply, "And what of it? Do you believe the prince will stand by you? Do you think he would heed the words of a vulgar person like you?" "Indeed, sister, Jia Shanggong did not incite me, nor did I challenge you. This is merely a misunderstanding," Feng Qingqing interjected, attempting to mediate. Yet the underlying message was clear. Even if she approached Di Hemming, she would not testify in favor of Jia Shanggong but rather defend her. Feng Zhaoge smirked. "Truly, you are birds of a feather, entangled in your disgrace." Before she could finish her sentence, Jia Xiaofeng interrupted with fury. "Who are you calling a bird of a feather? Who dares to offend me, the esteemed Shanggong? For decades, no one has ever dared to treat me with such disrespect." As she approached Feng Zhaoge, she exuded an air of superiority. "In all these years since I became Shanggong, I have never encountered such insolence. The Nizhuang Pavilion remains the premier tailoring establishment in the realm, which noble would not show me some deference? How dare you be so arrogant? Do you have eyes to see? Do you understand how to conduct yourself? As she advanced toward Feng Zhaoge, her imposing demeanor reached its peak. Oh, so the way of Jia Shanggong is to bully the weak, fear the strong, and flaunt her arrogance while lacking civility? Feng Zhaoge retorted, her voice airy and devoid of anger, akin to a superior gazing down upon a servant. It made Jia Xiaofeng appear like a furious hen. Jia Xiaofeng's face turned ashen. The courtesies of Shanggong are reserved for those deserving of them. Look at you.
Her gaze swept derisively over Feng Zhaoge. Ha!
In coarse fabric. You are less presentable than a dog from Nizhuang Pavilion. With a face full of freckles and a hearing impairment, you are worth not a single coin. It is no wonder the prince does not favor you. You will never earn anyone's affection and will never wear garments from Nizhuang Pavilion. Even if they are out of season. You are unworthy. Her words dripped with disdain and haughtiness. Feng Zhaoge narrowed her eyes. Nizhuang Pavilion, is it?
Jia Shanggong?
Indeed.
What?
Are you frightened? Jia Xiaofeng straightened her posture and laughed. If you are afraid, then take your child and 2 dogs to apologize to me. If I am in a good mood, I might consider gifting you some scraps from Nizhuang Pavilion, allowing you to touch the fabric in your lifetime. But little did she expect, Nizhuang Pavilion will close in half a month. Feng Zhaoge declared with chilling clarity, striding away while cradling her infant. Branch and Blue Iron followed closely, casting a resentful glance at Jia Shanggong. Had it not been for their desire to avoid trouble for Feng Zhaoge, they would have surely retaliated against her. Jia Xiaofeng was instantly infuriated to the point of laughter. Ha ha ha! You think Nizhuang Pavilion will close? How absurd! Each garment from Nizhuang Pavilion is unique and exquisite, crafted with the finest materials. How many regard them as masterpieces? Even if you were to die and be reincarnated, Nizhuang Pavilion would still enjoy a stellar reputation. If you could truly bring about its closure, I would kneel and call you my ancestor. Feng Qingqing laughed along. With Feng Zhaoge's current predicament, struggling to find business at the medical clinic, how could she possibly dream of Nizhuang Pavilion closing? It is sheer folly. Feng Zhaoge's life would consist of watching her wear the high-end garments from Nizhuang Pavilion, filled with envy. At Xinghan Courtyard, upon returning to her quarters, Branch inquired anxiously, Princess, why did you say such things? Nizhuang Pavilion has 30 branches in Chongling City. It will never close. Feng Zhaoge smiled coldly, as long as I desire it. There is nothing I cannot achieve. Chapter 146. As long as she desires it today, she also recalled a truth. Buddhas are adorned in gold, and people are adorned in fineries. Without self-adornment, one is destined to be looked down upon. Moreover, the arrogance of Jia Shanggong warranted a lesson in humility. Feng Zhaoge addressed her companions, rest easy. I have new plans for tomorrow. Branch wished to inquire further, but merely nodded in agreement. Blue Iron added, Princess, do rest early. As the night deepened, in Jinghong Courtyard, Feng Qingqing had Jia Xiaofeng take her measurements, recalling how splendid she looked in the silk brocade, smiling with pride. Di Hemming would always favor her. Such esteemed possessions were meant only for her. Suddenly, outside, the sound of respectful greetings echoed. We pay our respects to the prince. Feng Qingqing quickly composed herself, holding a silk embroidery in hand, and stepped out. Indeed, Di Hemming approached, his demeanor cold and commanding, concealing his emotions. She gracefully performed a curtsy. Ming, what brings you here? Di Hemming glanced at the needle and silk handkerchief she held, asking, Are you embroidering?
Yes.
I wish to create a pouch for you to carry, hoping you will not despise it. Feng Qingqing's voice was exquisitely gentle.
The Eming remained silent.
His gaze fixated on her, suddenly turning serious. Qingqing, you must maintain your current demeanor. Feng Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, perplexed.
The Eming inquired.
Did you enjoy the silk brocade today? Of course, I adored it. Feng Qingqing replied sweetly. Di Hemming stated, I can provide you with all the treasures of the world, but I can also leave you with nothing. His chilling voice bore the weight of a commanding presence. Feng Qingqing's body stiffened, her smile frozen in place. Thus, Di Hemming gifting her silk brocade was not an expression of affection but rather a warning. He was still upset over the events of that morning. Feeling weak, she sank to her knees, resembling a delicate flower. Ming, it is Qingqing's fault. I have disappointed you. I promise I will never again do anything to displease you. Please do not harbor resentment towards me. Do not frighten me, all right? Her tearful voice, filled with sorrow, tugged at the heartstrings. Di Hemming helped her up, his expression softening slightly. He looked directly at her and cautioned, Chi-Chi, remember, I despise deceit and treachery. Do not let me down. After imparting his serious warning, he gazed at her deeply before departing. Feng Qingqing could only watch him leave, her palms clenched tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably. Another warning. The last time it was because of Feng Zhaoge, and now it was because of that detestable Feng Qingqing. Di Hemming had truly changed. Initially, she had looked forward to the finished silk brocade, but now, even if she donned it, it served as a constant reminder and warning. Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms. She could no longer endure it. No matter what, she would ensure that those who harmed her, those who mistreated her, would meet their doom. That night, the sky was pitch black, devoid of stars and moonlight. Inside the room at Xinghan Courtyard, Branch and the little one were sound asleep. Feng Zhaoge sat on the bed with a small table on her lap, sketching on a piece of paper. The drawings depicted various garments, including intimate wear and numerous hanfu designs. As she sketched, perhaps due to the exhaustion of the day, Feng Zhaoge rested her chin in her hand, contemplating, and unknowingly drifted off to sleep. In the dark of the night, a shadow slipped silently through the window and landed quietly by the bed. Chapter 147. Receiving gifts again. In the cradle lay a sleeping infant, snugly wrapped in a baby blanket. The cherubic face of the child, round and plump, bore a small mouth resembling a cherry, from which a tiny bubble emerged. Outside the bed, Feng Zhaoge rested her head on a small tea table, lost in slumber. The man furrowed his brow and, after a moment's hesitation, gently lifted her and placed her on the bed. Feng Zhaoge, perhaps too deeply asleep, showed no signs of waking. As he shifted the low table aside, he inadvertently caught sight of the drawings atop it. A faint realization dawned upon him, causing his gaze to deepen. What else could this woman possibly be capable of? He glanced out at the shade of the trees outside. Before long, a rolled piece of paper floated in through the window. He raised his hand gracefully to catch it, placing it on the table, secured by Feng Zhaoge's pen. The entire motion was strikingly elegant, as light as a feather, making not a sound. Once he had finished, he turned to glance at Feng Zhaoge and the infant before departing silently. The next morning, Feng Zhaoge awoke to the sensation of something soft and squishy rubbing against her face. Upon opening her eyes, she found the little darling's face nuzzling against her, seemingly bored. The child's eyes were adorably dazed. When she noticed Feng Zhaoge's awakening, they sparkled with excitement, as if they had been waiting for ages. Seeing her as their singular focus, Feng Zhaoge felt a surge of joy upon waking and gently ruffled the infant's tiny head, asking, "Waking up so early every day, will it help you grow taller?" The little one bobbed her head in response, observing that the child was developing well, albeit sleeping less than usual. She thought little of it as she picked the infant up to dress her. The child donned a pale yellow wrap dress adorned with floral buttons. Her short hair was styled into bangs, accentuating her round face and giving her an exceptionally adorable and obedient appearance. Ji-man entered with water, announcing, "Little princess, I am here to wash your face." Feng Zhaoge handed the infant to Ji-man and proceeded to wash up. The toothbrush from her medical kit proved remarkably effective, and along with the facial cleanser, it mirrored her modern-day experiences. However, when dressing, she suddenly noticed the table beside her and remembered that she had been drawing design sketches the previous night before dozing off. On the table lay a paper filled with writing. As she approached and picked it up, she was astonished to discover it was a land deed. The address indicated was 188, Zheng Street, Chongling City. The signature had been changed to hers and bore an official seal. Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow. According to the original owner's memories, this shop was directly across from the Nizhuang Pavilion. It had previously been a grain store. Just as she was preparing to seek a shop, how serendipitous that someone had delivered the land deed to her, conveniently located across from the Nizhuang Pavilion. The image of that mysterious man flickered in her mind, deepening her gaze. Who exactly was he? He had provided her with the clinic's license before and now a land deed. What could he not obtain? After Ji-man had settled the infant into her stroller, she noticed Feng Zhaoge lost in thought and inquired, "Princess, what are you pondering?" Coming back to her senses, Feng Zhaoge tucked the land deed away and asked while dressing, "Do you know who owns the grain shop across from the Nizhuang Pavilion?" Ji-man furrowed her brows in contemplation for a long while before answering. "It seems that all the properties on that main street belong to the royal family. The late emperor had granted many to various nobles and dignitaries, making it difficult to trace. Feng Zhaoge's eyes darkened. Nobles and dignitaries? Could it be Di Hemming? Yet, after their interactions, she was nearly certain that Di Hemming would not covertly assist her. Aside from him, who could it be? Was there something she overlooked or a possibility she had not considered? Chapter 148. How to Rise. Feng Zhaoge contemplated for some time, unable to reach a conclusion, and decided to instruct Shi-Man, "Today you and Lan Tai go out and find someone to customize a sign named Zhan Luochang." Zhan Luochang implies the intention to surpass the Nizhuang Pavilion. She further cautioned, "Hang the sign on the shop across from the Nizhuang Pavilion and ensure no one knows it is our establishment." Shi-Man's eyes widened in surprise. "Princess,
What are you saying?
are we opening a shop in the former grain store? But that is not our shop, and we do not have the deed. Even if we did, our remaining funds are scarce. If the prince finds out, it might." "Do not worry. Simply follow my instructions," Feng Zhaoge replied calmly. Pushing the stroller out, Shi-Man followed behind, still filled with concern. "But even if we manage to open it, we cannot compete with the Nizhuang Pavilion right across. We might not earn any money and, like the first clinic, be left ignored, resulting in 2 stagnant shops, devoid of income and becoming a burden." Feng Zhaoge's lips curved into a beautiful smile. "The first clinic will not remain neglected forever." Her words held profound meaning.
Shi-Man paused.
Realizing the implication that perhaps the first clinic still had the potential to rise again. Yet, with the medical hall thriving, how could it possibly rise? Feng Zhaoge, accompanied by Shi-Man and Lan Tai, discreetly exited through the back door without alerting anyone in the royal residence. However, at the corner, Di Hemming's carriage was parked. Upon spotting Feng Zhaoge and her companions, a flicker of cold disdain crossed his deep-set eyes. "What a visiting the first clinic daily. It will never flourish again. Feng Zhaoge is destined to remain a pitiful creature." Feng Zhaoge proceeded directly to the marketplace. From a distance, she glanced at the storefront across from the Nizhuang Pavilion. Remarkably, within a single night, the grain shop had vacated, leaving the space empty, seemingly cleared for her benefit. That man was indeed aiding her. A peculiar feeling stirred within her. Yet she chose not to delve deeper. She reminded the two, "Remember, the matter of Zhan Luochang must remain a secret." "Understood," they replied. After parting ways with them, Feng Zhaoge quietly returned to the bamboo forest through a secluded path, entering via the underground passage. Under her control, the robotic assistant entered the inner room. After retracting the robot into her medical kit and disguising herself, she exited the wooden house. The guards, who had been observing her all night, detected no anomalies and continued to follow her covertly. In her guise as Feng Qingqing, she reached the marketplace, not rushing to the clinic but wandering the streets. Both Linglong Pavilion and the Golden Phoenix were thriving with business, orderly and bustling. As she passed by, she merely glanced and continued searching for what she currently needed. Suddenly, a familiar figure approached. The man, dressed in a deep blue long robe, exuded an air of refined elegance. It was none other than Scholar Zhang from the previous day. Holding a thick roll of fabric, Zhang was heading back. Feng Zhaoge inquired, "What do you have there?" "Divine physician." Upon seeing her, Zhang immediately bowed respectfully and replied, "It is Sierre. She simply cannot sit still. No matter how I persuade her, she insists on making small pouches to sell. I cannot dissuade her. So I am buying some fabric to take home. After all, we are without family support and live in poverty." Zhang intends to take the top scholar exam, which will require a significant amount of money. Sierra had an easy birth and has recovered swiftly. Sewing is her handiwork. A thought crossed Feng Zhaoge's mind, and a glimmer of insight flashed to her eyes. Chapter 149. "The show is about to begin," she said to Zhang. "Take me to see her." "Divine physician? Would that be too much trouble for you?" Zhang was particularly surprised and delighted. Such impoverished families were hardly worthy of a divine physician's visit. Yet Feng Zhaoge reassured him. "Not at all. You are my patients, and I wish to follow up on your condition." "Then I would be honored to oblige." "Thank you, divine physician." Zhang, already anxious about his child's condition, quickly led the way. Feng Zhaoge, on her way back, stopped at a roadside shop to purchase some supplements and baby clothes, before accompanying Scholar Zhang back to their home. It was a small house located in a corner of a narrow alley. Upon entering, the light was rather dim. However, the entire space was tidily arranged. The compact room featured a bed on the left and an old dining table on the right. In the backyard, there was a small stove for cooking. Upon seeing Feng Zhaoge, Xia hurriedly placed the baby on the bed and exclaimed with excitement, "Divine doctor, what brings you here?" Feng Zhaoge replied, "I happened to pass by, and thought I would check in on you." She set the supplements and items aside and approached, saying, "You should lie down and rest, do not move around too much." "I'm fine. I could have been walking for some time now, it's just Yanzhou," Xia replied, her face flushing slightly with embarrassment. Feng Zhaoge remarked, "Indeed, you should focus on recuperating. A well-rested body will allow you to care for the child and him better in the future." "Well then, I shall not be rude," Xia replied, settling back onto the bed. Feng Zhaoge glanced at the sleeping infant beside her. Despite being born with a cleft lip, the child was remarkably healthy in all other aspects. She reassured her, "Just take good care of him. In 3 months, he can be successfully treated." After calming her, she inquired, "I heard from Scholar Zhang that you wish to embroider some pouches to sell?" "Yes, I previously worked in an embroidery house for a while, but had to leave due to certain matters. Recently, I have had no way to earn money, so I thought of this approach," Xia explained. Feng Zhaoge observed the various embroidered items hanging around the room. Even the pair of mandarin ducks on the pillow was her work, showcasing exquisite skill and vitality. She asked, "With such exceptional embroidery skills, why have you been unable to earn a living all these years?" Xia pursed her lips and explained, "The business in Chongling City is monopolized. Items embroidered by someone of my status must be handed over to the purchasing shopkeepers. The shopkeepers sell them without revealing who created them. If discovered attempting to sell them myself, I would face their consequences." Feng Zhaoge narrowed her eyes. "Is that so?" She confirmed that there was no one outside, only a dark guard stationed about 10 meters away. She whispered, "How about you do something for me? From now on, only create items for me, and I will pay you 1 tael of silver for each piece."
Ah?
Xia was momentarily stunned, and upon regaining her composure, she quickly replied, "Divine doctor, whatever you wish to do, please feel free to say so. We cannot accept your silver. Indeed, we shall not take a single coin from you." Zhang Yanzhou chimed in, approaching with a cup of hot tea. Feng Zhaoge stated, "I require a large quantity, and it is imperative for you to maintain strict confidentiality. The craftsmanship is rather intricate." As she spoke, she pulled out a stack of design sketches from her sleeve. They were all designs she had created the previous night, clearly outlining the structures of each area. Xia was astonished after merely glancing at the sketches. She asked in amazement, "Did you draw these, Divine Doctor?" "Yes." Feng Zhaoge replied nonchalantly, "I was rather bored and thought to open a clothing store for fun. If you can produce these, we will engage in long-term collaboration. I will pay you 1 tael as a workmanship fee, with costs calculated separately." Just as Xia was about to speak, Feng Zhaoge added, "If you do not accept the workmanship fee, I will seek someone else." "All right," Xia quickly agreed, nodding, "I am willing to work for you, Divine Doctor. You may give as much silver as you wish, as long as you do not incur losses. Rest assured, I have my plans," Feng Zhaoge reassured her, then cautioned, "Remember, this matter must not be disclosed to anyone. Once completed, deliver directly to Zhan Luozhang across from the Nizhang Pavilion. If anyone inquires, say you have never seen my face and do not know my identity. Understood?" Xia and Zhang Yanzhou both nodded. They hoped for the Divine Doctor's assistance for their child, and thus would never betray her. Feng Zhaoge recognized their goodness and proceeded to explain various steps and some modern knowledge. In a discreet location in the backyard, she concealed a high-tech sewing machine from her medical bag. The sewing machine was remarkably simple. One merely needed to thread it and press a button for it to sew automatically, creating flawless stitches. After leaving, an hour had passed. Feng Zhaoge exited the alley and glanced towards the Nizhang Pavilion, her lips curving into a slight smile. A splendid performance was about to unfold. Upon returning to the medical hall, it was nearly noon. Due to the established system, the entire medical facility operated in an orderly fashion. Sitting at the consultation desk, Wang Danqing noticed Feng Zhaoge's arrival and, disregarding the patients, immediately rose to greet her. "Master, you have finally arrived. Please take a seat." Feng Zhaoge glanced at the waiting patients and furrowed her brow. "Have you forgotten the oath you took?" Only then did Wang Danqing remember his commitment to practice medicine with integrity and prioritize patient health. He quickly stated, "I will attend to them right away." Feng Zhaoge's expression softened slightly. Meanwhile, the patients looked on in astonishment. Was this truly the renowned Feng Feiqing? The same figure who had caused many esteemed elders to bow in submission? They had expected an elder, only to find a young individual. How could someone so young command such respect from so many? Feng Zhaoge surveyed the area before finally reaching an available room in the backyard. She instructed the hired help, set up 10 tables and chairs here. Yes, the helper replied promptly. As the errand boy, Mo Yunran approached with a puzzled expression. Divine Doctor, why are you setting up 10 tables and chairs? Are you going to give a lecture? Feng Zhaoge responded indifferently, taking out some medical books she had prepared. Mo Yunran's eyes brightened instantaneously. Add 1 more table and chair for me. Feng Zhaoge glanced at him, her voice steady. I am sorry, but I will only be teaching my disciple. Though her tone was not harsh, it left no room for negotiation. Mo Yunran had never begged anyone before, and this was his first time making such a request. Seeing Feng Zhaoge's resolute demeanor, he could only concede. All right, I have already mastered everything anyway. There is nothing I need to learn. With that, he feigned indifference and walked away. Feng Zhaoge ignored him and prepared everything. After Wang Danqing and the others attended to the patients, they arranged ordinary assistants to take shifts and then hurried to the backyard. Upon seeing Feng Zhaoge, they all gathered around her. Wang Danqing asked, Master, I suppose you haven't had lunch yet? What would you like to eat? I will go buy it for you. Zhong Bolin added, with your esteemed status, how can you eat food from outside? I can take you into the palace to select ingredients from the royal kitchen. Fu Yunjin chimed in, Master, I brought you some snacks. Please have a taste. Zhao Peiyan interjected, when did you sneak off to prepare these snacks without us knowing? Fu Yunjin, you are too cunning. Fu Suzy and then approached with a cup of tea. Master, please have a cup of tea first. Instantly, all eyes turned to Fu Suzian, filled with animosity. While they all wanted their master to eat, he had the audacity to present her with tea. Such a common gesture had been overlooked amid their commotion. Feng Zhaoge sensed an uproar brewing and interjected, you need not squabble any further. I have already eaten. Today, I have come to teach you some foundational knowledge. Upon hearing this, everyone was instantly excited. Master is brilliant. Thank you, Master. The tables and chairs are ready. I will sit in the front row. I want the seat closest to Master. Step aside. That front seat is mine. Zhong Qianyuan, you are of an age. Surely you have learned everything by now. Sit at the back. Get lost. How dare you compete with me for that seat? Do you wish to provoke my wrath? The group erupted into chaos once again. Before yesterday, they never anticipated that at their age, they would engage in a dispute over a mere young upstart. In the midst of their quarrel, Fu Yunjin silently adjusted a more comfortable high-backed chair for Feng Zhaoge. He said, Master, please take a seat and do not let their bickering affect you. Fu Suzy also quietly took his place in the second row, making sure not to cause any disturbance for his master. Feng Zhaoge cast a glance at the two of them, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Among so many individuals, at last there were two who were considerate. The previously quarreling crowd, upon witnessing Feng Zhaoge's appreciative gaze towards the two, fell into a moment of bewilderment. How could Fu Yunjin and Fu Suzy be so attentive? Their excessive displays of eagerness were almost dog-like. Suddenly, they hesitated to continue their argument. Noticing their silence, Feng Zhaoge addressed them, saying, those who wish to be my disciples must respect their teachers and honor the path, treating fellow disciples as brothers. With elder brothers showing kindness to younger ones and respect towards the elderly. The crowd immediately complied with his words, taking their seats accordingly. The elders, including Zhong Boli and Wang Danqing, occupied the front row, while the others settled in the back. Emperor Hemming returned from court, intending merely to take a casual glance. Yet, he unexpectedly stumbled upon the scene. For reasons unknown, he discerned a commanding presence in Feng Qingqing, an authority typically found in individuals who have long held high positions and possess military acumen. How could Feng Zhaoge, so young, embody such traits? He quietly inquired of the guard behind him, is there anything unusual? The guard stepped forward to report, Your Highness, Feng Shini has been resting in the wooden house, formulating medicines. He rose at dawn and paid a visit to Scholar Zhang's home, finding no abnormalities. The emperor's gaze deepened. Was Feng Qingqing truly so simple? Inside the room, Feng Zhaoge stood before the crowd, declaring, Today, I shall elucidate the fundamental composition and structure of the human body. Upon hearing this, the audience furrowed their brows. Wasn't this basic knowledge? What was there to discuss? Was Master merely trying to placate them? Just as doubts arose, Feng Zhaoge produced a vividly colored anatomical chart of the human body, hanging it upon the wall. The print was remarkably clear, detailing everything from the brain to the throat, and the heart, liver, spleen, and lungs, all meticulously illustrated. Understanding that his audience possessed a solid foundation, Feng Zhaoge did not elaborate further but directly delved into the topic. The primary components of the human body are water, blood, and muscle. Water comprises approximately 65% of the body, while blood constitutes around 8%. The body contains roughly 639 muscles, composed of about 6 billion muscle fibers, with the longest measuring up to 60 centimeters and the shortest merely 1 millimeter. Feng Zhaoge meticulously explained each component's function and the potential ailments they could cause. Initially, the audience thought Feng Zhaoge was merely toying with them, but now, they listened raptly, unable to divert their attention. Although they had previously treated illnesses, they had never dissected the internal organs of the body so directly. For instance, when observing a patient with chest pain, they recognized it as a heart issue but were unaware that the heart mainly consists of myocardium, divided into the left atrium, left ventricle, right atrium, and right ventricle. They were also oblivious to the fact that the left and right atria and ventricles are separated by septa, rendering them non-communicative, and that valves between the atria and ventricles prevent backflow of blood. Feng Zhaoge's teaching method opened a new door for them, deeply inspiring their understanding.
Meanwhile,
Mo Yunran eavesdropped outside, intending only to reassure himself that Feng Qingqing was imparting knowledge he already understood. Little did he expect that this so-called foundational lesson would contain information he had never encountered before. His gaze towards Feng Qingqing transformed into one of profound admiration, his eyes sparkling with awe. As the class concluded, everyone crowded around, exclaiming, "Master, you are truly remarkable. May we hang this illustration here? I wish to study it further." Who created such a lifelike depiction? I have never seen such a masterful artist. I have also never met such an extraordinary mentor. Master, are you tired? Let me massage your shoulders. Allow me to knead your legs. You must be thirsty. Master, have some water. A throng of men surrounded Feng Zhaoge, serving tea and offering shoulder rubs. Feng Zhaoge had always disliked being encircled in such a manner. With a cold glance, she admonished, as esteemed physicians, show some dignity. We lack such dignity before our master. The group responded in unison. Ultimately, she feigned anger, allowing her to exit the medical hall smoothly, though the crowd still accompanied her to the door, eager to escort her home. After walking away, Feng Zhaoge exhaled a sigh of relief. Being surrounded by so many could easily expose her true identity. It seemed she needed to expedite her plans. Master, a warm voice suddenly called out. Turning around, Feng Zhaoge was surprised to see Mo Yunran had followed her. He eagerly offered her a piece of candy, saying, "Master, you've lectured all afternoon. Your throat must be sore. This is my special throat lozenge. Please have one." Feng Zhaoge shot him a glance, but chose to ignore him. Unfazed, Mo Yunran boldly patted her shoulder, exuberantly shoving the lozenge into her mouth. Feng Zhaoge's expression turned icy, halting her steps. In that instant, Mo Yunran distinctly sensed the pressure emanating from her, causing him to retract his hand in fright. "Wait. Surely this is not necessary? We are both men, and I genuinely concern myself with your throat." Feng Zhaoge fixed him with a stern gaze, stating, "This cannot happen again." Her tone was particularly severe. Mo Yunran, intimidated, could only reply, "Understood, I shall remember." Feng Zhaoge continued on her path, with Mo Yunran trailing behind, enthusiastically stating, "Master, please take me as your disciple. Let me attend classes with you next time. I have never sought anything from anyone in my life. You are the first. I earnestly admire you and sincerely wish to learn." Feng Zhaoge pondered the potential benefits of keeping someone with such a personality around, remaining silent as she walked ahead. Passers-by on the street observed a cold, aloof man striding forward, while a boisterous youth followed closely, chattering animatedly. Moreover, they could hardly believe their eyes. The one who was incessantly flattering was none other than the prodigy Mo Yunran. Wasn't he known for his arrogance, dismissing everyone around him? Mo Yunran continued to chatter, proposing various items he would buy for Feng Zhaoge as they walked. However, she showed no interest in any of them, until they passed by the entrance of the niche garment pavilion, where Mo Yunran seized her wrist, exclaiming, "Master, look, we have unconsciously arrived here. I heard Niche Garment Pavilion has just released some new men's attire. I shall buy you something." As he spoke, he forcibly dragged her inside. Feng Zhaoge intended to refuse, but upon seeing the sign of the niche garment pavilion, hesitated for a moment. In that instant, Mo Yunran pulled her into the store. He glanced around, then turned to her, saying, "Master, please wait here. I will prepare something for you. If you leave, do not blame me for clinging to you next time we meet." Feng Zhaoge was taken aback by the brazen demeanor of the renowned prodigy Mo Yunran. She had yet to decline when he had already dashed up the stairs.
Inside,
She discovered that the first floor was filled with women's clothing. The attire of the women in Dongxia Kingdom consisted of various exquisite styles, adorned with intricate embroidery. The fabrics used were of exceptional quality, feeling incredibly soft to the touch. As she examined a particular hanfu, she was suddenly confronted by two familiar figures emerging from a partition. A woman donned in a light blue dress, paired with a matching oversized blouse, stood gracefully. Exuding an ethereal charm, this was Feng Qingqing. Another, clad in a regal purple satin gown, radiated opulence and possessed an extraordinary demeanor. She was Jia Shangong. As the two emerged, they immediately spotted Feng Qingqing. A flutter of unease stirred within Feng Qingqing. What was this man doing here? He held no status, merely a pawn in de-hemming service. And his looks were far from remarkable. How dare he offend her previously? To make matters worse, she had intended for Mo Yunran to teach him a lesson, only to find that Mo Yunran had suffered defeat instead. The sight of Feng Qingqing filled her with resentment. At that moment, Jia Shangong also recognized Feng Qingqing. Dressed in coarse linen, Feng Zhaoge's unassuming appearance went unnoticed by the crowd, who knew only of his name, but had never seen his visage. Thus, she failed to recognize him. Jia Shangong sneered coldly. "Oh, where did this shabby fellow come from? Has he come to beg at my niche garment pavilion?" Before Feng Zhaoge could respond, Jia Xiaohong approached, roughly swatting his hand away. "Do you think the garments here are worthy of your touch? Just to graze this piece would cost 300 taels of silver. You understand the significance of that amount, don't you? With your appearance and attire, you will never afford it in this lifetime. If you damage it, how will you compensate? With your ancestors' legacy?" Feng Zhaoge furrowed his brow. Was this the attitude of the niche garment pavilion? Observing Feng Qingqing being belittled brought a sense of satisfaction to Feng Qingqing, who feigned indifference as she remarked, "Jia Shangong, do not underestimate him. He is, in fact, a person of considerable significance."
"Ha ha ha, him?"
Jia Shangong laughed, hands on her hips, scrutinizing him with disdain. "I've spent decades in the palace and conducted business in Chongling for 10 years. Which noble does not know me? Just him? A pitiful wretch crawling out from some corner, reeking of filth? I could purchase his life with ease."
"Oh."
"If we speak of unapproachable individuals, I suppose you are right." Jia Xiaohong crossed her arms, her demeanor oozing arrogance. "People like him are only fit to associate with stray dogs and can only afford the trinkets made by them. A pack of stray dogs can indeed be ferocious. Truly unapproachable." Her words dripped with sarcasm. After her tirade, she waved her handkerchief dismissively, as though shooing a dog away. "Begone, begone. A person like you is beyond my concern." Suddenly, a cold voice pierced through the air. "Jia Shangong, who are you chasing away?" Jia Xiaohong looked up to see Mo Yunran, adorned in splendid attire, descending from the upper floor. She hurriedly greeted him with feigned warmth. "Oh, Dr. Mo, what brings you to our humble establishment? Niche Garment Pavilion is indeed graced by your presence." The obsequiousness in her tone was starkly different from before. Mo Yunran's gaze fell upon Feng Qingqing, his expression darkening. Jia Xiaohong, mistaking his displeasure, quickly added, "Dr. Mo, I was unaware of your arrival. I failed to keep the shop tidy and let some unclean dogs in. Truly, a wretched dog like him should only associate with other dogs. Why did he come to offend you?" As she spoke, she moved to push Feng Zhaoge again. Yet, before she could lay a hand on him, Mo Yunran coldly commanded,
"Stop."
Jia Xiaohong halted, bewildered. Mo Yunran fixed her with a piercing gaze, demanding, "Who did you call a wretched dog? Who did you say is only fit to associate with such?" After a moment of hesitation, she realized the gravity of her words. Many high officials enjoyed such remarks to feel superior. She approached Mo Yunran with a sycophantic smile. "I was referring to this man in coarse linen, of course. Look at him, so poorly dressed, daring to enter our niche garment pavilion. A man of his ilk is clearly a wretched fellow, fit only to keep company with street dogs, and is merely a nuisance to you, Dr. Mo."
"Be silent."
Mo Yunran rebuked angrily, his voice icy. "He is my master. The esteemed Feng Qingqing, favored by the War King. You are the true wretched being, deserving only to mingle with dogs. As he chastised her, he delivered a swift kick towards Jia Xiaohong. She cried out in pain, falling to the ground, utterly incredulous. What had she just heard? Did Mo Yunran just declare this wretched man to be his master? The legendary Feng Qingqing, known to command the respect of esteemed physicians? Mo Yunran now stood before Feng Zhaoge, humbly apologizing. Master, I am sorry. This is my fault. I merely wished to prepare a surprise for you upstairs, but I did not expect such an unseeing individual to obstruct you. If you wish to blame someone, take it out on her, kick her, punish her. Just do not be angry with me, and please do not refuse to accept me as your disciple. His words were laden with trepidation and deep-seated respect. Jia Xiaohong was left utterly dumbfounded. The typically arrogant Mo Yunran was showing such deference to this man? He was even begging to be accepted as his disciple? It seemed undeniable that he was indeed the legendary Feng Qingqing, the one revered by countless people. Despite holding no official title, yet enjoying immense popularity among the masses. Numerous nobles sought his expertise, often needing to wait in line. In sheer panic, Jia Xiaohong scrambled to her feet, but knelt before Feng Zhaoge, trembling with fear. It is my lack of insight, my failure to recognize greatness. I am at fault. I have looked down upon you. Please, Feng Qingqing, forgive my ignorance, and do not hold it against someone as unworthy as myself. As she spoke, she raised her hand, lightly slapping her own face, pleading, Feng Qingqing, you are magnanimous and will not bear a grudge against me, a mere fool, will you? If you are displeased, feel free to kick me again. I only wish for your happiness. Feng Zhaoge regarded her coolly. Her hair had come undone, and her face was now painted with panic. A far cry from her former haughty demeanor. Merely a sycophantic opportunist, quick to bow before power. Seeing that she had not yet received a response, Jia Xiaohong clung to his leg. Feng Qingqing, I know my words have been foolish, and I deserve punishment. How about this? You may choose any garment from my niche garment pavilion today, free of charge, as my apology to you. Feng Zhaoge replied with a cold smile. Did you not just say that I am only worthy of purchasing items made by dogs? Her voice was frigid, carrying an undeniable weight. Clearly, she was settling the score. Jia Xiaohong paused, wishing she could sever her own tongue. How could she have uttered such words? What would she do now? Jia Xiaohong, undeterred, continued to flatter. I am but a dog. I am indeed a dog. And with that, she dramatically yelped. Woof woof woof. Feng Zhaoge's eyes glinted with derision. I apologize. But I do not purchase items made by dogs. With that, she turned to leave, unwilling to squander any more time in such a place. Mo Yunran shot a furious glare at Jia Xiaohong. I warn you, if my master refuses to accept me as his disciple because of this, I will bring ruin upon your niche garment pavilion. He dashed out in a frenzy to catch up with Feng Zhaoge, oblivious to the fact that the woman he had long admired stood silently in the corner. Jia Xiaohong, trembling in fear, felt her strength drain away, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll. Had her desperate attempts at flattery truly been in vain? Meanwhile, Mo Yunran's father was the head of the Imperial Medical Institute, overseeing the health of countless high-ranking individuals. Mo Yunran himself was a prodigy within the institute, pursued by numerous young nobles. If he were to strike at the Rainbow Pavilion, it would surely meet its demise. As she emerged onto the street, Feng Zhaoge walked back with an air of indifference, not allowing such trivial matters to trouble her mind. However, Mo Yunran, trailing closely behind her, wore a mournful expression as he lamented, Master, please wait for me. I never anticipated such an event. You do not know that after I ascended the stairs, I specifically selected the most exquisite garment for you, and even had it wrapped in a brocade box. I intended to surprise you. He had planned to serve her a cup of hot tea, while she was in high spirits, seizing the moment to acknowledge her as his master. Yet, it seemed that Mo Yunran was nearly in tears as he approached her side, exclaiming, Master, with just a word from you, I shall go and shut down the Rainbow Pavilion, ensuring she has no more peaceful days ahead. That is unnecessary, Feng Zhaoge replied. For she had only just begun to plot against Luo Shang and had no intention of allowing Jia Shifeng an easy demise. Moreover, she preferred to handle her own prey. I wish to return and rest. Should you persist in your entreaties, I shall abandon the prospect of considering you as my disciple. Mo Yunran paused, pondering her words. Did Feng Qingqing imply that she was contemplating accepting him as her student? His excitement surged, and he quickly responded, "Very well, I shall not trouble you any further. I will not disturb your tranquility. Please, master, take your time to consider. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to call upon me. Your disciple shall certainly honor you well." Feng Zhaoge chose to ignore him and continued on her way, making her way toward the bamboo forest. Emperor Hemming awaited her at the city gate, seated in his carriage with a profound gaze. Observing Feng Qingqing's lecture today, he found the knowledge shared was unfamiliar even to him. That painting, in particular, was beyond his inquiry. The more he interacted with Feng Qingqing, the more he could sense subtle clues. As he waited, a falcon returned, landing beside the carriage to softly report, "Your Highness, the Emperor is at Snowy Mountain awaiting you," stating that he has urgent matters to discuss. Emperor Hemming furrowed his brow. What could be so pressing at this hour? He could only instruct Feimu to prepare the horses. Shortly after he departed on horseback, Feng Qingqing returned to her wooden cottage without incident. Employing the same method as yesterday, she made her way to the first medical hall. As she passed the Golden Phoenix, she noticed a bustling crowd within. The Golden Phoenix had undergone reform, hiring several maids to assist, and openly pricing all products. Customers could peruse items themselves, from lipsticks to cosmetics, all available for purchase. Only those requiring treatments needed to queue for the esteemed female physician. This led to only a few individuals waiting in line, allowing clear passage for those entering. Feng Zhaoge returned smoothly. Upon her arrival, Ji Man approached her. Clutching a baby and whispering through tears, "Miss, you have finally returned. A grave matter has arisen." Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is it, miss?" "Look at the Golden Phoenix." Ji Man pointed in that direction. "They have ceased blocking the path to our clinic, yet no one comes to seek treatment here. I have heard that all the patients have flocked to the medical hall, where it is rumored that the Phoenix physician can even resurrect the dead. Oh dear. How will we earn any money if this continues? Are we doomed?" Feng Zhaoge had expected something more dire. She fixed her gaze on Ji Man and solemnly stated, "Remember, one should only weep for one's own parents and loved ones. In the future, do not shed tears over matters of wealth." While speaking, she discreetly retrieved a silver ingot from her sleeve and handed it to Ji Man. Upon seeing the ingot, Ji Man gasped. It was a hefty 50 taels. "Your Highness, where did you acquire such wealth?" "That is a secret for now. Please strive to bring me honor in the future," Feng Zhaoge replied, gently wiping away her tears. The baby in Ji Man's arms raised its tiny pink hands to dab at her face, eliciting a smile from Ji Man. Though she was merely a servant, it seemed she was being coddled by both her mistress and the little one. To avoid appearing overly emotional, she declared, "Very well, I shall not cry easily again. Nor will I bring shame to you, Your Highness. By the way, Your Highness, I have disguised myself and arranged for a sign for the execution of Luo Shang. However, the custom-made sign is larger and more dazzling than that of the Rainbow Pavilion and will take 3 days to complete. That is acceptable. 3 days is just right. Sierra will also require considerable time to craft a batch of Hanfu." Feng Zhaoge instructed them, "Let us return to the manor and rest." Ji Man dried her tears and followed closely behind, cradling the baby, while Lan Tai was responsible for closing the door. Even without patience, they persisted in their daily routine, working diligently day after day. This was Feng Zhaoge's philosophy and a fundamental requirement of any medical establishment. The trio made their way back to the manor. As they passed an inn, the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Ji Man swallowed hard. Although they consumed meat daily, it was all smoked or cured. In recent days, they had not tasted a morsel of fresh meat. Even with silver in hand, it was unattainable. Noticing her expression, Feng Zhaoge asked, "Do you wish for meat?" "Well, yes, I suppose. Look at them grilling skewers, how delightful." Ji Man admitted, her resolve wavering. Lan Tai remained as stoic as ever, his expression unchanging, resembling a statue of iron. Feng Zhaoge reflected on how she had indeed been neglecting them for a few days. "Is it merely fresh meat? Return home and prepare water. We shall have roasted meat tonight." Lan Tai, sensing her intentions, spoke up, "Your Highness, I shall accompany you." "That is unnecessary. Just ensure Ji Man and the little one are safe," Feng Zhaoge replied, stepping onto another street. Since arriving in this era, she had seldom had the opportunity to stretch her legs. This evening, with the weather agreeable, was perfect for some physical activity and practice. Feng Zhaoge sought out an uninhabited ruin, retrieving clothing from her medical kit to change into. entering as a woman. She emerged clad in a black night outfit tailored for men, a dark weapon sheathed at her waist. The weapon was a must-have for self-defense during the Great War. As the chief military physician, she often faced assassination attempts and was quite adept in combat. She exited through the city gate, where mountains stretched endlessly. Abundant with forests, a splendid locale for honing her skills. Feng Zhaoge walked through the terrain, surveying her surroundings as she sought her target for the day. Under a towering ancient tree that shielded the sun, a man clad in black brocade stood beneath its shade. He stood approximately 6 feet tall, exuding an air of noble elegance, with an aura that commanded distance from others. With a quiver slung over his back, he adjusted his bow, enhancing his formidable presence and enigmatic danger. Emperor Hemming rode up and halted beside him. Dismounting with respect while maintaining his composure, he greeted, "I pay my respects to your majesty. There are no outsiders here. As brothers, we need not stand on ceremony," the emperor replied in a low tone. Despite the claim of brotherhood, his voice bore no emotion, and his countenance remained impassive. Emperor Hemming inquired, "What urgent matter brings you to summon me, your highness?" The emperor lowered his bow, gazing at him intently. "Emosia has entered the Ministry of Punishment again, slaying a total of 13 people." His words carried a weight of gravity, his piercing gaze imposing. Frowning, Emperor Hemming reflected on the severity of the situation. It had been quite some time since Emosia had unleashed such violence. He had not anticipated that, upon resurfacing, he would do so with such ferocity. The last time he had sent Emosia back to the Snowy Palace, it had merely been a warning. He had not expected Emosia to. "Perhaps we should devise a comprehensive strategy to prevent further repercussions," Emperor Hemming suggested, his tone laced with an undercurrent of menace. The emperor discerned the latent threat in his words, and his gaze hardened as he replied, "I hope you can remain impartial, my brother, and not allow familial matters to jeopardize state affairs." His deep voice carried a note of warning. Emperor Hemming furrowed his brow. Did the emperor know of the enmity between him and Emosia? Was he issuing a caution? At that moment, the emperor raised his hand with regal authority. A royal guard promptly approached, presenting a bow and arrow. Emperor Wentian accepted them and tossed the bow toward Emperor Hemming, saying, "Let us have a round." With that, he mounted his horse and galloped ahead. His tall and imposing figure appeared particularly formidable amidst the trees. Emperor Hemming had no choice but to take up the bow and follow suit. With Wentian leading the way, he frequently drew the bowstring. Accompanied by the sound of arrows whistling through the air, small rabbits, wild chickens, and birds fell along their path. Hemming closely followed, beginning his own hunt. The two men matched each other's pace, displaying remarkable skill. As they continued, the difference in their captures hovered around 1 or 2. This was not a mere hunt. It resembled a contest. Just as Wentian struck a spotted deer, gaining the upper hand, a cheetah suddenly darted past them, about 1.5 meters in length. Its yellow fur was adorned with black spots. It moved with astonishing speed, vanishing from sight in an instant. Both Wentian and Hemming squinted, immediately spurring their horses onward in pursuit. In the forest, the cheetah was the swiftest creature, its agility rivaling lightning. In the annual hunting competition, bringing down a cheetah equated to 10 ordinary game, a feat everyone aspired to achieve. Yet, in the past decade, only Wentian and Hemming had succeeded, and that was 3 years prior. The more they chased, the further the cheetah pulled ahead, already distancing itself by hundreds of meters. The sound of hooves echoed through the forest. Unbeknownst to them, they had entered a grove of pine trees, while the cheetah continued to sprint ahead, displaying remarkable endurance. As darkness descended, the forest grew dim, making it increasingly difficult to target the cheetah. Wentian nocked an arrow, preparing to shoot. Meanwhile, Feng Zhaoge crouched beneath a pine tree, holding a small wild boar. To facilitate her movements, she had gathered her hair into a bun, secured with a wooden pin. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by. Feng Zhaoge looked up to see a massive cheetah racing toward her. With a gunshot, an arrow flew toward the cheetah. However, the agile creature evaded capture. Sprinting away like a flash, the arrow struck the ground, missing its target. Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow. This cheetah was the fastest beast in the forest, capable of reaching speeds up to 120 kilometers per hour, akin to a racing car. In that brief moment of contemplation, the cheetah seemed enraged by the arrow, letting out a low growl. It drew closer, closer still, and even from several meters away, Feng Zhaoge could smell the scent of blood on its breath, blood from a living being. Moments ago, this cheetah had devoured a human. Recognizing the beastly nature emanating from the cheetah, she prepared for its imminent pounce. Drawing her weapon from her waist, she chambered a round, raised her arm, and aimed. Her beautiful eyes narrowed in focus, locking onto her target. With her slender, fair fingers, she pulled the trigger.
Bang!
The sharp bullet shot toward the cheetah, striking it squarely between the eyes. The previously sprinting cheetah suddenly trembled, collapsing to the ground. A smile graced Feng Zhaoge's red lips. Successfully hitting the cheetah indicated her marksmanship had not dulled. In this ancient era, it was a skill that could save her life. Meanwhile, the approaching Hemming and Wentian reined in their horses, halting at a distance. From over 100 meters away, they clearly saw a figure clad in black, wielding a dark weapon, who effortlessly dispatched the cheetah with a single shot. The speed was astounding. They barely registered what had been launched before the cheetah fell. Both men exchanged rare expressions of astonishment. They had never witnessed such a formidable weapon. Indeed, throughout history, no such account had been heard. The man's ability to deliver a fatal blow revealed extraordinary precision and skill. Wentian and Hemming squinted, striving to discern the man's identity and appearance. Yet, Feng Zhaoge had no interest in the cheetah's meat. She heaved her wild boar over her shoulder and began her descent down the mountain. "Bring him to me for questioning," commanded Wentian. "Yes." The guard immediately sprang into action, pursuing her. However, Feng Zhaoge sensed the pursuit. Having just fired a weapon, she knew discovery could lead to calamity. She swiftly slipped into her medical pack. In an instant, her figure vanished without a trace. When the guards arrived, they found the surroundings empty, devoid of any clues. After searching in vain, they returned to report, "My lord, the person has disappeared." Wentian's dignified demeanor darkened. How could someone elude the pursuit of the royal guard at such a short distance? What remarkable inner strength did this individual possess? Coupled with the memory of that dark weapon, Wentian turned to Hemming, instructing, "Yongning Wang, I grant you 1 month to uncover his identity." "Understood." Hemming accepted the order, casting his gaze in the direction the cloaked figure had vanished. The darkness made it difficult to discern details, and at such a distance, they could only make out a silhouette. Unraveling this mystery would surely prove challenging. Dismounting, he approached the fallen cheetah. Peering into the small, dark hole, he glimpsed a shiny steel object. Nearby, some footprints were imprinted on the ground. Meanwhile, Feng Zhaoge remained hidden within her medical pack. Through the window, she observed the two figures. One was Hemming, and the other was Wentian. In the night, the imposing figure of Wentian sat high upon his steed, the aura of royalty surrounding him palpable even from afar. It exuded a sense of reverence, instilling a fear that kept others at bay. Feng Zhaoge squinted. Despite his noble and aloof demeanor, why did she feel an inexplicable familiarity upon seeing him? Where did this sense of recognition stem from? Feng Zhaoge continued to scrutinize Wentian, attempting to uncover some clue. Suddenly, he turned his gaze in her direction. Detecting a sense of being observed, he looked toward the darkened woods, yet found nothing but emptiness. Could it be mere illusion? Feng Zhaoge felt a pang of anxiety. Despite being concealed within the medical pack, how had Wentian sensed her presence? What extraordinary powers of perception and counter-surveillance did he possess? Ultimately, not wishing to be discovered and fearing the branches might betray her, she activated the mobility function of her medical pack. The pack was, in fact, a transparent chip implanted in her brain. Upon entry, it transformed into a transparent chip that fell to the ground. By manipulating the directional keys within the pack, she could relocate the chip. This feature was designed to safeguard the chief physician's life amidst the chaos of war, for the profession of a doctor was exceedingly rare and valuable in that era. Feng Zhaoge adeptly maneuvered the medical pack, successfully returning to the back door of Xinghan Courtyard in just 5 minutes. Ensuring the area was clear, she emerged from the medical pack. Inside Xinghan Courtyard, a small child lay in a stroller, while Lan Tian stood nearby, gently entertaining the infant with a rattle. Branches crackled in the kitchen, where a large pot of water bubbled vigorously. Feng Zhaoge entered, carrying the small wild boar. Upon seeing her, Lan Tian immediately set down the rattle and approached, saying, "Wang Fei, allow me. You take care of the child. This small task is within my ability." As she spoke, Feng Zhaoge strode directly into the kitchen, wild boar in tow. Though her physique appeared rather slender and delicate, she bore the weight of a wild boar. Nearly 100 pounds, on her back without bending her spine, instead exuding an aura of resilience and strength. Lan Tai raised his hand, only to let it fall again. In the presence of Feng Zhaoge, it seemed as though the very essence of masculinity became superfluous. He returned to the stroller to tend to the infant.
Man,
Upon seeing Feng Zhaoge's return, was filled with excitement. Your Highness, where did you hunt this wild boar? When did you learn to hunt? Quickly place it here, lest you tire yourself. As she spoke, she prepared a large cutting board for Feng Zhaoge. The latter placed the boar on the board and casually replied, I caught it in a hunting pit on the mountain. Ji-man's eyes widened in confusion. Your Highness, why have you been picking things up lately? Where did you find it? I want to go pick things up too. Feng Zhaoge had already begun the process of bleeding and eviscerating the animal, followed by scalding and depilating it. Her movements were swift and decisive, akin to flowing water. Ji-man watched in astonishment, recalling how the princess had been kind-hearted since childhood, never willing to crush even an ant. When had she become adept at slaughtering pigs? Feng Zhaoge instructed, make a fire in the courtyard and set up a rack. Understood. Ji-man promptly fetched dry firewood from the shed and kindled a fire by the pond in the backyard. An hour later, flames danced upwards, and a wild boar was skewered with 2 large sticks, roasting over the fire. The skin sizzled and rendered fat, releasing tantalizing aromas. As Feng Zhaoge brushed it with salt water, 5-spice powder, and cumin, the fragrance wafted through the courtyard. Ji-man inhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling with delight. It smells divine. Feng Zhaoge pierced the meat with a knife to enhance its flavor. After applying the seasonings, she sat beside Ji-man and instructed. Occasionally turn it to prevent it from burning. Of course. Ji-man dutifully kept watch. Feng Zhaoge wandered into the vegetable garden to gather lettuce and green onions. Under the cool moonlight, the flames flickered and the stars twinkled, creating an exceptionally warm atmosphere in the courtyard. Meanwhile, Feng Qingqing, having attended to the Empress Dowager Zhao, felt utterly exhausted. Yet she caught a whiff of an extraordinarily enticing aroma. With Bai Lu's assistance, she followed the scent, unknowingly making her way to Xing Han Courtyard. The courtyard door was closed, obscuring the scene within, but the fragrance was particularly intense. Feng Qingqing furrowed her brow and turned to Bai Lu. With a swift motion, Bai Lu leaped onto a nearby tree to gain a vantage point. From above, she beheld the backyard illuminated by starry lanterns, where Feng Zhaoge, Ji-man, and Lan Tai were feasting on roasted pork. The gentle babbling of the pond's waters and the soft evening breeze painted the scene like a hidden paradise. Bai Lu's fists clenched in rage as she landed before Feng Qingqing, gritting her teeth. Miss, it truly is Feng Zhaoge. She is brazenly enjoying roasted wild boar with her maid and guard. Her words dripped with animosity. Why should Miss Qingqing endure such hardship while Feng Zhaoge, the murderer, lived so carefree and joyful? Feng Zhaoge had caused Chui's death. What right did she have to revel in happiness? Feng Qingqing's brows knitted in anger, her heart swelling with resentment. She, who was the favored one of Di Himing, was acutely aware of Feng Zhaoge's fall from grace. Yet, why must she serve the Empress Dowager Zhao? Why, when she was cooking and caring for the Empress Dowager, was Feng Zhaoge here, carefree and merry?
Why? How dare she?
The hatred within her surged, and Feng Qingqing longed to rush in and slay Feng Zhaoge. However, recalling Di Himing's warning and his recent coldness towards her, she could only suppress her feelings. She had to endure. We must leave. She resolved to find another way, silently plotting to eliminate Feng Zhaoge.
Meanwhile,
Di Himing had scoured the woods and arranged for inquiries with farmers along the way, yet no one had seen a man bearing a wild boar. All leads had abruptly ceased. Upon returning to the palace, he suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance. He turned towards its source. Was it Xing Han Courtyard? What was that freckled, unattractive woman up to now? Just as he contemplated investigating, he fortuitously encountered Feng Qingqing approaching from that direction. She hurriedly approached him, saying, Ming, you've returned. Di Himing glanced at her and asked, haven't you gone to bed yet? Feng Qingqing nodded, noticing the direction he was headed and feeling a pang of jealousy. Was he going to Xing Han Courtyard? So late, and he intended to go there immediately? If he saw Feng Zhaoge in her leisurely state, what would he think? Feng Qingqing didn't want Di Himing to witness any aspect of Feng Zhaoge, especially not the current version of her. Feng Qingqing lowered her gaze, striving to suppress her displeasure, and softly remarked, I couldn't sleep. So, I came to check on my sister. She seems to be doing well, even roasting meat at this hour. However, the fire palms in the courtyard have grown denser, towering high. She emphasized the matter of the fire palms. Di Himing's expression turned icy. He had an innate aversion to fire palms, which reminded him of a certain incident. Last time, he had been so angered by Feng Zhaoge that he momentarily overlooked them. Now, the fire palms still thrived, and there were even more of them. Was Feng Zhaoge deliberately preventing him from entering? Di Himing's demeanor grew cold. Did she think he longed to enter her courtyard? He had no interest in her. She was merely a caged beast, struggling in her dying throes. How long could she feast on that meat? The first medical clinic had no business. Her medical skills, which she so proudly boasted, had no venue for display. Within a month, she would surely come begging for mercy. With these thoughts, Di Himing wrapped his arm around Feng Qingqing's waist and turned to walk in another direction. Feng Qingqing felt a surge of happiness and tentatively asked, "Ming, you seem rather weary today. May I give you a massage?" Di Himing, indeed fatigued from the day's exertions, murmured his consent. Yet that night, as he lay on Feng Qingqing's bed, images of the figure who had shot a leopard danced incessantly in his mind. The cool, fierce movements, the powerful weapon, the precise aim, far surpassing his own. Who was that person? Feng Qingqing's hands kneaded his shoulders, arms, and chest, intending to initiate something, but when she glanced up, she discovered Di Himing had already fallen asleep, unbeknownst to her. Her brows furrowed in disbelief. He was asleep? He had fallen asleep just like that? Since marrying her and moving to the palace, he had only favored her once. It was all Feng Zhaoge's doing. She had bewitched him, keeping his thoughts distracted from her. How could this discarded princess, with a medical clinic devoid of customers, still refuse to concede? Why wouldn't she seek a divorce and leave the palace? Did she believe her medical skills could revive her clinic? Did she still aspire to win Di Himing's heart?
No.
That could not happen. She had to ensure Feng Zhaoge was expelled from the palace as far away as possible. In the night, the depths of Feng Qingqing's sparkling eyes revealed a malice and venom that were unbecoming of a woman. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Zhaoge was joyfully enjoying roasted wild boar with she-man and Lan Tai. Unlike modern farm-raised meat, the wild boar exuded a rich, meaty aroma. Wrapped in lettuce and savored, it was fresh and invigorating. This was the first time Lan Tai and Ji-man had experienced such a feast, and their curiosity about Feng Zhaoge only deepened. Recently, she seemed to have transformed from the timid and docile princess of rumors into someone entirely different. When had this change occurred? That night, after their meal, Feng Zhaoge discreetly placed a small refrigerator in the corner of the kitchen, a marvel of technology from 2050, powered entirely by light energy. As long as there is light, it can charge automatically, ensuring an uninterrupted power supply. She cut the roasted pork into portions, placed them into fresh-keeping boxes, and stored them in the refrigerator. This way, she could enjoy fresh meat for several days at least. The next day, at 7 in the morning, as the cold air lingered and dawn had yet to break, Feng Zhaoge rose on time with Xi Wan and Lan Tai to freshen up. Utilizing modern toothbrushes, toothpaste, and facial cleansers, the three of them emerged impeccably groomed and brimming with vitality. Even in the absence of patients, they arrived punctually at the medical clinic by 8 and opened the doors without a hitch. However, while Feng Zhaoge was busy organizing the medicine shelves, she noticed Feng Qingqing descending from a carriage, adorned in emerald green. Today, Feng Qingqing wore a light dreamlike purple chest-length dress, exuding elegance intertwined with nobility. Standing at the entrance of the Golden Phoenix, she gazed toward the first medical clinic. Their eyes met, and Feng Zhaoge felt a slight furrow in her brow. What kind of gaze was that? It seemed to emanate a lofty disdain, provocation, and disdain, akin to observing a turtle trapped in a jar or a beast confined within a cage. Just as Feng Zhaoge wished to ponder further, Feng Qingqing, supported by emerald green, gracefully strode into the Golden Phoenix. She felt a sudden jolt, as if something ominous were about to transpire. To be prudent, Feng Zhaoge lingered in the first medical clinic for an extended period. However, after half an hour, Feng Qingqing emerged from the Golden Phoenix with her coveted lipstick and a bottle of perfume, departing without any irregularities. Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow. Could it have merely been her illusion? Was she overly sensitive? She then cautioned Lan Tai, "Please be vigilant in the coming days and don't overlook any subtle signs." Understood.
Lan Tai ziplit.
Rest assured, princess, you may pursue your endeavors. The clinic is in my capable hands. Feng Zhaoge cast a glance at him and Jiwan. With their presence, she felt reassured. She then retreated to the courtyard, feigning seclusion in her study to practice while discreetly using a robot to slip away back to the bamboo grove. Feimu, tasked with monitoring Feng Zhaoge, detected no anomalies, and Feng Zhaoge, assuming the identity of Feng Qingqing, left the bamboo grove without arousing suspicion from the guards stationed there. Upon arriving at the entrance of the medical hall, she observed Wang Danqing attending to a mother and her child. The woman, dressed lavishly and appearing around 40, was well preserved, but the youth beside her, around 18, kept his head bowed, avoiding interaction with outsiders. The woman implored, "Doctor, please prescribe something for my son Han. He has little appetite and barely eats, as you can see how emaciated he has become. What shall we do if this continues?" Wang, the doctor, hesitated, replying, however, "Young master shows no signs of illness, neither in appearance nor pulse. There is no need for excessive worry. Simply guide him more, or try to find food that piques his interest." With a sigh, the woman could only lead the youth away. "Wait!" Feng Zhaoge called out to them. The woman and the youth raised their eyes to her, slightly frowning in displeasure and vigilance. What could a person so plainly dressed want? However, Wang Danqing suddenly sprang from his seat, rushing over with great excitement. "Master, you've finally arrived. I've been eagerly awaiting your instruction. You must be tired and thirsty. Please sit while I fetch you some tea." He spoke, respectfully assisting Feng Zhaoge to a seat and promptly pouring her tea. The woman watched in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. Why was the doctor showing such reverence to this seemingly inconspicuous youth? Could he truly be the renowned Feng Qingqing, the divine physician? This was unfathomable. Feng Zhaoge did not take a seat. Her gaze fell upon the youth. After examining him for a moment, she retrieved a small vial of medicine from her sleeve and handed it to the woman, stating, "Have your son take 1 pill each morning. His condition should improve in half a month." The woman was taken aback. "You are truly prescribing medicine," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with maturity and steadiness. In that moment, she recognized him as Feng Qingqing, the divine physician esteemed even by the king of Yongning recently. Gratefully, she accepted the small vial, expressing, "Thank you, divine physician Feng. Should my son's condition improve, I shall certainly return to express my gratitude." With that, she bowed her head and departed with the youth. Wang Danqing furrowed his brow, questioning, "Master, I observed that Lin Han did not appear ill. Why then prescribe medicine?" Feng Zhaoge glanced at the clinic, noting that a dozen people awaited their turn outside. Just then, Dr. Chen and Chen Wenshuan returned. He kindly inquired, "I have heard you are to give lectures daily?" "Indeed," Feng Zhaoge replied. "You have arrived at the perfect moment. I would be grateful if you could assist with the consultations, as I intend to conduct a lesson." "Of course. No problem." Dr. Chen readily agreed to her request. He turned to Chen Wenshuan, instructing, "Master is teaching today. If you have no interest in medicine, I will not force you. However, I kindly ask you to take notes on everything Master says so I may study them later." Eager to understand the content of Feng Zhaoge's lecture, he sought to glean knowledge even as an observer. Chen Wenshuan, ever dutiful, swiftly procured paper and a pen. Feng Zhaoge accepted without objection, leading him into the courtyard for the lecture. Mo Yunran promptly brought a small stool, taking a seat in the back row. "Master, today I wish to attend your lecture. You mentioned considering it yesterday." Feng Zhaoge regarded him. "I have yet to accept you as a disciple. Why the haste?" Mo Yunran, resembling a chastised schoolboy, replied with feigned innocence, "But I am sincerely eager to learn." Despite being a grown man, he projected an air of pitifulness. With no other choice, Feng Zhaoge conceded, "You may attend as an aide." "Thank you, master. Your wisdom is unparalleled." Mo Yunran gleefully repositioned his stool, thrilled at the prospect of attending, even as an observer, rather than merely loitering outside. The other 10 glanced at Mo Yunran, casting him hostile glares. With their competition for favor already fierce, they resented the addition of another contender. After all, Mo Yunran was the youngest and most talented among them. Would he not steal all of Master's affection? Feng Zhaoge stood before the class, entering the realm of teaching. She turned to Wang Danqing and inquired, "You mentioned earlier that Lin Gongzi was not ill. What led you to that conclusion?" Wang Danqing promptly rose, responding, "Master, though Lin Han appears lethargic, his facial features, complexion, and energy indicate normal vitality. His pulse is steady, without any signs of illness." Feng Zhaoge asked, "Have you ever examined the pulse and features of a madman?" Wang Danqing was about to affirm his experience when he suddenly hesitated. Madmen often present normal pulses and appearances, which puzzled him. He had once wondered why, despite normal pulses, the mentally ill could suffer from such disorders. But he had never researched it, attributing it merely to psychological trauma. Feng Zhaoge explained, in medicine there are certain ailments that, even through pulse diagnosis or instrumental examination, are elusive. These encompass mental and psychological disorders, particularly psychological issues, including but not limited to insanity, depression, obsessive-compulsive disorder, emotional disturbances, and paranoia. The audience appeared bewildered. These terms were entirely unfamiliar to them. Feng Zhaoge continued, "Today, I will exemplify with the most typical case of depression. Have any of you encountered or heard of someone who appears listless, socially withdrawn, disinclined to converse, prone to tears and anger, perhaps even to the point of loathing the world?" They collectively responded, "Indeed. Just the other day, Zhang San from the neighboring alley was devastated after a sow died during childbirth. He hasn't raised pigs since, spending his days weeping in despair. Enli Si from the front alley, upon discovering his wife had eloped with the old Wang next door, now reacts violently at the mere sight of women." Feng Zhaoge remarked, "The examples you have provided can indeed be categorized under psychological disorders. Particularly, Zhang San's case is a quintessential illustration of depression. This ailment is characterized primarily by a prolonged and persistent state of melancholy, evolving from initial discontent to profound sorrow, inferiority, anguish, pessimism, and a sense of despair. Those afflicted may feel as if each day is a torturous struggle against hopelessness, leading to negativity, evasion, and potentially suicidal tendencies." The audience listened attentively, reflecting on her words. Wang Danqing inquired, "So, this condition is what is referred to as depression?" Zhong Bolai interjected, "I believe it stems from excessive fragility and inability to withstand adversity." Zhao Peiyun added, "Experiencing more of life's challenges will cultivate maturity and understanding." "That is incorrect," Feng Zhaoge interrupted sternly, casting a sharp gaze upon them. She continued, "It is precisely this mindset that perceives patients as weak and unworthy of attention that exacerbates their condition. Scientific research has demonstrated that individuals suffering from depression are already ill, experiencing a significant reduction in the brain's secretion of stimulating elements. The joys that ordinary individuals can perceive remain elusive to them. The obstacles that others can navigate become insurmountable chasms for them, or they may be too despondent to attempt to overcome them. At this juncture, what they require is not derision for their perceived fragility, but rather appropriate treatment, patient companionship, and understanding." At this point, Feng Zhaoge addressed the assembly. "Anyone may misinterpret the plight of a patient, but you, as healers, must not. A physician's role extends beyond treating visible ailments. Psychological disorders are also legitimate illnesses. The notion of longing causing illness exemplifies this principle." The audience seemed enlightened, as if struck by a sudden realization. Indeed, the concept of longing leading to illness serves as a prime example. Wang Danqing confessed, "Master, I acknowledge my error. Today's young Master Lin indeed exhibits the symptoms of the depression you described, which I failed to recognize. Next time, I shall approach such matters with patience and guidance." Feng Zhaoge felt a sense of satisfaction. Her disciples had proven themselves perceptive. Zhong Bolai curiously inquired, "However, throughout history, no one has resorted to medication for mere sadness. How should this depression be treated?" Treatment varies according to the severity of the condition, ranging from mild to moderate to severe, necessitating different dosages and medications. Feng Zhaoge began to meticulously explain the diagnostic criteria and pharmacological details of depression. Throughout the discourse, her demeanor remained remarkably serious, earnest, and professional. The 11 disciples listened intently, filled with admiration. They had initially believed that yesterday's knowledge was a revelation, yet today's insights proved equally profound and enlightening. Chen Wenxuan, seated in a corner, diligently took notes. He felt an inexplicable sense of fascination. Although disinterested in medical practice, he found Feng Feiqing's lecture particularly captivating and far from tedious. In fact, it inspired a sense of admiration. Despite being merely an ordinary young man grappling with minor emotional issues, he devoted considerable time to earnestly enlightening others. He seemed to radiate an indescribable brilliance, akin to the clarity of a bright moon.
The Eming, conducting a routine inspection, fortuitously witnessed Feng Qingqing teaching.
His gaze toward Feng Feiqing now held a touch more admiration. Such a young man, possessing vast knowledge and meticulousness, was a rarity he had never encountered before. Feng Qingqing was indeed someone worth befriending. After imparting a wealth of knowledge, Feng Zhaoge addressed the necessity of hospitalization for severe depression cases, emphasizing the importance of physical activity and exercise. She stated, "We must ensure that patients do not perceive the medical facility as a mere place of treatment, but rather as a sanctuary for healing, a refuge from their afflictions." Zhong Bolai comprehended her message immediately and assured, "Rest assured, every member of our medical hall, from the esteemed doctors to the support staff, will treat patients with utmost patience and kindness."
Feng Qingqing declared.
I am willing to contribute funds to expand the medical hall, cultivating a garden in the rear for the patient's respite. Fu Suzian added, "Though my resources are limited, I shall gather whatever is necessary should my master require it."
Montauk Yunan insisted, "Silence.
Allow me to handle the finances. My father is the chief of the hospital, and I have ample funds. I will enhance the rear courtyard, create a garden, and establish pathways that cater to the patient's preferences." However, Feng Zhaoge countered, "Such matters do not require your intervention. After all, the true benefactor has arrived." With that, her gaze shifted toward the entrance, where Di Hemming stood. Di Hemming had entered discreetly from the side, moving with utmost care. The assembly, engrossed in the lecture, had not noticed his arrival. At this moment, as the crowd followed Feng Zhaoge's gaze, they beheld a figure clad in black standing in the corridor. The man stood tall, exuding an aura of authority. The crowd promptly rose to pay their respects. "Greetings, Prince Yongning." Their words were strictly formal, lacking the heartfelt reverence displayed towards Feng Zhaoge. As Di Hemming stepped inside, he cast a glance at Feng Qingqing. Everyone was bowing, yet he remained unmoved. Moreover, it was Feng Qingqing who had first noticed his presence during her lecture. Not wishing to engage in any dispute with Feng Qingqing, he addressed the assembly, no need for formalities. The crowd straightened, their curiosity piqued. "Prince Yongning, what brings you here? Why interrupt such a precious lesson?" Yet Di Hemming's gaze remained fixed on Feng Zhaoge as he said in a low voice, "Come with me. I have matters to discuss." Feng Zhaoge, having nearly concluded her lesson for the day, instructed her disciples, "Review thoroughly," before following Di Hemming out. The assembly's eyes turned toward Di Hemming, their resentment palpable. They had never harbored such disdain for Prince Yongning, despite his previous defense of the entire eastern Xia kingdom. Yet, in this moment, he was the object of their ire. At Yunlai, Di Hemming led Feng Zhaoge to a private chamber. The waiter promptly began serving an array of exquisite dishes. Feng Zhaoge remained still, merely asking, "What business do you have, Your Highness?" Her tone was markedly indifferent, in stark contrast to her interaction with her disciples. Di Hemming furrowed his brow, his gaze penetrating as he remarked, "Feng Qingqing, it seems you harbor a dislike for me." Internally, Feng Zhaoge scoffed, recognizing his self-awareness. "However," she retorted, "we are both men. What reason is there for affection?" Di Hemming responded, "Between men, there exists camaraderie, deep friendship, kinship, and companionship." He had a clear understanding of Feng Qingqing's character and recognized his capabilities. He had never before desired to befriend someone actively. Feng Zhaoge took a sip of tea, responding coolly, "Yet, our relationship is simply a professional one." She emphasized the term professional relationship, explaining, "You employ me with a monthly salary of 1,000 taels to manage the medical hall. I accept your money to operate the hall on your behalf. We share no blood ties, no life-saving debts, and no deep acquaintance. Thus, it is merely a professional relationship, nothing more." Each word was deliberately stressed, as if to ensure Di Hemming understood her point. After finishing, Feng Zhaoge poured herself another cup of tea and raised it in Di Hemming's direction. Before he could clink cups with her, she downed it in one gulp. Di Hemming's expression instantly darkened. Had Feng Qingqing just rejected him so decisively? Who wouldn't wish to associate with him? Who wouldn't want to align themselves with the illustrious Prince Yongning, a formidable warrior? Yet Feng Qingqing had, under his initiative, so cleanly delineated their relationship. Feng Qingqing, what a remarkable individual. Feng Zhaoge maintained her usual calm and indifferent demeanor, approaching the matter with a professional attitude. "During my recent lecture, I trust the prince heard my words. The medical hall requires expansion, for which I will oversee the design, guidance, and arrangements. However, it is estimated that at least 10,000 taels of silver are needed for purchasing land, equipment, and labor costs." Emperor Heming scoffed, "Is this your way of requesting funds from me? His tone bore the weight of authority, laced with a hint of arrogance. Feng Zhaoge, with her hands casually resting on her waist, regarded him with an unwavering gaze. It seems the prince has forgotten something. The medical hall belongs to you, not me. It is your desire to overshadow the first medical house, not mine. Whether it expands, grows stronger, or transforms is entirely at your discretion. Each word was articulated with clarity and conviction. Rising from her seat, she declared, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not linger for idle conversation. Farewell. With that, she strode out, leaving Emperor Qingqing's expression dark and foreboding, like an approaching storm. Feng Qingqing's attitude was nothing short of audacious. Where was the semblance of a subordinate? What hired hand would dare to speak to their master with such insolence? Fei, who accompanied Emperor Qingqing, interjected, My lord. Allow me to teach her a lesson. No need. Emperor Qingqing countered, his gaze deep and frigid. Feng Qingqing's medical skills were exceptional. A prodigy, often unrestrained by her own talents. Only she would dare to challenge him so boldly. Inflicting harm upon her would be a regrettable loss. He instructed, Prepare silver notes, should she require them. Provide them at any time. Fei pondered, the usually ruthless and cold-hearted prince, refraining from punishing Feng Qingqing and even offering her silver? He must be unwell. It seems quite serious. Outside the elegant pavilion, Mo Yunran had initially accompanied Emperor Qingqing and Feng Qingqing, hoping to leverage the prince's influence to persuade her to accept him as a disciple. However, he overheard their exchange from outside. His admiration for Feng Qingqing surged. How daring to speak to the Prince of Yongning with such candor, devoid of flattery. She was truly one of a kind. His gaze was fervent and passionate. Upon seeing Feng Qingqing exit, he hurried to her side. Master, you are incredible. I have never encountered someone so principled and bold. From now on, I shall be your little follower. I will do whatever you ask. As he spoke, he wrapped his arm around Feng Zhaoge's, hanging on to her. Yet as he drew closer, a peculiar and alluring fragrance enveloped him, subtle and natural, reminiscent of a maiden scent. In that instant, Feng Zhaoge's eyes narrowed as she produced a silver needle and swiftly punctured a pressure point at the elbow of Mo Yunran's arm. Instantaneously,
Ah!
Mo Yunran cried out in discomfort, feeling his entire arm tingle and numb, the sensation unbearable. It hurts so much. Master, save me. Feng Zhaoge cast him a cold glance and retorted, I warned you last time. Have you forgotten so quickly? I was wrong. Mo Yunran pleaded, devoid of his previous arrogance. I will never do it again. Please, master, remove the needle. Ignoring him, Feng Zhaoge continued on her way. If she did not teach Mo Yunran a lesson and allowed him to remain so close, he might discover things he ought not to know, with dire consequences.
Montag Yunran.
Watching her retreating figure, called out, Master, master. Ultimately, all he received was her indifferent silhouette. Once she had departed, his expression transformed into one of pride and composure. He raised his hand and yanked the needle from his elbow. Passers-by stared at him, casting curious glances. Mo Yunran shouted, Get lost. His voice was haughty, brimming with arrogance. One of his guards frowned, My lord, isn't this contrast a bit too stark? Mo Yunran rolled his eyes. What do you know? The child who cries will receive candy. The disciple who knows how to flatter will earn their master's affection. The guard silently wished to remain uninformed. He had never witnessed his master so shameless before. After Feng Zhaoge departed, still clad in Feng Qingqing's attire, she inspected the land behind the medical hall. Fortunately, although the medical hall was situated on the bustling main street of Chongling City, it had once been built against a mountainside. As Chongling City gradually developed, the surroundings expanded, leaving the small hill at the back untouched. The hill appeared to be at least 1,000 square feet, ample space for a parking lot, recreational area, and public walking space. However, in this ancient era, flattening such a hill would require years of manual labor. Are you considering this piece of land? The voice of old Dr. Chen suddenly rang out. Feng Zhaoge turned to see old Dr. Chen, supported by Chen Wenxuan, approaching with a spirited demeanor. Indeed, she replied, echoing her earlier intent to transform it into a public area. This land belongs to my relatives. If you require it, I shall purchase it and present it to you. Old Dr. Chen insisted. That is unnecessary, Feng Zhaoge replied with a serious tone. It is not I who needs it, it is Prince Yongning, Emperor Qingqing. Let him procure it himself. You need not interfere. Old Dr. Chen frowned slightly. After these past few days, he had assumed she was diligently nurturing the medical hall. Yet, her words suggested she did not regard it as a part of herself. Perceiving his thoughts, Feng Zhaoge reassured him. The prince's investment will elevate the medical hall's reputation. The more he contributes, the greater the respect it will command from others. Old Dr. Chen paused, realizing the wisdom in her reasoning. He cupped his hands and bowed deeply. Thank you, benefactor. With you here, I feel entirely at ease regarding the medical hall. Even in death, I would have no regrets. His heartfelt relief evident, he straightened and added, in fact, we have come to bid farewell to you today. Feng Zhaoge furrowed her brow. Where are you going? Old Dr. Chen exchanged a glance with Chen Wenxuan, his eyes filled with guilt. Wenxuan has long desired to travel and explore the rivers and mountains, yet I have kept him confined to Chongling City, forcing him to study medicine. After all these years, I now see that the world is vast, and it is time for me to accompany him on his journey. Feng Zhaoge nodded in agreement. Indeed, the mountains and rivers are expansive. They are worth traversing. Chen Wenxuan frowned, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. Benefactor, do you support my father's decision? Heaven knows that over the past 2 days, all their relatives and friends had urged them otherwise, claiming his father was too old and had devoted his life to medicine. After a serious illness, he should remain home to enjoy his remaining years and pursue his passions. Yet, he was willing to leave his home and venture far away for him. While everyone spoke kindly on the surface, they secretly condemned him for being unfilial. Feng Zhaoge replied, your father should indeed accompany you on this journey. As parents, they should not impose their desires upon their children. Every child has the right to choose their own path in life, as long as they do not resort to theft or deceit and pursue their goals uprightly. They deserve support. From childhood, he has confined your freedom and hindered your development. Now, it is time for both of you to reconcile and explore the world together. Chen Wenxuan felt a surge of emotion, his gentle gaze glistening with tears of gratitude. Thank you, benefactor. It is the first time I have heard such words. It is the first time someone has supported me. He finally felt liberated from guilt, especially by the phrase, every child has the right to choose their own path in life. As long as they act uprightly and positively, they should receive encouragement. This sentiment would forever imprint upon his mind, shaping his worldview and approach to life. Chapter 168. The fire ignites. Feng Zhaoge smiled slightly and added, however, you must strive diligently. Do not let it come to pass that the path you choose in painting pales in comparison to your father's achievements. This would imply that the road you have stubbornly chosen is less than your father's arrangements. You owe it to your father, who has journeyed with you in his advanced years. When Xian firmly committed this to memory. On that very day, with their departure, the medical hall was entrusted entirely to Feng Zhaoge. Feng Zhaoge gazed at the hill, her eyes deep and composed. The medical hall would flourish. Yet, the mountains still posed a challenge. She returned to the wooden cabin under the guise of Feng Qingqing, commencing her design sketches. This very design would later establish her as a renowned master of mecha across the world. She painted until the night fell, then employed her previous method to leave the cabin. Dressed in a simple white silk robe, she reverted to her true appearance and collected Jimon and Lantai from the first medical hall. However, as she departed, an inexplicable unease gripped her, causing her eyelids to twitch violently, as if forewarning of impending misfortune. Nevertheless, after thoroughly inspecting the first medical hall, she found no issues and returned to the royal residence. Jimon prepared vegetables and cooked, while Lantai tidied the courtyard. Inside, Feng Zhaoge cradled a baby while continuing her design sketches. That night, darkness enveloped everything like ink. In Jinghong courtyard, Feng Qingqing lay in bed, still pressing a warm jade against her chest. Bailu reported from beyond the screen. Miss, they have all returned. We can proceed. Very well, be cautious and leave no evidence behind. Also, take care of your safety, Feng Qingqing instructed. Understood. Bailu departed, her eyes glinting with coldness. Today, she was determined to avenge Sueyu and collect some interest. In ancient times, the night was dark, devoid of streetlights or much nocturnal entertainment. The alley leading to the first medical hall was particularly secluded, devoid of any shadows. Gradually, flames began to rise, and the smoke thickened. Bila stood in the darkness, her red lips curling into a sinister smile. Once the first medical hall was reduced to ashes, Feng Zhaoge's hope for survival would be utterly extinguished. At that point, She would see how Feng Zhaoge could linger in the royal residence, having no right to act arrogantly before Miss Qi. A person stripped of everything would inevitably be forced to concede and depart. Feng Zhaoge, who had been sleeping soundly, was suddenly awakened by a knock at the back gate. "Princess, are you there?" "There's been an incident. The first medical hall is on fire." Feng Zhaoge jolted awake, immediately rising and donning a cloak as she stepped outside. Upon opening the door, she found a maid from the Golden Phoenix, her face etched with urgency, yet her tone was indifferent. "Your shop is ablaze. Hurry and find a way to prevent it from affecting us." Lantai and Jimon had already roused themselves. Lantai reassured her, "Princess, do not panic. Wait here while I go extinguish the fire." Yet Feng Zhaoge replied, "No need. You protect the children. I shall go." Wrapped in her cloak, she strode purposefully outside. Although the first medical hall was currently devoid of customers, it remained her support. If in the future, D. Hemming learned the truth and refused to grant her the facade of the medical hall or to utilize her talents, she could still return to the first medical hall with her reputation intact. Therefore, the first medical hall must not be destroyed. Meanwhile, Feng Qingqing from a distance listened to the chaos in Xinghan courtyard, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. What did it matter now? By the time they arrived, there would be no water nearby, and the first medical hall would have burned to the ground. Feng Zhaoge would be left with nothing. She was determined to expedite Feng Zhaoge's departure from her world. Unbeknownst to her. Chapter 169. In a sweat, Feng Zhaoge moved swiftly, quickly outpacing the maid and others. Ensuring the surroundings were clear, she entered the medical pack. Utilizing its rapid linear displacement skill, in merely 30 seconds, she arrived at the first medical hall. Inside, flames roared fiercely. The wooden structure ignited easily, and the fire spread upward. Thick smoke billowed, making it difficult to see. Feng Zhaoge maintained her calm demeanor. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, she promptly retrieved the standard firefighting equipment from the medical pack, a gas mask, fireproof clothing, and a fire extinguisher. With practiced precision, she donned the mask, slipped on gloves, and dressed in the fireproof gear. Armed with the extinguisher, she ventured into the medical hall. With a whoosh, the white powder erupted, extinguishing a cluster of flames almost instantaneously. Feng Zhaoge pressed on, wielding the extinguisher, carving a path through the smoke. The fireproof suit shielded her from the heat, ensuring her safety as she reached the back courtyard, the epicenter of the blaze, where the temperature and flames raged the fiercest. She had to stand atop the high wall, aiming the extinguisher downward.
The Hemming,
investigating the identity of the hunters, was busy returning to the residence when he inadvertently noticed the first medical hall ablaze. He leaped forward, landing on a distant tree. He observed a dark figure on the courtyard wall, wielding a red canister, spraying a white powder that quickly quelled the flames. His brow furrowed. What was that? He had never seen such a thing. A small canister could extinguish flames? More importantly, who was that person? With an agile leap, he approached, just as the flames weakened slightly. Feng Zhaoge dashed into the fire, extinguishing other flames. Fortunately, this was a special operations-grade fire extinguisher, and she eventually subdued the fire. However, she was drenched in sweat, feeling as though she had been stewing in a steamer. Feng Zhaoge removed all her equipment, placing it back into the medical pack. After the fierce battle, she felt utterly drained and collapsed onto a charred wooden chair. When D. Hemming arrived, he found Feng Zhaoge seated on the darkened chair. Drenched in sweat, her thin cloak fallen to the ground, revealing the form-fitting white garments beneath, clinging to her frame. The damp clothing rendered her figure almost translucent, accentuating her curves. The sight, combined with her perspiring visage, evoked an inexplicable image of allure.
The Hemming darkened.
How had she ended up here, in such a state? Upon seeing him, Feng Zhaoge frowned. Why was he here? As D. Hemming surveyed the surroundings, he fixed his gaze on her, questioning, "Who extinguished the fire for you?" "Where is he?" Feng Zhaoge averted her eyes, realizing that D. Hemming had indeed seen her with the extinguisher. Shifting her gaze, she replied, "I didn't catch a glimpse. Did you see him? What did he look like?" D. Hemming narrowed his eyes, skepticism evident in his gaze. Feng Zhaoge was unaware. She hadn't seen the man? Yet he had clearly jumped in. His scrutiny swept across the vicinity again, finding it devoid of any signs. It appeared she truly had no connection to that individual. Perhaps he was merely a passerby, much like the hunter who had appeared and vanished in a blink. Strangely, the figure from tonight bore some resemblance to that hunter. Were they the same person?
Who were they?
Why did such peculiarities always arise? Di Hemming sought to unearth clues here and stepped further inside. As he approached Feng Zhaoge, he was suddenly struck by a realization. Chapter 170. Nausea at such a close distance. Feng Zhaoge remained seated, her white garments clinging tightly to her form. He could discern the contours beneath her attire, the rise and fall, and the texture of her skin. Though she was not as beautiful as Feng Qingqing, her figure appeared even more tempting. She was a captivating beauty, evoking a desire in men to conquer. Di Hemming's atoms apple-rolled slightly. For the first time, he found himself desiring her. Feng Zhaoge sensed his gaze, her eyes darkening as she coldly questioned, "Have you seen enough?" Her frigid words brimmed with displeasure. Di Hemming averted his eyes. Once upon a time, she had yearned for his affection day and night, finding joy in just a fleeting glance from him that could keep her awake for several nights. Yet now, Feng Zhaoge bent down to retrieve the cloak from the ground, but before she could grasp it, Di Hemming's foot suddenly pressed down upon it. In the next moment, his powerful arms swiftly enveloped her in a princess carry. Striding out with purpose, Feng Zhaoge was caught off guard, cradled in his embrace. Her eyes instantly turned icy, and she struggled to break free. However, the man's arm was like a vice, strong and unyielding, holding her tightly and leaving her no chance of escape. "Let go," she commanded, her tone laced with fury. Di Hemming continued to carry her out of the first medical hall, his expression impassive as he stated, "You are my princess. Do not present yourself disheveled in public and tarnish my reputation." With that, he sprang into the air, soaring effortlessly. Feng Zhaoge felt a rush of cold wind against her face, and soon, they were airborne, elevated over 20 meters from the ground. He leaped from rooftop to rooftop, and from treetop to treetop. At such heights, any miscalculation could lead to a fatal fall. This was her first experience of being so utterly at another's mercy, especially in the arms of Di Hemming. Her expression darkened with indignation. Just because he wished to avoid her embarrassment, he carried her like this? As if her disheveled appearance was of any concern to him. What right did a man who had betrayed her possess to touch her? The thought of his hands wandering over Feng Qingqing made her stomach churn. Yet, she was powerless to resist, forced to endure his embrace. His cold breath filled her senses. Fortunately, the distance was not far. 5 minutes later, Di Hemming gently set her down on the ground of Xinghan courtyard. The moment his feet touched the earth, Feng Zhaoge felt a wave of nausea. She pushed him away and hurried to the trash bin, retching violently. The remnants of her evening meal were expelled completely. Upon witnessing this, Di Hemming's face darkened like a stormy sky. She had vomited? All because he carried her? She had succumbed to such a state?
Feng Zhaoge.
The words were nearly spat from between clenched teeth. Once Feng Zhaoge had expelled the bile from her stomach, she finally felt some relief. Jiwan, hearing the commotion, rushed to offer her a glass of water. After rinsing her mouth, she straightened up to find Di Hemming standing beneath the cold moonlight, emanating a frosty aura. This man, impeccably dressed and revered by all, had betrayed his wife, taken a mistress, and committed heinous acts. Just moments before, he had held her close, her face nearly pressed against his chest. Another wave of nausea struck her, and she retched once more, this time producing only yellow bile. Di Hemming's already frigid countenance grew even more tempestuous. A glance at her seemed to worsen her condition. "Feng Zhaoge, what a delight you are." Chapter 171. Pregnancy. He had been so bewitched by her that he had ignored the clues left by the dark-clad figures, choosing instead to carry her back. Had she not been in the picture, he might have unraveled the mystery by now. And yet, she remained oblivious to her own misfortune. Di Hemming's mood soured further as he turned away from her repulsive appearance, striding off. As he exited, he coldly declared, "Do not expect me to touch you again." Let her remain in solitude for the rest of her life, forever deprived of his affection. Feng Zhaoge, however, remained unfazed and even chuckled coldly. Good riddance. Once he was a distance away, she felt somewhat better. She brushed her teeth and chewed on a piece of gum. Jiwan, with admiration, remarked, "Your acting was superb." "My lady," I was utterly convinced. Not a trace of deceit was evident. "It was not acting," Feng Zhaoge replied, her tone indifferent. She genuinely possessed a distaste for emotional entanglements. The mere thought of Di Himing and Feng Qingqing sharing intimate moments made her nauseous. She could not accept a man who strayed from fidelity. Ji Wan's smile froze, realizing the gravity of the situation. If it were not an act, then the princess could never again share affectionate moments with the prince. They were destined to part ways. Meanwhile, Granny Xia, who had once felt grateful to Feng Zhaoge, learned of the fire at the first medical hall and rushed to inform her. However, upon arrival, she was astonished to see Di Himing carrying Feng Zhaoge back. How incredible! The prince, who had always kept his distance from the princess, had embraced her. Excitedly, she spread the news, and soon, nearly everyone in the palace was abuzz with gossip. Have you heard? The prince carried the princess back to Xinghan courtyard today. It was said that he took the initiative. Yet she was so disdainful that she retched. No way. I heard they had a quarrel, and the prince carefully escorted her back to her chambers. In truth, the princess has become quite beautiful lately. She possesses a unique charm that no ordinary woman can rival. Perhaps the prince has finally recognized her beauty? Is it just me? Or do you think the princess is experiencing morning sickness? It is quite possible. Pass it along. The child must be over a month along. Spread the word. The princess is about to regain her favored status. In Jinghong courtyard, Feng Qingqing, awaiting Di Himing's return, was taken aback by the news. He had visited her the previous night. Surely he would come to see her tonight? Instead, she heard this shocking revelation. She turned to Bai Lu, asking, "Is what they say true? Did Di Himing really carry Feng Zhaoge back to the palace?" Bai Lu, choosing her words carefully, replied, "The princess went to extinguish the fire and was aided by some mysterious person. When the prince arrived, she was disheveled and tempted him. He merely returned her to avoid tarnishing the palace's reputation." Feng Qingqing's fists clenched tightly. So it was true. Di Himing had indeed carried Feng Zhaoge back. Regardless of the pretense or myriad excuses, he had still embraced her and brought her home. Initially, she had intended to set the first medical hall ablaze, stripping Feng Zhaoge of everything. Yet, unexpectedly, the medical hall remained intact, and Di Himing had carried Feng Zhaoge instead. No, this cannot be. I am going mad. Di Himing belonged to her and her alone. No one else could take him from her. She would never allow that vixen, Feng Zhaoge, to go unpunished. This time, she would ensure Feng Zhaoge's demise. A sinister glint flickered in her eyes. Chapter 172, Father. That night, Feng Zhaoge found herself unable to sleep. Her stomach was quite unsettled, and her head felt light. The toll of childbirth without proper rest, compounded by the chill she had endured, left her body in a weakened state. The nausea had led to dehydration, fatigue, moderate anemia, and low blood sugar. Feng Zhaoge retrieved a small box of glucose from her medical kit, unwrapped a piece, and popped it into her mouth. The solid glucose swiftly replenished her blood sugar, restoring her bodily functions. The dizziness gradually subsided. However, as she lay in bed, sleep eluded her. Unbeknownst to her, a shadowy figure descended from the night sky, landing silently on a tree in the backyard. The branches concealed his imposing form, enveloped in the utmost darkness, like a king of the night. This time, he did not enter the house. From a distance, she watched her with a complex gaze. Suddenly, Feng Zhaoge, the princess of Yongning, sprang from her bed. Yet, she did not find Di Himing there. Instead, she strode towards the inner chamber where a wooden tub awaited. After filling it with hot water from the medical supplies, she immersed herself in the soothing warmth, adding some herbs for disinfection. No wonder she had been restless and sleepless tonight. She had forgotten to take a bath. Having been held by Di Himing, she felt it necessary to add extra disinfectants. Outside, in the dark of night, the man surmised what Feng Zhaoge was doing upon seeing her retreat to the inner room. He prepared to leave. But the infant lying on the bed suddenly awoke and rolled about. As the little one tumbled toward the edge of the bed, the man furrowed his brow and swiftly entered, catching the baby just in time. The infant, with sparkling eyes, beamed at him, clutching his sleeve as if afraid he might leave. Hearing the sounds of water from within, he placed the child back on the bed. But the baby nestled against his chest, clinging to him. The soft, incoherent babbling of the infant was accompanied by a look of unmistakable fear. The man frowned. Fear? Such a tiny creature, alone on the bed, was afraid? He stood rigidly, reluctant to move, cradling the little one. The child, nestled in his embrace, giggled, her tiny hands exploring his clothing while she murmured "Baba" repeatedly. The The man's brow furrowed further. What was she saying?
How could he possibly understand?
Yet, given her age, it would indeed be remarkable if she could articulate words comprehensively. He could only allow her to babble on. At that moment, the sound of water splashing from the inner room was heard, followed by footsteps. The man's brow tightened as he placed the child back on the bed and prepared to spring away. Stop. Feng Zhaoge's cool voice rang out. I see you. So why attempt to leave? He froze, standing with his back to her, not far from the bed. Earlier, while in the inner room, Feng Zhaoge had heard the peculiar sounds of the baby. Wrapping herself in a towel, she had emerged to check on the situation. Upon seeing the infant on the bed, she approached, lifting the child to inspect for any injuries. Only after confirming the baby was unharmed did she breathe a sigh of relief. Her gaze shifted to the man as she inquired, "What is your relationship with the child? Why do you keep coming to see her?" Chapter 173. Playing matchmaker. The man turned to respond, but his gaze deepened as he beheld Feng Zhaoge. She stood before him, draped in a towel that covered only the upper part of her body, revealing her graceful shoulders and long, slender legs. The child nestled in her arms accentuated the delicate rise and fall of her collarbone, and her skin glowed like jade under the moonlight. Though his expression remained inscrutable behind his mask, a new emotion flickered in his usually calm eyes. Feng Zhaoge met his gaze directly. You have assisted me on numerous occasions. You owe me an explanation. If your reasoning is sufficient, I might allow you to visit Feng Qingqing openly and spend time with her without the need for secrecy. His eyes darkened. To engage openly with Feng Qingqing? Given his identity and circumstances, that seemed implausible. As if recalling something, he decided against further discussion on the matter and turned to leave. Suddenly, the infant in Feng Zhaoge's arms tugged at her towel, either by intention or accident. In an instant, the towel fell away, exposing her. The man found himself standing before her, forced to witness what he should not. Just then, the concerned voice of Lan Tai called from outside. Princess? Having heard the commotion, he came to inquire. The man's eyes darkened as he swiftly grabbed a cloak from a nearby rack and stepped before Feng Zhaoge, draping it over her form. Though she attempted to maintain her composure, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Under the cloak, she wore no clothing, and the man stood merely inches away from her. Princess? Came the worried voice again from outside. Feng Zhaoge regained her composure and replied calmly, It's nothing, just taking a bath. Outside, Lan Tai discreetly withdrew. In the dimly lit room, illuminated only by the cold moonlight, Feng Zhaoge stood holding the child, side by side with the man. She urged, You may leave now. He observed her feigned calmness, yet he could sense the underlying fluster that belonged to a woman. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips beneath the mask. Even someone as formidable as her could exhibit moments of shyness? He delayed his departure, instead moving to the wardrobe to find a suitable white undergarment, which he presented to her. Put this on, and then I will leave, he commanded, his voice deep and authoritative. Feng Zhaoge frowned, questioning the necessity of his insistence. However, seeing the determination in his eyes and fearing the child might awaken Ji-man, she refrained from arguing. Accepting the garment with one hand, she passed the child to him with the other. He naturally reached out to take the baby, but as he did, his hand brushed against something soft that he should not have touched. Feng Zhaoge's expression darkened, and she shot him a wary glance before striding toward the inner chamber. Clutching the clothing, his gaze lingered on his hand, a depth of meaning clouding his eyes. He could distinctly feel the stirrings within him, as though a long-dormant desire had been awakened. The infant observed with a knowing smile, clearly intent on playing matchmaker between her parents. Chapter 174. Lulling her to sleep, Feng Zhaoge soon emerged, fully dressed, reaching for the child in the man's arms. However, the baby clung tightly to his arm, refusing to let go. Feng Zhaoge frowned. Come here. Ba, the little darling insisted, not only refusing to approach but also burrowing deeper into the man's embrace, calling out in her sweet, childlike voice. Feng Zhaoge raised an eyebrow. Was Feng Qingqing calling for her father? But she was so small, merely an infant born in ancient times. How could she possibly utter such words? The man, not understanding, did not wish to linger. He pried the child's fingers from his arm and attempted to hand her back to Feng Zhaoge. Yet, as soon as he did, the baby's soft grip returned, hanging from his arm like a tiny ornament. With a pout, she began to wail, tears streaming from her big, watery eyes. The man frowned, feeling an inexplicable softness in his heart. He glanced at Feng Zhaoge, uncertain how to soothe the child's cries. Feng Zhaoge assessed the situation, remaining calm. You try holding her. Reluctantly, he withdrew his arm and cradled the baby again. Immediately, the infant stopped crying, seizing the opportunity to return her to Feng Zhaoge. He reached out once more, but the child erupted into tears again, her little shoulders shaking with sobs. The man, feeling helpless, could only once more envelop her in his arms. Feng Zhaoge observed, confirming the situation. She remarked, "The child requires your embrace. You must lull her to sleep before you can depart." The man pondered, lull a child to slumber? How could someone of his stature be reduced to such a task? Yet, remarkably, Feng Zhaoge had already approached the bedside, nestled herself within the covers, and succumbed to slumber. She drew the quilt over herself, utterly unperturbed by the man's presence. After all, if he truly harbored intentions against her, she possessed 1,000 methods to ensure he would wish for death rather than life. Furthermore, inexplicably, she felt no trepidation towards him. She had unwittingly begun to trust him. The man stood at the edge of the bed, caught in a quandary. How could he possibly soothe the little one to sleep? Should he merely stand idly? As he contemplated, the infant suddenly extended her tiny hand, babbling incessantly while pointing towards the bed. The man furrowed his brow, comprehending her intent, his gaze instantly darkening.
Impossible,
He declared, his tone resonating with an air of finality. The infant began to wail, her cries piercing and her small face contorted in distress. The sleeping G-man outside was roused, rubbing her eyes as she inquired, "Your Highness, what troubles the young princess tonight?" Sensing G-man's impending entrance, Feng Zhaoge swiftly interjected, "It's nothing, merely a nightmare." In that moment, the man was reluctantly compelled to recline beside her, allowing the child to rest her head on his arm, nestled between them. The previously inconsolable infant abruptly ceased her crying. Observing the tranquility, Ji-man returned to her slumber. Halting her approach, Feng Zhaoge exhaled in relief. Had Ji-man discovered a man in her chamber, her incessant chatter and timid disposition would have led to untold complications. She turned to the man, stating, "Remain until the child is asleep. If you disturb her again, you shall bear the consequences." He lay on the same bed, with the infant situated between them. His gaze fell upon the child, who rested against his arm, small and fragrant, undeniably endearing. Yet, as he looked at her, she gazed back. Those large, sparkling eyes, brimming with innocence, exhibited no signs of drowsiness. When would she finally succumb to sleep?